The man is a mighty tyrant. Yet the royal physician diagnosed him as pregnant. The tyrant flew into a rage. How could a real man possibly be pregnant? Halfway through speaking, he felt unwell. The eunuch hurriedly came forward to comfort the emperor. Calm down, your majesty. Be careful not to affect the fetus. The enraged tyrant pushed him away in embarrassment. He ordered the royal physician to quickly prepare abortion medicine. The next second, there was a loud bang. A palace maid fell from the roof. She landed right on top of the tyrant. The tyrant looked at the woman in his arms, his mind full of questions. The person was none other than our female lead, Ning Xiaoxiao. Ning Xiaoxiao curiously poked the man in front of her. Before she could figure out what was happening, the tyrant threw her to the ground. Which palace are you from? How dare you hide on the roof to spy on me? Although Ning Xiaoxiao hadn't grasped the situation yet, saving her life was the priority. She quickly knelt and begged for mercy. Your Majesty, please calm down. This servant wasn't spying on you. This servant was assigned to clean the fallen leaves on the roof. It must be the workers cutting corners. If the glazed tiles were sturdy, this servant wouldn't have fallen and startled your majesty. The tyrant was about to get angry, but he realized the stomach hit by the palace maid suddenly stopped hurting. Ning Xiaoxiao finally got a clear look at the tyrant's face. Phoenix eyes, and that distinctive cinnabar mole under his left eye. Isn't this the male lead who whispers in my ear every night in the story? She couldn't stand it. In the original story, the male lead Lu Ling was originally violent and unbearable. Yet he willingly became a simp for the female lead, Gu Sijin. Even when Gu Sijin cheated on him and had someone else's child, he still wanted to raise it. Seeing how much the tyrant liked children, Ning Xiaoxiao wrote a 500-word mini-story in the comments, and then was transported here. So never write comments carelessly. Realizing she had just transmigrated and landed on the tyrant, she became worried about her life. After a while, the tyrant touched his now flat stomach and finally felt relieved. Fortunately, it was just diarrhea, not actual pregnancy. So he ordered all the eunuchs who diagnosed him to be sent to the temple to feed horses. Seeing this situation, Ning Xiaoxiao became even more nervous, fearing she might die right after transmigrating. The tyrant was about to have her dragged out and beaten to death. But looking at the hole in the ceiling and thinking about how his stomach returned to normal after being hit by this palace maid, he ordered the palace staff responsible for repairing Chaoyang Palace to be beaten to death, and the supervisors to be caned and have their salaries deducted for a year. Then he looked at Ning Xiaoxiao. She was kneeling on the ground, trembling. Unexpectedly, the tyrant let her off. Ning Xiaoxiao felt relieved and quickly kowtowed in gratitude. Then she ran out of the hall in a flash. Having survived, she pondered in her heart, he actually let me go. This silly tyrant's pregnancy even changed his personality. Little did she know, her inner thoughts were transmitted word for word into the tyrant's mind. Who's calling me? The tyrant looked around, but didn't see anyone talking. It was as if someone was speaking right next to my ear just now. How did that person know I like to keep pets? The little palace, made from the desert, was secretly hiding under the bed, just to pinch the tyrant's pecs. Unexpectedly, the tyrant countered with a chokehold. He tightly gripped her neck. At this critical moment between life and death, the little palace maid quickly pressed the pause button. Only then did she manage to escape successfully. The reason she did such a sneaky thing was because she had a faulty system. Just now, Ning Xiaoxiao had barely escaped from the tyrant's grasp. She thought it was all a dream, but then she heard the system's voice. She was then transported to a space and appeared in a novel she had been reading. Suddenly, a little boy appeared before her. Hello, host. I'm Transmission System 007. You can call me Xiao Qi from now on. The host must complete the tasks issued by the system to return to the original world. There's a pause button below the plot. It can stop time in the book's world, freezing everything except the host. Hearing Xiao Qi say this, Ning Xiaoxiao immediately urged him to assign a task, but she never expected the dog system to be truly doggish. The first task was to pinch the tyrant's pecs while he was awake. Failure would result in immediate death. Concerned for her life, Ning Xiaoxiao secretly hid under the tyrant's bed. Seeing no one around, she poked out her little head. She gently woke the tyrant. Your Majesty, it's time to get up and pee. The tyrant heard the voice and easily opened his eyes. The next second, Ning Xiaoxiao's devilish hand reached for his chest and pinched hard. The tyrant, in pain, grabbed Ning Xiaoxiao's neck. Ning Xiaoxiao didn't expect the tyrant to react so quickly. Although she wore a mask, The tyrant saw through her at a glance. Isn't this the palace made from yesterday? Just as the tyrant was about to remove her mask to confirm her identity, Ning Xiaoxiao quickly pressed the pause button. In an instant, everything was frozen. Ning Xiaoxiao removed her mask, breathing heavily. She muttered, "What a petty man. Can't even handle a little chest pinch." Having successfully completed the task, Ning Xiaoxiao stuck out her tongue and left happily. "Good night, Mary Sue male lead." Back in her quarters, Ning Xiaoxiao was still savoring what had just happened. At this moment, Xiao Qi suddenly appeared. "Congratulations, host, on completing the task." Seeing Xiao Qi, Ning Xiaoxiao immediately started complaining. Xiao Qi expressed helplessness. After all, tasks were automatically assigned, but completing tasks would upgrade the system. For example, the rewind button had now been activated. After a brief explanation, Ning Xiaoxiao quickly understood how to use it. Simply put, the plot could be rewound to 3 minutes ago. She pressed the play button. The frozen world started moving again. Ning Xiaoxiao wondered what expression the tyrant would have when he saw her suddenly disappear. Then she slowly fell asleep. On the other side, the tyrant was stunned mid-sentence, because the chest-attacking thief in front of him suddenly disappeared. But feeling the pain in his chest, the tyrant knew this wasn't a dream. That Ning Xiaoxiao must have been here. And for some reason, he could hear Ning Xiaoxiao's thoughts. So he was determined to get to the bottom of this matter. The little palace maid angrily grabbed the tyrant's pecs. After that, she even called him a silly big lapdog. Little did she know the tyrant could read minds. He wanted to have her beheaded on the spot. The little palace maid angrily stabbed his butt repeatedly. After succeeding, Ning Xiaoxiao was smug inside. Little did she know she had already been exposed. She was caught by the imperial guards and brought before the tyrant. She acted dramatically, pretending to be pitiful. Unexpectedly, the tyrant didn't fall for it at all. But Ning Xiaoxiao wasn't afraid. As long as she denied it, who would know it was her who pinched his pecs? Little did she know her inner thoughts were clearly heard by the tyrant. He immediately grabbed her hand. "Then tell me, where did the wound on your wrist come from?" Ning Xiaoxiao lied that it was scratched by a tree branch. The tyrant obviously didn't believe it, as the wound was caused by his grip, so he ordered 100 lashes until she told the truth. Ning Xiaoxiao, frightened, quickly pressed the rewind button. Rewinding time to 3 minutes ago. Facing the tyrant's questioning again, she lied that last night, while cleaning, she noticed the emperor's blanket wasn't properly covered. She wanted to fix it, but couldn't see clearly in the dark. She accidentally groped around and woke the emperor up. The tyrant laughed angrily after hearing this. "Do you think I'm an idiot?" Ning Xiaoxiao pouted, cursing the tyrant in her mind as a silly big lapdog. The tyrant heard her thoughts and was so angry his diaper got wet. He immediately ordered someone to bring a ruler. He was determined to make this little palace maid's mouth bleed. But just as he sat down, his butt was severely injured by ceramic shards on the throne. In an instant, blood stained his royal robe. The nearby eunuch was so scared he shouted for the imperial doctor, making the tyrant's face even redder. Seeing this, Ning Xiaoxiao couldn't help but laugh. This immediately enraged the tyrant. "I haven't settled last night's molestation, and now you dare to laugh at me? Take her out and beat her to death immediately." Lin Xiaoxiao turned pale with fright. "Can't I even laugh? I just pinched your chest once. Why are you so petty? At worst, I'll let you pinch me back. We'll be even then, right?" The tyrant gritted his teeth in anger, ordering people to quickly take her out and beat her to death. Ning Xiaoxiao was also full of anger. "Tyrant, I'll let you have your fill of stabbing at once." So she summoned the system, frantically pressing the rewind button. Forcefully exploiting a bug, she repeatedly stabbed the tyrant's butt back and forth. The system quickly warned that if he kept getting stuck in the plot, he wouldn't be able to return to his original world. Ning Xiaoxiao had to give up, so he pressed rewind. Once again, he arrived 3 minutes earlier. This time, he grabbed the tyrant's collar, trying to stop his next move. "Your Majesty, don't sit down. There are ceramic shards on the chair." But he used too much force and ended up tearing open the tyrant's clothes. It seemed this time he was completely doomed. The palace maid saw the great tyrant. Without a word, she viciously kicked him far away. He could do such a thing, all thanks to the newly arrived Ning Xiaoxiao. To accomplish the task of kicking the tyrant's chest, Ning Xiaoxiao positioned the green tea palace maid, raising her foot high. Then he pressed the play button. The next second, the just-arrived tyrant was kicked away by the palace maid. He fell heavily to the ground. The palace maid was terrified, unable to believe she had done such a thing. So she quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. "Your Majesty, spare me. I didn't mean to. I just don't understand. I was supposed to kick Ning Xiao. The tyrant was furious and ordered people to drag this bitch away. Instantly, the courtyard was filled with the sound of wailing. Seeing all this, Ning Xiao whistled, feeling quite pleased. But before he could relax for long, the tyrant appeared behind him, full of killing intent. Ning Xiao nervously kept backing away, but the tyrant kept pressing forward. Finally, Ning Xiao had nowhere to retreat, blocked by a big tree. The tyrant just stared at him like this, without saying a word. Unexpectedly, Ning Xiao didn't feel awkward, but rather shy. He thought to himself, could it be that the great tyrant has fallen for me? Suddenly realizing he might want to settle accounts, he instantly felt terrible. Little did he know the tyrant couldn't kill him, because he hadn't figured out if Ning Xiao truly had the ability to predict the future. So under the pretext of Ning Xiao's good performance in the palace maid department, he wanted to keep him by his side to verify. Hearing the great tyrant say to return to the palace maid department, Ning Xiao was instantly confused. Has the great tyrant changed gender? The tyrant, hearing Ning Xiao's thoughts, was furious but suppressed his anger. He turned and said, "Hurry and thank me for this grace. Do you want to stay in the Stargazer's repository forever?" Hearing this, Ning Xiao quickly expressed his gratitude. Soon he returned to his own quarters. At this time, the system also sent a message that he had completed the task and unlocked a new feature. That was the edit function, allowing him to modify the plot at will. But for now, Ning Xiao could only modify one character. The system explained that for each day the host survives in the book, he can modify one character. If in use that day, the number of editable characters would accumulate. Hearing the system say this, Ning Xiao felt much more at ease. After all, having an extra function meant having an extra safeguard. Soon, Ning Xiao had accumulated 5 characters. Just then, the system issued a new task. This time, the task was to prevent the original female lead, Gu Sijin, from being selected in the Imperial selection, ensuring she gets a lower rank than in the original story. Ning Xiao was extremely excited upon hearing this. It seemed the Mary Sue female lead was finally going to appear. She was a young lady from a family of scholars. Her favorite books were the finest quality. Her most skilled talent was doing the splits. Yet she gained the Empress Dowager's favor and was selected to enter the palace as a consort. Originally, she could have been chosen as a noble lady. Thanks to the palace made Ning Xiao, she only became a consort. This was because Ning Xiao received a task from the system to prevent the female lead, Gu Sijin, from being selected as a noble lady. On the day of the selection, Ning Xiao secretly hid behind a rock to observe. At a glance, he spotted Gu standing out from the crowd with her fresh and elegant appearance. After going through several rounds of selection, it was soon her turn. Minister's daughter, Gu Sijin, greets the emperor. Long live the emperor. May the Empress Dowager enjoy longevity and prosperity. The Empress Dowager saw that Gu Sijin was graceful and unique and was very pleased. However, in the tyrant's eyes, she was only average. The Empress Dowager was displeased. This kind of beauty is still considered average? Is the emperor planning to marry a heavenly fairy for me? Hearing this, the tyrant couldn't help but think of Ning Xiao's face. Someone who could predict the future could be considered a fairy, right? Speak of the devil. Not far away, the tyrant saw Ning Xiao poking his head out, looking around. If not for the system's reminder, he almost forgot the purpose of coming here. He quickly pressed the pause button. In the original plot, when the Empress Dowager asked if Gu Sijin had read any books, Gu Sijin answered women's analects. So Ning Xiao had a sudden inspiration. The next second, he heard the Empress Dowager ask, "Have you read any books?" Gu Sijin blurted out, "Your humble servant is not talented. I've only read erotic books." Instantly, the air became exceptionally quiet. Only Ning Xiao's muffled laughter could be heard. To ease the awkwardness, the Empress Dowager coughed lightly, saying that although it wasn't a proper book, honesty was commendable. Ning Xiao was instantly dumbfounded. The female lead's halo was indeed different, publicly admitting to liking erotic books. Yet the Empress Dowager still said it was good. She even wanted to make Gu Sijin a noble lady on the spot, but fortunately, the tyrant intervened. The Empress Dowager favored Gu Sijin greatly. To help her become a noble lady, she gave her a chance to showcase her talents. Ning Xiao knew Gu Sijin was about to start dancing. He hurriedly pressed the pause button. In the original story, it was this dance that made the tyrant develop some fondness for her. So he couldn't let her dance at any cost. At this point, he only had 2 character edits left. At this time, Gu Si-jin began her performance. Your servant has learned splits for a few years. I hope the Emperor and Empress Dowager can offer some guidance. Hearing that the talent was splits, the Empress Dowager was completely bewildered. Gu Si-jin, in front of everyone, did a big split. She herself couldn't understand why she did this. Faced with Gu Si-jin's 2 mistakes, the Empress Dowager was at a loss and could only reluctantly make her a consort. Gu Si-jin quickly thanked for the grace, but then there was a ripping sound and her pants tore a big hole. Ning Xiaoxiao couldn't hold it anymore after seeing this. He burst into laughter behind the rock. The Empress Dowager heard the noise and became furious. How dare you? Who's hiding there? Come out at once. The lowly transmigrated and became a cannon fodder palace made in the book. From the start, she was assigned many prank tasks by the system. The first task was to angrily grab the tyrant's pecs. However, she was discovered by the great tyrant. Ning Xiaoxiao wanted to make up for her mistake. She tried to stop the tyrant from sitting on the dragon throne with broken porcelain pieces. But unexpectedly, she made things worse by forcefully tearing the tyrant's clothes. The tyrant was about to have her dragged out and beaten to death. But then he saw the wound on Ning Xiaoxiao's ankle. Only then, he noticed the broken porcelain on the dragon throne and suddenly understood. So he didn't blame her anymore. At this time, a eunuch came to report that the head of Imperial Guards sought an audience. Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao realized that this scene was exactly the beginning of the story in the book. She instinctively looked at the plaque in the hall. If she remembered correctly, when the minister came to see him, the plaque would fall and knock him unconscious. Her inner thoughts had already been captured by the tyrant, so she unconsciously moved back a few steps. With a loud crash, the plaque fell exactly where she had been standing. The tyrant, having narrowly escaped, opened his eyes wide in shock. He never imagined a small palace maid would have such ability. Seeing this, Ning Xiaoxiao complained that the plot didn't follow the script. It was a pity it didn't hit the tyrant. The great tyrant, hearing her thoughts, glared fiercely at Ning Xiaoxiao. Ning Xiaoxiao quickly put on a pleasing expression, frantically flattering the tyrant. Your Majesty, are you all right? Your Majesty, you are blessed by heaven. But she was scolded by the tyrant. Ning Xiaoxiao quickly covered her little mouth. However, everything that happened left the tyrant puzzled. He first ordered people to take Ning Xiaoxiao to serve in the Shinjuku. Afterwards, the tyrant seemed bewitched. While sleeping, he kept asking himself why he could hear a palace maid's thoughts. He pondered this even during court sessions. Even after the court session ended, he still couldn't figure it out, no matter how hard he thought. He decided to go to Shinjuku to ask Ning Xiaoxiao directly for clarity. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped into the courtyard of Shinjuku, he was kicked far away by a palace maid. The green tea palace maid was giving the newcomer a hard time. But Ning Xiaoxiao was no pushover. With one move, she made her kneel and sing Conquest. Just now, Ning Xiaoxiao had been punished by the great tyrant to serve in Shinjuku. As soon as she arrived, she was hit by a pungent, unpleasant smell. At this moment, a large hand reached out to her. What she saw was a fat woman with a face full of flesh. This person was the manager of Shinjuku. She immediately demanded protection money from Ning Xiaoxiao. Before Ning Xiaoxiao could react, she was pushed aside by another palace maid. You're already so poor, don't try to show off here. Hurry back and scrub the toilets. Then, with a fawning expression, she placed a silver ingot in the manager's hand. Ning Xiaoxiao wouldn't stand for such mistreatment. She directly accessed the system and pressed the pause button. In the next second, she pried open the palace maid's hand. Without hesitation, she took the silver and put it in her own pocket. Then she removed the manager's hairpin and placed it in the palace maid's hand. After everything was done, Ning Xiaoxiao pressed the play button. Madam, a small token of appreciation. As she withdrew her hand, the silver had turned into a hairpin. Seeing the familiar hairpin, the manager instinctively touched her own pin. The next moment, a dramatic scene unfolded. How dare you steal my hairpin and give it to me as a bribe? Only you could come up with such a clever idea. Ning Xiaoxiao took the silver she got from the green tea palace maid and gave it to the manager as protection money. Since you're so sensible, I'll assign you to do laundry. That palace maid wouldn't let Ning Xiaoxiao off so easily. When she was resting, a basin of water was poured over Ning Xiaoxiao's head. Then she kicked over the clothes Ning Xiaoxiao had just washed. Where did you get the silver to bribe the madam? You must have stolen it from me. Ning Xiaoxiao wouldn't take this lying down. She confronted the palace maid directly. But the maid, relying on consort Yun's backing, wasn't afraid of Ning Xiaoxiao at all. She pushed Ning Xiaoxiao down. Now, I'm going to beat you up, and there's nothing you can do about it. Seeing the maid's size 48-foot about to come down, Ning Xiaoxiao quickly pressed pause. Damn idiot. Let me teach you a lesson. Ning Xiaoxiao was about to act when she noticed the tyrant suddenly walking towards her. At this time, the system issued a new task. Please kick the tyrant's chest. Ning Xiaoxiao was speechless. Was this task obsessed with the tyrant's chest? First pinching, now kicking. Suddenly, Ning Xiaoxiao had a good idea. The system said to kick the tyrant's chest, but it didn't say she had to do it herself. The tyrant had fallen out with the Empress Dowager over the little palace maid, just because Ning Xiaoxiao could predict the future. The tyrant wanted to keep her by his side to protect his secrets. Just now, Ning Xiaoxiao was hiding behind a rock, mocking other consorts. But the Empress Dowager overheard and ordered Ning Xiaoxiao to be dragged out and beaten to death. Just as her life was in danger, unexpectedly, she was saved by the tyrant. He couldn't let her die. Ning Xiaoxiao was his protection. Seeing the emperor's unusual behavior, the Empress Dowager immediately questioned, "What? Does this mean I don't even have the right to execute a palace maid anymore?" Ning Xiaoxiao was also confused. The tyrant was usually so violent. What had he taken today? Could it be that he became addicted to the feeling after she grabbed his chest that day? Hearing her thoughts, the tyrant's veins bulged. "I'm remembering your grandmother's legs." Seeing the emperor's expression, the Empress Dowager thought he was giving her attitude over a small palace maid. She immediately saw Ning Xiaoxiao as a troublemaker. She again ordered Ning Xiaoxiao to be dragged out for execution. Unexpectedly, someone stepped forward to stop it. It was Gu Xijin, the consort she had mocked earlier. To her surprise, Gu Xijin not only didn't hold a grudge against Ning Xiaoxiao, but even pleaded with the Empress Dowager on her behalf. This action moved Ning Xiaoxiao deeply. As expected of the female lead, she truly was an angel. Unfortunately, in the original story, her kindness went too far and made her seem foolish. To dispel the Empress Dowager's doubts, the tyrant falsely claimed that all this was for his mother's sake. After all, if an official's daughter came for the selection, it would inevitably cause gossip. Moreover, his favorite Gu Xijin had also pleaded for mercy. Only then did the Empress Dowager let Ning Xiaoxiao go. Having escaped death, Ning Xiaoxiao ran wildly. She had just stopped to rest under a tree when she saw Gu Xijin coming after her. Before he could say a few words, Gu Xijin's maid started mocking Ning Xiaoxiao. This maid was Kai Lian in the story. Although she had been with Gu Xijin since childhood, later she would betray her mistress for some benefits. Gu Xijin didn't mind that Ning Xiaoxiao was a palace maid and cared for her attentively. Seeing this, Kai Lian stepped forward to stop it. "Miss, she was laughing at you so loudly earlier, embarrassing you like that. Yet you still care for her so much." As she spoke, she pulled Gu Xijin aside and started brainwashing her. Gu Xijin was likable early on due to her kindness, but later became extremely foolish. Even when someone nearly killed her, she would smile and forgive them. She even pleaded with the tyrant on behalf of the scumbag who hurt her. Seeing Ning Xiaoxiao standing there in a daze, Kai Lian impatiently told her to apologize to Gu Xijin. Although Ning Xiaoxiao was annoyed, Gu Xijin had indeed helped her, so she didn't mind. However, Kai Lian became even more arrogant, claiming that the apology lacked sincerity. Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao became furious. So she cleared her throat, and the next moment her duck-like voice was heard. Little did they know, the tyrant was hiding behind a tree, quietly observing everything. Just because the little palace maid had said, "I want to cling to the thickest thigh," the silly tyrant took it to heart. He vowed to develop the world's thickest thighs. So he ignored the Empress's advances and resolutely did squats all night long. Until the next day, when he couldn't even get out of bed. Just yesterday, the little palace maid, in order to survive, planned to latch onto the female lead Gu Xijin, the big fish. So she tried to bribe the head eunuch to be assigned to serve Gu Xijin. But as soon as she pushed open the door, she bumped firmly into someone's chest. It was the great tyrant. "We saved you today. Don't you have anything to say?" Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao didn't hesitate. She fell to her knees with a thud and shouted, "Your Majesty's great kindness. This slave has no way to repay. I only wish your Majesty a long life and freedom from worries." However, in her heart, she was cursing the great tyrant for being shameless and taking credit. The tyrant heard Ning Xiaoxiao's thoughts, and his face was covered with blue veins. But he still held back his anger. Actually, he came this time to keep Ning Xiaoxiao by his side. So he said, "We give you a chance to show gratitude. From now on, you will serve exclusively by our side. Being able to serve us is a blessing you've accumulated over several lifetimes. But you needn't be too excited." Ning Xiaoxiao was completely bewildered after hearing this, not understanding what the tyrant was up to this time. She saw the tyrant's smug expression. She couldn't help but complain inwardly, "What blessing my ass! When it's cold, I have to warm your bed warmer. When it's hot, I have to fan you. Even drinking tea requires precise water temperature. I'll work myself to death serving you every day." Little did she know, every word of Ning Xiaoxiao's inner thoughts was transmitted to the tyrant's ears. He was about to explode in anger. But then he heard Ning Xiaoxiao suggest, "This slave is clumsy and fears she cannot serve her Majesty well. Perhaps your Majesty should give this slave to Gu Sijin instead." Hearing this, the tyrant thought Ning Xiaoxiao's suggestion wasn't bad. As a concubine or palace maid, he could summon her when needed. Otherwise, with her chattiness, having her around all the time would surely annoy him. So he readily agreed to Ning Xiaoxiao's request. Ning Xiaoxiao just wanted to cling to the thickest thigh for protection. After all, in the original story, the great tyrant didn't even survive to the end. Except for that place, there wasn't a thick part on his entire body. Hearing Ning Xiaoxiao's thoughts, the great tyrant was stunned. Even on the way back, he kept thinking about what Ning Xiaoxiao had said or mind. Except for that place, was there really no other thick part on his body? Suddenly, the tyrant seemed to realize something, and his face turned red. He thought about when Ning Xiaoxiao touched his chest last time. Could she have done something to him? He instinctively hugged himself tightly, appearing extremely shy. But to make Ning Xiaoxiao fall for his massive thick thighs, he was determined to develop the thickest thighs. At this moment, the eunuch beside him mentioned the Empress's birthday. The tyrant wanted to pretend he had forgotten, but realized the Empress Dowager would give him trouble if he did. So he had no choice but to go to the Empress's chambers. The Empress was overjoyed to see the tyrant. She kept serving him food and batting her eyelashes at him. The tyrant simply said, "Is something wrong with your eyes, Empress? Perhaps we should call the imperial physician to treat your illness." After saying this, he hurriedly left, ignoring the petrified Empress. Early the next morning, the tyrant shakily got out of bed with dark circles under his eyes, supported by the eunuch. He hadn't slept all night, doing squats the entire time. Today was the day new people entered the palace. The tyrant knew he had neglected the Empress last night, so he ordered the eunuch to bring her some gifts to prevent her from complaining to the Empress Dowager. Suddenly he thought of Ning Xiaoxiao, wondering if Gu Sijin would bring her to see the Empress. Unexpectedly, Ning Xiaoxiao was already peeking around in the main hall. As the ruler of a country, the great tyrant, ignoring the thousands of beauties in his harem, had taken a special interest in a small palace maid. All because Ning Xiaoxiao had an unorthodox system. Under the system's influence, her relationship with the great tyrant grew closer. And this time, Ning Xiaoxiao couldn't escape the system's clutches either. Just as the imperial consort was about to angrily slap the female lead Gu Sijin, the system issued a task: prevent the development of the relationship between the female and male leads. In the original story, it was when the tyrant saw the imperial consort slap Gu Sijin and Gu Sijin's enduring demeanor that he felt protective and started to favor her. In other words, Ning Xiaoxiao just needed to prevent the imperial consort slap from landing on Gu Sijin. So Ning Xiaoxiao moved Gu Sijin back a few steps. Then she pressed the play button. At this moment, the tyrant appeared right behind them. He witnessed the scene of the imperial consort slapping Ning Xiaoxiao. Ning Xiaoxiao was stunned. She had calculated the position carefully. Why did it hit her face? Then the tyrant's angry shout rang out, "Stop!" The next second, he strode over with a domineering gait. Gently caressing Ning Xiaoxiao's reddened cheek, he transformed into the image of a domineering CEO, cupping Ning Xiaoxiao's face and asking tenderly, "Are you all right?" This sudden change in tone made Ning Xiaoxiao feel like she was dreaming. What was going on? How did the plot twist towards her? Little did she know, the tyrant's action left both the empress and imperial consort dumbfounded. The tyrant then noticed the gazes of others. He knew that if he showed too much concern for Ning Xiaoxiao, it would make her, a mere palace maid, a target for everyone. So he quickly withdrew his hand, pretending to be indifferent, and ordered Ning Xiaoxiao to apologize to the imperial consort. Seeing the tyrant's contrasting behavior, Ning Xiaoxiao inwardly cursed that this dog of a man was truly a dog. Although she was very dissatisfied with the great tyrant, to avoid future trouble, she had no choice but to obediently bow to the imperial consort. The imperial consort, rarely seeing the tyrant come like this, naturally wouldn't let this hard-to-come-by opportunity pass. She kept moving closer to the great tyrant, trying to show her gentle side. However, the great tyrant didn't fall for her act at all. He quickly left, patting his bottom. The empress coughed lightly to ease the awkwardness. She suggested that the newcomer Gu Sijin stay with Consort Duan for now. Although Consort Duan appeared gentle and refined, and treated Gu Sijin with courtesy, only Ning Xiaoxiao knew what kind of person Consort Duan really was. This person, though outwardly kind, was actually very deep and ruthless. With Gu Sijin living under the same roof with her in the future, who knows what trouble might arise? It seemed they needed to be extra careful from now on. As the Empress's birthday celebration concluded, Ning Xiaoxiao returned with Gu Sijin. Unfortunately, they encountered the imperial consort on the way. The imperial consort hadn't forgotten how Gu Sijin had spoken up for the Empress at the birthday banquet. After throwing out a few threatening words, she ordered her servants to carry her sedan chair back to the palace. Unexpectedly, the sedan chair swayed uncontrollably. The maid beside her quickly blamed Ning Xiaoxiao, claiming she had personally seen this lowly maid causing mischief. Hearing this, the imperial consort ordered people to drag Ning Xiaoxiao away and beat her to death. She was just an insignificant little palace maid, yet she dared to openly defy the imperial consort. Even being slapped against a stone wall didn't faze her at all. It was all because the imperial consort was jealous of the little princess for stealing the emperor's favor. So she deliberately framed Ning Xiaoxiao using the swaying sedan chair as an excuse. Faced with the imperial consort's bullying, Ning Xiaoxiao just smiled. After all, she was a protagonist with a cheat code. However, what she didn't expect was that Gu Sijin, as her master, would voluntarily stand up and confront the imperial consort. The thick-skinned imperial consort completely ignored Gu Sijin's explanation, claiming that Gu Sijin's eyesight was poor and she hadn't seen clearly. She insisted it was this maid serving Gu Sijin who had startled the sedan chair. The traitor among the sedan chair bearers even began to falsely accuse Gu Sijin, saying that she had instructed the palace maid to do this. Although Gu Sijin felt wronged, she still firmly protected Ning Xiaoxiao, declaring that if there were any grievances, they should be directed at her instead. Ning Xiaoxiao, watching from the side, felt a touch of emotion in her heart. Suddenly, there was a loud slap. The imperial consort had viciously slapped Gu Sijin's face. She muttered angrily, "How dare you? In this harem, apart from the empress, I'm the one in charge. Today, you've repeatedly defied me. Are you not afraid of being taught a lesson?" Unexpectedly, Ning Xiaoxiao, without a word, struck the imperial consort hard with her palm. The imperial consort slammed heavily against the stone wall. Only then did she realize it was Ning Xiaoxiao who had struck her. Instantly enraged to the point of distorting her face, she screamed, "You dare to hit me? Guards, seize this wench. I want her torn to pieces and her bones ground to dust." Ning Xiaoxiao smilet kalmri. She had anticipated this outcome. Then, waving her hand at the imperial consort, she softly uttered, "Rewind." Soon, the scene rewound to 3 minutes earlier. This time, Ning Xiaoxiao simply grabbed Gu Sijin's hand. She pulled her 10 meters away. Then she explained to Gu Sijin, "My lady, don't say anything. Let's stay far away. If the imperial consort's sedan chair wobbles later, she can't blame it on us." The next second, the imperial consort's sedan chair really started to shake. This left Gu Sijin completely bewildered. Could Ning Xiaoxiao's words be prophetic? As expected, the imperial consort's maid turned to scold them. But she saw that the two two were already 100 meters away, looking at her in confusion. Even so, the imperial consort still managed to blame them. The sedan chair was moving fine, but as soon as we passed by them, an accident happened. It must be their doing. Hearing these outrageous words, Ning Xiaoxiao felt her whole world turn upside down. Impressive. They could even find fault indiscriminately. It seemed they needed to find a scapegoat to attract the fire. Just then, Consort Duan passed by. Ning Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. Wasn't this a ready-made lamb? According to the original plot, Consort Duan was supposed to say, "Imperial consort, please be patient. It will pass." After Ning Xiaoxiao's modification, what she said became like this. "Sister Imperial Consort, she's new to the palace and doesn't know the rules. Be patient, and you might just pass away. Why bother?" Sure enough, upon hearing this, the Imperial Consort's face instantly darkened. Soon, the two were fighting. Ning Xiaoxiao then led the bewildered Gu Sijin to successfully slip away. Scheming palace maid, always bullying newcomers. On this day, Ning Xiaoxiao had just started her job when she was repeatedly bullied by the maid Salian. Fortunately, Gu Sijin arrived in time. With a few sweet words, she sent Salian away. Then she asked the question she had been wanting to ask. "How did you know the Imperial Consort sedan chair would have an accident?" Ning Xiaoxiao couldn't possibly reveal her cheat code, so she lied, saying it was all a guess. After all, the Imperial Consort was ugly, so she definitely wouldn't easily let my lady off. Hearing this, Gu Sijin grabbed Ning Xiaoxiao's hand, pleading for her help in the future to keep her subordinates in check. At this moment, a hand forcefully pulled Gu Sijin away. It was Salian. She simply couldn't stand Gu Sijin being so friendly with Ning Xiaoxiao. She declared that Ning Xiaoxiao couldn't be trusted and might even be a spy sent by one of the consorts to monitor her lady. Suddenly, the door creaked open as someone pushed it. Suddenly, 3 women and 1 man appeared. They were the servants sent by the Internal Affairs Department to take care of Gu Sijin. As they were all new people trained by the Internal Affairs Department, they hadn't yet addressed Gu Sijin. So they asked Ning Xiaoxiao to give them nice names. But Ning Xiaoxiao had only named pets before, so she simply named the 4 of them Chi-Chi, Cha-Cha, Lala, and Bang Bang. Hearing these bizarre names, the 4 were left speechless. At this moment, Gu Sijin poured out a few gold melon seeds from her money bag. She gave them to the new servants as a welcome gift. After they left, Gu Sijin took out another handful of melon seeds. She handed them to Ning Xiaoxiao. Salian, watching from the side, snatched the gold melon seeds from Ning Xiaoxiao's hand, claiming that it was Ning Xiaoxiao's first day serving and she had neither merit nor hard work. So how could she be rewarded so much? Seeing Salian's lack of understanding, Gu Sijin gave her a lecture. Unexpectedly, Salian not only didn't repent, but harbored more resentment towards Ning Xiaoxiao in her heart. In the original story, Salian was a greedy person who would sell out her master for personal gain. Later, she even stole a whole bag of gold melon seeds while Gu Sijin was napping, and then framed Ning Xiaoxiao for it. Fortunately, Ning Xiaoxiao already knew the direction of the plot. As expected, when Gu Sijin fell asleep, Salian secretly began to search for the money bag. Unfortunately, she couldn't find a single penny, so she didn't care who took the money. Anyway, she would just blame it all on Ning Xiaoxiao later. But what Salian never expected was that the money bag was already in Ning Xiaoxiao's hands. Since Salian dared to frame her, Ning Xiaoxiao naturally wouldn't let her off. With a little trick, she would make Salian reveal her true colors. On the Empress's birthday, she deliberately rubbed her waist for show, just to boast to the other concubines that she had been favored by the Emperor all night. The sycophant consort Yin quickly flattered her, claiming that the Emperor's legs were shaking when he went to court today and he could barely walk steadily. Then she occasionally showed a surprised expression. Little did she know that the tyrant hadn't paid any attention to the Empress at all. He had just been doing squats all night in silence. The seductive imperial consort was very displeased seeing the Empress like this, especially seeing her cover her mouth and giggle sweetly. The imperial consort could no longer control herself. She spoke up, saying that the Empress was already 26 after her birthday, a full 2 years older than the Emperor. Compared to the young concubines like them, she appeared old and faded. Hearing this, a cold expression immediately appeared on the Empress's face. Ning Xiaoxiao, watching from the side, couldn't wait to see them fight. Unexpectedly, Gu Xijin, who had been silent all along, became the one to speak up, generously coming to the Empress's rescue. She stated that the Empress was the mother figure of the nation, as noble and grand as a peony. We concubines are inexperienced and speak carelessly, and still need to learn humbly from the Empress. This scene made Ning Xiaoxiao go crazy. Sure enough, the Empress was very pleased by her words, but the imperial consort's face was so gloomy it could drip water. At this moment, eunuch Sanfu walked into the room with a gift box, which was the emperor's birthday gift for the empress. He especially emphasized that the emperor had rushed back to the palace right after dinner. This immediately made the lying empress too embarrassed to save face. The imperial consort, knowing the whole story, burst into laughter. She mocked the empress as being cheap. The emperor would rather work than touch her. Then she didn't forget to ridicule Gu Xijin along. Gu consort just said she wanted to learn from the empress. Was she learning how to lie? But Gu Xijin remained composed. She declared that the emperor was willing to give the empress a scroll painting, showing how much he valued her. Suddenly, a large hand appeared in the air. The imperial consort had long been unable to tolerate Gu Xijin's constant interference. She was about to give her a hard slap. At this critical moment, Ning Xiaoxiao's system suddenly spoke up. "Host, you have a new task. Please prevent the development of the relationship between the female and male leads." The scheming maid stole her mistress's money bag, just to frame the newly arrived palace maid Ning Xiaoxiao. Because since Ning Xiaoxiao arrived, Salian had lost all her limelight. However, what she didn't expect was that Ning Xiaoxiao had already seen through the plot. So she noticed the noisy cicadas in the tree. She called everyone to catch them, just to leave evidence of her alibi. Unexpectedly, the tyrant happened to pass by and saw this scene. Seeing Ning Xiaoxiao's innocent and carefree appearance, his old face involuntarily turned red. At this time, Gu Xijin, who discovered the missing money bag, hurriedly gathered everyone. "It's only my first day in the palace. I didn't expect there would be someone with sticky fingers here. Whoever took it, hand it over quickly. Don't make me report it. It would be embarrassing if it reaches the Internal Affairs Department." Ning Xiaoxiao then brought up the fact that she and others were catching cicadas. One of the maids also confirmed this fact. However, what Salian didn't know was that a young eunuch had seen her enter Gu Xijin's room. So Ning Xiaoxiao said, "We trust Sister Salian's character, but she should also find a way to prove her innocence." But how could the guilty Salian possibly follow Ning Xiaoxiao's suggestion? Actually, Gu Xijin trusted Salian in her heart. After all, she had been with her for so long. She also wanted to let Salian prove her innocence. So everyone went to search Salian's room together. Meanwhile, the tyrant, who had already secretly fallen for Ning Xiaoxiao, was secretly observing. He wanted to have more contact with Ning Xiaoxiao, but didn't want to be so obvious. So he ordered the eunuch to summon Gu Xijin for the night, and to bring Ning Xiaoxiao along. On the other side, everyone found the money bag in a pile of dirty clothes in Salian's room. She not only denied it, but also pointed the finger at others, claiming that they stole the mistress's money bag and framed her on purpose. Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao put on an innocent face. In fact, she had secretly placed it there just to let Salian receive the punishment she deserved. The panicked Salian, without thinking, grabbed Ning Xiaoxiao and demanded her to admit her mistake. Gu Xijin couldn't bear to watch anymore and angrily scolded Salian to stop immediately. Unexpectedly, Salian, whose plot had failed, started to play the victim card. Gu Xijin's heart softened instantly. She wiped away Salian's tears and took all the blame on herself. She claimed that it was her own carelessness, dropping the money bag here without noticing. Ning Xiaoxiao was impressed by Gu Xijin's series of actions. It's really like trying to prop up a mud wall. No wonder she ends up being betrayed by this maid in the end. At this moment, the arrival of the eunuch broke the tense atmosphere. He came to summon Gu Xijin to serve the emperor for the night. Gu Xijin hadn't expected to be summoned by the emperor on her first day in the palace. She was shocked and stood there stunned. The lustful tyrant summoned his consort to serve him for the night. But not long after she went in, screams could be heard from the room. This made Ning Xiaoxiao, who was accompanying, let her imagination run wild. Just now, when the eunuch summoned Gu Xijin to serve, all the maids were excited that their mistress could receive the emperor's favor. But only Gu Xijin seemed sad upon hearing this news. It turned out she still couldn't let go of someone in her heart. That was Brother Chu. Brother Chu's name was Chu Xinyuan. He had been on the battlefield for 2 years, with known news and unknown fate. He was the one Gu Sijin truly loved in her heart. But according to the imperial law, unmarried women of suitable age from families of officials ranked 3rd grade or above must participate in the selection every 3 years. Gu Sijin was of suitable age and unmarried. Her father, Gu Yanchuan, held the rank of 1st grade. If she didn't participate in the selection, the whole family would be charged with defying the imperial order. So she had no choice but to participate in this election. However, the reason why the tyrant chose Gu Sijin was to see Ning Xiaoxiao once more. That's why he had Ning Xiaoxiao accompany her. To avoid serving the emperor, Gu Sijin specifically asked Salian to bring 3 basins of cold water, intending to make herself sick. Little did Gu Sijin know, her beloved brother Chu was not only alive, but had also achieved great merit. He even became the commander of the 9 gates later. Soon, the eunuch reported to the tyrant that Gu Sijin was ill. The tyrant pondered for a moment, but still insisted that Gu Sijin must come to serve him, even if she had to be carried over. When Ning Xiaoxiao learned about all this, she was also shocked and labeled the tyrant as a beast in her heart. Gu Sijin watched the direction the eunuch left, feeling secretly heartbroken. So she asked Ning Xiaoxiao, "Xiaoxiao, do you have someone you like?" Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao replied, "No, I don't." Gu Sijin felt even more dejected after hearing Ning Xiaoxiao's answer. At this moment that should have been sad and desolate, Ning Xiaoxiao inappropriately got goosebumps all over. She secretly shuddered inside, thinking, "Oh my, this non-mainstream sad literature is really killing me." Soon, Gu Sijin was summoned to the room to serve. Ning Xiaoxiao, standing outside the room, was startled by the "Aya" sound and quickly pressed her ear against the door to eavesdrop. Her mind was full of wild guesses. When she thought of some vulgar scenes, she even covered her mouth, afraid of making a lecherous pig-like laugh. The consort was serving the great tyrant. But not long after, sounds could be heard from the room. There were even rhythmic sounds of 1 2 3 4 2 2 3 4. This made Ning Xiaoxiao, who was eavesdropping outside, very confused. Did the dog emperor have some strange fetish? Suddenly, the door creaked open. Ning Xiaoxiao's little head bumped hard into the tyrant's chest. Unexpectedly, the tyrant who had gone in for just a few minutes was now drenched in sweat. Could it be that he lacked stamina in that aspect? When she saw the tyrant before her, she inexplicably felt a bit of attraction. Why did the tyrant look somewhat sexy in this state? Suddenly, she realized the tyrant was still fully clothed. So she looked into the room and discovered Gu Sijin was doing aerobic exercises. Ning Xiaoxiao was instantly speechless. On this fine spring night, you two are doing this kind of thing in the room? Afraid that the tyrant might misunderstand, Ning Xiaoxiao quickly explained, "This slave just dozed off leaning against the door. I absolutely did not eavesdrop." It turned out that the reason the great tyrant had Gu Sijin do aerobic exercises was to make her sweat so she could recover faster. Hearing the great tyrant say this, Ning Xiaoxiao immediately felt the urge to escape, but she was caught by the collar by the tyrant. "She's sick and can't serve, but you're not sick." Hearing the tyrant say this, Ning Xiaoxiao was instantly scared cold. Sweating profusely, she quickly shouted desperately, "Your Majesty, I'm sick. I have a serious illness." Soon, the great tyrant brought Ning Xiaoxiao to the study. Ning Xiaoxiao nervously flailed her arms and legs. "Your Majesty, please don't. This lowly slave is unworthy." Unexpectedly, the tyrant slapped a memorial on her head. "You know you're not worthy of me, so you shouldn't imagine those messy fantasies. Open it and read it to me." After saying this, he threw a pile of memorials into her hands. Ning Xiaoxiao held the memorials in panic. Reading memorials without permission was punishable by beheading. Could this emperor be deliberately setting her up to have her executed? It turned out the great tyrant was just too lazy to read the memorials. He knew Ning Xiaoxiao was timid, so he entrusted this task to her with peace of mind. Hearing the tyrant say this, Ning Xiaoxiao was speechless. With an emperor this lazy, no wonder he ended up with his country destroyed and dying miserably in Chaoyang Palace. The great tyrant, hearing Ning Xiaoxiao's inner thoughts, was greatly shocked. He unconsciously became nervous. He believed Ning Xiaoxiao could truly foresee the future. so he ordered her to read quickly. The little palace maid angrily stuck her finger in the tyrant's big nostrils. Unexpectedly, not only did the tyrant not get angry, he even arranged a cushy job for her. The reason Ning Xiaoxiao did this was because she had a perverted cheat ability. Just now, Ning Xiaoxiao was reading memorials to the great tyrant. But as she read, she almost laughed out loud. It turned out the chief imperial physician was asking the great tyrant if he had been eating well lately, if he was still passing gas frequently, and if his hemorrhoids were still bothering him. Hearing this, the embarrassed great tyrant quickly told Ning Xiaoxiao to read the next one. When Ning Xiaoxiao opened another memorial, her whole demeanor became serious, because the memorial wrote about flooding in the south, requesting support. In the original story, the tyrant had sent a general named Wei Yin with 30,000 taels of silver for disaster relief. But Wei Yin, seeing the money, ran off with it halfway. Later, the southern region suffered severely with countless deaths and injuries. This caused the people to harbor resentment towards the tyrant. Seeing this written in the original book, Ning Xiaoxiao felt sorry for the great tyrant. But now seeing him too lazy to even read memorials, she suddenly felt the tyrant deserved to be criticized. The great tyrant, hearing Ning Xiaoxiao's inner thoughts, instantly became furious with bulging veins. He never imagined Wei Yin could be such a treacherous person. So he ordered Ning Xiaoxiao to hand the memorial to him. At this moment, the system's voice came, "Host, you have a new task. Stick your finger in the tyrant's nostrils." Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao's face instantly darkened. "I'm not really human, but you're truly a dog. What kind of system would give such a task?" Constrained by the fact that completing tasks could extend her life, Ning Xiaoxiao decided to go for it. "In for a penny, in for a pound," she shouted. "Your Majesty, look at me." As the tyrant turned his head, she directly plunged her finger into the tyrant's nostril with a plop sound. Then she quickly pressed the rewind button. The scene immediately returned to the moment when the tyrant was asking for the memorial. Ning Xiaoxiao thought she was very clever. In the end, the system still judged it as a failure. Just as Ning Xiaoxiao was furious, a mosquito inappropriately flew back and forth in front of her. So Ning Xiaoxiao casually caught the mosquito in her palm. At this moment, she wished this mosquito was the system. Suddenly, looking at the mosquito in her hand, Ning Xiaoxiao had a good idea. So without thinking twice, she directly and fiercely jabbed the tyrant's nostrils. She claimed that the mosquito was so bold, daring to suck the dragon's blood. Fortunately, she was quick-eyed and quick-handed, thus protecting the emperor's dragon body from disturbance. Suddenly, the tyrant sat up straight like a ghost. Ning Xiaoxiao was so scared that she shuddered. She heard the tyrant say eerily, "Oh ho, I didn't expect you to be so quick-eyed and quick-handed. You've truly opened my eyes. Don't waste such talent. From today on, when I go to bed, you'll be responsible for catching mosquitoes for me." Ning Xiaoxiao wanted to say something more, but the great tyrant stopped her lips. "If I get bitten by a mosquito, your head might have to move house." In an instant, only this sentence remained in Ning Xiaoxiao's mind. This guy, damn it, is he treating me like a frog? Just a few strands of hair, and she could buy things she liked. Anyone would probably be excited, right? But Ning Xiaoxiao couldn't be happy at all. Only because the target of her plucking was the great tyrant. Just now, to complete the system task, Ning Xiaoxiao had jabbed the tyrant's big nose. As a result, she was punished by the tyrant to catch mosquitoes. Fortunately, the task was completed successfully, and it unlocked the convenience store function. Ning Xiaoxiao was overjoyed. This way, couldn't she buy a coil of mosquito incense and not have to work hard catching mosquitoes? But the prize column for the mosquito incense showed 3 strands. The system hurriedly explained, "Host, you need to pay currency to purchase items. However, the currency paid is not gold, silver, or jewels, but the tyrant's hair." Hearing this, little stars appeared in Ning Xiaoxiao's eyes. She instantly felt that the dog emperor was a mobile little treasure trove. She quickly pressed the pause button. She pounced on the great tyrant like a wolf. At this moment, her mind was filled with fries, drinks, and skincare products. Ning Xiaoxiao was about to pause and recklessly pluck out the tyrant's hair, but was caught by the system. She had no choice but to press the play button. Although she couldn't pluck the hair, she could at least collect the fallen hair. Ning Xiaoxiao effortlessly found 1 strand. To get more, she secretly reached for the tyrant's pillow. Little did she know that the tyrant was a light sleeper. He opened his eyes at the slightest sound. Just like that, their eyes met, and the air suddenly froze. The next moment, the tyrant shyly pulled the blanket over, covering his chest. "You naughty one, what are you trying to do to me?" Ning Xiaoxiao reacted quickly, lying that she was helping the emperor chase away mosquitoes. The tyrant retorted weakly, "I know you're chasing mosquitoes. Those who don't know might think you're riding on me to chase the road." Suddenly, the tyrant noticed Ning Xiaoxiao's unusual behavior and questioned what she was hiding behind her back. Ning Xiaoxiao had no choice but to reluctantly open her hand. She showed it to the great tyrant, because she knew that in ancient times, emperors couldn't cut their hair unless there was a national mourning. If the dog emperor saw her holding his hair, he would definitely have her beheaded. Unexpectedly, the tyrant had already read Ning Xiaoxiao's thoughts. He was puzzled. Why on earth would she take his hair? Could it be for some kind of sorcery? To uncover Ning Xiaoxiao's unspeakable secret, the tyrant pretended to know nothing and lay down to continue sleeping. After a long while, Ning Xiaoxiao finally said, "Your Majesty, wake up and go pee." Seeing the tyrant didn't move at all, she felt relieved. She secretly squatted down to carefully search for fallen hair. When he heard Ning Xiaoxiao's thoughts about mosquito coils, the tyrant was even more confused. But he didn't startle her and continued pretending to sleep. Soon, Ning Xiaoxiao found 3 strands. So she devoutly muttered in her mouth, 3 strands of hair, 1 mosquito coil. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in her palm. In an instant, that light turned into a mosquito coil. The tyrant was greatly shocked. This thing could appear out of thin air. It seemed he was truly narrow-minded. Ning Xiaoxiao lit the mosquito coil. She stretched and fell into a deep sleep nearby. The tyrant then realized that after that mysterious thing was lit, there really were no more mosquitoes. He thought he had grown magical hair. So he imitated Ning Xiaoxiao's actions, devoutly praying, 3 strands of hair, 1 mosquito coil. But nothing happened at all. He even doubted if there was something wrong with his brain for believing Ning Xiaoxiao's little trick. Suddenly, he heard Ning Xiaoxiao call out Mom. The curious, great tyrant quickly got out of bed. Only then did he realize she was sleep-talking. The tyrant was mesmerized by Ning Xiaoxiao's pitiful appearance. When he heard Ning Xiaoxiao say, "Mom, I miss you so much. I want to eat your food," he was very confused. What was there to miss? And why fight with a horse for food? So the next day, after he finished his work, he ordered the eunuch to go to the royal stables and bring a good horse to Gu Sijin's palace. He used the excuse that it was a reward for her good service in bed. He also instructed the eunuch that Ning Xiaoxiao must be the one to take care of it. As for the horse's name, he would decide that himself. To commend the concubine for her good service in bed, the tyrant specially awarded a horse, with Ning Xiaoxiao fully responsible for its care. Unexpectedly, when Salian saw this horse, she couldn't help but start stroking it. However, the horse didn't want her to touch it at all. The eunuch nearby hurriedly warned, "The emperor said that although this horse is awarded to Lady Gu, only Ning Xiaoxiao is allowed to take care of it. Others are not allowed to touch or stroke it." Hearing this, Salian's eyes were full of displeasure. Ning Xiaoxiao listened with disbelief. What does the dog emperor want to do by sending me a horse and make me take care of its eating, drinking, and excreting? However, what she didn't know was that it was all because she called out Mom in her dream, and the tyrant thought she wanted a horse. The horse also liked Ning Xiaoxiao very much, constantly licking her face with its tongue. Ning Xiaoxiao felt that the great tyrant was deliberately messing with her. Seeing that the horse and Ning Xiaoxiao got along well, the eunuch asked her to give the horse a nice name. Ning Xiaoxiao looked serious after hearing this. She solemnly said, "Then let's call it Grass Mud Horse." Everyone looked confused after hearing this. They had no idea what the name meant. So the eunuch curiously asked about the origin of the name. Ning Xiaoxiao still maintained a serious expression. She earnestly said that the inspiration for this name came from the emperor. Everyone's faces were again filled with doubt. After Salian opportunistically saw the eunuch off, she looked at Ning Xiaoxiao with displeasure. She felt that Ning Xiaoxiao had stolen her spotlight. Seeing everyone gathered around Ning Xiaoxiao, she felt increasingly uncomfortable. So she stepped forward and angrily shouted, "Why are you all gathered here? What's the fuss about? The mistress is still sick. But before she could finish speaking, Grass Mud Horse kicked her hard with its hoof. Salian fell flat on her face. Ning Xiaoxiao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Salian, lying on the ground, shouted loudly, "Someone help me up!" But no one paid attention to her. Instead, they all walked away together. Meanwhile, the eunuch came to report to the emperor that Ning Xiaoxiao had named the horse Grass Mud Horse, and said the inspiration came from the emperor. The tyrant was also confused after hearing this. What could this name have to do with him? Although Imperial Consort Tong was only a consort, she never respected the empress. Just because Imperial Consort Tong's family had power and influence in the previous dynasty, she was even more difficult towards the newly arrived Lady Gu. On this day, Gu Sijin, having just recovered from a serious illness, came early to pay respects to the empress. The empress had a good impression of her, so she took great care of Gu Sijin, saying it wouldn't be too late to pay respects after she had fully recovered. But Gu Sijin said serving the empress was her duty as a concubine, and she dared not be negligent. The empress was particularly pleased to hear this. She greatly praised Gu Sijin for understanding etiquette and protocol, and liked her even more in her heart. However, the pleasant atmosphere changed with the arrival of Imperial Consort Tong, becoming tense. As soon as Imperial Consort Hong entered, though she was paying respects to the empress verbally, she didn't wait for the empress to say rise before sitting down on a chair. She showed no respect for the empress at all. The empress was displeased, but couldn't say anything. So Imperial Consort Tong started finding fault, saying the grapes in the empress's palace weren't very good. Hearing this, the empress politely replied, "The northern Gaochang kingdom is far from the capital, but the sweetest Emei grapes are already on their way here." Imperial Consort Tong looked at her with disdain and mockingly said, "If we wait for those camels and horses to reach the capital in a month or two, even the best peaches will taste moldy when eaten." Seeing that the empress didn't respond to her, she turned her attention to Lady Gu. "Have you fully recovered?" On the second day after serving the emperor, as long as a concubine still has breath, she must come to thank the empress. Gu Sijin looked aggrieved after hearing this. Others serve the emperor, but for me, it was just doing aerobics all night. Seeing Gu Sijin's weak appearance, Imperial Consort Hong thought she was easy to bully. Her tone became more aggressive. "You were summoned by the emperor on your first day in the palace. After it was over, you hid in your own palace, claiming illness. Do you still have any respect for the empress in your eyes and heart? Quickly kneel down and admit your mistake." The empress hadn't said anything, but Imperial Consort Hong went on, even interrupting her. She declared that if the rules of the harem couldn't be upheld, it was because the empress was unwilling to speak up. Seeing Imperial Consort Tong being so unreasonable, Consort Duan also spoke up in defense of Gu Sijin. She disagreed that the illness was a cold. Gu Sijin's recuperation in the palace was approved by both the emperor and empress. How could it have displeased the imperial consort? This was also the emperor's wish. Could it be that the imperial consort thought the emperor's actions were also unwilling to speak up? Imperial consort Tong, unable to refute, could only mutter under her breath, with dissatisfaction clearly written on her face. Ning Xiaoxiao could no longer tolerate Imperial Consort Tong's sarcasm. She decisively pressed the pause button. She hadn't modified the plot for a few days, accumulating 20 characters. So she decided to give that annoying Imperial Consort Tong a good lesson. The arrogant and domineering Imperial Consort Tong not only disrespected the Empress, but also made things difficult for the newly arrived Lady Gu in every way. How could Ning Xiaoxiao indulge Imperial Consort Tong? She must teach her a lesson. Originally, Imperial Consort Tong said, "Who's talking? It sounds like a duck quacking. It's giving me a headache." However, after Ning Xiaoxiao's modification, it became like this. "Who's talking? It sounds like a duck quacking. It's giving me a full head." Hearing this, Consort Duan and the Empress widened their eyes in disbelief. Even the concubines who came with Imperial Consort Tong couldn't help but giggle. The embarrassed Imperial Consort Tong immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Ning Xiaoxiao wasn't satisfied yet. She didn't want to let Imperial Consort Tong off so easily. So she changed the original text from Imperial Consort Tong, mortified, slammed the table twice, and quickly left, to Imperial Consort Tong, mortified, slammed her breast twice, and quickly left. This time, Consort Duan looked at Imperial Consort Tong as if she were an idiot. At this point, a concubine sitting nearby couldn't hold back anymore and laughed so hard that tears came out. Is Imperial Consort Tong feeling unwell somewhere? Remember to see a royal physician. Hearing this, Ning Xiao could hardly contain herself, her face turning red from holding back laughter. But seeing that Lady Gu, as her mistress, wasn't laughing, she had to try her best to hold it in. Finally, when Imperial Consort Tong left in anger, just as she was about to laugh out loud, she saw Lady Gu giggling on the side. At last, even Lady Gu couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Ning Xiao was infected by Lady Gu's laughter, her cheeks flushing again. So both of them laughed openly. Ning Xiao said between laughs. This servant was about to turn blue from holding back laughter. Hearing this, Lady Gu extended her already reddened hand. After this incident, Imperial Consort Tong should probably quiet down for a few days. On the other side, the tyrant received a letter. It contained news about Wei Yin, the commander of the infantry, who was killed while trying to escape with disaster relief silver. If the tyrant couldn't read Ning Xiao's thoughts, he wouldn't have been able to solve such a big problem. The tyrant's hand unconsciously tightened on the letter. He realized that this Ning Xiao could really predict the future. If she could foresee disasters in the court, perhaps she could also change his fate of death. The maid harbored resentment towards Ning Xiao. So while she was riding a horse, the maid viciously stabbed a hairpin into the horse's back. The horse, startled, ran out of control toward the distance. Ning Xiao, on the horse's back, was scared out of her wits and quickly shouted for help. This scene was just witnessed by the great tyrant. The eunuch San Fu reminded him, the person on grass mud horse seems to be Ning Xiao. Hearing this, the great tyrant became solemn. This crazy woman, so clumsy yet riding a horse. If she falls and hits the back of her head, won't she die? I can't bear to hurt her. How dare a horse try to harm her? So he stood alone in the middle of the road. Facing the oncoming grass mud horse, the tyrant didn't dodge. Instead, he sidestepped the horse's body, skillfully mounted onto the horse's back, then embraced Ning Xiao. Gently moved his hand away. With a woe from the tyrant, grass mud horse slowly came to a stop. But Ning Xiao was seen curled up in a ball, shaking with fear. The tyrant softly comforted her young heart. Little did he know, Ning Xiao was already in tears. He impatiently picked Ning Xiao up. If you're not skilled enough, don't do such dangerous things in the palace. If you're really bored and want to perform acrobatics, you can learn to do splits with your mistress. The tyrant came to grass mud horse's side, but he found many bloodstains on the horse's back. Thinking the blood was Ning Xiao's, he began to inquire, "Are you injured anywhere?" Ning Xiao thought her period had leaked, so she quickly covered her bottom with both hands. Knowing the tyrant had a cleanliness obsession, she nervously said, "I'm not hurt." Then she moved along the wall desperately. Ning Xiao planned to use this method to get back home. The great tyrant, hearing her thoughts, was confused about what this had to do with her period. What was she up to now? So he slammed his palm against the wall and ordered Ning Xiao to turn around. Under the tyrant's pressure, Ning Xiao had no choice but to comply. Only then did the tyrant understand the reason. Ning Xiao thought the tyrant was very angry, so she quickly begged, "Your Majesty, please calm down. This slave didn't mean to. It's something I can't control." At this moment, eunuch San Fu arrived. Without wasting words, the tyrant ordered him to bring a cloak. Ning Xiao, fearing the great tyrant might suddenly change his mood and cause her trouble, tried to find an excuse to slip away. The tyrant roared authoritatively, "Stand still." Then he draped the cloak over Ning Xiao and carefully fastened it for her. Eunuch San Fu beside them instantly felt like a third wheel. To avoid Ning Xiao misunderstanding, he explained, "Your mistress has just recovered. You're dressed too thinly. Don't catch a cold and infect her." Ning Xiao knew the great tyrant was caring for her, so her face unconsciously turned red. The maid Ding Ji harbored resentment towards Ning Xiao. So while she was riding the horse, the maid viciously stabbed a hairpin into the horse's back. The horse, startled, ran out of control toward the distance. Fortunately, she was saved by the passing tyrant. Through the bloodstains on the horse's back, Ning Xiao quickly deduced that Xilian was behind all this. So she entrusted Bong to lead Grass Mud Horse back to the stable. Then she took off her own hairpin. She almost died because of Xilian. This time, she'd settle old and new scores together. Unexpectedly, when Tsalian saw Ning Xiaoxiao come in, not only did she not show guilt for her wrongdoing, but she was smugly eating melon seeds. That horse was your responsibility. If someone got hurt, even 10 heads wouldn't be enough for you to lose. Ning Xiaoxiao didn't argue with her. She just silently locked the door. Seeing this situation, Tsalian became panicked. She quickly questioned Ning Xiaoxiao about what she was going to do. But Ning Xiaoxiao viciously stabbed her hairpin into her thigh. I saw it clearly just now. It was you who stabbed the horses, but with a hairpin. Tsalian cried in pain, constantly screaming for help. Murder! Ning Xiaoxiao has gone mad. People outside heard the commotion. They also advised Ning Xiaoxiao not to act recklessly. After all, Tsalian was Gu Sijin's personal maid. Offending her would result in punishment. Although Tsalian's body was trembling nonstop at this moment, her words remained defiant. Did you hear that? Aren't you afraid? I'll tell the young mistress. If she finds out, you're dead. Faced with Tsalian's threats, Ning Xiaoxiao didn't waver at all. Instead, she had a cold expression and questioned her. Tell Gu Sijin what? Tell her that you stabbed the emperor's gifted horse with a hairpin, causing it to be startled. Do you know who that horse ran into just now? Hearing this, although Tsalian didn't know how to respond for a moment, she stared at Ning Xiaoxiao intently, her face full of unwillingness. Ning Xiaoxiao emphasized her tone even more, uttering 3 words. It was the emperor. Hearing that the person the horse ran into was that great tyrant, Tsalian panicked completely. She pushed all responsibility onto Ning Xiaoxiao. The horse was under your care. What does it have to do with me? Do you have any evidence that I heard it? Seeing that Tsalian was still not giving up, Ning Xiaoxiao directly pulled out the hairpin from her head. Sure enough, there were bloodstains from grass mud horse on the hairpin. I'm going to hand this hairpin to the emperor now. The people from the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Punishment will naturally give you the evidence you want. After hearing this, Tsalian had long lost her previous arrogance. She grabbed Ning Xiaoxiao's clothes, begging for mercy nonstop. Don't do this. Please spare me. I didn't mean to. I promise I'll never dare to do it again. Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao pretended to look helpless on the surface. She claimed that they were all servants and she didn't want to push things too far. But if she let her off just like this, she might become even worse in the future. If I let you go, you'll have to write a statement explaining that you did this today and press your fingerprint on it. As long as you don't provoke me again in the future, I promise I won't hand over the statement. Hearing Ning Xiaoxiao relent, Tsalian was overjoyed and agreed immediately. Very soon, a brand new statement was written by Tsalian. After Ning Xiaoxiao confirmed the authenticity of the statement, she looked at Tsalian with a mischievous smile. Didn't you just ask me what evidence I had? Isn't this the evidence? It was then that Tsalian realized she had been tricked by Ning Xiaoxiao. She stood there dumbfounded. Ning Xiaoxiao smugly took the statement and went to find eunuch Sanfu. Tsalian, having come to her senses, desperately begged Ning Xiaoxiao to let her off. But Ning Xiaoxiao wasn't a saint. Faced with someone who wanted her life, there was only one path: eliminating future troubles. But just at this moment, the kind and somewhat foolish Gu Sijin arrived. The scheming made it almost killed Ning Xiaoxiao. But when she saw the young mistress coming, she pretended to look pitiful again. She falsely accused Ning Xiaoxiao in front of Gu Sijin. Sure enough, Gu Sijin believed her and sympathetically helped Tsalian up. Seeing this scene, Ning Xiaoxiao had already anticipated things would turn out this way. After all, Gu Sijin was a Mother Teresa. Fortunately, there was the statement written by Tsalian herself. When Gu Sijin saw the content of the statement, her face instantly turned extremely unpleasant. She questioned Tsalian beside her if she really did such a thing. Realizing she couldn't defend herself anymore, Tsalian had to admit it. But she still declared that she was just jealous of Ning Xiaoxiao. Ever since he came, everyone revolved around him. Even the young mistress showered him with love. Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao looked at her with contempt. She couldn't sympathize with such a scheming person at all. Gu Sijin, on the other hand, appeared very guilty and even started blaming herself. Seeing Gu Sijin waver a bit, Tsalian seized the opportunity to beg for mercy. This servant was just confused and made a mistake. Please, young miss, considering how I've taken care of you for so many years, forgive me just this once. Seeing Gu Sijin hesitate, Tsalian quickly threw herself at Ning Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I really won't dare to do it again. Ning Xiaoxiao didn't believe she would truly reform. Because in the original story, Cailian was someone who would betray her master for personal gain. Seeing that Ning Xiaoxiao wouldn't forgive her, Cailian turned to Gu Sijin, who played the good person again. I'll keep the statement. If she doesn't repent in the future, I'll personally hand the statement to the emperor. Ning Xiaoxiao really felt that Gu Sijin was hopeless and felt extremely angry for her. Gu Sijin had no choice but to remove Cailian from her position as head palace maid and let Ning Xiaoxiao take over the management. Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao's mood improved somewhat. At this moment, Consort Duan arrived. She had originally wanted to dine with Gu Sijin and happened to meet people from the Jinsha residence. Hearing that the emperor had flipped Gu Sijin's child again, she came to offer congratulations. But Gu Sijin's face looked extremely unpleasant, because she knew this meant another night of doing aerobics. The little palace maid plays rock, paper, scissors with the great tyrant. If she wins, she'll gain immense wealth and fame. If she loses, her life is at stake, and she'll be finished on the spot. But Ning Xiaoxiao wasn't worried at all, because she had the system. Just now, the tyrant summoned Gu Sijin again. Soon after, rhythmic sounds came from the room. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Straighten your back. Open your legs. Ning Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes hearing this. She had seen people exercising in bed late at night, but never someone exercising all night under the bed. Suddenly, the door opened silently. Ning Xiaoxiao saw it was the great tyrant. She tried to explain that she was swatting mosquitoes. However, the tyrant didn't say anything. He just grabbed her collar and forcefully dragged her away. It turned out the great tyrant wanted Ning Xiaoxiao to record the court proceedings, because the official responsible for recording was sick in bed and they couldn't find a suitable replacement. After all, the important state affairs and the memorials were very sensitive, and Ning Xiaoxiao hadn't had contact with the court officials, so her confidentiality was strong. But the mischievous Ning Xiaoxiao wouldn't let herself be so inconvenienced, so she lied that she was too busy and couldn't spare the time. The tyrant didn't get angry after hearing this. Instead, he held out a fist and said, "Play rock, paper, scissors with me. If you win, you can have whatever you want. If you lose, obediently do as I say." Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao didn't react for a long time. Who would play such a childish game in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? But seeing the great tyrant's eager expression, how could Ning Xiaoxiao refuse? He wouldn't be merciful. This time, she must make the tyrant lose everything. The two childish ones set the rules. Best 2 out of 3. The next second, as they both called out rock, paper, scissors, the outcome was obvious. Ning Xiaoxiao lost decisively, but she wasn't worried at all. She declared that this round didn't count. Hearing this, the tyrant's face immediately fell. "What did you say?" Ning Xiaoxiao had a smile on her face. "I said this round doesn't count. Let's do it again. Are your ears stuffed with donkey hair?" Upon hearing this, the tyrant was thoroughly enraged. He pounced over, intending to give Ning Xiaoxiao a finishing move. Suddenly, there was a crisp snap of fingers. Ning Xiaoxiao quickly returned to 3 minutes ago, the moment of playing rock, paper, scissors with the tyrant. Having experienced what just happened, Ning Xiaoxiao already knew the tyrant's move. However, she didn't know that the tyrant had already read her thoughts. Sure enough, this time Ning Xiaoxiao lost again. She looked at her hand and started to doubt herself. Was there a 100% rock, paper, scissors win rate in the tyrant's character settings? So Ning Xiaoxiao used the system again to return to 3 minutes ago. But this time, before Ning Xiaoxiao could react, it was already the moment to make a move. She had to rush and make a random move. Unexpectedly, she accidentally won. Ning Xiaoxiao danced with joy, leaving the great tyrant with a dejected face. The little palace maid plays rock, paper, scissors with the great tyrant. She thought she could become wealthy if she won. Who knew that the dog emperor, known for keeping his word, would change the rules at the last minute? He declared that while it's true that it's best 2 out of 3, the palace rule for rock, paper, scissors is to see who loses more. I just lost twice, so I'm the winner. Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao was completely furious. What kind of rule is that? Your Majesty, you're clearly cheating. The tyrant was unfazed. All rules in this world are set by me. My rules are the rules. Ning Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded. Are all emperors this willful? That's really something. Just as she was feeling indignant for herself, the tyrant said, "Starting tomorrow, you will dress up as a little eunuch and attend court with me." Ning Xiaoxiao was speechless. With her body type, could she really pretend to be a eunuch? Before the tyrant could figure out why, Ning Xiaoxiao fully displayed her good figure. Seeing this, the great tyrant quickly coughed a few times to hide his embarrassment. He realized his earlier idea was too hasty, but couldn't think of a better solution. Ning Xiaoxiao used her curvy figure to make a point, hoping to make the tyrant give up completely. At this moment, the tyrant seemed to have thought of a good idea, so he pointed at the table. Ning Xiaoxiao was confused, not knowing what new trick the great tyrant had come up with. Suddenly Ning Xiaoxiao realized something. With an incredulous tone, she asked the tyrant, "Your Majesty, you're not asking this servant to crawl under your table, are you?" Getting an affirmative answer from the tyrant, Ning Xiaoxiao was stunned. She cursed the great tyrant countless times in her heart. Seeing Ning Xiaoxiao's expression, the tyrant became impatient. He threatened, "Either crawl under the table or lose your head. You choose." Under the great tyrant's pressure, Ning Xiaoxiao had no choice but to obediently agree to his demand. The little palace maid and the great tyrant seek excitement. For this, he secretly hid the little palace maid under the dragon table. Who knew the little palace maid would see the tyrant's crotch area? She couldn't help but cover her shocked mouth. Frightened, she knocked over the dragon table. She exclaimed, "So big, so big. It's really so big." Immediately, the court officials' faces turned red with embarrassment. Just moments ago, the great tyrant, being lazy and not wanting to record the court proceedings, had Ning Xiaoxiao hide under the dragon table to record. But they encountered the official from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, who spoke all about Tao Dai and evil spirits. This completely confused Ning Xiaoxiao. She couldn't help but complain, "I'm already writing slowly, and now you're using so many difficult and obscure characters. What's the deal?" Suddenly, her mind wandered, and she looked towards the tyrant's crotch. Her face immediately turned red with embarrassment. She tried hard not to think about naughty things. The great tyrant, hearing her thoughts, was particularly speechless. At this moment, an official brought up the case of General Wei Yin absconding with funds, wanting to plead for leniency for the general. Angered, he slammed his hand on the dragon table. He declared that the evidence against Wei Yin was ironclad and not to be questioned. Who knew that this slam would frighten Ning Xiaoxiao under the table, causing her to cry out and drop her writing brush. The tyrant suddenly remembered Ning Xiaoxiao under the table. The bewildered ministers, hearing the sound, all turned to look at the tyrant. Ning Xiaoxiao finally recovered from her shock. She hurriedly covered her mouth, but it was too late. The minister's ears weren't stuffed with donkey hair. They were all sharp-eared and keen-eyed. Immediately, they began whispering and discussing among themselves in the court. Seeing the minister's reactions, the tyrant became angry and embarrassed. He kept kicking at Ning Xiaoxiao under the dragon table. But by accident, the tyrant happened to kick her most sensitive spot. Ning Xiaoxiao's face immediately darkened. She viciously pinched the tyrant's inner thigh. The tyrant, in pain, involuntarily shuddered and let out an ah. At this, the ministers and eunuchs all showed surprised expressions. This instantly made the tyrant's face turn red with embarrassment. After all, I'm the ruler of a country. How dare a little palace maid pinch me? Noticing the tyrant's unusual behavior, the eunuch hurriedly asked with concern what was wrong. The tyrant quickly said through the pain that it was nothing. Seeing the tyrant's discomfort, Ning Xiaoxiao laughed smugly. Suddenly, a cockroach appeared before her eyes. Ning Xiaoxiao was so frightened that she momentarily lost her senses. Roaring, she overturned the dragon table. Under such great force, the dragon table fell with a loud crash. As the dust settled, Ning Xiaoxiao appeared before everyone. She was clutching the tyrant's dragon robe, repeatedly shouting, "So big, so big. It's really so big." The ministers, seeing this explosive scene, were all shocked, and their faces turned red with embarrassment. At this point, the tyrant was thoroughly mortified. He had no choice but to announce the end of the court session with a belly full of anger. In search of excitement, the great tyrant secretly hid the little palace maid under the dragon table. Who knew the little palace maid would see the tyrant's crotch area? She couldn't help but cover her shocked mouth. Frightened, she knocked over the dragon table. She exclaimed, "So big, so big. It's really so big. It turned out she had seen a huge cockroach. Seeing this explosive scene, the ministers' faces immediately turned red with embarrassment. This made the great tyrant utterly mortified. So he angrily scolded Ning Xiao. "We ordered you to record court affairs, yet you pinched our thigh, overturned the dragon table, and jumped onto us. How afraid of cockroaches are you? Could have eaten you." Hearing this, Ning Xiao looked aggrieved. Everyone has something they're afraid of. Doesn't your majesty have fears too? Upon hearing this, the tyrant's face involuntarily twitched. He took one step, then another, approaching Ning Xiao. Arrogantly, he said, "What we fear most now is founding a party." Hearing this, Ning Xiao appeared particularly sad. She declared, "If your majesty truly dislikes this servant so much, perhaps we should never see each other again." In her heart, however, she couldn't wait for the tyrant to drive her away. However, the great tyrant had no intention of letting Ning Xiao off easily. He directly ordered her to scrub the toilet. Hearing this, Ning Xiao's face was full of stubbornness. "Believe it or not, making me scrub toilets is a waste of talent." But before she could plead with the tyrant, he had already strode away. Leaving Ning Xiao alone in her sorrow, she couldn't help but shed large tears. But in Sanfu the eunuch's eyes, this was shocking, because in all his years with the tyrant, he had never seen anyone who offended the emperor still alive and unharmed. Ning Xiao was truly the first. Thinking that the terminally emotionally stunted great tyrant might one day fall in love, Sanfu the eunuch wept with joy, genuinely happy for the tyrant. So he specially looked after Ning Xiao, taking her to the emperor's private chambers and having her specifically scrub the great tyrant's toilet. He thought Ning Xiao would complain and curse, but to his surprise, not only did she not object, she even flared her nostrils and breathed deeply, repeatedly muttering, "So fragrant, so fragrant. It's really so fragrant." Ning Xiao quickly bowed to thank Sanfu the eunuch for his care. Sanfu the eunuch thought he understood the great tyrant well and wanted the tyrant to commend him. Who knew that when the tyrant heard Ning Xiao went to Choyang Palace to scrub toilets, he flew into a rage. This was meant to be punishment, not a chance for her to slack off and relax. He then angrily went to settle accounts with Ning Xiao. The little palace maid and the great tyrant were secretly meeting. Who knew they would hear Imperial Consort Tong calling for the great tyrant in her duck-like voice? Xiao immediately sensed trouble. She quickly covered the great tyrant's sensual lips with her hand. If Imperial Consort Tong found out about her private meeting with the great tyrant, she would surely be targeted in the future. It was the tyrant's first time being so close to a young girl, and he couldn't help feeling shy. But then he suddenly remembered that Ning Xiao had just been scrubbing the toilet, so her hands must be dirty. The germophobic great tyrant's face immediately darkened. His body trembling, he questioned Ning Xiao, "You use your hands that just scrub the toilet to cover our mouth. Do you have a death wish?" Only then did Ning Xiao remember the great tyrant's germophobia. She stood there awkwardly. Seeing that Imperial Consort Tong was about to walk in their direction, Ning Xiao hurriedly returned to the room. The tyrant was very displeased, but couldn't swallow this anger. Suddenly, he saw a broom nearby. The next second, the broom appeared inopportunely on the main door. After doing all this, the great tyrant felt secretly pleased. Since you like hiding so much, Ning Xiao, then you can hide in there for the rest of your life. Soon night fell. Feeling guilty, Eunuch Sanfu hurriedly brought fresh cow's milk to pacify the tyrant. Busy reviewing memorials, the great tyrant didn't even glance at him. Sanfu the eunuch could only tactfully put down the teacup. He began to plead for Ning Xiao. "Your Majesty, Ning Xiao has been locked in the forbidden room for 2 hours. Her voice has gone hoarse from begging. Perhaps you could let her go." The tyrant was displeased upon hearing this. "You're getting better and better at your job, aren't you? Now you even dare to meddle in our affairs." Seeing this, Sanfu the eunuch knew the great tyrant was angry. He could only stop there, bow, and take his leave. At this moment, the great tyrant called him back. "Find a way to keep her quiet at night. Don't let her disturb our rest." Sanfu the eunuch understood the great tyrant's meaning. The tyrant had a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. He still cared about Ning Xiao. The tyrant's little thoughts were seen through by Sanfu the eunuch. He lowered his head shyly, but in his heart, he refused to admit he had softened. Fortunately, thanks to Sanfu the eunuch's plea, Ning Xiaoxiao was finally released. Just as she was kicking stones to vent her frustration, she received a prompt from the system. Host, you have a new task. Dance the little swans with the tyrant. The little palace maid received the request from the perverted system. She had to dance the little swans with the great tyrant. But the tyrant hated her so much he wanted to strangle her. How could he possibly dance with her? Just as Ning Xiaoxiao was complaining about the system toying with her, she suddenly thought of a good method. That is, first press the pause button, position the tyrant, then continue the plot. Wouldn't it work to just pull him to dance then? Ning Xiaoxiao couldn't stop praising herself for her cleverness. But how to be alone with the great tyrant became a world-class problem. Just then, she happened to run into Gu Sijin, who was calling Cai to bring sweet soup to the great tyrant. Ning Xiaoxiao immediately thought this was a great opportunity. So she volunteered, "Young mistress, Cai's leg hasn't healed yet. Let me go instead." Seeing Ning Xiaoxiao so thoughtful, Gu Sijin gladly agreed to her request, thinking she would soon complete the system task. Ning Xiaoxiao was in high spirits and unconsciously started humming a tune. Soon she arrived at Chaiyang Palace to see the emperor, but seeing Sanfu the eunuch was also there, she inwardly sighed. A good chance to be alone was gone just like that. When she saw the tyrant getting up to go somewhere else, Ning Xiaoxiao saw hope again. Excitedly, she asked, "It's so hot outside at noon. Where's your majesty going?" But the tyrant replied irritably, "Where we go is none of your business. Mind your own affairs. Ask another inappropriate question and we'll cut out your tongue." Although Ning Xiaoxiao was very unhappy, with less than 4 hours left for the task, failing would cost her life. So she had no choice but to secretly follow the great tyrant. In the original story, when the great tyrant was tired from reviewing memorials or encountered difficult problems, he would take a solitary walk by Jade Lake. This heaven-sent opportunity had just presented itself. The great tyrant heard a noise and roared, "Who's there?" Ning Xiaoxiao then walked out casually. "Your Majesty, what a coincidence to meet you here." The tyrant was puzzled. Why was Ning Xiaoxiao always around? Could there be something fishy going on? Ning Xiaoxiao saw through the tyrant's thoughts. So she said, "Your Majesty, Miss Gu sent this servant to pick flowers in the imperial garden." Hearing this, the great tyrant didn't suspect anything. Instead, he told Ning Xiaoxiao to leave quickly after picking the flowers and not disturb him while he enjoyed the scenery. Ning Xiaoxiao heard this but didn't leave. Instead, she secretly crept closer to the great tyrant. The tyrant knew Ning Xiaoxiao was slowly approaching him but didn't stop her. He wanted to see what trick she was up to. Soon Ning Xiaoxiao came behind the tyrant. She pressed pause through the system, and instantly the tyrant became motionless. Ning Xiaoxiao quickly positioned the great tyrant. Due to their height difference, Ning Xiaoxiao found it somewhat difficult. After completing all this, Ning Xiaoxiao, covered in large beads of sweat, pressed continue. Then she pretended to be about to fall. "Oh no, I've twisted my ankle. Your Majesty, please give me a hand." Unexpectedly, when the tyrant saw Ning Xiaoxiao reaching for him, he instinctively dodged her outstretched hand. Without support, Ning Xiaoxiao lost her balance and fell straight into the lake. With a splash, Ning Xiaoxiao fell into the lake. The little palace maid had accidentally fallen into the water. Just as she was sinking to the bottom, gasping for breath, a strong hand firmly grabbed her. It was the great tyrant she had always disliked. "Ning Xiaoxiao, you can't die on me. Otherwise, I won't forgive you." Eunuch Sanfu saw the tyrant jump into the lake, disregarding his own safety. He hurriedly called for guards to help. Soon after, the great tyrant, panting heavily, rescued Ning Xiaoxiao. He ignored Eunuch Sanfu's concern. Instead, he bent down and gently caressed Ning Xiaoxiao's face, trying to wake her up. Seeing Ning Xiaoxiao completely motionless, he used the first aid method he had learned, slowly pressing her chest to resuscitate her. But after some time, Ning Xiaoxiao still showed no signs of waking up. So the tyrant had to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. However, Ning Xiaoxiao's teeth were clenched shut and no air could get in. The tyrant had to use his hand to pry her mouth open. He then proceeded to give Ning Xiaoxiao mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Eunuch Sanfu, standing nearby, was also anxious for Ning Xiaoxiao. Finally, She showed signs of life, not disappointing everyone. But no one expected that when the great tyrant's lips parted from Ning Xiaoxiao's, she would bite the great tyrant hard. Then she coughed a few times and weakly lay down. Seeing Ning Xiaoxiao's pupils dilate, the tyrant anxiously broke out in a cold sweat, completely disregarding the pain from his lip. At this moment, he only wanted Ning Xiaoxiao to survive. Fortunately, she didn't disappoint the great tyrant's expectations. She just spit out the water in her stomach and slowly fainted. Seeing Ning Xiaoxiao come back to life, the great tyrant hurriedly shouted at Eunuch Sanfu, "Quickly, go summon the imperial physician." Eunuch Sanfu, having come to his senses, hurriedly gathered his subordinates to take action. Not long after, Lin Xiaoxiao woke up startled from her sleep. She realized she was already in Chaoyang Palace. Although her life had been in danger, she had successfully completed the task. Just as she was wondering if the great tyrant had saved her, the tyrant noticed she had woken up. He quickly came to her bedside. Ning Xiaoxiao noticed the wound on the tyrant's lips. She slowly recalled the scene after falling into the water. Her heart started racing, and her face turned red. Seeing Ning Xiaoxiao like this, the tyrant finally breathed a sigh of relief. But he still said, contradicting his true feelings, "If you want to die, next time find a place where no one's around. Don't die in front of me." Ning Xiaoxiao, who had just been moved by the great tyrant's actions, felt her emotions were wasted upon hearing his words. The tyrant then called for imperial physician He to check Ning Xiaoxiao's pulse. But when Ning Xiaoxiao saw imperial physician she instantly became displeased. To get a ginseng root, the little palace maid pretended to be critically ill. Unexpectedly, the great tyrant, who usually opposed her, agreed. This greatly shocked the little palace maid. It turned out the great tyrant had already noticed Ning Xiaoxiao's unusual behavior through his knowledge of poisons. Because this old imperial physician indirectly caused the great tyrant's death in the future, he placed the high-quality medicines on the top shelf of the imperial pharmacy, while the inferior ones were within easy reach. When it was time to dispose of expired medicines, he would take the opportunity to replace the good ginseng on the top shelf with fake ones and sell the real ginseng. As a result, when Prince Jing's mother fell ill, the tyrant mistakenly sent fake ginseng. This ultimately led to the sudden death of Prince Jing's mother. Her death caused Prince Jing to harbor thoughts of rebellion, even becoming a key force in the uprising. Thinking of this, the great tyrant's mood unconsciously became solemn. Such a villain who harmed the country and its people, the tyrant was determined to bring him to justice. Seeing the great tyrant's expression, Ning Xiaoxiao pondered whether to help him. But remembering how the tyrant usually bullied her, Ning Xiaoxiao couldn't help but curse Dog Emperor in her heart. Hearing Ning Xiaoxiao's thoughts, the great tyrant's veins instantly bulged with anger. Seeing the great tyrant angry for no reason, imperial physician he quickly bowed and excused himself, fearing he might be implicated. At this moment, Ning Xiaoxiao started coughing incessantly, claiming she couldn't breathe and was about to die. Imperial physician he saw that Ning Xiaoxiao was deliberately causing trouble, and his face instantly darkened. However, Ning Xiaoxiao didn't care about him and declared that only ginseng could save her life. Hearing this, imperial physician he was shocked. He couldn't believe that a mere palace maid dared to ask the emperor for ginseng. She must be tired of living. Unexpectedly, the great tyrant's lips curled into a smile, as if he understood something. He agreed, saying, "Whatever you want, I'll give you." These two short sentences left imperial physician he dumbfounded. Eunuch Sanfu, standing nearby, covered his mouth and chuckled, with an expression of someone shipping a couple. Hearing the great tyrant say this, Ning Xiaoxiao also looked at him in disbelief. Had the tyrant changed his personality, or had he taken the wrong medicine? Seeing that the tyrant had spoken, imperial physician he hurriedly complied and was about to fetch the ginseng. Unexpectedly, the tyrant turned and instructed Eunuch Sanfu, "How can the imperial physician serve a palace maid? You lead someone to the imperial pharmacy to pick 2 roots." Ning Xiaoxiao seized the opportunity to interject, "Eunuch, please pick the ones from the top shelf for me. This servant has heard that the medicines placed on the top are of poor quality. Using them for this servant wouldn't be a waste." Hearing this, imperial physician he realized that things were not looking good. He feared that trouble was about to befall him. To ensure imperial physician he received his due punishment, Ning Xiaoxiao altered the plot. directly sending him to his demise. Just now, when Imperial Physician he heard the great tyrant instruct Eunuch San Fu to fetch the ginseng, he became panic-stricken. He claimed that Eunuch San Fu didn't understand medicinal herbs, and that Miss Ning's body was weak and cold, using poor-quality ginseng. Before Imperial Physician he could finish, the great tyrant interrupted him. It doesn't matter. Even if the effect is minimal, it's still effective. As long as it doesn't kill her, it's fine. Hearing this, Imperial Physician he became even more terrified, with large beads of sweat involuntarily rolling down his face. Soon, the ginseng was brought over. Ning Xiaoxiao bet that Imperial Physician he couldn't escape this time. Unexpectedly, Imperial Physician he pointed at the ginseng and loudly exclaimed, "Eunuch San Fu, this is not ginseng." This statement left Ning Xiaoxiao astonished. The tyrant's eyes also unconsciously sharpened. Seeing everyone's expression, Imperial Physician he solemnly stated, "This herb is not ginseng at all. It's a plant that looks extremely similar to ginseng. If taken, it will cause convulsions or even death within 2 hours." Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao was incredulous. This guy actually volunteered the information. With a loud thud, the ginseng fell heavily to the ground. Eunuch San Fu quickly knelt down, begging for forgiveness. "Your Majesty," this slave followed orders and indeed took the ginseng from the top shelf of the Imperial Pharmacy cabinet. At this moment, Imperial Physician he also hurriedly knelt down in fear. He declared that Your Majesty must thoroughly investigate this matter. If someone had been embezzling, it was due to his poor supervision, and he was willing to accept punishment. The great tyrant could easily see through such impassioned words. It seemed Imperial Physician he had already prepared an escape route. Even if thoroughly investigated, he could push the blame onto his subordinates. The tyrant secretly glanced at Ning Xiaoxiao, wondering if she had any good ideas. Noticing that Ning Xiaoxiao didn't have any good solutions at the moment, the tyrant had no choice but to turn back and ponder. Suddenly, Ning Xiaoxiao thought of the system she hadn't used in a long time. "Why don't I help you out?" The tyrant tentatively tried to draw out Imperial Physician he's words. Imperial Physician he originally wanted to swear an oath to gain the tyrant's trust. But after Ning Xiaoxiao's manipulation, he earnestly said, "Your Majesty, this humble servant swears by Your Majesty's ancestors. If I have ever done such a thing, may Your Majesty's entire family die a terrible death." After saying this, Imperial Physician he froze in place. Eunuch San Fu also looked at him in bewilderment. Ning Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, had an expression of watching a good show, inwardly applauding Imperial Physician he. This time, the tyrant was thoroughly enraged. He directly ordered people to drag Imperial Physician he away. The little palace maid gets her period and experiences menstrual cramps. The emotionally stunted great tyrant is completely baffled because he has no idea what menstrual cramps are. So he calls for the Imperial Physician to educate him. Just now, after successfully dealing with the menace of Imperial Physician he, Ning Xiaoxiao was about to take her leave, but her body suddenly convulsed, and she immediately realized what was happening. The great tyrant, seeing Ning Xiaoxiao's poor complexion, concernedly asked her what was wrong. Ning Xiaoxiao hurriedly clutched her stomach, embarrassedly claiming she was fine. She didn't want to mention her menstrual cramps in front of so many people. Feeling like she was about to have a heavy flow, she quickly excused herself and left. The tyrant stood there completely baffled. Due to Imperial Physician he's embezzlement and abuse of power, the great tyrant dismissed him from his position. So he had Imperial Physician Song replace him. Just as Imperial Physician Song was about to thank the emperor for his grace, the great tyrant pulled him over. "Imperial Physician Song, do you know what menstrual cramps are? What kind of illness is it?" Imperial Physician Song was momentarily at a loss for words. He could only ask the tyrant to describe the symptoms in detail. The tyrant leaned close to Imperial Physician Song and whispered, "Stomach pain, cold sweats, pale face, and heavy bleeding." Imperial Physician Song immediately understood. He explained it was menstruation and could be relieved with acupuncture. After hearing this, the tyrant initially wanted to send a physician to treat Ning Xiaoxiao. However, sending a physician for a mere palace maid would be too high profile. He thought that Lady Gu might also experience this condition, and being kind-hearted, she wouldn't neglect Ning Xiaoxiao. After careful consideration, the tyrant patted Imperial Physician Song's shoulder and said, "Lady Gu is ill. Go and treat her." As it turned out, just as the tyrant had predicted, Gu Sijin was also experiencing menstrual cramps. Ning Xiaoxiao, who had just come from the tyrant, was about to request a physician. But Gu Sijin noticed Ning Xiaoxiao's poor complexion. She realized Ning Xiaoxiao was also menstruating, so she asked Salian to fetch a physician. At this moment, Salian came over complaining, "Miss, you just told me not to call for a physician. Why have you changed your mind?" Seeing Gu Sijin and Ning Xiaoxiao caring for each other, she immediately became displeased. She said irritably, "Coming out during your period, who knows what you've been up to?" Just then, the uninvited imperial physician song was already waiting outside. The little palace maid had only drunk a cup of tea from the great tyrant. The next second, she ran out clutching her bottom. Just now, the great tyrant had sent imperial physician song to treat Gu Sijin's menstrual cramps. Gu Sijin knew that Ning Xiaoxiao was also experiencing menstrual pain, so she asked imperial physician song to treat her as well. Imperial Physician Song's agreement to treat this matter greatly displeased Consort Tong. A mere concubine having the imperial physician personally examine her. The emperor truly cared for her. It seemed she needed to find an opportunity to teach Gu Sijin a lesson. Conveniently, the Jade Buddha festival was coming up in a few days. So early in the morning, the various consorts came to pay respects to the empress. The empress asked what gifts each palace would send to the empress dowager to please her. Consort Tong seized the opportunity to suggest that since the empress dowager was devoted to Buddhism, each person could copy a sutra as a gift. The empress thought this was a good idea. She said to copy them and bring them to her, and she would personally present them to the empress dowager. However, Consort Tong felt there was no need to trouble the empress with such a small matter. It would be best if they copied and delivered them themselves. Hearing this, the empress had no choice but to agree. Meanwhile, Consort Tong had already secretly arranged for specially treated brushes, ink, and paper to be given to Gu Sijin. She was just waiting to see the show. Upon returning, Gu Sijin started copying early. She was determined to be the first to finish copying and present it to the Empress Dowager, hoping to gain her favor. Salian, who was quietly standing by, lazily yawned. She accidentally spilled some ink. Gu Sijin had no choice but to ask Salian to call Ning Xiaoxiao over to help. But Salian didn't know where Ning Xiaoxiao had gone off to, because early in the morning, she had been summoned by the great tyrant to read memorials. The usually cold tyrant complained to Ning Xiaoxiao about why she hadn't drunk water after reading for 2 hours. Ning Xiaoxiao mumbled softly, "Your Majesty, you didn't tell me to drink water." The tyrant said gently, "You've done plenty of things I didn't allow you to do before." He gently pushed a teacup towards her, gesturing for Ning Xiaoxiao to drink. Ning Xiaoxiao picked it up and gulped it down. The great tyrant looked at Ning Xiaoxiao with a mix of admiration and fear, asking if her stomach pain had improved. Ning Xiaoxiao replied that it was better, but inwardly wondered why the tyrant suddenly cared about her. At this moment, the system suddenly warned that the world was about to collapse. Once the book's world collapsed, the host would disappear along with it. Ning Xiaoxiao's expression became serious. This was a matter of life and death. So she stood up and hurriedly told the tyrant she had something to do and needed to leave. The tyrant looked confused and said, "Did we allow you to leave? You come when called and leave as you please." Ning Xiaoxiao awkwardly covered her bottom, saying she had urgent business, and ran off in a flash. Ning Xiaoxiao ran for her life because the system indicated only 3 minutes remained before the world collapsed. The Empress Dowager of a foreign country was actually called an old monster. But not only did she not get angry, she even rewarded the person who insulted her with a large sum. However, all of this was thanks to Ning Xiaoxiao. It was because the hateful Consort Tong wanted to steal the spotlight and had tampered with Gu Sijin's paper and ink. What appeared to be fine blank paper actually had insults to the Empress Dowager written all over it. Due to the special ink used, it would immediately appear when exposed to strong sandalwood incense. And in the entire palace, only the Empress Dowager's chambers constantly burned sandalwood incense. As soon as Gu Sijin presented the copied sutra to the Empress Dowager, it would be replaced by Consort Tong's insults to the Empress Dowager. Knowing all about this plot, Ning Xiaoxiao looked extremely panicked, thinking the storyline was about to fall apart. Ning Xiaoxiao was completely flustered, thinking, "How dare they give me such a rushed ending?" Ning Xiaoxiao ran, panting heavily. Fortunately, she saw the sneaky-looking consort Tong peeking into her room. Well, she thought, lowering her voice. Consort Tong is here to watch Gu Sijin make a fool of herself. Let's see how I deal with you. Just then, the Empress Dowager was examining the sutra. Ning Xiaoxiao suddenly felt uneasy. Oh no, what should I do now? After thinking it over, she couldn't come up with a good solution. Ning Xiaoxiao had no choice but to modify the plot. After a series of operations, the story continued. When the Empress Dowager was looking at the sutra earlier, what Consort Tong never expected was that, after reading the sutra, the Empress Dowager not only showed no anger, but said happily, I love being insulted the most. Someone, reward Lady Gu with 5 gold pieces. Hearing this, Gu Sijin was completely bewildered, even thinking she had misheard. Seeing this, Consort Hong was also greatly shocked. She couldn't help but feel a headache. She couldn't understand it at all. Could it be that the old, which had a masochistic tendency and enjoyed being insulted? So she repeatedly confirmed with the maid beside her, making sure that what was written on the sutra were insults. The maid confirmed that she had imitated Lady Gu's handwriting. Maybe the Empress Dowager really did like being insulted, she reasoned. After the maid's deduction, Consort Hong truly believed it was a happy accident, that she had inadvertently done someone else a favor. So she stepped forward to pay respects to the Empress Dowager, not wanting to be outdone. Then she presented her own copied sutra. Consort Hong looked at the confused Gu Sijin beside her, thinking to herself, Gu Sijin insulted the Empress Dowager like that, yet she still thinks Gu Sijin is filial. If I insult her even worse, wouldn't I be able to become the Empress? The Empress Dowager was still waiting for Consort Tong to say some words of blessing. Who knew Consort Tong would start with profanities? You old hag who won't die. Hearing this, the Empress Dowager's face was full of questions. She even began to doubt if she had gotten old and her ears were failing her. Even Gu Sijin beside her had a look of disbelief. However, that was just Consort Tong's appetizer. This time she went all out. You old hag who won't die. No one will buy you when you're dead. You weird old woman. You deserve to be despised by the late emperor. Gu Sijin couldn't bear to listen anymore, so she kindly advised, Consort, you can't speak like this in front of the Empress Dowager. Consort Hong didn't appreciate it at all, and even accused Gu Sijin of preventing her from pleasing the Empress Dowager. The next second, there was a loud slap. Consort Hong was heavily slapped. She was stunned by the Empress Dowager's hit. She couldn't understand why the Empress Dowager would do this. The Empress Dowager said with a gloomy face, I'm an old hag who won't die. No one will bury me when I'm dead. I've lived most of my life, and no one has ever dared to speak to me like this. Guards, drag Consort Tong out and slap her mouth. Gu Sijin even wanted to plead with the Empress Dowager for mercy, but was ruthlessly refused. The naive Gu Sijin was still upset about Consort Tong's situation. Suddenly, she noticed something that made her eyes widen in surprise. As the Empress Dowager of a country, she was called an old witch by a mere lady-in-waiting, yet not only did she not get angry, she even rewarded Gu Sijin generously. This left Gu Sijin completely bewildered. It turned out that all of this was thanks to Ning Xiaoxiao. She had altered Gu Sijin's storyline, which kept Gu Sijin safe and sound. Fortunately, as Gu Sijin was leaving, she saw the sutra placed on the table. She picked it up and read it through, finally understanding what had happened. What she had copied was clearly a sutra, but it had all turned into vulgar language. Realizing she had been set up, Gu Sijin quickly folded the paper and tucked it into her sleeve. If the Empress Dowager saw it, she feared for her life. She hurriedly left the Empress Dowager's chambers. At this moment, Ning Xiaoxiao rushed over. Young mistress, have you given the sutra to the Empress Dowager? Seeing it was Ning Xiaoxiao, Gu Sijin quickly said, Xiaoxiao, let's go back quickly. I have something to tell you. Soon they returned to their own chambers. Gu Sijin then took out the sutra to show Ning Xiaoxiao. However, Ning Xiaoxiao already knew the sutra had been tampered with and didn't feel surprised at all. Only Gu Sijin looked distressed. Someone wants to harm me. I don't think I've offended anyone since entering the palace. Who would want to harm me like this? Seeing Gu Sijin so upset, Ning Xiaoxiao could only comfort her. Young mistress, don't be afraid. We will all stand by your side. Looking at Ning Xiaoxiao's sincere face, Gu Sijin slowly calmed down. At this moment, Chi-Chi came to report. Young mistress, the eunuch from the Jingshi room has summoned you to serve in the bedchamber. What other concubines would eagerly desire was an unbearably heavy burden for Gu Sijin, because she knew without thinking that this time she would have to do aerobics again. Gu Sijin was very confused by the tyrant's behavior. She sought clarification from Ning Xiaoxiao. However, Ning Xiaoxiao's response was quite vulgar. Maybe the emperor is not good at that. Hearing Ning Xiaoxiao's answer, Gu Sijin became even more confused. Not good at what? What does that refer to? Ning Xiaoxiao was about to give Gu Sijin a proper explanation, but was interrupted by the uninvited consort Duan. It was a simple bracelet, yet it could cause a normal woman to miscarry at best, or become infertile at worst. Such a vicious act came from the seemingly dignified and kind consort Duan. Consort Duan had long resented Gu Sijin for receiving favor every day. So this time she came prepared, taking out a bracelet she had ready, and gave it to Gu Sijin as a gift. She claimed that as close sisters, Gu Sijin must accept this small gift. However, Gu Sijin had long been deceived by consort Duan's two-faced behavior. She was completely unaware of the dangerous situation she was in. She even ordered Ning Xiaoxiao to give consort Duan a fine hair ornament in return. Having achieved her goal, consort Duan said goodbye and left. However, consort Duan's series of actions didn't escape Ning Xiaoxiao's eyes. She had already seen through the trick hidden in the bracelet. Seeing Gu Sijin still immersed in happiness, treating consort Duan as her friend, Ning Xiaoxiao exclaimed that it was hopeless. She was given a contraceptive gift package and still smiled stupidly. Just then, a maid came to report that Dr. Song had arrived to check the pulse. So Ning Xiaoxiao suggested that Gu Sijin should be cautious and have the bracelet examined by the doctor for peace of mind. Gu Sijin looked at the bracelet and thought Ning Xiaoxiao's suggestion made sense. After Dr. Song finished checking the pulse, Ning Xiaoxiao took out the problematic bracelet. As the doctor was about to take it, Ning Xiaoxiao's lips curled into a slight smile. She then deliberately dropped the bracelet on the ground. With a thud, the bracelet fell heavily. Salian saw this and scolded Ning Xiaoxiao from the side. But no one noticed that a lot of black powder had seeped out of the bracelet. Only Gu Sijin noticed this phenomenon. Dr. Song looked at it, dipped his finger in a small amount of the powder, sniffed it, and then said something that even Gu Sijin couldn't believe. "My lady, this bracelet has been filled with a large amount of musk by someone. If you wear it daily, I'm afraid it will harm you. You won't be able to conceive at all." Hearing this, Gu Sijin's eyes widened. She never imagined that her good sister, who had always taken care of her, would try to harm her. She suddenly felt unsteady and began to sway. Fortunately, Ning Xiaoxiao was there to help the heartbroken Gu Sijin sit down. Ning Xiaoxiao handed a bag of money to Dr. Song, hoping he would keep the secret. Salian wanted to take the bracelet and confront consort Duan, but Ning Xiaoxiao kindly dissuaded her. "How many lives do you have to question consort Duan? Our lady is just a minor concubine, while consort Duan is the highest of the four consorts. If you disrespect her, she can easily have you killed." Although Salian was very dissatisfied, she also understood the stakes. Gu Sijin, encountering such a situation, inevitably found it hard to accept. She didn't understand why people in the palace wanted to kill her when she had never offended anyone. Ning Xiaoxiao also felt sorry for Gu Sijin, but there was nothing she could do. Who told Gu Sijin to be the female lead? Naturally, all sorts of villains would come out to cause trouble. Gu Sijin wiped away her tears and asked Salian to bring the bracelet over. She poured out the powder from inside the bracelet. She knew that if she didn't wear the bracelet, who knows what other methods they might come up with to harm her in the future. Only by pretending to know nothing and acting in front of them could she protect herself. Only then did Gu Sijin deeply realize that to survive in this palace, she had to compete for favor. In order to gain the emperor's favor, Gu Sijin decided to imitate the cloak butterfly dance from True X Legend to attract the tyrant. But when he opened the cloak, a big one jumped out. This left Gu Sijin puzzled about what had happened. It turned out that all this was Ning Xiaoxiao's doing, because she had received a new task from the system. It was to prevent Gu Sijin's attempt to gain favor and make her fail to seduce the tyrant. When the tyrant saw the unexpectedly appearing child, he was instantly confused and questioned Gu Sijin about where the child came from. How would Gu Sijin know? She had no idea who was hidden in her cloak, let alone that a son would appear. Hearing that they were both confused, the child helped explain. Father Emperor, how can you ask Mother Consort such a question? Of course, I'm your son. Upon hearing this, both their faces darkened. Even Ning Xiaoxiao was shocked, not knowing where the problem lay. So she quickly entered the system to see where this son came from. That's when she discovered the issue. The task clearly stated that when Gu Sijin opened the cloak, the son hidden inside would gracefully emerge. After seeing this, Ning Xiaoxiao slapped her forehead hard, exclaiming that this damn input method was unbelievable. It had turned moth into sun, causing such a big misunderstanding. So she quickly rewound the plot, and this time directly input fluttering moth. The scene returned to 3 minutes ago. The moment Gu Sijin opened the cloak, countless moths fluttered out and landed on the tyrant's face. Gu Sijin looked at the tyrant in confusion. The irritated tyrant said, I don't appreciate this surprise. Very well then, I'll reward you. Tonight you can do aerobics for another night. With that, he opened the door and walked out. Ning Xiaoxiao noticed the tyrant coming out and quickly hid behind a pillar. She didn't want to be discovered by the tyrant, or else she'd be dragged to read memorials, play finger-guessing games, and crawl under tables again. But the tyrant heard all her inner thoughts. Ah, since you want to hide, I must catch you no matter what. So he pulled Ning Xiaoxiao out. Ning Xiaoxiao quickly explained that she was cleaning the pillar. The tyrant wouldn't believe her nonsense. He looked at Ning Xiaoxiao with a mischievous smile. Since you're so diligent and love cleaning so much, why don't you clean all 108 stone pillars in Chaoyang Palace? Unexpectedly, Ning Xiaoxiao agreed. The emperor had no choice. He simply pulled her towards a place, claiming he had a more important task to give her. The next moment, Ning Xiaoxiao saw a mooing cow. It turned out that the tyrant needed milk for his bath, so he assigned her the task of milking the cow. She looked at the cow in front of her, completely baffled. How would she know how to milk a cow? Drinking milk would be more her style. The tyrant told the little palace maid to milk the cow. But after a long time without seeing Ning Xiaoxiao return, he had no choice but to send eunuch San Fu to check on her. It would have been better not to look. One glance left eunuch San Fu dumbfounded. It turned out Ning Xiaoxiao had been trying to milk a bull all along, even complaining if her technique was wrong. Even the bull watching the spectacle couldn't bear to see Ning Xiaoxiao's bewildering behavior anymore. Eunuch San Fu pointed to the nearby barn and said, "That's the cow barn over there. Are you sure you can get milk now?" Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao's face turned red with embarrassment. She quickly scratched her head and explained, "I'm sorry. It's so dark I couldn't tell the difference. I'll milk the right one right away." Tears welled up in the bull's eyes. It lamented that at such a young age, it had been molested by a female hooligan. How could it face others in the future? After some time, Ning Xiaoxiao finally completed the task assigned by the tyrant. But before she could rest, she encountered the tyrant wanting to take a bath. When eunuch San Fu asked who should stay to attend to the emperor's bath, the tyrant, without thinking, directly ordered, "Let the one who milked the bull stay." Ning Xiaoxiao was very surprised. Why did he specifically want her to stay and serve this dog of a man? Eunuch San Fu, perceptive as ever, had already understood the tyrant's intentions and hurriedly took his leave. He also took the remaining maids away with him. This was exactly the great tyrant's scheme. He just wanted to see Ning Xiaoxiao make a fool of herself. Although Ning Xiaoxiao's face was full of resistance, she also understood that she couldn't fight against the inevitable. As the sound of the tyrant's clothes rustling came, Ning Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in shock. Seeing the tyrant's good physique, Ning Xiaoxiao forgot all about propriety and stared straight at the tyrant. But when the tyrant sat in the bathtub, Ning Xiaoxiao looked disappointed, exclaiming that it was such a shame not to see such a good body. The great tyrant, hearing Ning Xiaoxiao's inner thoughts, had already turned as red as an apple. To see the tyrant's good physique, the little palace maid pretended to bring a towel as an excuse to peek. However, the great tyrant had already read Ning Xiaoxiao's little scheme and directly ordered her to throw the towel in. With no choice, Ning Xiaoxiao had to comply. Unexpectedly, the towel flew over the screen and hit the tyrant squarely in the face. The tyrant was so shocked by Ning Xiaoxiao's accuracy that he couldn't react. After a long while, he finally said with a face full of veins, "If the heavens think I've sinned, they can strike me dead with lightning. There's really no need to send such a fool to torment me. Just then, a loud thunderclap was heard, and lightning really did come. Frightened, the tyrant quickly changed his words. Actually, a fool is quite nice. The longer you're with them, the more endearing they become. Soon after, it started raining heavily. Ning Xiao, listening to the pitter-patter of the rain, suddenly felt that at this moment, milk tea would go perfectly with the rainy day. She couldn't help but start singing. You love me, I love you. Hot waves on the sweet beach. Listening to Ning Xiao's song, the tyrant couldn't help but criticize, "What nonsense are you singing? I would never love you. Don't even dream about it." The clever Ning Xiao suddenly remembered the tyrant's hair could be exchanged for milk tea. If the dog emperor washes his hair, he's bound to lose some, right? So I'll just go look in the bathtub, and that should do it. With this thought, Ning Xiao asked, "Your Majesty, are you washing your hair?" Unfortunately, the response she got was to bring him his clothes. Ning Xiao was greatly disappointed. She had no choice but to go get the tyrant's clothes. Suddenly, she discovered the tyrant's underwear. She muttered to herself, "I guess this must be the legendary dragon underwear." After the earlier towel-throwing incident, the tyrant directly ordered Ning Xiao to close her eyes and walk in. Ning Xiao, holding the tyrant's underwear, had her mind full of his physique. Not paying attention, she bumped into the screen. Then the screen creaked and was about to fall down. So big, really so big. Is it normal to be this big? This was the little palace maid's first reaction upon seeing the great tyrant's little brother. The great tyrant was truly embarrassed this time. If he hadn't seen the screen falling and almost hitting Ning Xiao, the tyrant wouldn't have ended up as a great naked hero. Ning Xiao's eyes went wide, seeing the naked tyrant. Suddenly, she thought of something, and her eyes unconsciously looked downward. The tyrant was so angry he laughed. Even at this moment, she still wanted to see him naked. Ning Xiao, coming to her senses, quickly covered the tyrant's little brother with the dragon underwear. To ease the awkward atmosphere, Ning Xiao lied that she was born with acting skills and could selectively go blind, claiming she hadn't seen anything just now. The tyrant was completely defeated by Ning Xiao's series of actions. He ordered Ning Xiao to shut up immediately, not wanting to hear her voice at the moment. Ning Xiao quickly closed her mouth, but recalling the earlier scene, she couldn't help but marvel repeatedly. Is it really normal for that place to be so big? The great tyrant, understanding Ning Xiao's thoughts, also kept pondering in his mind, is it very big? Isn't everyone like this? Seeing no reason to stay, Ning Xiao was about to take her leave, but the great tyrant called her back. It turned out the tyrant didn't want to read the memorials, so he kept Ning Xiao as a tool. Ning Xiao wanted to resist, but couldn't, so while her mouth was reading the memorials, her mind was thinking about drinking milk tea. The tyrant peeked at Ning Xiao to see why she had stopped reading. Unexpectedly, Ning Xiao was looking at him greedily, unconsciously drooling, wishing she could just go and pluck the tyrant's hair. But thinking she couldn't risk her life for a cup of milk tea, she suddenly had a good idea. Why not make the tyrant stay up late? If she reads slowly, he'll sleep late. Staying up late causes hair loss. In a few days, his hair would fall out without even needing wind, just by walking a few steps. Little did she know, the tyrant had already fallen asleep. Ning Xiao was overjoyed. The grand plan to pluck hair officially began. Using the tyrant's hair, she could exchange it for anything she liked. If it were you, what would you want? As a little palace maid, Ning Xiao had finally exchanged for a cup of milk tea. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, it was completely drunk by the tyrant. This instantly shocked her like 5 thunderbolts. Just moments ago, Ning Xiao had finally collected enough of the tyrant's hair. Taking advantage of the tyrant's sleep, she planned to exchange it for a cup of milk tea. Little did she know, the tyrant wasn't actually asleep, but was eavesdropping on Ning Xiao. Hearing Ning Xiao mention milk tea, the tyrant was deeply puzzled. What was milk tea? What was it used for? While the tyrant was letting his imagination run wild, Ning Xiao had already conjured up a cup of taro bubble milk tea. She held in her hands, unwilling to let go. The milk tea she had been longing for could finally be drunk. Unfortunately, the system was careless and didn't even provide a straw, earning Ning Xiao's complaints. Suddenly, she heard a voice asking, "What are you doing?" Ning Xiaoxiao was startled. She hurriedly hid the milk tea she had just obtained. The one calling her was none other than the great Tyrant, who had been pretending to sleep. The extremely curious Tyrant brought up Usijin, saying, "Your master has been doing aerobics for 2 hours. Go call him to return to the palace." How could Ning Xiaoxiao let the milk tea she just got disappear? She claimed that her master might be able to exercise for a while longer. As a result, she was mercilessly driven away by the Tyrant. Ning Xiaoxiao had no choice but to reluctantly take her leave. Seeing that Ning Xiaoxiao had left, the Tyrant eagerly took out the milk tea he had secretly hidden. He looked at the oddly shaped cup and fell into deep thought. After a while, he brought the cup to his lips and took a small sip. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The Tyrant had never tasted anything so wonderful before. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ning Xiaoxiao, who had been driven away by the Tyrant, was pouting with displeasure. She vowed to pluck all the hair from that dog of a man, turning him into a bald vulture. Just then, Ning Xiaoxiao suddenly remembered that she had a special ability. Couldn't she pause time? Thinking of this, Ning Xiaoxiao hurriedly paused the plot and happily went to retrieve her milk tea. But it was too late. The Tyrant had already drunk it to the bottom. Seeing that only the taro paste remained in her taro bubble milk tea, with no bubbles left, Ning Xiaoxiao completely broke down. "My taro bubble milk tea, get it back to me." The little palace maid's clothes were too revealing. The Empress Dowager was very jealous upon seeing this, and directly ordered people to take her out and beat her to death. However, Ning Xiaoxiao didn't want to dress like this either. It was just that when she was about to meet the Empress, she found that all her clothes had been taken for washing. Fortunately, Chachi noticed Ning Xiaoxiao's embarrassment and lent her own clothes to wear. But Chachi wasn't as tall as Ning Xiaoxiao, so the clothes were small and tight. When she put them on, they looked particularly prominent on her. With no other choice, Ning Xiaoxiao had to make do and wear them to accompany Gu Sijin to meet the Empress. However, the Empress happened to be bedridden and couldn't receive visitors. Ning Xiaoxiao was about to ask Gu Sijin to return home, as the clothes she was wearing were very uncomfortable. But Gu Sijin, maintaining a humble attitude, suggested that if they couldn't visit the Empress's palace, they should go pay respects at the Empress Dowager's palace. Although Ning Xiaoxiao was very reluctant, since Gu Sijin had said so, she had no choice but to comply. Soon they arrived at the Empress Dowager's chambers. While the Empress Dowager and Gu Sijin were chatting, the Empress Dowager inadvertently noticed Ning Xiaoxiao nearby. Seeing Ning Xiaoxiao dressed so boldly, the Empress Dowager immediately became displeased. "Your maid is so audacious. Kneel down now." Gu Sijin was terrified, but didn't know why the Empress Dowager was angry. When she heard it was because Ning Xiaoxiao's revealing clothes, suspecting she was trying to seduce the emperor with such vulgar methods, Ning Xiaoxiao's face darkened. "Help! Who would want to seduce your short-lived son?" However, the reason the Empress Dowager was so against Ning Xiaoxiao's attire was because, back then, the late emperor had been completely infatuated with that voluptuous consort she. Gu Sijin quickly explained the situation to the Empress Dowager, claiming that Xiaoxiao's clothes were being washed and hadn't dried, so she borrowed ill-fitting clothes from other palace maids. It wasn't intentional. Hearing this, the Empress Dowager calmed down. She ordered servants to take Ning Xiaoxiao away and bind those 2 lumps on her chest. After the inhumane chest binding, Ning Xiaoxiao felt she could barely breathe. Thinking about the inhuman torture she had endured, she felt wronged and tears fell. Gu Sijin suggested, "There's a purple bamboo forest ahead. Go there to undo the bandages." Little did they know, the Tyrant was in the bamboo forest enjoying the scenery. Suddenly, he heard rustling sounds coming from somewhere. Looking over, he saw Ning Xiaoxiao sneakily doing something. At this moment, Ning Xiaoxiao was impatiently undoing her chest bindings. Unexpectedly, the Tyrant's voice came from nearby. "Ning Xiaoxiao, what are you doing here?" Just then, the bandages inopportunely came loose. Previously, a little palace maid had seen the Tyrant's little brother. Now, the big Tyrant saw the little palace maid's big white rabbits. They were truly even now. Just moments ago, Ning Xiaoxiao had been suffocating from the chest binding, so she sneaked in the bamboo forest to loosen her clothes. Unfortunately, she ran into the big Tyrant. At that moment, the bandages came loose at the worst time. Seeing this sudden flash of spring, the tyrant froze on the spot. He only saw two large balloons swaying back and forth before his eyes. Both were so startled by the sudden event that they cried out loud. The tyrant, coming to his senses, pointed at Ning Xiao Xiao and ranted, "Ning Xiao Xiao, are you crazy? This is my purple bamboo forest, not your home. How dare you do such a shameless thing here?" Ning Xiao Xiao covered her exposed white rabbits and shouted back, "Disgusting. You keep staring at me, you pervert." Their voices were just heard by Gu Sijin not far away. The tyrant knew this situation couldn't be explained clearly. If Gu Sijin saw him here, she would surely misunderstand that he was molesting a palace maid. His dignity would be ruined. Thinking of this, the tyrant took 2 steps at once, hopping away from this troublesome place. Seeing the tyrant's contrasting behavior, Ning Xiao Xiao found it amusing. He runs quite fast, like a rabbit. Looks quite cute, actually. Soon, Gu Sijin found Ning Xiao Xiao. "Xiao Xiao, are you alright? I heard your scream earlier, and I thought I heard a man's voice too." Ning Xiao Xiao had to explain that she saw a snake, which scared her and made her scream. Back in her chamber, Ning Xiao Xiao lay on the bed, recalling the day's events. She suddenly realized she had forgotten about her golden finger again. She could have just rewound the plot at that time, couldn't she? The more Ning Xiao Xiao thought about it, the angrier she became. She pulled the blanket tightly over herself, trying to suffocate herself. Being seen naked by someone without warning was so embarrassing. How could she face the tyrant in the future? Being the sole favorite means being lowly. This is the way of survival for concubines. Similarly, those who are too kind are always bullied in the palace. That day, the sky was overcast with dark clouds, and it could rain at any moment. Bu Sijin and Silian were walking on the path. Knowing that a heavy rain was coming, they hurried back to their chambers. Unfortunately, someone appeared behind them. It was Xiao Changzai. He had entered the palace with Gu Sijin, but only he became a Changzai. He was jealous of Gu Sijin for being the tyrant's sole favorite. This rare encounter with Gu Sijin was his chance to humiliate her thoroughly. So he quickly called out to Gu Sijin in a sarcastic tone, "Oh, isn't this Gu Dang?" Seeing it was Xiao Changzai, Gu Sijin politely bowed and greeted him. Xiao Changzai immediately mocked, "Oh sister, you're so skilled. Like mother, like daughter, truly." Hearing this, Gu Sijin didn't argue back. She just silently lowered her head. Fortunately, Silian saw her mistress being bullied and stood up for Gu Sijin. "Xiao Changzai, what are you saying?" Unexpectedly, Xiao Changzai responded with a fake smile, questioning, "Is there something wrong with your ears? Or are you and your mistress just naturally cheap, needing to hear such unseemly words twice to feel satisfied?" Silian was left speechless. She wanted to argue further, but Gu Sijin grabbed her hand. Then she shook her head at Silian, signaling her not to say anything more. Seeing how easy it was to bully Gu Sijin, Xiao Changzai became even more arrogant. Who doesn't know that Gu Dang, your mother, was originally just a foot washing maid? She only became a concubine after climbing into the master's bed. Hearing this, Gu Sijin continued to endure silently, not arguing back. Xiao Changzai became even more unrestrained in his words. "A little vixen born from a seductress. How dare you call yourself a legitimate daughter? It's laughable." This time, Gu Sijin could no longer tolerate it. She shouted at Xiao Changzai, "Don't you dare speak about my mother like that. She's not that kind of person." Xiao Changzai didn't care what Gu Sijin said. Instead, he laughed even more wildly. "Haha, not that kind of person? Then what kind of person is she? Your mother is just a shameless slut." Silian, standing nearby, could no longer bear Xiao Changzai's aggressive behavior. She pushed him away. Seeing that a mere servant dared to push him, Xiao Changzai completely lost it. "Who do you think you are to lay hands on me? I'm a Changzai, and Gu Sijin is just a Dang. Can't I say whatever I want about her?" Silian fearlessly said what Xiao Changzai cared about most. "Xiao Changzai, do you really think status in this palace is determined by rank? My mistress has served the emperor in bed 3 times. What about you? Does the emperor even remember what you are? Those without favor are truly lowly." Xiao Changzai was left utterly humiliated by Silian's words. It was a truly devastating blow. Just then, a voice came from behind them. "My, it's quite lively here, isn't it? When it rains, it pours." As if dealing with the tricky Xiao Changzai wasn't enough, Consortly had also arrived. The two were cut from the same cloth. Xiao Changzai, playing the victim, began bad-mouthing Gu Sijin to Consortly. When Consortly learned that Gu Sijin's maid had offended Xiao Changzai, she coldly glanced at Salian. That one look was enough to terrify Salian, making her pale as death and tremble uncontrollably. She quickly knelt down to explain to Consortly. Consortly, please spare me. I didn't mean to. It's just that Xiao Chongzai was insulting our young mistress earlier. Before Salian could finish speaking, Consortly, without distinguishing right from wrong, slapped her hard across the face. Xiao Chongzai was a Chongzai, while Gu Sijin was just a Dang. How dare a Dang's servant speak disrespectfully to a Chongzai? After being slapped, Salian could only swallow her anger and choose to remain silent. Consortly wasn't finished. She turned her attention to Gu Sijin, asking if this was how she usually taught her servants. Gu Sijin was in a difficult position, unable to express her grievances. She could only kneel down and take all the responsibility upon herself. Consortly, please forgive me. It's my fault for failing to properly teach her. I will definitely discipline her well when we return to our chambers. At this moment, thunder rumbled in the sky. A heavy rain was about to fall. To punish them, Consortly specifically ordered them to reflect on their actions in the rain later. Gu Sijin had no choice but to agree to do so. Soon, it began to pour heavily. Chi-Chi came into the room, drenched from the rain. A lie then conveyed that the young mistress had been summoned again. But Ning Xiaoxiao knew all too well that this wasn't just a summons. It meant another night of doing aerobics. At this point, Chi-Chi realized that the young mistress had been out for a long time and hadn't returned. Ning Xiaoxiao thought she might be stuck in the rain, so she got up to go fetch Gu Sijin. But she hadn't gone far when she saw two people ahead. They were Gu Sijin and Salian. Ning Xiaoxiao hurried towards them and asked what had happened. After hearing Salian's explanation, she learned that Xiao Chongzai and Consortly had ganged up to bully Gu Sijin. Ning Xiaoxiao felt Gu Sijin's burning cheek and realized she had fever. Thinking about the upcoming night duty, she couldn't help but worry for Gu Sijin. In her current state, doing aerobics all night could be life-threatening. The tyrant was truly inhumane. He still summoned Gu Dang even when she was seriously ill. Just because he thought Gu Sijin was trying to avoid doing aerobics, he resolutely called her over. Indeed, there was no escaping the fate of doing aerobics this time. Ning Xiaoxiao, hearing the rhythm at the door, felt pity in her heart, so she burst through the door. Without hesitation, she knelt before the tyrant and explained the situation. The young mistress was caught in the rain this afternoon. She's running a high fever now. If your majesty makes her continue, something terrible might happen. Upon hearing this, the tyrant finally realized that Gu Sijin wasn't lying about being sick to avoid her duties. Seeing Gu Sijin weakly coughing nonstop, the tyrant felt deeply guilty. He blamed himself for only wanting to see Ning Xiaoxiao and ignoring that she was truly ill. He asked Gu Sijin why she had been caught in the rain. As Gu Sijin was about to say it was her own carelessness, Ning Xiaoxiao quickly interjected. The young mistress didn't get caught in the rain by accident. Seeing that Gu Sijin was deliberately hiding something, the tyrant immediately exuded his full authority, demanding sternly to know what exactly had happened. So, Ning Xiaoxiao explained the whole story from beginning to end. After listening, the tyrant closed his eyes in thought. Then he calmly said, I will have the imperial physician come to examine you later. Tonight, you will sleep in my chambers. Though it was a simple statement, it left Gu Sijin overwhelmed with gratitude. Even Ning Xiaoxiao knew that staying overnight in Chaoyang Palace was no ordinary treatment. Surely, from now on, no one would dare to bully Gu Sijin so openly anymore. After settling Gu Sijin, the tyrant, as usual, pulled Ning Xiaoxiao over to read memorials to him. But today, the tyrant seemed distracted, with a face full of worries. Ning Xiaoxiao noticed this. It was the first time she had seen the tyrant behaving so unusually, because the tyrant's eyes were filled with sorrow and desolation. He was the supreme ruler, the great tyrant. Yet unexpectedly, his childhood had been so oppressive. His birth mother, in order to secure a place in the palace, didn't hesitate to use him as a stepping stone to power. Though young Lu Lingyuan had not yet come of age, he was already very sensible. Seeing his mother unhappy, he took out a painting he had worked hard on to cheer her up. The two little chickens in the painting represented him and his mother. But his mother showed no appreciation after seeing it, instead ruthlessly tearing the painting to pieces. In his mother's heart, giving birth to him was only to consolidate her own position. She only wanted little Yuan to study hard, please the emperor, and inherit the throne. As for what little Yuan thought, she never cared to ask. Little Yuan looked at the paper scraps on the ground, feeling as if his own heart had been cruelly torn apart. He longed for his mother to be like other mothers, playing with him. But this was ultimately an impossible dream. All that awaited him was his mother's cold treatment. To prevent outside influences, little Yuan studied diligently. His mother surrounded him tightly, making it feel like an airtight prison. The twisted mother became the biggest scar in his young heart. With the sound of the door slamming shut, little Yuan felt as if he had fallen into an abyss. This became his entire childhood. Even when he came of age, he couldn't escape his mother's clutches. Just wanting a day off angered his mother. She heavily patted little Yuan's shoulders, crying about how many people in the harem wanted their lives. His mother said that to give birth to him, she could never bear children again. She asked if he knew how his father viewed her now. She said she only had him left. These few sentences severely pierced little Yuan's heart. Even after so long, the tyrant couldn't escape the shadows of his childhood. He had always been controlled by the Empress Dowager, desperately trying to escape. With his tragic childhood experience, the tyrant despised the competition for favor in the harem, so he always refused to establish an empress or consorts. But the Empress Dowager still selected women she approved of to enter the harem, intending to continue controlling him through them. Since Ning Xiaoxiao's appearance, the tyrant finally found the courage to resist. He wouldn't touch any of the women the Empress Dowager brought into the palace. He only wanted to protect the person he loved, not letting them get caught up in the whirlpool of the harem. The tyrant looked a bit melancholic. Ning Xiaoxiao was puzzled, so she checked the upcoming plot through the system. Only then did she realize he was reminiscing about his childhood. Learning about the great tyrant's tragic childhood experiences, Ning Xiaoxiao decided to cheer him up a bit. So she asked, "Your Majesty, what are you thinking about?" Unexpectedly, the tyrant's response made Ning Xiaoxiao blush. He said, "I'm wondering what kind of pervert would run naked in the palace." Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao's cheeks instantly turned red with embarrassment. In her heart, she kept cursing the dog of a man. Why couldn't he let go of this incident? Seeing Ning Xiaoxiao's expression, the tyrant smiled slightly. He then asked Ning Xiaoxiao to open the window to let in some fresh air. But the moment Ning Xiaoxiao opened the window, her eyes lit up completely. At that moment, the sky was filled with countless little stars. Ning Xiaoxiao remembered that in the original story, the tyrant loved watching stars. He even built a star-picking pavilion in the palace for this purpose and took Gu Sijin there. Thinking about how the two of them later had an outdoor fight, Ning Xiaoxiao unconsciously smirked. Seeing that Ning Xiaoxiao also liked stargazing, the tyrant decided to take her to a good spot. Ning Xiaoxiao was puzzled about what good place there could be in the palace. But the tyrant's next words completely made Ning Xiaoxiao nervous. It turned out that the place the great tyrant wanted to take her was none other than the star-picking pavilion. When Ning Xiaoxiao heard these three words, she couldn't help but think of the scene of the tyrant and Gu Sijin fighting outdoors. Hearing Ning Xiaoxiao's thoughts, the great tyrant was very confused. What outdoor fight? What strange things were in her head? If you don't want to go, I'll insist on taking you. So without another word, he pulled Ning Xiaoxiao along to the star-picking pavilion. As soon as Ning Xiaoxiao arrived at the pavilion, she was stunned by its beauty. The stars in the sky were like countless blinking eyes, like shimmering night pearls. A bright crescent moon hung quietly in the starry sky. This must be the scene of stars embracing the moon. Ning Xiaoxiao was completely amazed by the scene before her. It was the first time she had seen such a beautiful sight. But as the tyrant looked at the brilliant starry sky, he fell into painful memories again. Ning Xiaoxiao also felt sympathy for the tyrant's past. His childhood was already miserable, and the author had arranged an unfortunate ending for him. To ease the depressing atmosphere, Ning Xiaoxiao asked, "Your Majesty, do you know what constellations are?" Seeing the tyrant's puzzled look, Ning Xiaoxiao pointed to the sky and began to explain to the tyrant. "Do you know what your constellation represents?" Just now, the little palace maid was educating the great tyrant about constellations. Ning Xiaoxiao gestured at the stars in the sky, telling the tyrant, "If you connect these few stars into a line, that's my constellation." But the tyrant only saw Ning Xiaoxiao drawing randomly in the air. Ning Xiaoxiao explained, "Your servant isn't joking with your Majesty. My birthday is November 28th, so what I drew is actually my constellation pattern." As she spoke, she gestured again to the great tyrant. These few stars connected together. Don't they look like a half-man, half-horse figure holding a bow, an arrow? After looking, the tyrant agreed with Ning Xiaoxiao's description. When the tyrant heard Ning Xiaoxiao say this was Sagittarius, representing freedom and optimism, he fell into deep thought. Freedom and optimism were such luxuries for him. Ning Xiaoxiao then pointed to another group of stars in the night sky, saying, "Your Majesty's birthday is September 16th. This is your constellation, Virgo. People of this sign are generally perfectionists. Your Majesty is the same." Upon hearing the word virgin, the tyrant immediately became uneasy. Knowing what the tyrant was thinking, Ning Xiaoxiao had to explain, "This constellation is just called Virgo. I didn't say Your Majesty is a virgin." But in her heart, she still mocked that the tyrant was at most a virgin. The tyrant glanced sideways at Ning Xiaoxiao, feeling indignant about being a virgin. After mentioning the advantages of Virgo, Ning Xiaoxiao naturally spoke about the disadvantages of this sign. Among all 12 zodiac signs, Your Majesty's sign is the most self-disciplined. People of this sign tend to habitually self-examine and evaluate themselves, so they often give off a cold and distant feeling. But deep down, they actually long to be happy people. The great tyrant felt as if he had been seen through, so he impatiently interrupted Ning Xiaoxiao's speech. Unexpectedly, one sentence from Ning Xiaoxiao melted the tyrant's entire heart. "So what your servant means is, my constellation perfectly complements Your Majesty's. In the future, if Your Majesty has any unhappiness, you can always tell your servant." After hearing this, the tyrant looked at Ning Xiaoxiao with gratitude. The coldness in his heart slowly melted at this moment. The tyrant still maintained his tough exterior with a soft interior, claiming that he never had any unhappiness, and even if he did, he wouldn't tell anyone. Ning Xiaoxiao was very angry. She turned away, no longer paying attention to the tyrant, cursing the dog of a man in her heart. Men are even more stubborn than ducks. The tyrant, looking at Ning Xiaoxiao's angry appearance, suddenly realized that even when angry, Xiaoxiao was so cute. His cheeks instantly turned red, and his gaze towards Ning Xiaoxiao became tender. A long time passed like this. Ning Xiaoxiao couldn't withstand the pressure of staying up late and swayed drowsily from side to side. Finally, she fell onto the tyrant's shoulder. The tyrant saw that Ning Xiaoxiao had fallen asleep. He had no choice but to pick her up. He slowly walked into the room. The little palace maid and the great tyrant were stargazing together. As a result, Ning Xiaoxiao couldn't resist her drowsiness. She fell asleep, leaning on the great tyrant's shoulder. So the tyrant had to carry Ning Xiaoxiao. They entered the room together. The next morning, Ning Xiaoxiao slowly opened her eyes. As she was rubbing her sleepy eyes, the scene before her made her freeze instantly. Why was the great tyrant next to her? Lin Xiaoxiao stared blankly at the tyrant beside her. She didn't expect the great tyrant's profile to be so handsome, but her body unconsciously shrank back. Thinking this wasn't the time to be infatuated, she wondered why she had fallen asleep leaning on the tyrant. Why was his clothes covering her body? And why was she in the room of the star-picking pavilion? Thinking of this, Ning Xiaoxiao quickly tried to recall what happened last night. But even using the system, she couldn't find any clues. All the events that had occurred were blurred like a mosaic. Ning Xiaoxiao instantly became frantic. Clutching the tyrant's clothes, she kept thinking, could it be that after I fell asleep yesterday, he carried me into the room and even covered me with his clothes? So did I lean on him? But remembering her habit of stealing blankets, she suddenly realized that she must have grabbed these clothes herself. Understanding all this, Ning Xiaoxiao planned to secretly cover the tyrant with the clothes while he was still asleep. As luck would have it, the tyrant woke up at this moment. He opened his eyes to see Ning Xiaoxiao sneakily approaching him with the clothes. The tyrant was startled and quickly retreated, questioning Ning Xiaoxiao about what she was doing. Ning Xiaoxiao lied, claiming she saw the dragon robe had fallen to the ground, so she picked it up to cover the emperor. She saw the tyrant sneezing continuously and knew she was in trouble. What should she do if the tyrant fell ill and blamed her? So she took the initiative and said, "Your Majesty, look at how poorly you've covered yourself with this robe. It has fallen to the ground several times. It was your servant who picked it up and covered you properly each time." After hearing this, the tyrant looked at Ning Xiaoxiao in disbelief. How could this woman lie so blatantly without blushing or hesitating? "Last night, it was clearly I who picked it up and covered you properly." The little palace maid could predict the future. So the great tyrant brought her along to attend the banquet. The purpose was to gain insight in advance and not let Shiliang gain any advantage over Qi dynasty. Unexpectedly, when Ning Xiaoxiao saw the table full of delicacies, she couldn't take her eyes off it. Suddenly, there was a thud. A burly man walked into the room. Xiaoxiao immediately recognized this person as Mo Yesu. She remembered that Mo Yesu, knowing the tyrant's pride, deliberately brought 3 competitions to challenge the talented people of Qi dynasty. But Mo Yesu had already bribed the head eunuch of the imperial household department to specifically set up competitions targeting Qi's weaknesses. As a result, under provocation, the tyrant wagered tax revenue, provisions, and troops. Naturally, he ended up losing everything. The great tyrant, hearing Ning Xiaoxiao's thoughts, looked at her, waiting for Ning Xiaoxiao to reveal the specific outcomes of those 3 competitions. Ning Xiaoxiao lowered her head and stared at the dining table again. Her mind was full of food. She thought to herself, the meat smells so good. I'm so hungry and want to eat. The tyrant was speechless upon hearing this. Why was she suddenly thinking about food at such a crucial moment? Looking at the tantalizing but unreachable delicacies, Ning Xiaoxiao shed tears of sorrow in her heart. At this moment, Mo Yesu said, the great Qi is rich and powerful. It's only right for Shiliang to submit to Qi. Today, I wish to compete with the Emperor of Qi in 3 events. I wonder if the Emperor dares to accept the challenge. Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao turned her head. It seemed the competition was about to begin. The tyrant thought Ning Xiaoxiao would surely think about the content of the upcoming competitions. But she didn't follow the expected script at all. She continued to look at the food and started listing dish names. Crystal shrimp, dompa pork, Buddha jumps over the wall. Seeing the tyrant's silence, Mo Yesu thought it was a tacit agreement. So he brought out the stakes for the bet with the tyrant. If Qi won, Shiliang would pay double taxes to Qi and offer 30,000 units of provisions and 20,000 elite soldiers. If they lost, Shiliang would be exempt from taxes for 2 years, and the provisions and troops would be as mentioned earlier. The tyrant knew that Shiliang had come well prepared this time and was just waiting for him to fall into their trap. He looked at Ning Xiaoxiao beside him. Ning Xiaoxiao was still listing dish names. Crystal shrimp, dompa pork, Buddha jumps over the wall. The tyrant couldn't help but complain inwardly that she was truly a foodie. Seeing the tyrant's hesitation, Mo Yesu's tone became even more arrogant. Is the emperor so hesitant? Could it be that you're afraid of losing? To stabilize the situation, the tyrant had no choice but to agree to the competition. The little palace maid could predict the future. So the great tyrant brought her along to attend the banquet. The purpose was to gain insight in advance and not let Shiliang gain any advantage over Qi dynasty. Unexpectedly, when Ning Xiaoxiao saw the table full of delicacies, she couldn't take her eyes off it. Suddenly, there was a thud. A burly man walked into the room. Xiaoxiao immediately recognized this person as Mo Yesu. She remembered that in the original story, Mo Yesu, knowing the tyrant's pride, deliberately brought 3 competitions to challenge the talented people of Qi dynasty. However, Mo Yesu had already bribed the head eunuch of the imperial household department to specifically set up competitions targeting Qi's weaknesses. As a result, under provocation, the tyrant wagered tax revenue, provisions, and troops. Naturally, he ended up losing everything. The great tyrant, hearing Ning Xiaoxiao's thoughts, looked at her, waiting for Ning Xiaoxiao to reveal the specific outcomes of those 3 competitions. Ning Xiaoxiao lowered her head and stared at the dining table again. Her mind was full of food. She thought to herself, the meat smells so good. I'm so hungry and want to eat. The tyrant was speechless upon hearing this. Why was she suddenly thinking about food at such a crucial moment? Looking at the tantalizing but unreachable delicacies, Ning Xiaoxiao shed tears of sorrow in her heart. At this moment, Mo Yesu said, the great Qi is rich and powerful. It's only right for Shiliang to submit to Qi. Today, I wish to compete with the Emperor of Qi in 3 events. I wonder if the Emperor dares to accept the challenge. Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao turned her head. It seemed the competition was about to begin. The tyrant thought Ning Xiaoxiao would surely think about the content of the upcoming competitions. But she didn't follow the expected script at all. She continued to look at the food and started listing dish names. Crystal shrimp, dompa pork, Buddha jumps over the wall. Seeing the tyrant's silence, and Mo Yesu thought it was a tacit agreement. So he brought out the stakes for the bet with the tyrant. If Qi won, Shiliang would pay double taxes to Qi and offer 30,000 units of provisions and 20,000 elite soldiers. If they lost, Shiliang would be exempt from taxes for 2 years, and the provisions and troops would be as mentioned earlier. The tyrant knew that Shiliang had come well prepared this time and was just waiting for him to fall into their trap. He looked at Ning Xiaoxiao beside him. Ning Xiaoxiao was still listing dish names: crystal shrimp, dompa pork, Buddha jumps over the wall. The tyrant couldn't help but complain inwardly that she was truly a foodie. Seeing the tyrant's hesitation, Mo Yesu's tone became even more arrogant. Is the emperor so hesitant? Could it be that you're afraid of losing? To stabilize the situation, the tyrant had no choice but to agree to the competition. The king of Jiliang boasted that every person in his country was strong and robust. So he proposed a competition of breaking stones on one's chest. The purpose was to embarrass the tyrant. But what Mo Yesu never expected was the moment the hammer fell. The person under the stone slab fainted on the spot. This turn of events left Mo Yesu dumbfounded. It turned out that all of this was thanks to Ning Xiaoxiao, as she had received another system task. It was to help the tyrant successfully complete the competition and let Qi dynasty win. Ning Xiaoxiao had originally planned to help the tyrant, but she wouldn't do anything without benefits. The tyrant naturally saw through Ning Xiaoxiao's intentions, knowing she had set her sights on his hair again. But as long as she could help Qi dynasty win, he would give her whatever she wanted. Mo Yesu suggested that since Qi was a great country and Shiliang was just a small state, he should propose the competition content. Seeing the tyrant's silent agreement, Mo Yesu didn't hesitate. He boldly took off his upper garment and shouted, "This round, we'll compete in breaking stones on our chests." Hearing this, the tyrant's expression became serious. Ning Xiaoxiao also showed a shocked expression. Mo Yesu clapped his hands and said, "Bring it in." A thick and hard stone slab appeared before everyone. The strong man carried a huge iron hammer on his shoulder. Even the concubines watching from the side were sweating nervously. One blow from that hammer could easily kill a person. The tyrant knew that the people of Shiliang were strong and robust, while the people of Qi were relatively smaller in build. Indeed, Shiliang had come well prepared, targeting their weakness. Mo Yesu clasped his hands to signal the start of the competition. Then he pointed to the attendant behind him and ordered, "You come here. Lie down." Ning Xiaoxiao was completely dumbfounded. So it wasn't Mo Yesu himself competing? Then why did he take off his clothes? Soon, the attendant lay down, firmly grasping the stone slab. Looking at the heavy iron hammer, Gu Sijin was extremely nervous. She was worried that she would lose. Ning Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, seemed unusually relaxed. In her view, it was just a matter of changing a few words. The strong man raised the iron hammer high and brought it down heavily. With a loud clang, the person under the stone slab spat out a mouthful of blood. He fainted. Seeing this, the tyrant snorted lightly. It seemed Shiliang wasn't all that impressive after all. Looking at the undamaged stone slab, Mo Yesu also had a look of disbelief. The stone slab didn't break, but the person fainted. However, it didn't matter. Qi still hadn't sent anyone. So he spoke up, "Great Emperor of Qi, it's your turn." Just as the tyrant was hesitating about who to send, Ning Xiaoxiao volunteered and stepped forward. Qi was to compete with Shiliang in breaking stones on the chest. But when it was Qi's turn, no one dared to step forward. No one wanted to be the one to stick their neck out. Unexpectedly, a small palace maid volunteered, claiming that for a mere chest stone breaking, she alone was enough to handle it. Hearing this, the tyrant was shocked. He never imagined that the person daring to step up would be Ning Xiaoxiao. As her mistress, Gu Sijin hurriedly tried to stop Ning Xiaoxiao's rash action. The tyrant, who cared for Ning Xiaoxiao, directly stood up and scolded, "What business do you have here? Why are you meddling? Get back." Seeing this, Mo Yesu was very disdainful. However, Ning Xiaoxiao was unfazed. Instead, she confidently said, "If I win, you'll kneel down and bark like a dog twice to the emperor, then crawl around the hall twice." Hearing such bold words from a small palace maid, the proud Mo Yesu immediately agreed. "If you lose, let the emperor of Qi also kneel and bark twice, then crawl under this king's crotch." Before the tyrant could sternly refuse, Ning Xiaoxiao quickly interrupted him and promptly agreed. This made the tyrant's face turn dark with anger. How could this be allowed? So he pulled Ning Xiaoxiao aside. He questioned her. What are you doing? Are you tired of living? Are you seeking death? Seeing the tyrant so concerned about her, Ning Xiaoxiao's heart trembled, and a warm feeling surged within her. To ease the tyrant's worries, Ning Xiaoxiao comforted him. Your Majesty, don't worry. Don't you always say I'm afraid of death? How could I seek my own demise? To be honest with your Majesty, before entering the palace, I used to perform. I often did stunts like breaking stones on my chest. It won't be a problem. The tyrant was still not at ease after hearing this. But Ning Xiaoxiao's willingness to help the tyrant naturally came with ulterior motives. She looked at the tyrant pitifully and said, "There's always a chance of accidents. If I were to lose my life because of this, I wouldn't be able to serve your Majesty anymore. Before I die, I have one small request." Before finishing her sentence, Ning Xiaoxiao directly grabbed the tyrant's hair. In the moment the tyrant was stunned, she pulled out a strand of hair. Holding the hair, Ning Xiaoxiao was overjoyed. Without another word, she went to face the challenge. The little palace maid was to perform the chest stone-breaking stunt. But when the stone slab was placed on her, Ning Xiaoxiao's face instantly turned pale from the pressure. The tyrant was about to step forward to stop it, but was interrupted by the king of Shiliang. Just as the strong man raised the iron hammer high, about to bring it down, Ning Xiaoxiao quickly pressed the pause button through the system. Time stopped at that moment. The weight of the stone slab alone nearly crushed Ning Xiaoxiao to death. If not for the system, she would have already kicked the bucket. Ning Xiaoxiao pushed away the stone slab with all her might, pondering what to do next. Unexpectedly, the seemingly heavy stone slab turned out to be very fragile. With a light push, it shattered into many pieces. Looking at the broken stone slab, Ning Xiaoxiao thought to herself that since it had already shattered, there was no need to modify the plot. It was truly heaven sent. So she took a few pieces of the broken stone and placed them on her chest. Then, as the plot resumed, the iron hammer fell right on the already broken stone slab. Seeing the scattered stones on the ground and Ning Xiaoxiao unharmed, Mo Yesu stared in shock with wide eyes. The tyrant also found it incredible. It seemed like the stone slab had already shattered before the hammer fell. But since Qi had won, he didn't pursue the matter further. Ning Xiaoxiao dusted herself off and looked smugly at Mo Yesu. King of Shiliang, you've lost. Don't forget your bet. Although Mo Yesu was filled with anger, he could only suppress it. After a long while, he knelt before the tyrant and uttered a single woof. Seeing this, Ning Xiaoxiao deliberately asked the tyrant, "That was so quiet. Did your Majesty hear it?" The tyrant played along, saying, "We didn't hear anything at all." Mo Yesu's veins bulged with anger, but he still shouted loudly, "Woof, woof, woof." Mo Yesu, very unwilling, immediately pointed at the tyrant and shouted, "For the next round, this king wants to compete with you, Emperor, in courage." The king and the tyrant were to compete in bravery. So they brought out a large bear. He locked himself in with the bear. As a result, the big bear kept coming to the king to defecate. It turned out this was all orchestrated by a little palace maid. Just then, Mo Yesu brought in an iron cage. When he lifted the black cloth covering the cage, a ferocious-looking large bear appeared. Everyone who saw it couldn't help but show fear. Mo Yesu introduced it disdainfully. "This coal bear is just a few months old cub. In our Shiliang, it's a common sight. How come the great Qi, with its vast territory and resources, hasn't even seen such a bear cub before?" Hearing this, the tyrant's face immediately changed. He ordered Mo Yesu to stop talking nonsense and start quickly. But unexpectedly, the content of this competition was for the tyrant to choose someone to enter the iron cage and stay with the bear for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. If they could come out unharmed, it would be considered a victory. After hearing this, the tyrant immediately ordered San Fu to bring the animal trainer. Unexpectedly, Montak Yesu was so aggressive. He declared that finding an animal trainer would be despicable. What kind of courage was that? He insisted the emperor choose someone from within the Great Hall. At these words, even the empress watching from the side couldn't sit still. She retorted that they were the ones who proposed the content first, and now they wanted to set the rules too? But the tyrant remained calm. Since someone was to be chosen from within the Great Hall, he asked the king himself to enter the cage and participate in in this competition. Mo Yesu's face showed displeasure. What did the emperor mean by this? The tyrant confidently said, "Didn't you say I should appoint anyone present? What's wrong? After learning to bark like a dog, you no longer want to be human?" Unexpectedly, Mo Yesu didn't get angry upon hearing this, but instead let out a disdainful snort. He slowly walked towards the iron cage. "Well, if I can stay with this bear for longer than an incense stick burns, this round will be considered a win for Shiliang. What does the emperor think?" The tyrant agreed to his request without hesitation. With a creak, the iron cage was opened. Mo Yesu bent down to pat the bear's head. It wasn't hard to see that this bear was so docile. It must have been Mo Yesu's own pet. Ning Xiaoxiao saw through this. But what could be done now to make Mo Yesu and this bear unwilling to stay together? As time slowly passed, the incense stick was about to burn out. Ning Xiaoxiao finally thought of a solution. She could just modify a few words in the plot through the system, couldn't she? Sure enough, after the modification, Mo Yesu couldn't stay a moment longer. Gu Xijin was still confused. Why was he suddenly in such a hurry to get out? Before he could finish speaking, a very pungent smell spread around. It turned out that the bear had put its bottom against Mo Yesu and was defecating. Ning Xiaoxiao was also speechless. This was truly a method that hurt the enemy 1,000 while harming oneself 800. Mo Yesu kept shouting to be let out, even voluntarily admitting defeat. When released, Mo Yesu had almost lost half his life to the stench. He knelt on the ground, gasping for air. But what hurt him most was the tyrant raising a toast behind him, saying, "Thank you, King of Shiliang, for coming from afar to bring troops and provisions to Great Qi." The little palace maid was wildly showing off her KFC family bucket. After a hearty feast, Ning Xiaoxiao lay satisfied on the bed, holding her stomach and constantly hiccuping. She decided to save the remaining fried chicken for another meal in the evening. Suddenly, there was an urgent knocking at the door. Hearing it was the great tyrant's voice, Ning Xiaoxiao was very puzzled. What was the dog emperor doing here at this time? So, she hurriedly hid the remaining fried chicken under the blanket. Then she opened the door. She saw the tyrant standing at the door, holding a lunchbox. At the banquet, the tyrant had learned through mind reading what delicacies Ning Xiaoxiao liked. So, under the pretext of bringing glory to Qi, he brought her favorite crystal shrimp, dompa pork, and Buddha jumps over the wall. Ning Xiaoxiao sat down slowly, holding her stomach. The great tyrant eyed her suspiciously. Weren't these delicacies what she had been dreaming of? Why wasn't she picking up her chopsticks? Could it be that she was shy? So he took the initiative to pick up a shrimp and brought it to Ning Xiaoxiao's mouth. Ning Xiaoxiao was a bit overwhelmed by the favor. He was personally feeding her. She didn't know if she was being ungrateful, but had no choice but to accept the bite. However, the delicacy he had been longing for now tasted extremely spicy in her mouth. Still, she said it was delicious. Hearing the great tyrant say it was good and that she should finish it all, Ning Xiaoxiao completely lost her composure. She had just finished eating fried chicken. How could she have any appetite left? Little did she know that her inner thoughts were captured by the great tyrant. What on earth was this fried chicken? As luck would have it, the tyrant just happened to notice Ning Xiaoxiao's bulging blanket. He immediately understood everything. You naughty Ning Xiaoxiao, secretly hiding delicious food again. The portrait on the KFC bucket is my father. This was what the little palace maid said out of desperation. Just now, Ning Xiaoxiao was afraid the great tyrant would steal her KFC family bucket, so she hid it under the blanket. But she didn't expect the tyrant to discover it anyway. The tyrant swiftly pulled off the blanket. The next second, he stood there dumbfounded. He looked at the little old man on the family bucket in confusion and asked who it was. Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao looked at the family bucket. Suddenly inspired by the portrait, she lied without hesitation. Your servant dares not deceive your majesty. This is actually a portrait of my father. The more the tyrant looked at the portrait, the more confused he became, because this old man looked very strange. To divert the tyrant's attention, Ning Xiaoxiao hurriedly explained that her father had been lost for many years and hadn't been found. Then she lunged for the chicken bucket, but was easily dodged by the great tyrant. Ning Xiaoxiao refused to give up. While explaining, she kept trying to snatch it. Your servant really wants to find him, so I brought my father's portrait into the palace, hoping that if there's a chance, someone could help your servant print and distribute the portrait. As long as there's even one chance to find my father, your servant wants to try. But no matter how Ning Xiaoxiao tried to grab it, the family bucket seemed to be glued to the tyrant's hand. Finally, Ning Xiaoxiao was exhausted, panting and sweating. The tyrant said playfully, "I didn't expect you to be so filial. I'm very moved after hearing this. I'll take the portrait back to make copies and help you post them everywhere, striving to find your father's whereabouts." Ning Xiaoxiao looked guilty after hearing this. She just wanted the family bucket back. Unexpectedly, the tyrant held Ning Xiaoxiao's chin and said affectionately, "I know, you don't need to say anything. You don't need to thank me either. You just need to know that whatever I do for you is worth it." Only then did Ning Xiaoxiao remember she could use the system to turn back time. But it was too late. She could only watch as the tyrant left satisfied with the family bucket. At least there were still these delicacies the tyrant had brought, which could slightly comfort her young heart. Unexpectedly, the dog of a man came back and took away the food he had brought. He even claimed it was for Ning Xiaoxiao's own good. After all, she seemed to be in such pain while eating them earlier, so they must not have suited her taste. He would take them away and dispose of them. Ning Xiaoxiao wanted to stop him, but the tyrant ignored her completely, hugging the lunchbox and turning to leave. The tyrant's various actions made Ning Xiaoxiao completely unable to tolerate it, although outwardly respectful. In her heart, she cursed the dog emperor for being so annoying. Just wait, she wouldn't help him with anything in the future. Back in his chambers, the great tyrant finally tried the fried chicken. He couldn't believe why he had never eaten such delicious food before. Soon, the full KFC family bucket was reduced to just a few bones. The little palace maid had claimed the portrait on the family bucket was her father. Who knew the dim-witted great tyrant actually believed it? So he had many portraits distributed and posted inside and outside the palace, even in remote areas, offering a hefty reward for anyone who found him. Just now, the KFC family bucket that Ning Xiaoxiao had worked so hard to get was all eaten by the great tyrant. With no choice, she could only take out some pickles and steamed buns to satisfy her hunger. Just then, there was a knock on the door. It turned out to be eunuch Sanfu. The eunuch took out a lunchbox, saying it contained dompa pork hock, crystal shrimp, and Buddha jumps over the wall. The emperor said it would be a waste to feed these dishes to dogs, so he had me reheat them and bring them to you. After saying this, he didn't wait for Ning Xiaoxiao to respond, placed the lunchbox on the table, and quickly left. Ning Xiaoxiao was furious. The dog emperor was clearly implying that she was worse than a dog. She vowed she wouldn't eat it even if it killed her today. But as the aroma filled the room, Ning Xiaoxiao struggled to resist the temptation of the delicious food. In the end, she couldn't escape the law of it smells so good. She began shoveling the food into her mouth, completely forgetting her vow. Soon, eunuch Sanfu returned to report to the tyrant. The tyrant's actions left him puzzled. This servant doesn't understand. Those dishes were freshly made by the imperial kitchen, as Your Majesty ordered, and only the best ingredients were used. Why did Your Majesty say they were leftovers from lunch? Unexpectedly, the tyrant's face darkened. He sternly ordered eunuch Sanfu to shut up and not ask questions he shouldn't. He then took out the portrait of the little old man from the KFC family bucket and ordered him to have these posted everywhere. Early the next morning, Ning Xiaoxiao had just walked out of her room yawning when she heard chatter and discussion in the courtyard. Seeing Ning Xiaoxiao, a young palace maid hurriedly shared the morning's news. The imperial household department had been posting portraits of a strange old man all over the palace early in the morning. It was said that whoever had seen this person or could provide useful information would be richly rewarded by the emperor. Ning Xiaoxiao took the portrait and looked closely. Isn't this just the old man from the KFC family bucket? This was just nonsense she had made up to fool the tyrant. She didn't expect him to actually believe this thing was her father. Looking at the portrait, Ning Xiaoxiao thought of the fried chicken she had worked so hard to get. She wondered when she would be able to get the tyrant's hair again to exchange for items. Just then, a young palace maid came up to Ning Xiaoxiao and asked, "Xiaoxiao, what did you wash your hair with? It smells so good." Ning Xiaoxiao explained that she just used ordinary mint soap and mixed in some flower juice. But in reality, she had exchanged it at the system's convenience store using the tyrant's hair. Thinking about washing hair, Ning Xiaoxiao had a bright idea. Since the shampoo smelled so good, maybe the great tyrant would be interested. Then she could take the opportunity to wash his hair. This way, she could pluck as much hair as she wanted. She thought she was such a little genius. One bottle of shampoo. could get her to sleep with the great tyrant for one night. If it were you, would you be willing? Just as the little palace maid was fantasizing about washing the tyrant's hair with shampoo and then taking the chance to pluck him bald, the system issued a new task, which was to sleep with the great tyrant for one night. Hearing such a bizarre task, Ning Xiaoxiao froze. If the system wanted her to die, it should just say so directly. She wanted to refuse, but the system's rewards were too good, so she reluctantly agreed. After all, it was just sleeping, nothing else would happen. She could use her golden finger to add a line. Tonight, he slept very deeply. Ning Xiaoxiao had just returned when she heard the news that Gu Xijin had been summoned. Unexpectedly, Gu Xijin was already warming up by doing aerobics. After seeing this, Ning Xiaoxiao was shocked and speechless. The level of proficiency was truly heartbreaking. As expected, the tyrant made Gu Xijin do aerobics again. He summoned Ning Xiaoxiao to come and read the memorials. Ning Xiaoxiao pretended to be very hot, fanning herself with the memorial and saying, "It feels so hot today. Isn't your majesty feeling hot?" The tyrant lazily opened his eyes and smelled the fragrance coming from Ning Xiaoxiao. He asked, "What did you put on your hair? It smells so good." Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao smiled smugly. It seemed the tyrant had taken the bait. "Your Majesty, this servant used homemade shampoo. It has a long-lasting fragrance, controls oil, and removes dandruff very well. Would your Majesty like to try it?" Little did she know, the tyrant had already seen through Ning Xiaoxiao's intentions and didn't follow the expected script. Is it really that effective? Let me see it quickly. The tyrant took the shampoo and poured some onto his hand. He asked skeptically, "Is this what you call shampoo?" Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao quickly flattered him, saying, "This is specially made by your servant. It even foams up with a little water." Before she could finish speaking, the tyrant's words, "I'll take it," left Ning Xiaoxiao stunned. The tyrant casually wiped the remaining shampoo on his hands and ordered her to continue reading the memorials. Ning Xiaoxiao was completely dumbfounded when she heard this. Holding the memorial, she complained to herself that it was a lose-lose situation, but she didn't want to lose out at all. It seemed she had to sleep with him tonight. The great tyrant, who could hear Ning Xiaoxiao's thoughts, suddenly shuddered. "I just took your shampoo, and you want to sleep with me? How do you think that?" Remembering how Ning Xiaoxiao had groped his chest before, the tyrant felt both embarrassed and speechless. He unconsciously tightened his imperial robe. Seeing Ning Xiaoxiao's eyes staring at him like prey, he quickly sent her away. Ning Xiaoxiao didn't linger and walked straight out of the room. However, a mischievous smile appeared on her lips. That night, the tyrant locked his door tightly, but he still couldn't escape Ning Xiaoxiao's clutches. Ning Xiaoxiao was already standing behind the tyrant. Seeing him clutching the bottle of shampoo tightly in his hand, Ning Xiaoxiao became even more unsettled. "It's just a bottle of shampoo. Are you afraid I'll steal it?" But there are more important matters at hand. So she leaned down and played with the tyrant's delicate chin. "Did you think you could escape my grasp? Taking someone's things comes with a price." She had to sleep with the great tyrant for one night. This would give her a chance to spin the lucky wheel once, and the rewards from it were incredibly varied. To complete this task, the little palace maid finally made her move on the great tyrant. Ning Xiaoxiao thought she was being over the top, but when she lay beside the tyrant, she started to feel timid. Now, with the system urging her on the side, Ning Xiaoxiao became increasingly agitated. Looking at the tyrant's profile, her heart involuntarily started racing, and her face turned red. She carefully placed her hand on the tyrant's chest. Unexpectedly, the tyrant's firm chest felt so good to touch. It immediately made Ning Xiaoxiao feel shy. Not long after, Ning Xiaoxiao fell asleep. Little did she know, her sleeping posture was truly indescribable. Several times, the system reminded her that she couldn't let go of her hand. To maintain the hugging position, Ning Xiaoxiao was woken up by the system countless times. In the end, she ended up with panda eyes. Fortunately, her efforts weren't in vain. Ning Xiaoxiao successfully completed the task and unlocked the rewards of the lucky wheel. Looking at the rewards on the wheel, Ning Xiaoxiao couldn't help but complain. What were all these strange things? Was this a trap? With the system's persuasion, Ning Xiaoxiao still spun the wheel. As the pointer slowly came to a stop, it landed on an item called All Poison Neutralizing Gummy Bear. The system explained that this gummy bear could cure all poisons or difficult illnesses in the book's world. One bite, and it would absolutely cure any disease. Ning Xiaoxiao was amazed looking at this gummy bear. This was a real treasure. With all the scheming concubines in the harem, it might save her life if she were to be secretly harmed. So she quickly put the treasure away. While the tyrant was still asleep, she tiptoed out and gently closed the door. But what she didn't expect was that when she snuck out of the tyrant's bedchamber, she was seen by two passing palace maids. The little palace maid teased the great tyrant. She hugged the great tyrant and slept for a whole night. The next day, a sticky substance was left on the bedsheet. The eunuch understood immediately after seeing it. This color and texture, it must be the dragon's seed. Just now, the great tyrant was awakened by a nightmare. In his dream, he was held captive by the devil Ning Xiao Xiao, who tormented him endlessly. After waking up, he held his head and panted. Then he looked at the sticky substance in his hand, confused. What was this? Seeing the spilled shampoo nearby, he realized it was a false alarm. He called for eunuch San Fu to change all the bedding. But just as the eunuch turned around, he heard the palace maids whispering, "What is this thing? It seems to have a fragrance." Hearing this, the eunuch quickly told the maids to clean up and not waste time. So, the maid handed the sticky bedsheet to the eunuch to look at. The eunuch was stunned because he found the sticky substance familiar. He lightly touched it and felt it was very similar to a certain substance. So he asked the little maid if Gu Changjin had stayed in the bedchamber last night. A maid recounted what she saw to the eunuch, saying that at the fourth watch of the night, she saw Ning Xiao Xiao, who wasn't usually around, sneaking out of the emperor's bedchamber in a panic. Upon hearing this, the shipping-loving eunuch, San Fu, immediately understood. The little maids were still asking the eunuch what was going on, but he stopped them, only saying that someone would soon be flying up the branch and becoming a phoenix. Little did they know, the great tyrant had overheard their entire conversation. Thinking about what the maid said, that Ning Xiao Xiao left his room at the fourth watch this morning, the tyrant could hardly believe it. Ning Xiao Xiao really slept with him for just a bottle of shampoo? He instantly felt both embarrassed and angry. Ning Xiao Xiao, you stole my innocence. Meanwhile, Ning Xiao Xiao had already returned to her own bed and fallen into a deep sleep. The little lowly unexpectedly traveled through time to become a palace made in ancient times. But as the days passed, she missed her mom and dad more and more. She couldn't help but shed tears of longing. Fortunately, she had an all-powerful golden finger system. Seeing that Ning Xiao Xiao had completed her tasks quite well, the system made an exception and rewarded her with a remote item retrieval function. This function allowed her to choose any item she owned in the modern world, but the item must fit the worldview of the book. Ning Xiao Xiao pondered for a moment. She thought of the jade bracelet her mother gave her. Luckily, after the system's analysis, the jade bracelet completely met the criteria. However, to successfully obtain the bracelet, Ning Xiao Xiao still needed to agree to one condition from the system, which was to exchange it for something else. The system then brought out a big wheel. It turned out that Ning Xiao Xiao had to spin the wheel, and whatever item the pointer landed on would be used for the exchange. Seeing the wheel, Ning Xiao Xiao broke out in a cold sweat. Because of the bizarre requirements on the wheel, she didn't want to do any of them. The system warned that if she couldn't complete the task, she wouldn't get the item she wanted. Ning Xiao Xiao had no choice but to go for it. She spun the wheel hard. To her surprise, the item she landed on was actually the tyrant's underwear. She instantly freaked out, instinctively wanting to cheat and spin again, saying she wouldn't steal that thing. But as soon as she spoke, the system mercilessly refused. This was the only chance for remote item retrieval. If the host didn't agree, the opportunity would be wasted. Hearing this, Ning Xiao Xiao's face darkened. Since there was no room for negotiation, she had to grit her teeth and do it. The system also stipulated that the task must be completed within 12 hours, and during this time, the golden finger couldn't be used. Hearing this, Ning Xiao Xiao felt even more helpless to complain. This wasn't a reward at all. It was clearly setting her up. The little palace maid had been eyeing the tyrant's underwear for a long time, so she decided to rely on her own wit to secretly steal the tyrant's underwear. The first step of her plan was to determine the tyrant's whereabouts. For this, she pretended to deliver pastries to the tyrant on behalf of her mistress. But to her surprise, eunuch San Fu was guarding the tyrant's door. Seeing Ning Xiao Xiao arrive, the eunuch hurriedly greeted her with a smile. Xiao Xiao, why are you here? Ning Xiao explained her purpose. After hearing this, Eunuch Sanfu was very attentive, saying that in the future, if there's anything, just call for him to fetch it. Ning Xiao kept being polite outwardly, but her mind was full of questions. Why did the eunuch seem so enthusiastic towards her today, but eager to steal the underwear? Ning Xiao simply handed the pastries to Sanfu. What Ning Xiao didn't expect was that the tyrant had already learned of her plan to steal his underwear through mind reading. He was instantly furious, but he was tied up with officials and couldn't leave at the moment. He was extremely frustrated. In broad daylight, you dare to steal my underwear. Meanwhile, Ning Xiao was already planning her second step, which was to enter the tyrant's bedchamber. But just as she was about to sneak into the bedchamber, a voice came from behind her. Ning Xiao, why are you here? This startled Ning Xiao greatly. Before she could remember who this person was, the palace maid directly grabbed Ning Xiao's hand and said enthusiastically, "You left the palace maid's quarters to follow Consort Gu. I've missed you so much. What brings you here?" While Ning Xiao was still thinking of how to lie her way out, she saw the palace maid cover her mouth and giggle, looking as if she understood everything. She left with a teasing remark, "Don't forget about me when you fly up the branch and become a phoenix one day," and then ran off in a flash. Ning Xiao's mouth twitched, completely bewildered. She couldn't understand what that palace maid was talking about at all. Right now, stealing the underwear was the priority. Little did she know, the news of her sneaking out of the tyrant's bedchamber early had already spread throughout the palace. Ning Xiao gently opened the wardrobe. She skillfully stuffed one of the dragon underwear into her sleeve. Just as she was about to tiptoe out, she heard footsteps outside the door. She immediately sensed trouble. Could it be that the great tyrant had returned so quickly? The little palace maid had just gotten her hands on the tyrant's dragon underwear and was about to leave when she heard footsteps. She instinctively thought it was the great tyrant coming, so she panicked and hid in the wardrobe. She quietly observed her surroundings through the cracks. Only then did she realize that the one who came in was actually a young eunuch. She saw the young eunuch tiptoe to the cabinet, open a small drawer, and then search back and forth for something. It turned out he was a little thief stealing gold ingots. Ning Xiao watched and marveled. How could a young eunuch be so bold as to steal from the great tyrant? Did he have a death wish? The tyrant losing an underwear was a small matter, but if he lost money, he would surely investigate thoroughly. If it traced back to her, wouldn't she be finished? Thinking of this, Ning Xiao was about to step forward to stop him. Suddenly, the tyrant's voice came from outside. The young eunuch hurriedly pushed the drawer back. Ning Xiao also broke out in a cold sweat. It's over. We're done for." But the young eunuch turned around and opened the wardrobe where Ning Xiao was. He immediately saw Ning Xiao curled up inside. The young eunuch was stunned for a moment, but the next second he greeted her casually. "What a coincidence. You're here to steal too." As he spoke, he stepped into the wardrobe. "Well, help a brother out. Make some room for me." In such a tense atmosphere, the young eunuch wasn't nervous at all. He even asked Ning Xiao what she had in her sleeve. Ning Xiao was speechless and ordered the young eunuch to shut up immediately. With a bang, the door was thrown open by the tyrant. He found the room empty, thinking, wasn't Ning Xiao supposed to come steal my things? Where is she? Looking around, the tyrant's eyes finally fell on the suspicious wardrobe. The two inside hadn't yet reacted, when the next second they tumbled out of the wardrobe with a thud. The tyrant never imagined there would be another person in the small wardrobe. In broad daylight, "What are you two doing hiding in my wardrobe?" The little palace maid and young eunuch were hiding in the wardrobe, doing naughty things. Unexpectedly, they were discovered by the great tyrant. In broad daylight, "What are you two doing hiding in my wardrobe?" Seeing that everything was about to be exposed, Ning Xiao had to find an excuse first. So she grabbed the young eunuch and took the initiative. "Behave yourself. Your Majesty, this young eunuch was stealing your money. I just caught him." The pinned-down young eunuch kept begging for mercy. "Ouch, it hurts. Brother, what kind of she-tyrant are you keeping in your palace?" Hearing this, Ning Xiao froze. He called the tyrant brother. The young eunuch whined pitifully on the ground. The tyrant realized it was his good-for-nothing brother. His expression immediately soured. After confirming it was someone she couldn't afford to offend, Ning Xiaoxiao hurriedly and attentively patted the dust off the young eunuch. She kept apologizing, afraid he would tell on her to the tyrant. This servant's eyes were poor. I hope your highness can be magnanimous and forgive me. The young eunuch pretended to be arrogant, swatting away Ning Xiaoxiao's hand. He was about to put on airs, but the tyrant didn't give him face at all. Pulling his ear irritably, he said, Lu Ichio, you've grown bolder. Now you're playing the role of a eunuch. I didn't know you had such a fetish. Hearing the name Lu Ichio, Ning Xiaoxiao suddenly realized, wasn't this the tyrant's most beloved brother in the original story? Because his mother was poisoned by medicine in the palace, he was manipulated by ill-intentioned people, leading him to believe it was all the tyrant's doing. In the end, he turned to the dark side. Now that the fake ginseng incident was exposed early, it meant his mother wouldn't be poisoned to death, so he wouldn't turn evil. The tyrant irritably slapped the back of Lu Ichio's head. What are you doing in my bedchamber in broad daylight? Lu Ichio hurriedly put on a fawning face and said, Hee, I missed you, brother. So I snuck in and hid to give you a surprise. The tyrant wouldn't believe a word from his money-grubbing brother. He started patting him down. Why are you blocking there? Move your hand. Brother, not there. Hearing their conversation, Ning Xiaoxiao's imagination ran wild. She even imagined the scene of the domineering emperor and the Tsundere prince from a book. Suddenly, the great tyrant saw through Ning Xiaoxiao's thoughts. Gritting his teeth, he wondered what on earth this Ning Xiaoxiao was always thinking about. Finally, embarrassed and angry, he pointed at Ning Xiaoxiao and demanded, What were you doing hiding in my wardrobe? You'd better explain clearly. Ning Xiaoxiao felt guilty upon hearing this. Still, she forced herself to explain. This servant came to the Choyang Palace to help clean. Then I happened to see Prince Jing disguised as a young eunuch, sneaking suspiciously into your majesty's bedchamber. This servant thought he was a thief, so I followed him in, intending to apprehend him. Hearing this, Lu Ichio was very displeased. He pointed at Ning Xiaoxiao and said to the tyrant, Brother, she's lying to you. Don't believe her. This palace maid and young eunuch are in cahoots. One specializes in stealing the tyrant's dragon underwear, the other in stealing gold and silver treasures. Little did he know the young eunuch was actually the tyrant's own brother. To gain the tyrant's forgiveness, Lu Ichio immediately sold out Ning Xiaoxiao. Brother, she's lying. As he spoke, he pulled out the underwear Ning Xiaoxiao had stolen. Look, she came to steal your underwear. The tyrant's face darkened on the spot. Of all things to steal, why my underwear? Why is your taste so peculiar? Seeing the situation, Ning Xiaoxiao decided to go all out. Your Majesty, Prince Jing doesn't really miss you either. Saying this, she pulled off Lu Ichio's boot. Gold ingots poured out from inside. Your Majesty, look, he actually came to steal your money. The tyrant looked at the smelly gold ingots and was momentarily speechless. He involuntarily took a step back. He found it hard to imagine. Was this madness in the palace contagious? Why did everyone around him seem to become abnormal since Ning Xiaoxiao appeared? He turned back to see the two refusing to back down to each other. Soon, both were sent out by the tyrant to stand as punishment. Even so, Lu Ichio still maintained a carefree attitude, constantly talking to Ning Xiaoxiao. Which palace are you from? How come I've never seen you before? You're quite pretty, just your temper isn't so good. All right, I just remembered. Why did my brother make you stand with me? With his temper, shouldn't he have beaten you to death? Could it be that you hold the same status in my brother's heart as I do? Hey, I'm talking to you. Can you at least acknowledge me? I'm a prince after all. Can't you show some respect? Seeing that Ning Xiaoxiao had no intention of responding to him, he felt embarrassed and was about to shut up with a light snort. But then I took a closer look. It turned out that the gold ingots he had stolen were with Ning Xiaoxiao. He turned back with a smile and said, Oh, don't be angry. Let me show you a magic trick. Look, there's nothing in my hands now. Then he put his hands behind his back. Abracadabra! Ning Xiaoxiao thought this person was an idiot and looked at him with disdain. But when Lu Ichio pulled out the dragon underwear that she had been longing for, Ning Xiaoxiao instantly became interested. She quickly begged Lu Ichio to return the underwear to her. Lu Ichio wasn't stupid. He proposed an exchange with Ning Xiaoxiao. I'll give you my brother's underwear if you give me the gold ingots. How about that? Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao happily took out the gold ingots, thinking that getting the underwear was more important. She claimed that the underwear wasn't important, saying, "This servant mainly wants to make friends with your highness Prince Jing." The great tyrant, hearing their conversation outside, was truly at a loss. He laughed bitterly. "So you two are using my—" The tyrant's brother had disguised himself as a young eunuch to steal gold ingots. Unexpectedly, he was discovered by the great tyrant. He then asked Lu Ichio to hand over the gold ingots. Seeing his hesitation, the tyrant threatened, "Do you want to continue standing as punishment?" Lu Ichio was very reluctant and turned his head away, remaining silent. Finally, under the tyrant's pressure, he obediently handed over the gold ingots. The tyrant knew his brother's nature very well and continued to hold out his hand. Having no choice, Lu Ichio had a hand over the remaining silver as well. He felt very wronged. The money he had worked so hard to exchange with Ning Xiaoxiao for the underwear was now gone. The tyrant was truly disappointed. At the beginning of the month, the Imperial Household Department gave you 1,000 taels of silver. You also have the allowance I give you every now and then. Nearly 2,000 taels of silver a month. Is that not enough for your expenses? Hearing this, Lu Ichio didn't dare to look at the tyrant, feeling guilty. He mumbled, "Last month there was a flood in the south. I donated 500 taels of silver." The tyrant angrily rebuked, "If you need money, you can ask me. Taking without asking is stealing. I can't indulge this habit." Lu Ichio was very dissatisfied after hearing this. He complained, "That little palace maid stole your underwear. Why didn't you say anything? She took without asking. That's stealing. Does that mean you agreed to give her the underwear? Fine. If you won't give me money, I'll go tell the Empress Dowager about you giving underwear to a little palace maid." Saying this, he pretended to go tattle, his footsteps echoing. The tyrant hurriedly stopped him, afraid that such an embarrassing matter would be exposed. He couldn't bear to lose face. He had no choice but to give all the gold ingots to Lu Ichio, and threatened that if he dared to mention this matter again, he would cut off his expenses for a year. Lu Ichio understood immediately. "Don't worry, brother. I may not understand your little quirk of gifting underwear, but I respect it. I absolutely won't tell anyone else." Meanwhile, Ning Xiaoxiao, who had completed the task of stealing the tyrant's underwear, finally got her bracelet. This bracelet held great significance for her, because it was given to her by her mother. Ning Xiaoxiao had always treasured it, thinking that one day she would definitely return to modern times. No matter how careful you are, it's hard to guard against thieves in your own home. She didn't expect that the maid by her side would have sticky fingers. Previously, she stole the young mistress's gold hairpin. Now she had her eyes on Ning Xiaoxiao's jade bracelet. Early that morning, as Ning Xiaoxiao was making her bed, a maid noticed the bracelet she was wearing and couldn't help but ask, "What a beautiful jade bracelet. I've never seen it before. Xiaoxiao, who gave this to you?" Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao explained, "This was part of my dowry from my mother. I don't wear it often for fear of damaging it." These words triggered Calian's sensitive nerves. What's so special about that? When the young miss was still at home, she used to give me plenty of such things. Calian loved to compare herself to others, which annoyed everyone. So the maid angrily retorted, "Then why have we never seen you wear them?" Hearing this, Calian felt her hypocrisy had been exposed. Her face contorted as she said, "I'm here to serve the young miss, not to dress up flashily for others to see." With that, she stormed out of the room. At night, Calian quietly opened the door to Ning Xiaoxiao's room. She tiptoed to her bedside. The bracelet that was originally worn disappeared without a trace in the next moment. The next day, the Empress brought some urgently delivered premium lychees for Gu Sijin and Consort Tong to taste. But Consort Tong didn't appreciate the Empress's kindness at all and was overly critical. Fortunately, Gu Sijin came to the rescue. The Empress saw this and decided to reward all the lychees to Gu Sijin. But as Calian was about to take away the lychees, the sharp-eyed Consort Tong noticed the bracelet on her wrist. She fell in love with it at first sight and wanted to exchange the lychees for Calian's jade bracelet. Calian, being a coward, didn't dare to offend Consort Tong. She had no choice but to take off the bracelet and offer it to her. Meanwhile, Gu Sijin, who was standing nearby, already knew that the bracelet's true owner was Ning Xiaoxiao. The answering lady had a maid who loved to steal things. She not only stole a fellow palace maid's jade bracelet, but even offered it to the consort to curry favor. However, she couldn't escape the answering lady's eyes. The answering lady probed Silian. I've never given you any jade bracelet. Where did you get that bracelet from? But Silian had no intention of telling the truth. She insisted that she had asked eunuch Tuaw to buy it for her while running errands. The answering lady wouldn't believe her lies, so she continued to probe. Are you telling the truth? I saw Xiao Xiao wearing that bracelet just a few days ago. Tell me the truth. Where did the bracelet come from? Silian stubbornly refused to admit that she had stolen it. Seeing this, the answering lady was very disappointed in her. No longer caring about their master-servant relationship, she grabbed Silian and was about to confront the eunuch. Unexpectedly, Silian, who had always been respectful to her, suddenly turned on her. She forcefully broke free from the answering lady's grip. Then, reluctantly, she admitted that she had stolen the bracelet. She even shamelessly shouted at the answering lady, "But that jade bracelet is of such high quality that even the consort covets it. How could someone like her afford it? She must have stolen it from someone else." Before she could finish, a loud slap echoed. The answering lady's hand struck Silian's face hard. At this moment, her eyes were filled with tears, and she was trembling with anger. She couldn't believe that Silian had become so calculating. Silian, who had been slapped, was completely unaware of her mistake. She just looked at the answering lady in disbelief. As it turned out, Silian's mother had entrusted Silian to her on her deathbed. Because of this, for all these years, the answering lady had treated her like her own sister. She had never mistreated her, let alone hit her. That's why Silian had developed so many bad habits. The answering lady had no choice but to grab Silian's hand and go together to ask the consort for the bracelet. Meanwhile, unable to find her bracelet, Ning Xiao tossed and turned in bed, but still couldn't find any trace of it. So she ran out of the room and asked a passing little eunuch, "Bung Bung, have you seen my bracelet?" When the little eunuch mentioned that he saw Silian coming out of her room last night, Ning Xiao was shocked. She had already punished her for stealing money before. Why hadn't she changed? The little palace maid ignored her mistress's advice. Not only did she block Consort Tong's sedan chair, but she also punched and kicked her. All because Consort Tong had shattered the jade bracelet given to her by Ning Xiao's mother. Just moments ago, Gu Sijin had dragged Silian to ask Consort Tong for the bracelet. But Consort Tong didn't want to give it back at all. So, Gu Sijin offered her own family heirloom in exchange. But Consort Tong wasn't grateful at all. She claimed that a mere palace maid didn't deserve such a fine bracelet. After Gu Sijin's earnest persuasion, Consort Hong finally agreed to return the bracelet. Unexpectedly, just as Gu Sijin was about to take the bracelet, Consort Hong let go of her hand. With a crisp sound, the bracelet shattered into pieces. However, the consort showed no remorse and instead displayed an arrogant expression. It was clear she had done this intentionally. At that moment, Ning Xiao came running towards Consort Tong, but it was too late. She stood there in disbelief, stunned. All she could see was Consort Tong's retreating figure and the shattered pieces of the bracelet. This scene shook Ning Xiao's last line of defense. She stood there motionless for a long time, just standing there blankly. Gu Sijin knew how important the bracelet was to Ning Xiao. She kept explaining, Xiao, I'm sorry. Silian stole your bracelet today and wore it. The consort took a liking to it. When we tried to get it back, an accident happened. Unexpectedly, Consort Tong, who had walked away, suddenly turned back, revealing a smug smile. Even Ning Xiao, as naive as she was, knew that the hateful Consort Tong had done this on purpose. She disregarded any difference in status and rushed to Consort Tong's side. Before she could react, Ning Xiao pulled her down from the sedan chair. Gu Sijin hurried to stop her, but it was too late. Ning Xiao had already thrown her fist. She punched Consort Tong's face again and again, venting her anger. However, no matter how powerful Ning Xiao's golden finger was, no matter how much she could turn back time, she couldn't go back to before the bracelet was shattered. No matter how much she took out her anger on Consort Tong, her mother's bracelet couldn't be brought back. The grief-stricken Ning Xiao tightly clutched the shattered bracelet. Even though her hand was bloodied and mangled, she didn't let go. She turned back time once again and intercepted Consort Tong's sedan chair. However, this time, no matter how much Consort Tong scolded her, Ning Xiaoxiao didn't back down. When Consort Tong threatened to drag Ning Xiaoxiao out and beat her severely, Gu Sijin stood in front of Xiaoxiao and said, "Consort, she is from my palace. If you truly believe she has done wrong, then beat me first." However, Consort Tong had no intention of letting them off. She even ordered people to take both mistress and servant away to be beaten to death. Just then, a voice came from afar. "With me here, who dares to touch her?" It turned out the tyrant had rushed over at this critical moment, relying on her power and status. She not only shattered the little palace maid's bracelet, but also planned to drag her out and beat her to death. At this crucial moment, the tyrant arrived just in time. Seeing this, Consort Hong immediately absolved herself of all responsibility. It was the gentle Gu Sijin who voluntarily admitted fault. However, to everyone's surprise, the tyrant didn't say a word. Instead, he came to Ning Xiaoxiao's side. He gently held her injured hand. Ning Xiaoxiao's face immediately turned red. Looking at the shattered bracelet, the tyrant frowned. He actually felt very sorry for Ning Xiaoxiao, but he had never expressed his affection openly. Ning Xiaoxiao looked at him with grievance, feeling extremely sad inside. Unexpectedly, the tyrant changed the subject and showed concern for the shattered bracelet. "This jade is of excellent quality. It's a shame it's broken." Ning Xiaoxiao immediately puffed up her cheeks in anger. She cursed in her heart. This dog of a man is truly a terminal case of male chauvinism. I was so touched, but it turns out he's just feeling sorry for the bracelet. When the tyrant learned about the bracelet's origin through mind reading, he shouted at Consort Tong, "Such fine jade, and you smashed it. What a waste." The consort was immediately frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. She claimed it was all Gu Sijin's carelessness that caused it to break. Hearing this, the tyrant angrily shouted, "I saw clearly just now how you were mistreating Gu Chang's eye and how you deliberately smashed the bracelet. I'm punishing you with half a month of confinement for self-reflection. Without my order, you are not allowed to step out of Yaowa Palace." Consort Hong was very unwilling to accept this. She secretly vowed to get revenge on Gu Sijin one day. After everything was settled, Gu Sijin kept apologizing on Salian's behalf, hoping Ning Xiaoxiao would forgive her. But Salian didn't appreciate it at all. She acted as if it had nothing to do with her, claiming that Ning Xiaoxiao didn't know what was good for her. The mistress has already apologized, yet she's still making a sour face. Gu Sijin was exasperated and punished Salian by making her kneel for an hour. Salian was about to plead, but Gu Sijin showed no mercy. She pulled Ning Xiaoxiao away. Salian reluctantly shed tears, harboring resentment towards Ning Xiaoxiao from the bottom of her heart. Soon, it started pouring rain. Back in her chambers, Gu Sijin hurriedly took out her most precious red jade bracelet and gave it to Ning Xiaoxiao. Ning Xiaoxiao was very angry inside. The mistress was very kind to her, but whoever was at fault should face the consequences. Because he knew the principle that kindness can be taken advantage of, he didn't have Gu Sijin's saintly heart. One day, he would make Salian pay back double. The eunuch fell in love with the little palace maid. He even sent her some high-quality wound medicine. This left the little palace maid at a loss for what to do. So she hurriedly returned the medicine and gave the eunuch a good person card in passing. "Eunuch, you're a good person, but we're really not suitable." The eunuch looked bewildered after hearing this. Just now, Chi-Chi had brought wound medicine for Ning Xiaoxiao to treat her injury. When Ning Xiaoxiao received it and was about to ask something, Chi-Chi quickly ran away. This left him puzzled, because wound medicine was more valuable than gold. How could Chi have it? Just as he was pondering, he heard discussions outside. Why didn't eunuch Sanfu come to deliver it himself? Could it be that the eunuch liked Xiaoxiao? Little did they know that Ning Xiaoxiao had heard their entire conversation. In her heart, she became even more convinced of the fact that the eunuch liked her. She immediately panicked and started sweating profusely. However, what no one expected was that the wound medicine was actually sent by the tyrant through the eunuch to Ning Xiaoxiao. He also instructed eunuch Sanfu to have an identical bracelet made. Just as the eunuch was walking out of the room, he happened to run into Ning Xiaoxiao. It turned out Ning Xiaoxiao was coming to return the wound medicine. The eunuch wanted to tell her that the medicine wasn't from him, but Ning Xiaoxiao wouldn't listen. She quickly tossed the medicine to the eunuch. As she was about to run away, the eunuch grabbed her. So Ning Xiaoxiao hurriedly said, "Eunuch, you're a good person, but were really not suitable. Hearing this, the eunuch looked bewildered. Ning Xiaoxiao knew that this kind of thing had to be made clear, so she patted her chest with a serious face. I know you're a good person, eunuch, but I'm a worldly person. I have worldly desires. You understand, right? The eunuch, realizing the misunderstanding was getting bigger, had to explain that this was all the emperor's idea. Seeing that Xiao Xiao still didn't understand, the eunuch had to lean in and whisper, "Oh my, don't you understand the emperor's intentions? Anyway, you have to accept this." Suddenly, the tyrant appeared behind them. He claimed that the weather had been hot these days, and he was worried that the alpacas might crack and get injured. He instructed Ning Xiaoxiao to keep the medicine safe, go back to carefully inspect the alpaca, and apply the medicine. Ning Xiaoxiao was stunned. Using such expensive medicine for a horse? So I, a beautiful woman, am not even worth as much as a horse. Still, she obediently bowed to the tyrant, promising to apply the medicine well to the alpaca. But in her heart, she was fuming. That dog of a man is doing this on purpose. The alpaca has so much fur and such thick skin. I could get sunburned. When I get back, I'll use all the medicine on myself. Little did she know, the tyrant did this on purpose, because only by doing so would Ning Xiaoxiao accept the wound medicine. After Ning Xiaoxiao left, the tyrant suddenly changed his expression. He scolded eunuch Sanfu. How do you handle things? I told you not to tell her the medicine was for me. Did you take my words as wind passing by your ears? The eunuch was so scared he quickly knelt down and begged for forgiveness. Meanwhile, Cilian, with her clothes soaked through, came before Gu Sijin. The scheming maid appeared to be as close as sisters with her mistress on the surface, but behind her back, she was in cahoots with the treacherous consort. She even wanted to get rid of the little palace made by her mistress's side, but now she was putting on a pitiful act to gain sympathy. Sure enough, the kind-hearted and soft Gu Sijin fell for it completely. This time, Cilian directly knelt down and admitted her mistake. She even cried uncontrollably, playing on Gu Sijin's emotions. Your servant and young miss have been struggling in the palace. So many eyes are watching us. Not only have I been unable to help young miss, but I've also caused trouble everywhere. I'm truly ashamed to face you. Upon hearing this, Gu Sijin was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. She thought Cilian finally understood, so she gently helped her up. She expressed that she didn't want to do this either, but if she didn't punish Cilian today, others would punish her in the future. Cilian quickly agreed repeatedly, promising never to make mistakes again. After gaining Gu Sijin's sympathy, she turned to find Ning Xiaoxiao. Still pretending to be ashamed, she claimed she knew her mistake. She said she originally just thought it looked nice and wanted to wear it for fun, not knowing the noble consort would take a liking to it. Ning Xiaoxiao wasn't falling for her act. She didn't even look at her directly, only saying, "The wicked will be punished by heaven. If you want to keep going down this path, suit yourself." Seeing that Cilian still wouldn't leave, Ning Xiaoxiao turned and picked up a large pair of scissors to intimidate her. Seeing this, Cilian quickly urged Ning Xiaoxiao to calm down. But Ning Xiaoxiao had already seen through her little tricks. She threatened her to behave, or she would be digging her own grave. With that, she fiercely snipped the scissors at Cilian. Fearing for her life, Cilian quickly felt her neck. Relieved that she wasn't injured, she let out a sigh of relief. But the next second, she revealed a ferocious expression, gritting her teeth, wishing Ning Xiaoxiao would just die quickly. The reason for Cilian's unusual behavior was that she had long been bought by noble consort Tong. Little did they know, an even bigger conspiracy was slowly approaching Gu Sijin and Ning Xiaoxiao. To buy a bracelet for the little palace maid, the tyrant personally went to Yinshi town, but he couldn't find a suitable bracelet in many shops, only because the bracelet's appearance was too unique. So the tyrant asked at several shops, but still had no luck. But he didn't get discouraged. Finally, in a small shop, he found a bracelet of excellent quality. However, the shop owner asked for an exorbitant price of 500 taels of silver. To everyone's surprise, the tyrant bought the bracelet without hesitation, spending a fortune. In the evening, the tyrant still had Ning Xiaoxiao read memorials with him. Just as Ning Xiaoxiao was feeling relieved that there weren't many memorials today, the next moment her wrist was grabbed by the tyrant. Ning Xiaoxiao felt a rush of shyness. Why was he suddenly holding her hand like this? Just as her imagination was running wild, a brand new bracelet was placed on her wrist. Ning Xiaoxiao was surprised and turned to look at the bracelet. She realized it was identical to the one her mother had given her. The tyrant looked at her affectionately. This look made Ning Xiaoxiao's heart race even more, and she didn't dare to look up at the tyrant. Unexpectedly, the tyrant changed the subject, saying that he had just accidentally found this thing in a corner while taking inventory of the treasury. He thought it was too ugly, so he had to bring it to her. Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao was at a loss for words. She had been fantasizing that the tyrant was interested in her. But thinking about it, how could he possibly be interested in her when he ignored an entire harem of beauties? Suddenly, she thought of something else. Her eyes stared directly at the tyrant's crotch, remembering that he had called Gu Sijin for bedchamber service several times, but each time just had her do fitness exercises. Could it be that the tyrant was impotent? The tyrant saw through Ning Xiaoxiao's thoughts. His face immediately darkened. He questioned why she kept staring at his crotch. Ning Xiaoxiao quickly waved her hands, saying it was nothing. Then she said to the tyrant, "This servant thanks your majesty for bestowing this bracelet. This servant likes it very much." Seeing Ning Xiaoxiao smile so sweetly, the tyrant's face was full of affection again. She looked so cute when she smiled, but why did her mind always wander to such lewd things? The little palace maid accidentally fell. She happened to land on the tyrant's private parts. He only felt something pressing against the back of his head. Seeing that she wasn't getting up, the tyrant quickly pushed her away. But Ning Xiaoxiao had twisted her waist. The tyrant had no choice but to help her up. He carefully placed her on a chair. Little did they know, this seat was the tyrant's throne. Ning Xiaoxiao was about to get up, but was held down by the tyrant. Then he coughed and inquired about Ning Xiaoxiao's waist injury. Seeing the tyrant so concerned about her, Ning Xiaoxiao's eyes softened. She looked at him lovingly and replied, "Your Majesty, it's fine now." Seeing the tyrant coughing incessantly, she quickly expressed concern. "Your Majesty, have you caught a cold? Coughing is a sign. You should take medicine promptly to suppress the illness before it develops." At this moment, eunuch Sanfu came to find the tyrant. But he discovered that Ning Xiaoxiao was not only sitting on the emperor's dragon throne, but also reading memorials. He immediately started shipping them, his eyes full of excitement. Seeing this, the tyrant questioned, "What are you smiling at?" Hearing this, the eunuch quickly explained, "This servant is smiling because the moonlight tonight is enchanting. It's a good day. Your Majesty might as well relax and enjoy the moonlight. This servant will take his leave now." The eunuch, seeing the tyrant and Ning Xiaoxiao getting along so well, was genuinely happy for the tyrant. Seeing the tyrant constantly coughing, Ning Xiaoxiao kindly brought him some tea. The tyrant, fearing he might infect her, said, "Stay away from me. I don't know when you might ambush me again. I'm tired. You may leave." Seeing the tyrant's attitude, Ning Xiaoxiao couldn't help but complain, "No good deed goes unpunished. You think I want to care about you? Drink it or not, suit yourself." Then she walked towards the door, but she happened to run into eunuch Sanfu. The eunuch noticed the bracelet on Ning Xiaoxiao's wrist. It was the one he and the tyrant had bought after browsing Lingxi town for an entire evening. So he patted Ning Xiaoxiao's shoulder and said, "Xiaoxiao, if you rise to prominence in the future, don't forget about this old eunuch." Although Ning Xiaoxiao didn't understand the eunuch's meaning, she still reminded him, "Today His Majesty has been coughing nonstop. Please trouble yourself to call for the imperial physician tomorrow to examine His Majesty." The eunuch indicated that he understood everything. Is His Majesty really coughing? That's the asthma of love. The great tyrant summoned Gu Changjin for bedchamber service every day. But after so long, Gu Changjin still hadn't conceived a royal child. Even the little palace maid thought he was impotent. Finally, the Empress Dowager couldn't sit still anymore. She was about to question him, but seeing the tyrant coughing nonstop, she felt resentful. How did Gu Changjin take care of the emperor? He served in the bedchamber every night, yet he didn't even care when the emperor fell ill. The tyrant was confused. Usually, the Empress Dowager doted on Gu Changjin excessively. Why was she suddenly finding fault with him? What was she up to now? Sure enough, the Empress Dowager got to the point. Gu Changjin had been in the palace for 2 months, served in the bedchamber 17 times, and was exclusively favored by the emperor. Yet there was still no sign of a royal child. The matter of an heir was crucial to the foundation of the state. She emphasized that sharing imperial favor equally was the way to long-term stability. Hearing this, the tyrant knew the Empress Dowager was trying to control him again, so he used the rules to suppress her. As Mother says, if the matter of heirs concerns state affairs, then it's a political issue. The harem is not allowed to interfere in politics. Has Mother forgotten the words of our ancestors? Seeing the tyrant dare to defy her words, the Empress Dowager was so angry she could barely breathe. At this moment, Ning Xiaoxiao came to find the tyrant with a food container. It turned out that on the night she learned of the tyrant's cough, she had prepared a fritillaria and loquat syrup following her mother's recipe. It was also to thank the tyrant for the bracelet he gave her. But just as she arrived outside the tyrant's bedchamber, she heard the sound of an argument inside. Fortunately, with the eunuch's reminder, she learned that the tyrant and the Empress Dowager were arguing again. So she had the eunuch deliver the fritillaria and loquat syrup to the tyrant. Finally, the argument between mother and son ended on an unhappy note. After the Empress Dowager left, Eunuch Sanfu brought the food container to the tyrant. This is the fritillaria and loquat syrup sent by Ning Xiaoxiao. She made it herself. At first, the tyrant was suspicious, but then he thought, why would Eunuch Sanfu help Ning Xiaoxiao deliver things? He immediately frowned. He didn't expect to be jealous of even the eunuch. He questioned, are you and Ning Xiaoxiao close? I've never liked sweet food. By presenting this, are you deliberately trying to offend me? Hearing this, the eunuch was so frightened that he immediately knelt down and begged for forgiveness. This servant wouldn't dare. This servant only thought that the fritillaria and loquat syrup could treat your majesty's cough, so I brought it to your majesty. But deep down, he was very confused about why the emperor was unhappy and even angry. Unexpectedly, the tyrant's imagination ran wild, and he actually thought that Eunuch Sanfu had taken a liking to Ning Xiaoxiao. So he flew into a rage. The eunuch hurriedly kowtowed repeatedly, begging for mercy. Only then was he spared punishment and fled in panic. The tyrant looked at the fritillaria and loquat syrup on the table. He couldn't resist tasting it. Although he said it wasn't that good, he still slurped it up quickly, almost wanted to swallow the bowl along with it. Meanwhile, Ning Xiaoxiao tossed and turned in bed, her mind filled with the secret eunuch Sanfu had told her. The tyrant always bullied the little palace maid, but he also cared for her silently. To please her, he spent an entire evening buying back a jade bracelet at a high price. But the tyrant never mentioned this, seeing that they both cared for each other but wouldn't admit it. Eunuch Sanfu had no choice but to reveal the story of buying the jade bracelet. Do you know where the bracelet on your wrist came from? Ning Xiaoxiao was confused. Wasn't this just picked up from a corner of the national treasury? Hearing this, the eunuch quietly explained the whole story. The emperor thought Gong Xiaofeng was too slow to perceive things. He heard that Yinshi Town specialized in selling rare treasures. So he took this servant and searched all night, going door to door to look. It took all night to find this bracelet. After hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao stood there stunned. She never imagined that the tyrant would do so much for her. Eunuch Sanfu said painfully, clutching his chest, if it weren't for spending a night in that cold place, the emperor wouldn't have caught a cold. Hearing the eunuch say this, Ning Xiaoxiao looked incredulous. She asked Eunuch Sanfu repeatedly for confirmation. You're saying he specifically searched many places to buy this for me? After getting an affirmative answer from the eunuch, Lin Xiaoxiao was moved to tears. She quickly left, her mind full of what the eunuch had said. She never imagined that the tyrant had silently done so much for her. Wasn't he only supposed to be fierce and bully me? Why is he suddenly so nice to me? Ning Xiaoxiao ran quickly towards her home, her eyes full of tears of gratitude. Back at home, Ning Xiaoxiao tossed and turned in bed, her mind filled with images of the great tyrant. She even began to brainwash herself. He doesn't like so many consorts. How could he be interested in a little palace maid like me? Besides, he's just a fictional character. Even if he likes me, I couldn't possibly like him. I still need to quickly complete my mission and go home. At this moment, the system's voice sounded, Host, you don't need to do missions anymore. Because the host triggered a hidden storyline, causing the plot to completely collapse. The host can return home in 3 days. Because the tyrant is about to die. The tyrant's life is hanging by a thread. And the one who killed him turns out to be the little palace maid he deeply loved. But even so, the great tyrant couldn't bear to blame Ning Xiaoxiao. The situation today is all because Ning Xiaoxiao added perilla to the fritillaria and loquat syrup she made herself. The tyrant is severely allergic to perilla. Because there's no treatment, he will die completely in 3 days. Hearing the system's explanation, Ning Xiaoxiao was very confused because this never happened in the original work. But her actions this time directly triggered a hidden storyline. Ning Xiaoxiao was anxious. It seems that if the tyrant dies now, wouldn't it be equivalent to her killing him with her own hands? Thinking of this, she felt inexplicably sad. Is it really ending like this? But every little thing the tyrant did for her was vivid in her mind. Although she really wanted to go home, is it really appropriate to just leave after causing the tyrant's death? The system kept advising Ning Xiaoxiao on the side. Host, don't be conflicted. After all the characters in the book are just fictional characters. Host, don't mind these things, as long as the result is good. I've guided so many hosts, and you're the only one who's graduating early. Ning Xiaoxiao slowly accepted this fact. Yes, he's just a fictional character. I could see my mom and dad soon. I should be happy. Meanwhile, seeing her gravely ill son lying in bed, the Empress Dowager kept questioning eunuch Sanfu, asking who made the fritillaria and loquat syrup. Unexpectedly, not only did the tyrant not blame Ning Xiaoxiao, but he took all the responsibility upon himself. It was I who carelessly put perilla in it. It has nothing to do with others. Seeing that the tyrant trusted Ning Xiaoxiao so much, eunuch Sanfu also decided to keep his mouth shut. He would fulfill the tyrant's last wish. Ning Xiaoxiao looked at the bracelet on her hand, feeling very uneasy. This was what the tyrant had spent all night searching for, even catching a cold in the process. Every time she thought of this, her heart ached as if pierced by needles. She looked at the keyboard beside her. An idea formed in her mind. I want to modify the plot. I want to save the tyrant. The system was shocked by Ning Xiaoxiao's actions. Host, are you crazy? What are you doing? Don't you want to go home? But Ning Xiaoxiao completely ignored it, continuously typing on the keyboard, modifying the plot. The tyrant's life was hanging by a thread. The palace maid wanted to modify the plot to save him, but she found herself powerless to do so. She was confused. It had been possible before. After the system's explanation, Ning Xiaoxiao realized that she couldn't change the life and death of important characters. The system couldn't understand Ning Xiaoxiao's behavior. In its view, the great tyrant was just a fictional character in a book. Why not care for herself instead? Moreover, if the host completed the mission, it could also increase its KPI. Why not do such a win-win thing? Ning Xiaoxiao now understood that the dog system was just eager to complete its own performance. So even if there was a way to save the great tyrant, it would prevent it. Thinking of this, Ning Xiaoxiao walked to the side. She pressed pause on the screen. She wanted to use this method to save the tyrant's life. As long as the time in the book world was permanently paused, as long as the ending wasn't triggered and the system couldn't complete its performance, even if she had to spend a lifetime in the book, she was willing to do so. This operation indeed worked. The system began to panic. It had never seen such an uncooperative host before. Was it worth giving up the great opportunity to go home for a paper character? But Ning Xiaoxiao didn't think so. In her view, after spending day and night with the tyrant, even if he was a paper character, she couldn't treat him so cold-heartedly. The tyrant's life was in danger, all for her sake. How could she just abandon him? She would go home, but with a clear conscience. Seeing Ning Xiaoxiao's stubbornness, the system was frustrated. It never thought that a mighty system, could be threatened by a host. But deep down, it admired Ning Xiaoxiao's spirit of gratitude. On the surface, it angrily said it wouldn't interfere anymore, but it still vaguely hinted that there was a way to save the tyrant. Ning Xiaoxiao thought for a moment and deduced that the system must have a method. Before she could think of what it might be, the system suddenly started singing, "QQ love, is it true or false? Who can guess?" Seeing that Ning Xiaoxiao didn't react for a long time, the system kept repeating the letters QQ. Finally, Ning Xiaoxiao thought of the all-cure QQ candy. That's right, if she could get the tyrant to eat the QQ candy, his illness might be cured. At this point, Ning Xiaoxiao excitedly grabbed the system's shoulders, thanking it repeatedly. She quickly went to her room and started searching. It didn't take long to find the all-cure QQ candy. But the moment she opened the box, Ning Xiaoxiao was completely stunned. The tyrant's life was hanging by a thread. The little palace maid really wanted to save him. Fortunately, with the system's hint, Ning Xiaoxiao remembered she had an all-cure QQ candy. But when she opened the box, she was completely stunned. The all-cure QQ candy had melted into a puddle of liquid. Ning Xiaoxiao touched the sticky, snot-like QQ candy with her hand, not knowing what to do. But she thought, even though the QQ candy had turned into red snot, having something was better than nothing. At this moment, the system reminded her, "Host, when giving the QQ candy to the tyrant, you can't use any special abilities. It will be considered as actively changing a character's life and death." Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao looked contemptuous. She knew it wouldn't be that easy. The dog system was never so kind-hearted. Meanwhile, the imperial physician diagnosing the tyrant had a grave expression. He reported to the Empress Dowager that the emperor's condition was not optimistic. The Empress Dowager, upon hearing this, angrily slammed the table and shouted, "What do you mean by not good? If you can't cure the emperor's illness, I'll make the entire imperial hospital pay." At this moment, Ning Xiaoxiao's voice came from outside the door. As soon as she entered, she knelt down and said, "This servant might have a way to save the emperor." Hearing this, the Empress Dowager looked disdainful. She didn't believe Ning Xiaoxiao had such ability. Standing nearby, the meddlesome consort Tong mockingly said, "Audacious servant, speaking nonsense. Do you think it's not chaotic enough here? What can you do? Guards, drag her out." Gu Xijin, fearing Ning Xiaoxiao would be punished, quickly advised her not to speak recklessly. But Ning Xiaoxiao looked serious and declared, "I can stake my life on it. If this servant can't cure the emperor, I'm willing to die as punishment." Before the Empress Dowager could protect her, Consort Tong started causing trouble again. With a mocking smile, she looked down on Ning Xiaoxiao. "Huh, your life? What dog's life can you stake? How can a lowly servant's life be compared to the emperor's?" Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao glared at her sharply. This woman was truly annoying. Realizing her current powerless position, she knew these people wouldn't believe her. She couldn't think of a good solution for the moment. Ning Xiaoxiao clenched her fists, feeling helpless for the first time. If this continued, the tyrant would really die. Just as she was at a loss, Gu Xijin behind her stepped forward. This concubine believes Xiaoxiao is not one to lie. Since she's confident, please let her try, Empress Dowager. If she can't cure the emperor, or if the emperor's condition worsens, this concubine is willing to bear the consequences with her and die as punishment. The tyrant's life was hanging by a thread. All the imperial physicians were at a loss. Unexpectedly, he was saved by a little palace made using poop. Just now, Ning Xiaoxiao had opened the all-cure QQ candy given by the system, but she found it had already melted into a snot-like liquid. However, to save the tyrant, she didn't care about that anymore. She secretly came to the tyrant's room. Although he was very weak now, with sweat covering his face, in Ning Xiaoxiao's eyes, he still had that sword demon face. Even sick like this, he was still so handsome, leaving Ning Xiaoxiao stunned. The tyrant heard the movement and slowly opened his eyes to find Ning Xiaoxiao by his bed. Ning Xiaoxiao opened the paper, revealing a sticky, poop-like substance. Seeing Ning Xiaoxiao slowly bringing the poop-like thing to his face, the tyrant felt like he was in a nightmare. He kept trying to block it with his hand. "How dare you? What are you trying to feed me?" Ning Xiaoxiao held down the tyrant's hand. At this moment, the tyrant appeared extremely shy. She couldn't help but marvel that even the tyrant had such a weak and sickly side. Seeing Ning Xiaoxiao bring the poop-like substance closer, the tyrant was very resistant. But he couldn't overcome Ning Xiaoxiao. In the end, he tasted the all-cure QQ candy and found that the poop actually tasted good. Soon, the tyrant's condition improved. His body no longer ached, and his strength returned. Ning Xiaoxiao was overjoyed. She had finally saved the great tyrant. But seeing the remnants of the all-cure QQ candy, she felt it was wasteful and came up with an idea. "Your Majesty, stick out your tongue. This servant wants to check your tongue coating." Unexpectedly, the great tyrant obediently stuck out his tongue. Ning Xiaoxiao took the opportunity to stuff the remaining residue on the paper into his mouth. Just then, the Empress Dowager heard the tyrant's voice. So she came with others to see the tyrant and witnessed this scene. The tyrant was gravely ill. The entire imperial hospital was at a loss. Yet he was cured by a little palace made using poop. After learning of this, the Empress Dowager hurriedly came to check on the tyrant's condition. She saw the little palace made and the tyrant flirting. So she quickly came forward and asked concernedly, "How are you? Feeling better? Quick, let the imperial physician check your pulse." Seeing the tyrant's vibrant appearance, the imperial physician was also shocked, exclaiming that this was a miracle. In such a short time, Your Majesty has recovered. This is truly unheard of and unseen before. The imperial physician was puzzled by this medical miracle. So he turned to ask Ning Xiao, "May I ask, little palace maid, what method did you use to cure His Majesty?" Ning Xiao was at a loss for words. She didn't know how to explain herself. She couldn't possibly tell him that the emperor just ate some poop and got better. The tyrant saw Ning Xiao's difficulty and took everything upon himself. "She came in, but before she could treat me, I was already better." After everything was dealt with, Ning Xiao quickly checked the subsequent plot. Fortunately, the plot was developing normally. At this moment, Ning Xiao heard a voice saying, "I don't know what the host is happy about. Such a great opportunity to go home was wasted." Ning Xiao looked towards the sound. She discovered that the system had turned into a loudspeaker. It turned out the system was on vacation, so it used a megaphone. This time, it wanted to tell Ning Xiao something important. That is, although the tyrant's illness was cured, there were still after effects. This after effect was impotence. Ning Xiao was stunned upon hearing this. She grabbed the megaphone and shook it vigorously. "What are you saying? You know I treated his illness. If there's such an after effect, he'll definitely think I did it on purpose. Are you trying to get me killed?" Sure enough, the dog system had a trick up its sleeve. It wanted Ning Xiao to exchange 100 strands of the tyrant's hair for a box of special medicine to treat impotence. Hearing this, Ning Xiao felt terrible. "Are you kidding me? With the chance to collect 100 strands of hair, I could buy so many snacks and bubble tea." But then she had a sudden inspiration. Whether the tyrant could get it up or not seemed to have nothing to do with her. Why should she help him treat it? Thinking of this, Ning Xiao instantly felt much lighter. She hummed a tune and danced away. But on the other side, the tyrant suddenly woke up from his bed, staring blankly at his crotch. He felt something wasn't quite right down there. The tyrant had just recovered from serious illness, but he discovered that his little brother couldn't stand up anymore. He was depressed, feeling that he was getting further and further away from the path of being a man. The eunuch was puzzled. What was wrong with the emperor lately? He was always in a daze. Just as he was pondering, the tyrant spoke. "Sanfu, when did your voice start to become higher after your promotion?" Hearing this, the eunuch explained, "It seems to have been for some time." "Why does your majesty suddenly ask this?" The tyrant quickly lowered his head, claiming he was just curious. But in his heart, he was constantly trying to figure out where the problem lay. When he thought about how he had become like this after that serious illness, he instantly became unsettled. He immediately ordered eunuch Sanfu to bring Ning Xiao over. At this time, Ning Xiao was leisurely practicing calligraphy. When she heard the eunuch was looking for her, she knew the dog emperor must have discovered something. So she said to Chi, "Tell the eunuch that I have a stomachache and can't see him." Who knew Chi would turn around and shout, "Eunuch Sanfu, Xiao says she has a stomachache and can't see you." Hearing this, Ning Xiao was completely dumbfounded. It's not the godlike opponent you should fear, but the pig-like teammate. With no choice, Ning Xiao was eventually called to see the tyrant. When the tyrant saw Ning Xiao, his eyes were fixed on her. Seeing this, Ning Xiao didn't dare to look directly at him. Feeling guilty, she turned her head to the side. "He wouldn't directly ask me if his impotence has anything to do with me, right? He cares so much about face, he probably won't ask, right?" The tyrant heard Ning Xiao's inner thoughts. Sure enough, this matter couldn't be unrelated to her. Thinking of this, the tyrant clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, Ning Xiao was still complaining in her mind. "If I hadn't treated his illness, he would have kicked the bucket long ago. To cure this side effect, it needs 100 strands of your hair." The tyrant learned this information through mind reading. He thought, if it could cure him, what were a few strands of hair? So he stated, "We called you here mainly to thank you. If it weren't for your help, we wouldn't have recovered so quickly." Hearing the great tyrant say this, Ning Xiao beamed with joy. "Your Majesty is the chosen one, blessed by heaven. It's good that your Majesty is in good health." After saying this, she ran away in a flash. But what puzzled the tyrant was, although 100 strands of hair were nothing, if he directly gave Ning Xiao 100 strands of hair, she would definitely be suspicious. What should he do? The tyrant had just recovered from a serious illness, but he discovered that his little brother couldn't stand up anymore. Fortunately, he learned from Ning Xiao that it only needed 100 strands of his hair to treat it. But if he directly gave Ning Xiao 100 strands of hair, she would definitely be suspicious. At that time, his face as the ruler of a country might not be preserved. After much thought, the clever tyrant came up with a good idea. It was to use a brush dipped in white paint to dye his hair white. Then he called Ning Xiao to read memorials. At this moment, the tyrant heaved a heavy sigh. Then he touched his hair and murmured, "We have been through a serious illness. It seems there's no major problem, but it has caused many gray hairs to grow." Hearing the tyrant mention his hair, Ning Xiao immediately became energetic. This was a great opportunity to pluck some hair. So she quickly stood up from the bench and said, "Your Majesty, have you heard that for every white hair that grows, one is hidden? If not plucked in time, a large patch might grow." The tyrant was speechless hearing this. He was actually telling blatant lies just to get some hair. But he still played along and said, "It seems there is such a saying." Seeing that she had gained the tyrant's agreement, Ning Xiao volunteered to help the tyrant deal with his white hair. In no time, she had plucked several strands of hair. As she continued plucking, she became more excited, already imagining the scene of exchanging the hair for snacks. But the next second she was stunned. No matter how she searched, there were exactly 100 white hairs. How could the tyrant let Ning Xiao take advantage so easily? These were the 100 strands he had painstakingly dyed, white one by one. There was no way she could get them for free. Ning Xiao naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. Since there were no more white hairs, she decided to pluck a few black ones. After all, he would know. She quickly plucked several more black hairs. Although the tyrant was very helpless, for the sake of curing his condition, he could only endure silently. So Ning Xiao plucked one black hair, then took the opportunity to pluck several more. The tyrant clearly lost his patience and angrily shouted, "Aren't you done yet?" Ning Xiao sensibly stopped. But looking at the 120 strands of hair in her hand, she had another wicked thought. She wondered how many good things she could exchange for these 120 strands of hair in the system. Maybe she shouldn't buy medicine to cure him. Hearing these thoughts, the tyrant almost laughed in anger. He knew this woman was up to no good. He immediately stated that Ning Xiao had performed well in his presence and would be given a raise. Ning Xiao was stunned for a few seconds when she heard about the raise. After coming to her senses, although she respectfully thanked the tyrant on the surface, internally she thought, "A raise? It would be more practical to give me 7 strands of hair every month." The tyrant stared at Ning Xiao, realizing this woman's appetite was truly not small. He coughed lightly a few times and said, "We hear you have a set of skills in making shampoo and a professional hair washing technique. From now on, you shall serve us by washing our hair." Hearing this, Ning Xiao was pleasantly surprised. Did she hear correctly? Wasn't this like letting her wash the treasury? She then joyfully expressed that she would definitely not fail in her mission. Looking at the hair in her hand, she smiled from ear to ear. Considering the tyrant's role as a money spender, she decided to be merciful and help cure his illness after all. The palace maid and Gu Daying were whispering to each other. Suddenly, a person appeared behind them and pushed them both hard, just as the two were about to fall into the water. Gu Sijin, at the critical moment, pushed Ning Xiao up and fell into the lake himself. Ning Xiao watched as Gu Sijin panicked in the water, calling out incessantly. Seeing Gu Sijin about to sink to the bottom of the lake, remembering that he had promised her he couldn't swim either, yet unhesitatingly saved her, Ning Xiao had a sudden inspiration. She quickly returned to the system and pressed the rewind button. The scene returned to when the two were talking. This time, Ning Xiao was already prepared. She was determined to protect Gu Sijin completely. When the assailant reached out towards them, Ning Xiao firmly embraced Gu Sijin and dodged the attack. The person lunged and missed. He staggered and ran a few steps forward. He almost couldn't stop himself and nearly fell into the lake. He turned his head to look at Ning Xiao and spat out a curse. Then he quickly walked away with rapid footsteps. Ning Xiao knew well the dangers of the palace. Someone must be trying to harm Gu Sijin again. It was Gu Sijin's first encounter with assassination. She couldn't help but lean on Ning Xiao's shoulder and cry. Although Ning Xiao was comforting her, she knew very well in her heart that all the women in the harem wanted this, except for Gu Sijin. Ning Xiao initially wanted to use rewind and pause to see the person's face clearly and identify who wanted to harm Gu Sijin. But she was mercilessly stopped by the system, because this way, Ning Xiao might cause the plot to freeze and be trapped in the book forever. She was reluctant, but also helpless. So she asked Gu Sijin if she wanted to tell the emperor about this matter. Unexpectedly, Gu Sijin chose to refuse. Xiao Xiao, let's pretend today's incident never happened. Someone wants to harm me. They will surely try again in the future. I can only let them lower their guard, so they'll expose themselves. Ning Xiaoxiao was very pleased, because in the original work, even without her, Gu Sijin eventually overcame all kinds of difficulties. This time she would certainly be able to do it too. The little palace made used horse urine to treat the great tyrant's impotence. She happened to catch the tyrant taking a nap, so she quietly opened the horse urine. Instantly, a pungent smell rushed out. Ning Xiaoxiao was so overwhelmed that she covered her nose, constantly complaining that the dam system was really harmful. She had no choice but to dilute it with a lot of water. Even so, the horse urine still had a smell. She couldn't help but wonder how to trick the tyrant into drinking it. The tyrant had just woken up. He saw Ning Xiaoxiao, looking like a devil, coming towards him with a bowl. The tyrant was startled and kept shrinking back. Ning Xiaoxiao, what are you doing? He then saw what was in the bowl. His voice trembled involuntarily. Ning Xiaoxiao, what devilish thing are you trying to feed me now? Guards! Ning Xiaoxiao quickly explained, Your Majesty, you misunderstand. This is medicine to treat your after effects. Hearing this, the tyrant was stunned. Ning Xiaoxiao was too embarrassed to speak clearly. She could only stammer, It's for treating the side effect from the medicine you took for your sensitivity. Its effect was too strong and left some minor after effects. The tyrant finally understood. This must be the medicine he exchanged for with his hair. But did he really have to drink it? But in order to cure his illness, the tyrant still took the bowl. Indeed, I do have some after effects, such as insomnia and irritability. Ning Xiaoxiao knew the tyrant said this to save face, so she didn't expose him. The tyrant looked at Ning Xiaoxiao with a gambling expression. He pondered for a moment. Then he gulped it down in one go. Ning Xiaoxiao was shocked by the tyrant's decisiveness. He drank it all at once. That was quite impressive. She was about to hand the tyrant some water to rinse his mouth, but she accidentally tripped herself. The cup flew out. The water, neither too much nor too little, splashed right onto the tyrant's crotch area. The little palace made accidentally fell. The water splashed right onto the tyrant's crotch area. The tyrant's veins immediately bulged with anger. Seeing this, Ning Xiaoxiao quickly brought a handkerchief. She instinctively went to wipe the tyrant's crotch. Unexpectedly, this scene was witnessed by the noble consort who just entered. She looked at the explosive situation before her eyes. Hurriedly turning her head away, this concubine came at the wrong time. This concubine will take her leave. But in her heart, she complained, I'm not even as good as a palace maid. Ning Xiaoxiao knew the noble consort must have misunderstood. She was about to explain, but the noble consort had already walked away. She was really stupefied by her own actions. How could she have helped wipe the tyrant's crotch? If this matter spread, she feared she would have no peace in the future. Now she had to rewind for such a stupid thing and modify the plot. The next second, the scene went back to 3 minutes ago. This time, Ning Xiaoxiao still took out the handkerchief, but chose to let the tyrant do it himself. The tyrant, embarrassed and angry, scolded Ning Xiaoxiao to get out quickly. Ning Xiaoxiao was also sensible enough to step back, preparing to bow and leave. But the next second, her foot slipped on the water on the ground. Ning Xiaoxiao was also panicked for a moment. She was about to crash into the foot of the dragon throne. The tyrant suddenly felt something was wrong. If she hit her head, wouldn't she become brain damaged? Just as Ning Xiaoxiao was about to fall, she felt a warmth coming from in front of her. She instinctively opened her eyes. It turned out the tyrant had acted in time, saving her from disaster. Little did she know, the tyrant's hand was cut by the dragon throne. Ning Xiaoxiao realized the tyrant might be injured. She quickly got up and looked at the tyrant's bleeding hand. Your Majesty, are you all right? However, the tyrant didn't react much. He turned around, dropped It's nothing. You may go, and left alone. On the way back, Ning Xiaoxiao kept blaming herself. If it wasn't for saving her, he wouldn't have been so badly injured and lost so much blood. Thinking of what eunuch Sanfu said before, if the tyrant was injured since childhood, he wouldn't actively seek the imperial doctor. Ning Xiaoxiao instantly felt heartbroken and ran quickly toward the tyrant's chamber. This great tyrant, the ruler of country, never sought medical treatment when injured, only because the Empress Dowager had high hopes for her son. To prevent the previous emperor from thinking the tyrant had a weak constitution, she never allowed doctors to be called whenever he was sick. Big illnesses and small pains were all endured by the tyrant himself, to the extent that the childhood habit couldn't be changed even now. After hearing eunuch Sanfu's narration, Ning Xiaoxiao felt extremely heartbroken. She couldn't imagine that in this world, there would be a mother who would gamble with her child's life for her own career. When Ning Xiaoxiao saw the tyrant, he had already carelessly bandaged himself. The tyrant heard a noise and looked up. He saw Ning Xiaoxiao smiling at him. It turned out Ning Xiaoxiao had come to apply medicine for him. Ning Xiaoxiao took the tyrant's hand. Carefully, she said, "Your Majesty was injured because of me. Even if you won't summon the imperial doctor, at least let me treat you." Ning Xiaoxiao applied wound medicine to the tyrant's injury. Seeing that the tyrant was afraid of pain, she comforted him. "Your Majesty, please bear with it. When the wound medicine is applied to the injury, there will be a stinging sensation. However, its effect on stopping bleeding and healing is very good. Your Majesty, look at the wound that was previously pierced by the jade bracelet. It has now healed to the point where it's almost invisible." After hearing this, the tyrant caught on to something important. Wasn't that wound medicine all used on the alpaca? Suddenly, the tyrant withdrew his hand. Ning Xiaoxiao thought it was because of her clumsiness and that the tyrant disliked her. So she suggested calling the imperial doctor to apply the medicine. The tyrant, however, flatly refused. No matter how Ning Xiaoxiao tried to persuade him, the tyrant insisted on his decision. Seeing the tyrant so adamant, she couldn't help but worry. Why did he always refuse others' care? So without further ado, she sat down on the stool. "Your Majesty, why don't I tell you a story?" The tyrant was indifferent. He never sought treatment from imperial doctors when injured. Ning Xiaoxiao saw this and felt pain in her heart. She had to guide him. "Your Majesty, let me tell you a story. When this servant was young, I knew a boy. His parents didn't allow him to make any mistakes. Only when the little boy performed well would they give him a slight smile. After the boy grew up and left the village, he excelled in everything. People around him liked him, but he always kept everyone at arm's length. When neighbors gave him a basket of peaches, he wouldn't accept it. He always felt that people's kindness towards him had ulterior motives." Hearing this, the tyrant's brow showed a slight tremor. Ning Xiaoxiao continued, "Until one time, when the boy fell ill at home, neighbors voluntarily came to help him. After the boy recovered, the first thing he did was to give them money as a reward. But none of the neighbors would accept it. From then on, he realized that in this world, many people care for others without any purpose at all." The tyrant understood the meaning in Ning Xiaoxiao's words. He nervously flipped through a book, saying, "The boy in this story is a common person, while I am the emperor. I don't need anyone's care because no one knows if there's a poisonous knife behind this care." Ning Xiaoxiao found it unbelievable. "But Your Majesty, do you think this servant bringing you medicine also has ulterior motives?" Hearing this, the tyrant paused. His eyes also turned a bit colder. "I'm at this lonely peak with the power of the world in my hands. I must endure this coldness at the top." Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao completely disagreed with the tyrant's view. The world is bad, but not to that extent. Moreover, these scars and pains originally had a chance to disappear. It's Your Majesty who insists on keeping them on your body. The tyrant, upon hearing this, became instantly enraged. He slammed his hand on the dragon table. "I don't need you to lecture me." But he accidentally knocked over the wound medicine Ning Xiaoxiao had given him, spilling it on the ground. Ning Xiaoxiao looked at the fragments, her heart sinking. This was bought with all her savings. She felt a bit dejected. "Since Your Majesty doesn't want to apply the medicine, then forget it," she said, and quietly left. Looking at Ning Xiaoxiao's back, the tyrant knew he might have hurt Ning Xiaoxiao's feelings. He looked at the scattered wound medicine on the ground, feeling very uneasy. The tyrant was unexpectedly injured. The little palace maid kindly tried to treat him, but the tyrant shattered the medicine bottle and coldly refused. Seeing this, Ning Xiaoxiao left disappointedly. At this moment, Ning Xiaoxiao became angrier the more she thought about it, complaining that the tyrant was simply a stubborn donkey. Coincidentally, she was suddenly bumped hard from behind. Ning Xiaoxiao turned around and found it was Bang Bang. He looked guilty, as if hiding something behind his back. Ning Xiaoxiao frowned. "Bang Bang, you didn't steal something, did you?" Bang Bang had no choice but to take out a plush toy. He was planning to give this to his good friend Chi-Chi. Ning Xiao was incredulous. This doll you made is too ugly. Chi-Chi definitely won't like it. Give me the toy. I'll make a better looking one based on this style. Looking at the donkey toy in front of her, she felt it looked more and more like a certain person. So with a flourish, she wrote 5 large characters on the toy. Lu Lin Yuan Yuan. Looking at her masterpiece, Ning Xiao was very satisfied. She casually chopped at the plush toy. This is my karate chop. If I ever care about you again, I'm a fool. At this moment, the tyrant's voice came from outside the door. Hearing the noise, Ning Xiao hurriedly hid the toy under the blanket. Then she opened the door. She nervously asked the emperor why he had come at this time, but her eyes still glanced at the tyrant's hand. It was truly a rare sight. The wound on his hand was actually bandaged, so she asked if the emperor had seen the imperial doctor. Hearing this, the tyrant turned his head to the side, saying he shouldn't have treated Ning Xiao that way yesterday. She almost didn't react. Was he apologizing to her? The tyrant himself didn't understand. Why was he apologizing to a little palace maid? So he quickly changed the subject, walking into the room. I thought I heard you talking to someone just now. He looked around, finally fixing his gaze on Ning Xiao's blanket. He went straight over and lifted the blanket in front of him. It was the tyrant's birthday. The little palace maid wanted to make a cake for him herself. So following the system's instructions, Ning Xiao successfully made a biochemical cake. Looking at her creation, she was speechless. This cake was too difficult to make. Just as she was struggling, the system made a timely suggestion. Host can exchange the tyrant's hair for a cake at the convenience store. Ning Xiao was about to refuse, but thinking of her unsightly cooking, she finally compromised. And so, Ning Xiao successfully exchanged for a lava chocolate cake. Although the cake looked plain on the outside, its taste was definitely delicious. To give the tyrant a surprise, Ning Xiao quietly hid in the wardrobe. At this moment, she was already imagining how funny it would be when the tyrant was startled by her. At this moment, the tyrant just pushed open the door and entered. Ning Xiao held her breath. She planned to jump out suddenly when there was no movement outside. Little did she know, the tyrant had already learned of Ning Xiao's thoughts through mind reading. He thought Ning Xiao was trying to steal his underwear again. Ning Xiao heard no movement outside, so she suddenly rushed out of the wardrobe. Just as she was about to speak, she unexpectedly crashed hard into the wardrobe door. The tyrant looked mischievous. What are you planning to steal from me this time? Ning Xiao hurriedly explained that she was here to deliver a birthday gift. As she spoke, she walked out of the wardrobe. Looking at this square box, the tyrant was confused. Ning Xiao opened the box. This is the birthday cake I'm giving to your majesty. Unexpectedly, the tyrant looked terrified after seeing it. This texture, this color. The shape scared the tyrant so much that he kept backing away. Ning Xiao, do people in your hometown feed other shit on their birthdays? Ning Xiao didn't explain, but instead dipped her finger in the chocolate on the cake surface. She reached out towards the tyrant. The tyrant was so scared his hair stood on end. He quickly tried to stop Ning Xiao's action. Don't come any closer. But when he tasted the chocolate, he actually found that although it looked disgusting, it tasted unexpectedly good. Ning Xiao put the cake on the table. She gestured to the tyrant. Before eating the cake, you need to make a wish and blow out the candles. Close your eyes and make the wish silently in your heart. After making the wish, blow out the candles. After saying this, she pulled the tyrant over. She started singing the birthday song, Happy Birthday to You, Happy Birthday to You. The tyrant thought the song was both unpleasant and strange. He thought, as an emperor, what in the world couldn't he obtain? But seeing Ning Xiao singing and celebrating for him, the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up. He hoped that in the future, he could find his true self again. At this moment, the system suddenly prompted that the host had a new task. The little palace maid was celebrating the tyrant's birthday, but the system required Ning Xiao to push the tyrant's head into the cake. Ning Xiao felt this was a bit unethical. Someone's having a nice birthday, and I'm supposed to smear cake on their face? Is this something a decent person would do? But she thought about facing the system's punishment if she didn't complete the task. After much consideration, Ning Xiao finally chose to complete the task. Unexpectedly, the tyrant had already known about her scheme through mind reading. He looked disdainful. So making this birthday cake for me was just to push my head into it. The tyrant gently blew out the candles. Then he calmly spoke. Do you know what wish I made? Seeing that Ning Xiaoxiao wasn't curious, the tyrant beckoned. It's all right. I want to share it with you. I'll tell you quietly. Seeing Ning Xiaoxiao lean in, the tyrant said slowly, my wish is to smear the cake on your face. Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao's expression froze. Before she could react, the next second, the cake was smashed hard on her face. Ning Xiaoxiao's face was covered in chocolate cake. She couldn't believe the tyrant had done this to her. Is this dog of a man sick, or what? Because Ning Xiaoxiao failed the task, the system deducted a percentage of her life value. Ning Xiaoxiao wanted to rewind the plot, but was stopped by the system. The system stated that even if the host rewound, the cake would still end up on her face by the tyrant. So no matter what the host did, the result would be task failure. Ning Xiaoxiao angrily pounded the keyboard, full of resentment and anger. I wanted to go back and rub the cake repeatedly on his face. The system informed her that due to task failure, the host would fall into a deep sleep for a whole day. Ning Xiaoxiao was puzzled. Then when will I fall unconscious? The system pointed at Ning Xiaoxiao and slowly said, right now. As soon as the words were spoken, Ning Xiaoxiao collapsed with a thud. Seeing this, the tyrant instantly became anxious. He quickly caught her. Ning Xiaoxiao, are you all right? What's wrong? The little palace maid had joyfully celebrated the tyrant's birthday. It was knocked unconscious by the tyrant with the cake. At this moment, the tyrant appeared extremely regretful and anxious. He couldn't understand. The cake was so soft, not a brick. How could it knock her out with one hit? Looking at Ning Xiaoxiao lying unconscious on the bed, the tyrant's eyes were full of concern. Didn't you say you wanted to celebrate my birthday? Fine, I'll let you smear cake on my face if you just wake up. This is Imperial Physician Song, summoned by Eunuch Sanfu. Physician Song was also surprised that the emperor would let a palace maid sleep in his own bed. Knowing the importance of this palace maid, Physician Song carefully checked Ning Xiaoxiao's pulse. After some consideration, Physician Song finally concluded, Your Majesty, this little palace maid's pulse is normal. She's probably just fallen asleep from exhaustion. Hearing this, the tyrant was puzzled and immediately ordered Eunuch Sanfu to investigate what Ning Xiaoxiao had done today. Sanfu learned from other palace maids that Ning Xiaoxiao had been busy in the kitchen for 3 hours, seemingly making some kind of cake. The tyrant's eyes darkened upon hearing this, feeling even worse. He had actually smashed the cake she had worked so hard to make onto her face. Thinking of this, the tyrant clenched his fists. He hadn't realized making that thing was so exhausting. The tyrant felt very unworthy. Ning Xiaoxiao was willing to spend so much time and effort for him. At this moment, a tear rolled down Ning Xiaoxiao's face, and she kept murmuring the tyrant had always been confused why she always wanted a horse when she slept. After much thought, he then ordered Eunuch Sanfu to bring an alpaca for Ning Xiaoxiao. The little palace maid had slept on the emperor's bed for a day and night. Not only did the tyrant not order her to be thrown out, he stayed by her side all night. Just now, Ning Xiaoxiao woke up yawning, only to find herself lying on the tyrant's bed. She looked up and saw the tyrant sleeping nearby. Ning Xiaoxiao instantly suteret. How did he fall asleep leaning against the bed? Could it be that after she fainted last night, he carried her to bed? Had he been watching over her all night? At this moment, the tyrant's body slightly moved. Ning Xiaoxiao knew he was about to wake up. In a panic, she quickly lay down and pretended to be asleep, covering herself with a blanket. The tyrant got up and reached out to check Ning Xiaoxiao's nose. Finding that she was still breathing, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he heard Ning Xiaoxiao's inner thoughts. At dawn, he has to attend court. He'll probably wash up and have breakfast soon. Once he leaves for court, I'll sneak away. Thinking about food, Ning Xiaoxiao felt a wave of nausea. Her stomach involuntarily made a growling sound. The tyrant finally understood. Ning Xiaoxiao had been awake for a while, but was pretending to sleep. At this moment, Eunuch Sanfu happened to bring in the dragon robe. Your Majesty, did you stay by Ning Xiaoxiao's side all night yesterday? Hearing this, the tyrant tried to maintain his composure, saying he had just gotten up to walk around and check on her condition. Ning Xiaoxiao almost laughed out loud hearing this. You're right, you were clearly sleeping leaning against the bed just now. Hearing these thoughts, The tyrant glared angrily. He immediately ordered San Fu. This person still hasn't woken up. She's probably useless now. Take her out and bury her. Hearing this, the eunuch was very conflicted but couldn't disobey. He reluctantly said, "This servant will find a good burial spot for her right away." Hearing this, Ning Xiao couldn't stay calm anymore. She immediately sat up, yawning casually. "It's so noisy. What are you talking about?" Suddenly, with an exaggerated expression, she looked at the tyrant. "Your Majesty, why are you in this servant's room?" The tyrant was truly incredulous. This woman was really good at acting. He then said, nonchalantly, "Open your dog eyes wide and see clearly where this is." The little palace made it slept on the emperor's bed for a day and night. Not only did the tyrant not blame her, he even granted his own imperial breakfast to Ning Xiao. Just now, Ning Xiao woke up and found herself in the tyrant's bedchamber. She hurriedly knelt down to beg for forgiveness. "Your Majesty, please forgive me. This servant doesn't know why she's on your Majesty's bed. This servant only remembers celebrating your Majesty's birthday yesterday and seems to have been knocked out by your Majesty with a cake." Hearing this, Eunuch San Fu almost laughed out loud. The tyrant saw this and ordered San Fu to get out. Ning Xiao also quickly said, "Your Majesty is about to attend morning court. This servant will leave too." How could a tyrant let Ning Xiao off so easily? "Did I say you could leave? You come and serve me." Looking at the delicious-smelling food for breakfast, Ning Xiao couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the emperor, even breakfast is so sumptuous. But this food smells so good. "I'm so hungry." The tyrant coldly watched Ning Xiao's expression. He turned back and questioned Eunuch San Fu. "How is the imperial kitchen working today? There's a fishy smell. It's like pig food." Hearing this, Ning Xiao looked at the porridge in the bowl. "Where is it fishy? Am I just too hungry that everything smells good?" San Fu hurriedly moved to clear the table, but the tyrant spoke up, saying this pig food was still food and it would be wasteful to throw it away. He glanced at Ning Xiao. "I can't eat it, but someone is just right to finish it all. Don't leave any leftovers." Ning Xiao stirred the porridge in the bowl, feeling annoyed. "Making me eat pig food. Fine, I'll eat it. I'm not as picky as you. It can't be worse than eating steamed cornbread." Then she took a spoonful into her mouth. The next second, her eyes lit up. This was incredibly, super, ultra delicious. She then slurped down a large bowl. The tyrant was speechless, seeing her eating manner. He then pointed at the table and said, "These crab roe dumplings don't look that good either. You can eat them too." After a while, Ning Xiao finished everything. She let out a satisfied burp. Seeing Ning Xiao full and content, the tyrant, though expressionless on the surface, was very pleased inside. "Since you've eaten and drunk your fill, you can go back now." He instructed Ning Xiao not to spread word about today's events. However, before leaving, he had something to give to Ning Xiao. Ning Xiao was curious. What would this good thing be? The emotionally stunted tyrant giving a gift to the little palace maid. The little palace maid wasn't happy at all, but instead looked terrified, because the gift the tyrant gave her was a book on women's virtues. Ning Xiao was so scared, she kept backing away. The tyrant, with a serious face, tapped her head with the book. "You're usually wild and unruly. Take this book on women's virtues back and copy it 3 times for me." Ning Xiao had to accept it, but in her heart, she kept complaining, "I knew you wouldn't give me anything good, actually making me copy it as punishment. And why do you even have a book on women's virtues in your palace? It's so worn out too. Is being a man not making you happy? So you started studying women's virtues?" Hearing these thoughts, the tyrant's blood rushed to his head. "Make it 10 copies then. I see your comprehension is poor. 3 times won't be enough for you to understand the text." At this moment, a voice came from the door. It was the tyrant's brother, Lu Ichio. "Happy birthday, brother." Ning Xiao didn't react for a moment. Then she heard Lu Ichio point at her and say, "Oh, isn't this the underwear heroine?" Hearing this, the tyrant and Ning Xiao looked at each other, bewildered. He really knew how to bring up the worst topics. Seeing the book in Ning Xiao's hand, Lu Ichio got excited. "Li Xia, did you come to steal books this time?" "Brother, why do you have a book on women's virtues in your palace?" The tyrant was really tired of his brother. "I'm asking why you came here so early in the morning." Hearing this, Lu Ichio put on a flattering face. "Brother, I didn't dare come back for your birthday yesterday, so I came early today to apologize." As he spoke, he took out a jade pendant. "Look, it's white jade. I spent a lot of money on it. You wouldn't dare refuse it, would you?" Hearing this, the The tyrant's face darkened even more. Don't think that just because you gave me an expensive gift, I won't scold you. How long has it been since you've dealt with your official duties? These words made Lu Ichio look guilty. Listening to their conversation, Ning Xiaoxiao gloated, hiding her smile behind the book. The Prince of Jing is so grown up, yet he still acts like a schoolboy. When she heard the tyrant mention that Rin Duanli would return to the capital in a few days, Lu Ichio's face suddenly changed. He fled in an unusually panicked manner. Ning Xiaoxiao found the name Rin Duanli familiar, so she asked the tyrant, "Your Majesty, who is Rin Duanli? Why does the Prince of Jing seem so afraid of him?" The tyrant explained that he was the youngest commander of the Shaoqi camp and also the Prince of Jing's nemesis. Thinking of this, Ning Xiaoxiao immediately started shipping them. The cold-faced general and the cunning little prince. I ship it, I ship it. Seeing Ning Xiaoxiao's frenzied state, the tyrant knew this crazy woman's old problem was acting up again. The emotionally stunted tyrant gave the little palace maid a gift. The little palace maid wasn't happy at all, but instead looked terrified, because the gift the tyrant gave her was a book on women's virtues. Seeing this book, Ning Xiaoxiao was so scared she kept backing away. But due to the tyrant's intimidating presence, she had no choice but to accept it. Upon returning home, she immediately threw the book onto the table. Ning Xiaoxiao looked at this book on women's virtues and couldn't help but feel irritated. She thought she might as well start copying it. Suddenly, she took a closer look. There were actually a few strands of the tyrant's hair tucked inside the book. Ning Xiaoxiao held the hair and thought to herself, could these have fallen out when the tyrant was scratching his head while reading? Thinking of this, she shook the book over the ground a few times and many more strands of hair fell out. There were actually 30 strands in total. This was a real windfall. Just as she was secretly hiding the hair, the door was kicked open. Ning Xiaoxiao heard the commotion and turned to look. She saw Xilian angrily throwing a plate of tofu onto the table. She noticed that the 2 pieces of tofu had been moldy for a long time. Ning Xiaoxiao angrily cursed. "Hey, why did you bring moldy stuff? Is this even edible?" Xilian looked indifferent and said, "Eat it or not, it's up to you," before turning to leave. Ning Xiaoxiao was about to chase after her and have an intense argument with Xilian. Suddenly, she heard the system's voice. "Host, you have a new mission order. Activate the killing mode in the harem. Make any villain from the original plot leave early for a reasonable reason." Hearing this, a mischievous smile appeared on Ning Xiaoxiao's face. She picked up the moldy tofu from the table. It seems it's time to settle both old and new scores. Xilian and the tyrant were cuckolded, but what they never expected was that the person who cuckolded them was actually the usually gentle and refined Gu Changzai. However, all of this was a plot orchestrated by Xilian. That night, the young eunuch fell asleep while keeping watch over Gu Sijin. It just so happened that Xilian came to deliver a midnight snack. The young mistress said, "You don't need to keep watch tonight." She then came to Gu Sijin's bedside. "Miss, drink some milk before sleeping. It's best for calming the mind and spirit." Gu Sijin trusted Xilian very much, so she didn't have any suspicions and quickly drank all the milk. As she lay down, she didn't forget to remind Xilian, "Although I don't need to pay respects to the Empress tomorrow, you should still wake me up early. All the concubines will be coming in the morning." Halfway through her sentence, she unknowingly fell into a deep sleep, unaware that Xilian had already put a sleeping drug in the milk. When the night was deep and everyone was asleep, a person sneaked into Gu Sijin's room stealthily. All of this was seen by Ning Xiaoxiao. Early in the morning, the Empress and the noble consort arrived outside Gu Sijin's palace at the same time. However, they didn't see Gu Sijin come out to greet them. The noble consort spoke with a sarcastic tone. "As the mistress of the palace hasn't risen, it wouldn't be proper for us to admire the flowers on our own. Empress, why don't we go wake up Gu Changzai together?" Suddenly, a scream came from Gu Sijin's room. Everyone rushed into the room. The next second, the Empress was so shocked by the scene before her that she couldn't speak. They saw Gu Sijin curled up on the bed, with a man on the floor beside the bed. Xilian and the noble consort had long been in cahoots. Seeing this scene, the noble consort immediately began to viciously slander Gu Sijin. "How dare you commit such an act of adultery behind His Majesty's back?" Gu Sijin was also terrified by the scene before her. Trembling all over, she cried and explained, "No, it's not true. I didn't do anything. Empress, I am innocent. I don't know this man. I don't know why he appeared in my bedchamber." Hearing this, the man argued, "How can Gu Changzai say she doesn't know who I am? Are you trying to abandon me to save your own innocence? He then knelt before the empress. Your Highness, it was Gu Changzai who forced me to have relations with her. Because His Majesty had summoned her to serve him for months without conceiving a royal heir, she wanted to gain favor through a child. That's why she asked for my help. Hearing these words, Gu Sijin's face was filled with disbelief. From all indications, this time she was surely in grave danger. Gu Changzai had an affair with a man, but was caught by the empress and noble consort. At this moment, Gu Changzai was in tears. Faced with the man's accusations, Gu Sijin was at a loss for words. She knew that if her crime was confirmed, it would surely implicate her family. Thinking of this, she hurriedly explained to the empress, "Last night, someone was guarding my door. If anyone had come in, they would have been discovered." Before the empress could say anything, the noble consort quickly questioned the eunuch, who was on guard duty last night. Hearing this, the young eunuch looked at Salian and slowly spoke. "It was originally me, but later Salian didn't want my snoring to disturb the young mistress, so she told me to leave, and she took over the watch." However, Salian's version was different. The young mistress was afraid I would catch a cold at night, so she didn't have me keep watch last night. This directly confirmed the fact of Gu Sijin's affair. She never imagined that Salian, who had grown up with her, would turn on her at this crucial moment. Deeply shocked, Gu Sijin walked straight over. She looked at Salian in disbelief. "What did you just say?" Salian lowered her head, still showing no remorse, and repeatedly emphasized that every word she said was true. The noble consort, seeing the discord between mistress and servant, couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh softly. "Take all the servants from the east wing of Zhongzue Palace to the Office of Punishment. Interrogate them, and they will surely reveal the truth." The empress didn't think much and directly ordered people to take her to prison. Gu Sijin silently shed tears. She couldn't believe that the person who betrayed her was actually Salian. Just then, Ning Xiaoxiao arrived. She gently draped a cloak over Gu Sijin's shoulders. "Young mistress, don't be afraid. No one can falsely accuse you of something you didn't do." Then she announced loudly to everyone, "By the emperor's decree, Gu Changzai and all personnel from Zhongzue Palace are to be taken to Fengluang Palace. His Majesty will personally interrogate them." Gu Changzai was framed by her own personal maid, and the maid maintained her composure even when questioned by the tyrant. So Ning Xiaoxiao came up with a plan to completely expose Salian's lies. Just now, the tyrant had brought everyone back to Fengluang Palace. He questioned Gu Changzai about why no one was on guard duty last night. Gu Sijin bowed slightly and told the tyrant the truth. Bang Bang was supposed to be on guard duty last night. I don't know why it ended up with no one on watch. The young eunuch hurriedly explained that last night, Salian thought his snoring was too loud, so she sent him away and took over the watch herself. Upon hearing this, Salian insisted that it was Gu Sijin who told her to go back to her room to sleep. The usually gentle Gu Sijin couldn't hold back anymore. She glared at Salian and scolded her harshly. "You're lying through your teeth. When did I ever tell you to send Bang Bang away? And when did Bang Bang say he didn't need you to keep watch? Salian, you've been with me for so many years. I've treated you like my own sister. Why are you falsely accusing me like this?" Not only did Salian not waver, but she became even more aggressive. "Your Majesty, at this point, there are some things I must say. Actually, this isn't the first time a young mistress has met with this guard in private. Every time, it was Ning Xiaoxiao who brought him in. A few times, I even saw them engaging in intimate acts. I was too scared to say anything." As she spoke, she pretended to sob. Ning Xiaoxiao was amused by Salian's words. "You say you saw it with your own eyes. Then explain to me, why is the virginity mark still on the young mistress's arm?" Hearing this, everyone looked shocked. The empress became even more confused. How could Gu Sijin still be a virgin if she served in bed every night? Seeing the virginity mark on Gu Sijin's arm, Salian finally panicked. She never thought things would turn out like this, but she still tried to defend herself. "Perhaps I saw wrong." Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao walked straight towards the strange man. "Do you think Salian saw wrong?" Hearing this, the man trembled in fear. Ning Xiaoxiao questioned sternly, "Tell us, who instructed you to slander Gu Changzai?" The guard looked terrified upon hearing this. Noble consort Tong, stared intently at the man. If this dog of a man dared to point out it was her who sent him, she would definitely silence him for good. Under pressure, the man slowly stood up. He said, "Your Majesty, this slave is willing to prove his innocence with death," and moved to crash into something. Ning Xiaoxiao quickly stepped forward and tripped him with her foot. With a yelp, the man fell to the ground with a thud. Ning Xiaoxiao had seen this cliché copyright scenario too many times. Wanting to die by crashing to leave no evidence? Not a chance. Gu Chongzai and the man had slept through the whole night. Early in the morning, they were discovered by the Empress and noble consorts. Soon, this matter was brought to the Emperor's attention. The man knew he had no way out, so he planned to crash to his death to avoid confrontation. But he was caught on the spot. At this moment, he heard a child's innocent voice calling out, "Father!" He turned to see his wife and child appearing in the great hall. It turned out the tyrant had known all along that this man was coerced. At this moment, noble consort Tong's gaze was fixed intently on the man. Seeing that his wife and child were safe, the guard confessed everything. "It was noble consort Tong who instructed me. She threatened my family to force me. But I swear, I didn't do anything improper to Gu Chongzai." Hearing this, noble consort Tong stood up angrily. "Nonsense. I'm a noble consort. Gu Xijin is just a Chongzai. I have no reason to frame her." At this point, Ning Xiaoxiao slowly spoke. "Your Majesty, I think there's something else strange about this matter. The doors of Zhongsue Palace are locked from the inside, and the palace walls are several zhang high. How could the guard have gotten in without inside help?" Upon hearing this, Salian began to sweat profusely in fear. Gu Xijin also recalled what happened that night. "Your Majesty, last night Salian brought me a bowl of fresh milk. After drinking it, I became very drowsy and don't remember anything after that. It seems she must have tampered with it." Faced with the tyrant's intimidating presence, Salian collapsed to the ground, clinging to Gu Xijin and begging for forgiveness. "Young mistress, I'm so sorry. The noble consort forced me to do all this. If I didn't do it, the noble consort said she would kill me." Hearing Salian say this, noble consort Tong couldn't sit still anymore. She quickly knelt before the tyrant and explained, "Your Majesty, I've been wronged. I really didn't do any of these things. Someone must have planned all this to frame me. Please investigate carefully, Your Majesty." The tyrant had long known that noble consort Tong was arrogant and domineering. But considering that her family still had great use in the previous dynasty, the tyrant could only demote her to an ordinary consort and confine her for a month. Hearing this, noble consort Hong's face went blank. In the end, she was forcibly taken away by the guards. As for the guard, the tyrant showed mercy and directly exiled him and his family to the border. Salian knew she couldn't escape her fate this time. She kept kowtowing to Gu Xijin, begging for forgiveness. Gu Xijin slowly helped Salian up. "Salian, I never thought you would do this to me. I once said I could forgive you for anything you did wrong. But if your false accusation today had succeeded, it would have implicated the entire Gu family. This time, I can't forgive you anymore." Only then did Salian realize the gravity of her mistake. She could only silently shed tears of regret. Finally, the tyrant gave the order to drag Salian out and beat her to death. Hearing Salian's cries, Gu Xijin also felt uncomfortable. But who could she blame for all this? At this moment, Ning Xiaoxiao had also completed the system task as promised. The emperor summoned Gu Chongzai to serve in bed every night, but she was still a virgin. As a maid, Ning Xiaoxiao tried every way to make her lose her virginity. This was because she received a task from the system to make Gu Xijin lose her virginity. Ning Xiaoxiao complained, "This system is really unbearable. The tyrant and Gu Xijin have no feelings for each other. We can't force them, can we?" But the consequence of not completing the task was having her life value. Under pressure, Ning Xiaoxiao had to compromise despite her difficulties. "As long as that membrane is broken, it's fine. Can't we just do some vigorous exercise to achieve that?" Soon, Ning Xiaoxiao came up with a clever idea. That was to take Gu Xijin horseback riding. However, after several days of riding, Gu Xijin showed no reaction. This made Ning Xiaoxiao anxious from the bottom of her heart. At this rate, they could participate in the Olympics, but Gu Xijin was still a virgin. That night, the tyrant summoned Gu Xijin again. Ning Xiaoxiao couldn't understand. Gu Xijin was so beautiful, yet the tyrant never seemed interested. There must be something wrong with him down there. Little did she know, the tyrant was right behind her. Hearing Ning Xiaoxiao's inner thoughts, the tyrant was furious. He immediately ordered Ning Xiaoxiao to do exercises with Gu Xijin. Ning Xiaoxiao was completely stunned upon hearing this. But perhaps she could turn this to her advantage and complete the task. After all, it was still exercise. Thinking of this, Ning Xiaoxiao pulled Gu Xijin and said, "Your Majesty, this slave knows a simple dance. Why don't I dance with the young mistress?" She didn't believe the tyrant wouldn't be moved by this pure and cute dance. The tyrant knew that something unusual must be happening. He wouldn't be moved so easily. "All right then, dance for me to see." The two of them danced and sang. If you suddenly sneeze, you must have a big illness. If you're woken up by a rooster at midnight, it's because you didn't feed it rice. After hearing a few lines of the song, the tyrant's brain was burning. This strange song was the first time he had ever heard it. "So baby, say more sweet words, less nonsense. Show a little more. Let me see your performance." Ning Xiaoxiao's action of loving you made the tyrant feel like something had struck his heart. It was pounding nonstop, and he almost couldn't regain his composure. But the tyrant still pretended to be calm. His face turned red. He coughed lightly a few times. It's just that he thought it was ordinary. Suddenly, Gu Xijin clutched her stomach. Ning Xiaoxiao thought she had eaten something bad. But the next second, the system prompted congratulations. Host task completed. Ning Xiaoxiao couldn't believe it. She hurriedly lifted Gu Xijin's sleeve. Sure enough, her chastity mark was slowly fading. The tyrant was present. Ning Xiaoxiao had a sudden idea. Since this happened, why not have the tyrant take responsibility for it? Hearing these thoughts, the tyrant was so scared he kept backing away. Before Ning Xiaoxiao could speak, he scolded, "Go to hell." Ning Xiaoxiao pleaded, "Your Majesty, the chastity mark disappeared here with you. You can't avoid responsibility." The tyrant saw the resentful looks of the master and servant. He had no choice but to take the blame. It was just an inconspicuous thumbtack. Getting it could fulfill any wish. Who knew that Ning Xiaoxiao, who had just obtained the magic thumbtack, would carelessly lose it? The next second, she started vomiting nonstop. Just now, Ning Xiaoxiao had successfully completed the system's task. She got Aladdin's magic thumbtack through the lucky draw. It could fulfill any wish of its owner. Ning Xiaoxiao looked at this magic thumbtack, pondering what wish to make. But she was startled by the tyrant appearing behind her. Afraid the tyrant would discover her little secret, she quickly left. Who knew the magic thumbtack in her sleeve would fall out? It landed right in front of the tyrant. The tyrant didn't notice at all and stepped on it. Meanwhile, Ning Xiaoxiao, back home, was still thinking about what wish to make. But she found a magic thumbtack wasn't in her sleeve. She searched her entire body, but couldn't find it. Thinking carefully, could the magic thumbtack have fallen on the way? On the other side, the tyrant had already fallen into a deep sleep. He kept talking in his sleep. "Ning Xiaoxiao, how dare you make me pregnant?" It was because Ning Xiaoxiao had complained in her mind during the day. She blamed herself for writing a small play about the tyrant getting pregnant, which led to her transmigrating to this ghostly place. Even her inner thoughts were all heard by the tyrant. For this, the tyrant resented Ning Xiaoxiao all day, who knew his sleep talking would inadvertently summon Aladdin's magic thumbtack. "Human, I am the great magic thumbtack. Speak your wish." However, the tyrant's mumbled sleep talk was too quiet. The magic thumbtack couldn't hear clearly. "Handsome guy, what did you say? Speak louder." Unexpectedly, the tyrant shouted out his sleep talk. "Ning Xiaoxiao, I'll make you taste what it's like to be pregnant too." Just like that, the magic thumbtack fulfilled the tyrant's wish. At the same time, Ning Xiaoxiao was carrying a lantern, searching back and forth on the road for traces of the magic thumbtack. Suddenly she felt nauseous. She wondered, could it be that she ate too much? Or was it because that dog emperor why doesn't he go die? But the next moment, she heard the system's prompt. Host has completed the wish. Aladdin's magic thumbtack is now ineffective. Ning Xiaoxiao was confused. She hadn't done anything. Could it be that when she just complained about the tyrant going to die, the magic thumbtack took that as a wish? Thinking of this, Ning Xiaoxiao quickly went to find the tyrant. The tyrant was sleeping, but he was forcefully kissed by the little palace maid. She looked incredulous. Had her innocence been ruined just like that? Seeing this, Ning Xiaoxiao was about to sneak away. Who knew she'd be pulled back by the tyrant and spanked on the spot? Just now, Ning Xiaoxiao was looking for the magic thumbtack. Suddenly, she vomited. She thought she was just exhausted. So she cursed the tyrant for being inhumane, making her do so much work. Why doesn't he just die? Who knew her casual complaint would trigger the magic thumbtack's wish completion? Ning Xiaoxiao was suspicious that the wish was fulfilled just like that. Could it be that when she complained about the tyrant going to die, the magic thumbtack took that as a wish? Thinking of this, Ning Xiaoxiao rushed to the tyrant's bedchamber. She wanted to see the tyrant, but was stopped by eunuch Sanfu. So she had to lie that the tyrant looked unwell, and she was worried he might be sick. Eunuch Sanfu had to agree to Ning Xiaoxiao's request to see the tyrant, and reminded her to be careful. Seeing the tyrant was fine, Ning Xiaoxiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to leave, she heard the tyrant calling her. Ning Xiaoxiao instinctively looked back, but she accidentally tripped. She fell right into the tyrant's arms. They had an intimate contact. Ning Xiaoxiao hurriedly got up. The forcefully kissed tyrant now looked both shy and angry. So he pointed at the eunuch and scolded, "How dare you? In the middle of the night, you brought her to sneak into my bedchamber and take liberties with me. 50 lashes. The eunuch was on the verge of tears. Now he couldn't clear his name, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. He had no choice but to acknowledge Ning Xiaoxiao. She took the chance to try to sneak away, but was grabbed by the tyrant. Do you think I'm blind? Seeing she couldn't get away with it, Ning Xiaoxiao decided to cry first. Boo-hoo, your majesty, spare me. This servant didn't mean to. The tyrant pinched Ning Xiaoxiao's chubby face and said word by word, "You come in the middle of the night to take advantage of me, and after getting away with it, you still want to cry?" Ning Xiaoxiao had to explain, "This servant had a dream. I dreamed your majesty was unwell, so I rushed here to check. Then I accidentally tripped. It's all this servant's fault. I'll go receive the 50 lashes now." Ning Xiaoxiao volunteering to be punished was actually a way out she had thought of. When the time came, she'd pat her bottom with 2 pieces of cotton and bribe the Ministry of Justice. Wouldn't that make a big deal into a small one and a small one into nothing? But the tyrant had already seen through Ning Xiaoxiao's little trick. He directly pulled Ning Xiaoxiao over and spanked her bottom like his hands were free. "If you dare disturb my sleep again, I'll chop you up. Now get out." Ning Xiaoxiao was angry and embarrassed. This was the first time she had experienced such a big spanking. So she couldn't help but complain in her heart. If the magic thumbtack was still here, I'd definitely wish for this tyrant to get pregnant again. Too bad I lost it before I could make a wish. The tyrant made a wish to a thumbtack for the little palace made to get pregnant. Unexpectedly, the wish came true. The little palace maid immediately started experiencing morning sickness. The Empress Dowager was dumbfounded at the sight. She hurriedly ordered people to drag Ning Xiaoxiao out for a caning. Fortunately, Gu Sijin came out to help. Unexpectedly, the Empress Dowager didn't appreciate it at all. She even planned to have both Gu Sijin and Ning Xiaoxiao punished together. Ning Xiaoxiao quickly pressed pause through the system. She was about to modify the plot, but found that the subsequent plot had all turned into mosaics. After the system's explanation, Ning Xiaoxiao realized that if a large part of the plot was related to her, she couldn't view the plot related to herself. Ning Jiao Siket. It seemed she could only bite the bullet and go through with it. The plot continued. She unhesitatingly knelt down and started begging for mercy. "This servant deserves death. This servant ate something bad and is feeling unwell. Please forgive me, Empress Dowager." Fortunately, the Empress stood up to speak. Only then did the Empress Dowager reluctantly let Ning Xiaoxiao off. Just then, the imperial physician came to check the Empress's pulse. Seeing Ning Xiaoxiao in discomfort, the Empress asked the physician to examine her as well, who knew that after checking her pulse. The physician's face showed a shocked expression. Ning Xiaoxiao was terrified, thinking she had a terminal illness and was about to die. But the physician turned to report to the Empress, "Your Majesty, she has a pregnancy pulse." Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Even Ning Xiaoxiao herself was bewildered. She hadn't even touched a man. How could she possibly be pregnant? The physician carefully examined her again, and the result was still a pregnancy pulse. Ning Xiaoxiao was now sweating profusely, because she knew that if this continued, she would certainly be held accountable. Sure enough, the Empress Dowager's face changed dramatically upon hearing this. She sternly rebuked, "Who is the adulterer?" Ning Xiaoxiao hurriedly knelt down, stating that she hadn't done anything improper. The Empress Dowager wasn't appeased and directly ordered people to take her to the Ministry of Justice for torture. Ning Xiaoxiao was at a loss. She knew that if this continued, not only would she be in danger, but Gu Siji would also be implicated. At this moment, Consort Duan suggested, "Why don't we have a female official examine Ning Xiaoxiao's virginity?" The Empress Dowager thought this was a good idea and summoned Aunt Chun. The little palace maid was vomiting nonstop due to pregnancy. The great tyrant, however, seemed particularly surprised because the wish he made to the magic thumbtack had actually come true. Thinking of this, the tyrant immediately got up to see Ning Xiaoxiao. On the other side, the Empress Dowager had found Aunt Chun to examine Ning Xiaoxiao, but her path was blocked by a maid. She had come this time to bribe Aunt Chun on behalf of her mistress. The goal was to condemn Ning Xiaoxiao to death. However, Ning Xiaoxiao had already sensed something was amiss. This Aunt Chun kept hiding her right hand behind her back. So Ning Xiaoxiao pointed to a spot and said, "Look, what's that?" She seized the suspicious right hand in the moment Aunt Chun was distracted. A sharp steel needle suddenly appeared. Ning Xiaoxiao didn't need to think much. She knew this was a tactic used to confirm her alleged adultery. Seeing her scheme exposed, Aunt Chun no longer tried to hide it. She directly rushed towards Ning Xiaoxiao with the needle in hand, saying, "Blame yourself. You offended someone you shouldn't have." But Ning Xiaoxiao was no ordinary person. She immediately used the system to press pause. The scene froze. "How dare you plot against me so blatantly? I'll take you to see the Empress right now." Saying this, she forcefully dragged Aunt Chun out. Soon, Aunt Chun was thrown before the Empress by Ning Xiaoxiao. "Your Majesty, this female official took bribes from others and hid a steel needle in her sleeve, intending to ruin this servant's chastity during the examination." Hearing this, the Empress was about to question her, when a voice was heard from outside. It was the tyrant rushing in urgently. The Empress Dowager was still questioning the tyrant, but he had already reached out to Ning Xiaoxiao. The tyrant slowly helped Ning Xiaoxiao up, gently asking, "Are you hurt?" Ning Xiaoxiao didn't react immediately, staring blankly at the tyrant's face. Seeing the tyrant's attitude, the Empress Dowager was displeased. The consorts are still bowing, yet the emperor first asks if a palace maid is all right. "Do you know this maid had an affair with a guard? According to the law, she should be beheaded." Unexpectedly, the tyrant exuded dominance, looking sternly at everyone. "I like to see who dares. The child in her womb is mine." The little palace maid's pregnancy was targeted by villains. The great tyrant came to her rescue with authority. "The child in her womb is mine. I like to see who dares touch her." Hearing this, everyone showed shocked expressions. Ning Xiaoxiao was also startled, breaking out in a cold sweat. She kept recalling what had happened before. Did he really do something to me? Could have been that day when he knocked me out with a cake. The Empress Dowager's attitude did a 180-degree turn upon hearing this. She immediately went forward to support Ning Xiaoxiao. Come, stand up. Quickly sit down and summon the imperial physician to check if the pregnancy is stable." At this moment, although the consorts all harbored ulterior motives, they still politely offered congratulations. Gu Sijin, standing to the side, appeared very awkward. The Empress changed her previous attitude, not only flattering Ning Xiaoxiao, but also suggesting to confer her the title of Dang. Ning Xiaoxiao felt uneasy upon hearing this. This way, wouldn't she be in opposition to Gu Sijin? She knew deeply that, considering both the future plot and her personal feelings, she didn't want things to turn out this way. Moreover, in Gu Sijin's eyes, wouldn't she now appear to be a traitor who had an affair with the emperor behind her back? Thinking of this, Ning Xiaoxiao spoke up, "Your Majesty, that night the emperor was drunk and mistook this servant for my young mistress. So this servant is not worthy of becoming a Dang." Upon hearing this, the tyrant was displeased. "Is being my consort beneath you? I didn't expect him to care so much about Gu Sijin." So he directly refuted Ning Xiaoxiao's words, admitting that he had pretended to be drunk that night, but in his heart, he truly liked Ning Xiaoxiao. Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao completely lost her composure. "Doesn't this guy doubt me at all? What if I really had an affair? This man's heart is truly big." The tyrant, however, was unconcerned. "That's because I can vouch for your heart. But Ning Xiaoxiao thought of Gu Sijin's appearance after turning evil in the original story. She shuddered, silently praying for her own safety. Unexpectedly, Gu Sijin, who had been silent for a long time, stood up at this moment. "Your Majesty, this concubine has something to say." The little palace maid was promoted to Dang, but she couldn't feel happy about it at all, because she didn't want to compete for favor with her mistress. Ning Xiaoxiao thought Gu Sijin would be very angry. But unexpectedly, he spoke to the tyrant. "This concubine would like to ask for a favor from your majesty. Zhongsue Palace is vacant. Please let Xiaoxiao live there to keep this concubine company." The tyrant agreed without hesitation. And facing those who framed Ning Xiaoxiao, the usually gentle Gu Sijin showed a fierce look for the first time. "Quickly tell me who instructed you to do such a despicable and dirty thing." Under pressure, Aunt Chun had to confess everything. "It was Xiao Chong who told me to do this." Hearing this, the tyrant's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Moved, Ning Xiaoxiao directly stabbed Xiao Chong. After everything was settled, Gu Sijin excused himself early on the pretext of preparing a room for Ning Xiaoxiao. Watching Gu Sijin's departing figure, Ning Xiaoxiao couldn't help but worry again. "I hope little Gu isn't angry. Although he just stood up for me and vented my anger, it might also be to eliminate his own enemy. Inviting me to live together might just be to make me let my guard down." Ning Xiaoxiao was really at her wit's end now. Was Gu Sijin good or evil? She felt inexplicably frustrated. The tyrant was already used to Ning Xiaoxiao's behavior and didn't pay much attention. But Ning Xiaoxiao still had a question in her heart. "Your Majesty, on the night of your birthday, did you really do something to this servant while I was asleep?" Hearing Ning Xiaoxiao say this, the tyrant became embarrassed and angry. "I would never take advantage of someone." Seeing the tyrant like this, Ning Xiaoxiao became more confused. "Then why did you say the child is yours?" The tyrant was at a loss for words. If he said he claimed it to save her life, wouldn't that prove he cared about her? Thinking of this, the tyrant crossed his arms and said nonchalantly, "Yes, I did sleep with you that day." Ning Xiaoxiao didn't believe the tyrant's nonsense. She had just had her period. Even if something had happened that day, the child couldn't have been conceived then. The tyrant suddenly looked at her playfully. "Everything in this imperial city belongs to me. From the day you entered the palace, you became someone I could play with at any time." Seeing the tyrant so smug, Ning Xiaoxiao couldn't stand it. She directly head-butted the tyrant. The tyrant was in so much pain, he couldn't stop shaking. Ning Jiao Jiao octet nonchalant. "Oh my, this servant's neck cramped. Your Majesty wouldn't hold it against a pregnant woman, would you?" Not only did the tyrant not get angry, he seriously lifted her chin. "Silly girl, you should start referring to yourself as this concubine now." Ning Xiaoxiao only felt it was very greasy, without any feeling of romance. The tyrant felt awkward and turned away, saying irritably, "Not only should you change how you address yourself, but you should also change your behavior and demeanor. A consort can't be crazy and unruly." Ning Xiaoxiao had a sudden idea. Since she was a consort now, she wouldn't have to work and would get money. It wouldn't be bad if she could also pluck some of the tyrant's hair. "Your Majesty, why don't this concubine wash your hair? It'll help remove some oil too." The little palace maid was promoted to Dang, but she couldn't feel happy about it at all, because she didn't want to argue with her mistress. When Chi-Chi told her that Gu Sijin had returned with a serious expression, Ning Xiaoxiao suddenly felt the situation wasn't good. She decided to explain everything to Gu Sijin. Soon night fell. Ning Xiaoxiao secretly peeked outside the room, observing Gu Sijin's movements. She knocked on the door, but she heard a knocking sound coming from inside. This sound reminded her of a terrifying story about knocking on little dolls. Thinking of this, Ning Xiaoxiao felt a chill run down her spine, and her body began to tremble involuntarily. She fearfully covered her head and fled in panic, praying inwardly that fourth sister Gu wouldn't turn evil. That night, Ning Xiaoxiao had a nightmare. Fortunately, Chi-Chi woke her up early. Ning Xiaoxiao recalled the fierce Gu Sijin from her dream and broke out in a cold sweat. These were the new clothes Chi-Chi brought. Unexpectedly, when Ning Xiaoxiao put them on, she looked particularly plump. She was very happy to finally have new clothes and no longer had to wear palace-made uniforms. But being a consort wasn't that easy. When she heard Chi-Chi say that Consort Duan and Gu Sijin were waiting for her to pay respects, Ning Xiaoxiao suddenly felt that being a palace maid wasn't so bad after all. Thinking of Gu Sijin's scary appearance in her dream, she instantly became cowardly. But she could not go. Ning Xiaoxiao decided to kneel down as soon as she met them, then cry and wail to gain Gu Sijin's forgiveness. But just as she reached the door, she heard voices talking inside. When did she hook up with the emperor? She's completely unaware. She's only been favored for a few days, yet she's already paving the way for others. It turned out the speaker was Consort Duan. She had been brainwashing Gu Sijin. She's clearly trying to step on you to climb up. Anyone can see that. I feel frustrated for you. Ning Xiaoxiao felt contemptuous. This newly appointed consort was already here, sowing discord. But Gu Sijin's next words shocked Ning Xiaoxiao immensely. The little palace maid was promoted to a consort, but she was always on edge. Even in her dreams, she saw scenes of the young mistress assassinating her. Ning Xiaoxiao decided to find Gu Sijin and clear things up. But just as she reached the door, she heard Consort Duan gossiping about her and stirring up trouble. She thought Gu Sijin would believe others' slander and turn evil. Unexpectedly, not only did Gu Sijin not waver, but she spoke up for Ning Xiaoxiao. I see Xiaoxiao as my own sister. As long as she's happy, I'm willing to be her stepping stone. Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao felt gratified, and even more guilty. Suddenly, Consort Duan pushed the door open. Oh, isn't this Consort Ning? Your body is precious now. You must take care of yourself. Seeing this, Ning Xiaoxiao directly retorted, none of your business. She then walked straight into Gu Sijin's room. Seeing Ning Xiaoxiao's behavior, Consort Duan's face darkened. She thought, she's just temporarily favored. Let's see how long she lasts. Gu Sijin saw Ning Xiaoxiao come in and warmly invited her to sit down. Ning Xiaoxiao awkwardly explained to Gu Sijin, young mistress, this servant really had no intention of stepping on you to climb up. Gu Sijin didn't expect Xiaoxiao to say this. Then she turned and held her hand. Are you worried I'll be unhappy? If you think that way, I'd be letting you down. Our sisterly bond has been long-standing. Or is I just being presumptuous? Have you never seen me as a sister? Before, we were master and servant. Now that you've become a consort, I thought we could openly call each other sisters from now on. Ning Xiaoxiao was very touched after hearing this. Gu Sijin pulled her over directly. From now on, you should call me sister. If I have to blame you for anything, it's for not telling me about such good news. I blame you for being as guarded with me as you are with others. Tell me honestly, do you really like the emperor? Hearing Gu Sijin mention the tyrant, Ning Xiaoxiao turned her head away, mumbling that she didn't like him. But Gu Sijin could clearly see that the tyrant truly liked Ning Xiaoxiao. Because the look in one's eyes when they like someone can't be hidden. Gu Sijin couldn't help but think of the person she deeply loved. Ning Xiaoxiao understood that he still couldn't forget Chu Xinran. They finally cleared things up. Compared to the tyrant, Gu Sijin cared more about Ning Xiaoxiao. Ning Xiaoxiao was moved to tears listening to this. Then Gu Sijin took out something. It was a pair of jade green earrings. Ning Xiaoxiao finally realized that the tinkling sound she heard from the room last night was actually Gu Sijin making earrings. Gu Sijin's surprises for her were truly endless. The little palace maid unexpectedly got pregnant, but the system informed her that what was in her belly was just years of accumulated waste. Ning Xiaoxiao was instantly shocked, so there was just a pile of feces in her belly. But what made Ning Xiaoxiao anxious was, it would soon be 2 months. How could she hide the fact that she wasn't pregnant? The more she thought about it, the more frustrated she became. In the end, she decided not to worry about it for now. Today, Gu Sijin was accompanying the Empress Dowager to burn incense and pray. Since Gu Sijin learned of Ning Xiaoxiao's pregnancy, she wouldn't let her do anything. Ning Xiaoxiao, who had been cooped up for so long, was finally free today. She immediately took Chi-Chi out for a stroll. Just as they went out, a flustered little eunuch rushed over. Upon closer look, it was the long-unseen Prince Jing Lu Ichio. Seeing it was Ning Xiaoxiao, he hurriedly begged for help. Underwear heroine, save me. A leopard has been chasing me. Ning Xiaoxiao was full of questions after hearing this. How could a leopard appear in broad daylight? But the next second, they saw a leopard roaring as it approached them. The three of them stood frozen in place at the sight. It really was a leopard. Ning Xiaoxiao quickly ran towards the room. Quick, come in and close the door. She asked Prince Lu Ichio in confusion. What did you do? Why is that black leopard chasing you? Lu Ichio looked indignant after hearing this. It's all my brother's fault for tricking me, saying he was sick. Who knew I'd run into little Lily as soon as I entered the palace? My brother just wanted little Lily to teach me a lesson. Speaking of little Lily, Ning Xiaoxiao was curious. Is little Lily General Duan Li? What general? He's just a big pig head. Before Lu Yiqiu could finish, Duan Li's voice came from outside the door. Lu Yiqiu, you haven't been beaten for 3 days. Has your butt forgotten the pain? Ning Xiaoxiao was puzzled. An outside official dared to call Prince Jing by his name and had even spanked him before. At this moment, a cold voice came from outside again. I don't know which consort is inside. This official Duan Li pays his respects. By the emperor's order, I am to bring Prince Jing to Choyang Palace for a talk. Please open the door, your highness. Upon hearing this, Lu Yiqiu wailed in fear. Heroine, please don't open the door. If you do, I'll die young. Ning Xiaoxiao made a reassuring gesture. Don't worry, we're sworn siblings. I'll protect you. But before she could finish her big talk, Duan Li had already leapt onto the roof. Since your highness is unwilling to open the door, please forgive my rudeness. The two looked up. They saw a handsome man dressed in black. Lu Yiqiu was already trembling with fear at the sight of Duan Li. Without a word, he screamed and ran. But Duan Li took a quick step, directly blocking Lu Yiqiu's escape route. Seeing this, Lu Yiqiu ran crying towards Ning Xiaoxiao. He hid behind her and said, "Don't come any closer. She's consort Ning, and she's pregnant. If you bump into her, my brother will definitely chop off your head." Hearing this, Duan Li wasn't scared at all. Instead, he slowly approached Lu Yiqiu. If anyone's head is going to roll, it'll be yours for using the emperor's consort as a human shield. Seeing no way out, Lu Yiqiu had to beg Ning Xiaoxiao to accompany him to see the tyrant. Heroine, come with me. I'll help you steal my brother's underwear. Ning Xiaoxiao sensed a business opportunity. Forget the underwear. If you can help me pluck a handful of your brother's hair. Before she could finish, Lu Yiqiu immediately agreed. The emperor feared nothing, but he couldn't control his spoiled brother. Who would have thought a general could keep him in line so well? It turned out they were a pair of good friends. This made Ning Xiaoxiao couldn't help but ship them. The cold general and the naive prince, just thinking about it was exciting. Just now, the three of them came together to see the tyrant. As soon as Ning Xiaoxiao entered, she began her performance. Your Majesty, I missed you. The tyrant didn't know what had gotten into Ning Xiaoxiao today. Did you get a fishbone stuck in your throat? Why are you talking like that? Doesn't your Majesty like my squeaky voice the most? Have you grown tired of it so quickly? Seeing that Ning Xiaoxiao was deliberately embarrassing him, he thought, fine, I'll play along with you today. So he patted the dragon throne, gesturing for her to sit. Ning Xiaoxiao didn't think much of it and sat down. The next second, the tyrant forcefully pulled her shoulder. Still want to act? Ning Xiaoxiao felt a sharp pain in her shoulder and had to beg the tyrant, no more acting. At this time, Lu Yiqiu said defiantly, you let little Lily chase me with a leopard. Aren't you afraid I'd let that beast bite you to death? Seeing Lu Yiqiu's nonchalant attitude, the tyrant angrily ordered him to stand properly. But Lu Yiqiu completely ignored him. Seeing the tyrant at a loss, Ning Xiaoxiao couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. It seemed there were people even the tyrant couldn't control. Unexpectedly, Duan Li only needed to say calmly, stand properly. Lu Yiqiu immediately stood at attention, frightened. Ning Xiaoxiao was puzzled about what kind of relationship these two had. Just then, she heard the tyrant bring up the matter of the military register. Seeing this, Lu Yiqiu began to make excuses. I've recorded a full 16 volumes. But you might not believe this. Last night, Prince Jing's mansion was robbed, and all the registers were stolen. Hearing this, the tyrant almost laughed in anger. Such a ridiculous excuse. I see you haven't done it all. He decided to withhold Lu Yiqiu's salary. Hearing that his pay would be deducted, Lu Yiqiu couldn't sit still. Brother, that little money isn't even enough for me to spend. You're still going to deduct it? You can't be that heartless, can you? Please, I beg you. Duan Li, knowing Lu Yiqiu was unreliable, stated that he had prepared the army register in advance during his free time while on campaign. Lu Yiqiu was particularly moved when he heard this. He directly planted a kiss on Duan Li's face. Ning Xiaoxiao couldn't remain calm seeing this. Oh my God, what did I just see? It would be a waste not to ship this couple. The cold general and the naive little prince. They were a pair of good friends. But the great tyrant wanted to separate them. The little palace maid, seeing this scene, couldn't help but be moved to tears by their love. The tyrant, however, thought Ning Xiaoxiao had taken a liking to Duan Li. Filled with jealousy, he glared fiercely at Duan Li. Just now, the eldest daughter of the Duke of Guohua had secretly admired Duan Li. The tyrant wanted to match them together. Upon hearing this, Duan Li stood dumbfounded. He wanted to refuse, but didn't know what to say. Seeing Duan Li's dumbfounded look, Lu Ichio felt displeased inside, but maintained a calm exterior. You're so tongue-tied, can't even say a word. You'll have to marry someday. My brother is granting you a marriage, and you're not appreciating it. Just as Duan Li was about to explain, Lu Ichio dropped a line, I'm going to see the Empress Dowager at Shinsho Palace, and left. Seeing this, Ning Xiaoxiao thought of that sad love song. But getting married, the groom isn't me. In this lonely corner, I secretly wipe my tears. Ning Xiaoxiao was moved by their love. But in the tyrant's view, this inner voice meant she must have fallen for Duan Li. Why else would she cry in a lonely corner over Duan Li's marriage? The tyrant glared fiercely at the confused Duan Li. How is he more handsome than me? In the end, Duan Li still refused this marriage arrangement. Ning Xiaoxiao saw this and couldn't help but feel happy inside. Great, as long as he doesn't marry, there's still a chance. I'm definitely shipping this couple. Seeing Ning Xiaoxiao's enchanted look, the tyrant was so jealous he could overturn the vinegar jar. What chance are you hoping for? I'm still sitting right here, and you dare to covet another man? Seeing that Duan Li had no intention of marrying, the tyrant didn't force him. He advised him to avoid coming to the palace if possible, to prevent awkward encounters with the Duke of Guohua. In reality, he didn't want Ning Xiaoxiao to see Duan Li. Little did he know, as soon as he finished speaking, Ning Xiaoxiao started imagining again. The emperor did well. Now he can completely cut off the connection between Duan Li and the Duke's eldest daughter. Seeing Ning Xiaoxiao's secretly pleased expression, the tyrant clenched his fists. With his overwhelming possessiveness, he directly lifted Ning Xiaoxiao's chin. Let me tell you, you are now my consort. No matter what, you are mine. You're not allowed to look at any other man. Ning Xiaoxiao was completely bewildered, not understanding what had suddenly come over the tyrant. But she still cooperated, expressing that she would definitely be a dutiful and competent consort. The tyrant playfully pinched Ning Xiaoxiao. Then show me what a proper consort is like. I'll come to your palace for dinner tonight. You prepare the evening meal. Ning Xiaoxiao remembered the dark cuisine she made last time. She reluctantly tried to refuse. Your Majesty, this concubine's cooking isn't very good. When I tell you to cook, you cook. No excuses. Ning Xiaoxiao had no choice but to agree. After punishing Ning Xiaoxiao a bit, the tyrant finally calmed down. But thinking about his tone just now, he wondered if he had been too harsh on Ning Xiaoxiao. After all, her physical discomfort was real. After much consideration, the tyrant still couldn't put his mind at ease about Ning Xiaoxiao. I should go check on her. The little palace maid was making a heartfelt dinner for the great tyrant. The tyrant came secretly to check. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered the courtyard, a foul odor assaulted his nostrils. It turned out Ning Xiaoxiao was making durian pizza. The tyrant, smelling this incredibly pungent odor, covered his nose and dared not approach. You, Ning Xiaoxiao, I wanted to eat a meal cooked by you, and you're trying to feed me shit? Before he could finish speaking, there was a loud bang. Everyone looked over. They saw thick smoke billowing from the room. The next second, Ning Xiaoxiao stumbled out in a mess. The tyrant wondered why the stench was so strong. Had she blown up the kitchen? Ning Xiaoxiao saw it was the tyrant. Instantly, tears welled up in her eyes from frustration. She rushed straight towards him. The tyrant instinctively backed away quickly. Don't come near me. Why are you cooking such filth in the palace? Someone come and take her to bathe. Wash her clean inside and out for me. Seeing the tyrant like this, Ning Xiaoxiao felt a sense of helplessness that she couldn't express. Soon, she was cleaned up by the palace maids. As she lifted the curtain to walk out, she saw that the tyrant had already prepared a sumptuous dinner. Seeing so many delicious dishes, Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. The tyrant, seeing this undignified look, couldn't help but mock. I knew you couldn't make anything edible, so I had the imperial kitchen prepare this in advance. Ning Xiaoxiao explained that she was using durian earlier, not some unclean thing. The tyrant was puzzled. What's durian? Ning Xiaoxiao explained while bringing out the remaining half of the durian. Your Majesty, would you like to try some? The tyrant saw this and immediately lost his composure. Yes, yes, that's the stench. Ning Xiaoxiao slowly brought the durian closer to the tyrant. Your Majesty, try it and you'll know how delicious it is. If it's not good, this concubine will write her name backwards. She shrank her body and slowly pressed against the tyrant. Just then, several consorts pushed open the door and entered. They saw this scene before them, the little palace maid and the great tyrant showing affection. They were caught red-handed by the consorts. Seeing this, everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. Xinping angrily shouted, "How dare you? Just because you're pregnant, you could be this unruly?" Only then did Ning Xiaoxiao realize that she had almost straddled the tyrant without noticing. Just as she was about to get up, unexpectedly, the tyrant authoritatively pulled her over. He took a bite of the durian in Ning Xiaoxiao's hand. Then he looked at Xinping with a challenging expression. "I was just having a little fun with her as promised. Do you have any objections, Xinping?" Xinping hurriedly explained, "This concubine knows her mistake. Please calm your anger, Your Majesty." The tyrant coldly said, "If you know your mistake, then go kneel outside. Don't get up until you've knelt for at least an hour." Snow was falling heavily. Xinping knelt in the snow, shivering from a cold. The usually kind-hearted Gu Sijin couldn't bear to see Xinping freezing and wanted to send her an umbrella. Although Ning Xiaoxiao felt the tyrant was overreacting a bit, Xinping wasn't a good person in the original story either. So she took the umbrella, saying she would send someone over in a while. But to Xinping, this all seemed like false kindness. She even blamed everything on Ning Xiaoxiao. Suddenly, Huichi ran in to report, "My lady, a group of Western envoys has arrived at the palace." Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao was confused. She didn't remember any mention of Western envoys in the original story. At the same time, eunuch Sanfu shouted at the door, "Lady Ning, great news. Lady Ning, your father has been found." Ning Xiaoxiao was even more confused. "I came here through a book." "What father?" In order to eat KFC, the little palace maid had lied to the tyrant that the KFC portrait was of her father. Unexpectedly, after a long time, eunuch Sanfu actually told Ning Xiaoxiao, "Lady Ning, your father has been found." Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao herself found it unbelievable. Eunuch Sanfu informed the emperor, "The white-bearded old man in the portrait you were looking for is actually the Western envoy. He's here to meet your Majesty now. Please come over." Ning Xiaoxiao was full of question marks. How did a person she made up suddenly become real? Soon she met the so-called father. Ning Xiaoxiao trembled. This man looked too much like the old man on the fried chicken bucket. Hearing the old man speak Chinese, Ning Xiaoxiao was a bit surprised. He could even speak Chinese. It turned out the envoy was serving as a translator this time. As they were talking, someone interrupted them. It was Aunt Xiangling from the Empress's side. She came on behalf of the Empress to bring newly made peony rolls to Ning Xiaoxiao. Ning Xiaoxiao accepted the peony rolls and politely said, "Please thank the Empress for me." After Aunt Xiangling left, Ning Xiaoxiao held the peony rolls and pondered for a moment. The Empress suddenly being kind and giving her food so openly, surely she wouldn't have tampered with it, right? The minister also introduced the peony rolls to the envoy. Seeing the envoy didn't understand, Ning Xiaoxiao turned around with the peony rolls and said, "For the exchange between our countries, you two must be very busy as translators. Please accept these peony rolls as a token of my appreciation." The two accepted the food box and thanked Ning Xiaoxiao. Eunuch Sanfu reminded, "My lady, the emperor is waiting for us. Let's go quickly." Soon Ning Xiaoxiao came to meet the tyrant. The tyrant looked at Ning Xiaoxiao and closed his book. He gently reached out his hand. It was the first time Ning Xiaoxiao had seen the tyrant like this. Her face unconsciously turned red. The Sunset Prince entered the hall to meet the tyrant. He immediately called him a bastard. After hearing this, the tyrant not only didn't get angry, but instead said, "Thank you." The little palace maid was completely confused after hearing this. Just now, eunuch Sanfu came to report that the translator for the Western envoy suddenly had a stomachache and couldn't come to the banquet. However, in the imperial city, only the grand scholar was fluent in Western languages. Without him, no one could communicate with the Western prince. Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao volunteered, "Your Majesty, I know Western languages." She thought that although she wasn't very proficient in Western languages, she could at least speak basic English. So Ning Xiaoxiao took on the role of translator. Soon, the Sunset Prince came to meet the emperor. relying on the fact that the tyrant didn't understand Western languages and there was no translator present. He cursed at the tyrant in a foreign language, calling him a bastard. Ning Xiaoxiao was stunned when she heard this. The tyrant couldn't understand at all. He thought the Sunset Prince was being friendly, so he replied in Western language, in fun. When he said, "Thank you," Ning Xiaoxiao was shocked. What was going on? When the tyrant finally said, "And you," Ning Xiaoxiao couldn't hold back anymore. "He's insulting you. Why are you being so polite to him?" Seeing that the tyrant couldn't understand at all, the prince became even more arrogant. He directly insulted the tyrant as stupid in Western language. Ning Xiaoxiao couldn't sit still anymore. Angrily slamming the table, she thought, "How dare you insult my man? I'll show you what I'm made of." She angrily cursed at the prince in Western language. When she said, "Your mother exploded," the prince really exploded. He looked at Ning Xiaoxiao in disbelief. The tyrant heard Ning Xiaoxiao's inner thoughts. His face immediately turned red. He said he was indeed her man. Seeing that he had met his match, the prince stopped pretending and started speaking fluent Chinese. "I didn't expect the Qi dynasty's consort to know Western languages." Ning Xiaoxiao hadn't expected this either. So this guy could speak Chinese. As the prince spoke, he poured himself a glass of wine. "Emperor of the Li dynasty, it's our first meeting. I'd like to toast you." After saying this, he picked up the wine glass. Without hesitation, he poured the wine on the ground. Seeing this, the tyrant's expression became very serious. Seeing the prince's arrogant behavior, a minister angrily pointed at the prince and shouted, "What are you doing? Pouring wine on the ground is for mourning the dead. What do you mean by this?" The prince arrogantly handed the wine glass to his attendant and calmly said, "We believe in God. Every drink and food is God's blessing, so we must offer to God before eating. If this action has offended your country, it was unintentional." Unexpectedly, when the tyrant saw the prince's behavior, he didn't get angry. Different countries have different traditions. I won't take offense. But since you're in Qi, I hope the prince can follow our customs. Seeing the tyrant so calm, Ning Xiaoxiao couldn't guess his intentions. But what Ning Xiaoxiao didn't know was that the tyrant was so angry his fists were clenched tightly. Qi needed the Western technology to manufacture firearms. Although reluctant, he could only choose to endure. But how could Ning Xiaoxiao let this slight pass? Since the Sunset Prince was so presumptuous, she had to give him a good lesson. The Sunset Prince had called the tyrant a bastard. Not only did the tyrant not get angry after hearing this, but he even treated him with courtesy only because the tyrant couldn't understand Western languages at all. Seeing this situation, Ning Xiaoxiao couldn't sit still. "How dare you humiliate my man? It looks like I'll have to teach you a good lesson." So she picked up a wine glass and stood up. "The prince has come from afar. Let me toast to the prince." After saying this, Ning Xiaoxiao poured the wine in the glass onto the ground. Then she said in fluent English, "May you rest in peace. May your whole family rest in peace." Hearing this, the Sunset Prince was so angry his eyes rolled back. Seeing this, Ning Xiaoxiao feigned innocence. "Why is the prince angry? I was just toasting according to your custom. I'm too nervous." The prince was shaking with anger, gritting his teeth. He wanted to tear Ning Xiaoxiao into pieces. At this moment, the tyrant waved his hand, gesturing the prince to take a seat. Then he gave Ning Xiaoxiao an approving look. At this moment, Ning Xiaoxiao was only focused on wolfing down her food. But because she ate too fast, she accidentally bit her tongue. The tyrant affectionately poked her cheek. "Eat slower. No one's going to steal your food." Seeing this scene, the empress frowned. Such unsightly table manners. How vulgar. Does the emperor really like this kind of woman? As she was thinking, she accidentally spilled the soup from her bowl onto her hand. She immediately cried out in pain. The empress had wanted to gain a bit of the tyrant's favor, but unexpectedly, the tyrant was very cold towards her. He only ordered eunuch Sanfu to take the empress back to the palace to see the imperial physician. The empress didn't expect the tyrant to be so indifferent to her. She wanted to say something, but was interrupted by the eunuch. "This way, your highness." With no choice, she had to take her leave. At this time, the prince took out a gift box. "For this visit to Qi, I brought a newly developed firearm from Sunset. This gun is more portable and powerful than the previous long-barrel guns. Would the emperor like to try it?" Hearing this, the tyrant immediately ordered someone to bring the gun. The prince wouldn't easily hand it over. Seizing the opportunity, he definitely wanted to cause some trouble. Then let this consort hand the gun to the emperor for inspection. Ning Xiaoxiao knew the prince had a grudge against her, so she didn't hesitate and immediately stood up to take the gun. But unexpectedly, the prince had already raised the gun. The next second, he pulled the trigger. The little palace maid cursed at the sunset prince, but this only angered him more. The prince directly pointed the gun at her. The next second, he pulled the trigger. With a bang, drops of blood fell pitter-patter on the ground. It all happened without warning. Ning Xiaoxiao hadn't even reacted. When she came to her senses, she found the tyrant shielding her body. "With me here," he said, trailing off mid-sentence. The tyrant then weakly leaned on Ning Xiaoxiao's shoulder. Ning Xiaoxiao felt the blood soaking the tyrant's back and froze in place. Looking at the warm blood on her hands, Ning Xiaoxiao trembled all over. She remembered her childhood. Her father was a doctor. He would wait for her at the hospital after school every day. Ning Xiaoxiao had seen all kinds of patients in many bloody scenes. She thought she was used to it by now, but seeing the tyrant in this state, she felt afraid for the first time. Lu Lingyuan, wake up, open your eyes. Suddenly Ning Xiaoxiao thought, if only she could go back in time with the system, none of this would have happened. But looking at the grayed out rewind button, Ning Xiaoxiao then remembered that the system was stingy and had taken sick leave. She asked how to operate it, but the rewind button was still grayed out. Ning Xiaoxiao was so anxious that tears streamed down her face. She reluctantly tapped on the screen, wanting to change everything, but it was still of no use. Everything had already become set in stone. At this moment, she wished so much that time could go back. Soon, the imperial physician rushed over. The ministers all helped carry the tyrant away for treatment. The prince, seeing this situation, knew he had caused big trouble. He wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape, but he hadn't taken a few steps before someone called out to stop him. He looked back and saw Ning Xiaoxiao appearing behind him. "Seize the criminal and throw him into the imperial prison," she ordered. The prince was very disdainful. In his view, Ning Xiaoxiao was just a lowest-ranking consort, not worth taking seriously at all. Ning Xiaoxiao exuded an imposing aura and loudly declared, "I am carrying the imperial heir in my womb. My words are the emperor's words. If anything happens to the emperor, I will have you sliced into 1,000 pieces." Her imposing manner made the prince shudder, and large beads of sweat rolled down his face. The imperial guards took him away to the prison. Soon, a maid came to report this matter to the Empress Dowager. When the maid mentioned that the emperor had taken a bullet for Ning Xiaoxiao, the Empress Dowager and Empress were instantly thunderstruck. The emperor had kindly entertained the Sunset Prince. It was shot by him on the spot. Soon, the maid reported this matter to the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager rushed over with the consorts. The tyrant was undergoing emergency treatment. Ning Xiaoxiao waited outside the door, full of regret. She blamed herself for being so careless. It was all because her time travel had changed the plot. Otherwise, the tyrant wouldn't have met with this misfortune. Ning Xiaoxiao saw the Empress Dowager arrive and hurriedly stood up to bow. Unexpectedly, the Empress Dowager, without a word, slapped Ning Xiaoxiao hard across the face. "You vixen, if anything happens to the emperor, I'll skin you alive. If the emperor hadn't been bewitched by you, how could he have taken a bullet for you?" Ning Xiaoxiao held her cheek, speechless for a moment. She knew all this was caused by her. At this time, a palace maid whispered something in the Empress Dowager's ear, making her even more furious. "Ning Xiaoxiao, you rely on carrying the imperial heir and dare to tell the court officials that your words are the emperor's decree? You even took it upon yourself to order the arrest of the Sunset Prince." Ning Xiaoxiao didn't feel she had done anything wrong. She couldn't just let the murderer go free. Hearing this, the Empress Dowager was so angry her face contorted. She wanted to have Ning Xiaoxiao executed by Ling Qi. "You're just a lowly palace made by birth. Have you forgotten what you are just because you've gained some favor?" The other consorts also chimed in, sarcastically mocking Ning Xiaoxiao as a vixen. At this moment, the Empress stepped in to stop the verbal abuse. In reality, she was reminding the Empress Dowager that Ning Xiaoxiao had gained the Emperor's favor because of her pregnancy. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager immediately ordered someone to beat Ning Xiaoxiao's mouth bloody. Gu Xijin hurriedly jumped out to stop the Empress Dowager. She's pregnant. She can't be beaten. The other consorts chimed in to add fuel to the fire. Your Highness, you can't even punish her with a finger? She's from your palace. Who knows if her rise to power was all your plan? The Empress Dowager, without considering right or wrong, ordered the palace maids to punish both Gu Xijin and Ning Xiaoxiao. Seeing the Empress Dowager's behavior, Ning Xiaoxiao felt a chill in her heart. Her son was lying inside, his fate uncertain. Yet as a mother, she still had time to blindly assign blame and put on airs. Now it seemed there was no point in holding back anymore. So she directly confronted the Empress Dowager. The one who shot the emperor was the Western Prince. What's wrong with me ordering his arrest? The Empress Dowager, seeing Ning Xiaoxiao like this, was momentarily incredulous. You, Ning Xiaoxiao, have grown quite bold. You dare to talk back to me now? Just as the tension was at its peak, the emergency room door opened. The tyrant's life was hanging by a thread. Yet the Empress Dowager was only concerned with arguing with the consorts. Soon, the imperial physician informed the Empress Dowager of the grim news that the tyrant didn't have long to live. If no treatment method was found within 3 days, the tyrant would pass away. Hearing this terrible news, everyone's faces showed worry. Ning Xiaoxiao, however, volunteered. Your Highness, I am willing to try and treat the emperor. At first, the Empress Dowager scoffed. You vixen, shut your mouth. But when Ning Xiaoxiao mentioned how she had treated the tyrant's previous life-threatening allergy, the Empress Dowager finally showed some interest. Fine, I'll let you try. But if you can't cure him, I won't let you off easily. At this moment, instead of finding solutions, the consorts were gossiping about Ning Xiaoxiao. If she gives birth to a prince, we're all doomed. Even the Empress Dowager was no exception. She was only thinking about how to get rid of Ning Xiaoxiao. The Empress added fuel to the fire. Ning Xiaoxiao's attitude is indeed bad, but now the child in her womb is her get-out-of-jail-free card. Mother, you should treat her as a child. The Empress Dowager stated plainly that whether Ning Xiaoxiao could cure the emperor or not, she couldn't keep her around. I don't like disobedient people. In the future, no matter whose child ascends the throne, you will be the only Empress Dowager. The Empress, hearing this, was somewhat incredulous. So, Mother, you mean? The Empress Dowager silently took the Empress's hand. Keep those I like, remove those I dislike. The day she gives birth to the imperial heir will be the day of her demise. Then you'll be the only mother of the heir. Do you understand? The Empress was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. Then, a cold smile appeared on her lips. Thank you, Mother, for planning this for me. Meanwhile, Ning Xiaoxiao was guarding the tyrant's side. In fact, she wasn't confident she could cure the tyrant, and the System Little Seven was also on leave. Ning Xiaoxiao thought she absolutely couldn't just sit and wait for death. Before it was too late, she had to find another way. Suddenly, Ning Xiaoxiao heard a faint sound. It turned out to be the tyrant calling her name in his dream. The great tyrant's life was hanging by a thread, yet only the little palace maid was by his bedside. Although the tyrant was barely clinging to life, he was still calling out the little palace maid's name in his dream. Ning Xiaoxiao, don't leave me. I'm afraid you'll be bullied in the future. Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao lowered her head and choked up. You're barely hanging on, yet in your dreams, you're still thinking of me. Aren't you supposed to be selfish? Why'd you take the sword from me? As Ning Xiaoxiao spoke, tears involuntarily fell onto the tyrant's hand. In the end, she broke down in tears. She desperately wiped her eyes, but the tears kept coming. You absolutely can't die. What will I do without you? Besides, I'm not even pregnant. If you die now, your bloodline will end. The tyrant was too weak to speak a word. He could only silently care for her in his heart. Ning Xiaoxiao, don't cry, you little fool. I just want to protect you for a lifetime. Ning Xiaoxiao, I think I've fallen for you, but I won't have the chance to confess to you anymore. Ning Xiaoxiao was unwilling to let the tyrant die like this. Suddenly, she thought of a method. So she wiped away her tears. She quickly opened the door and summoned Eunuch Sanfu. But she happened to see the Empress Dowager instructing the eunuch, go and release the Western Prince. We can't afford to offend the West and cause trouble for ourselves later. Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao immediately shouted, you can't release the Western Prince. Seeing it was Ning Xiaoxiao again, the Empress Dowager's face instantly turned to disgust. "This is my imperial edict. How dare you interfere?" Ning Xiaoxiao knew that anything she said to the Empress Dowager now would be useless. She could only use the tyrant to pressure her. The emperor briefly regained consciousness earlier and instructed this concubine not to release the Western prince. The Empress Dowager wouldn't believe Ning Xiaoxiao's words. Ning Xiaoxiao had to explain the risks involved. "Empress Dowager, have you considered this? If we release the Western prince, it's equivalent to announcing that the emperor is seriously injured. If ill-intentioned people hear this, they might take advantage of the situation to attack our Qi dynasty. What then?" Hearing this, the Empress Dowager had no rebuttal. She could only leave in frustration. Ning Xiaoxiao knew well that in the Empress Dowager's eyes, all she truly cared about was the supreme imperial power. She showed no concern for her son's life or death. No wonder the tyrant always opposed her. After the Empress Dowager left, Ning Xiaoxiao instructed eunuch Sanfu to go to the prison and bring a prisoner, along with the gun that the Western prince had fired. Soon, the prisoner and the gun were in place. Ning Xiaoxiao, holding the gun, coldly said to the prisoner, "You've committed a capital offense. But today I'm giving you a chance to start anew. Are you willing to try?" The prisoner nodded desperately in agreement. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a bang. Ning Xiaoxiao had pulled the trigger, shooting the prisoner in the back. The tyrant was shot, his life hanging by a thread. The little palace maid wanted to save him. So Ning Xiaoxiao chose a person from among the death row inmates. She pulled the trigger on him. Then she ordered eunuch Sanfu to take this person outside the palace. Whoever could heal his wound would receive a hefty reward. The eunuch suddenly understood. So Lady Ning was using this method to find a miracle doctor among the common people to treat the emperor. Not long after the announcement was posted, a mysterious person wearing a veil accepted the imperial edict. Ning Xiaoxiao looked at this mysterious person and felt very skeptical. So she quietly asked the eunuch, "Is this the miracle doctor you mentioned?" The eunuch was very certain because he had personally seen this person remove the bullet from the prisoner. Ning Xiaoxiao had no choice but to greet him with a smile. She dared to ask, "Where does this miracle doctor come from?" Unexpectedly, the mysterious person slowly said, "Your Highness, could you come closer?" This made Ning Xiaoxiao even more suspicious. Could it be a charlatan? She wanted to see what tricks this fraud would play. So she took a few steps forward. Then the mysterious person quietly said, "I am your father." Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao was even more convinced of her suspicion. It really was a fraud. She immediately knocked off the mysterious person's veil. "I might as well be your grandmother. You're trying to take advantage of me." But after seeing this person's true face, Ning Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment, because the person in front of her looked very familiar. She stared at this person for a long time. Suddenly, she grabbed the old man's beard with her hand. Only then did she realize the beard was actually glued on. Looking closely at this beard, the old man actually looked exactly like her own father. Ning Xiaoxiao finally realized that this old man was indeed her father. Ning Xiaoxiao was a bit confused. How could her dad have transmigrated into the book? After all, he was just a little old man who only watched the news broadcast. As soon as she said this, her father irritably flicked her forehead. "There's no time to explain now. Saving my son-in-law is more urgent." Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao kept roaring behind him. "When did he become your son-in-law? You little old man, don't start spreading rumors." The tyrant had kindly entertained the Sunset Prince, but was shot by him in return. Yet now no one could treat him. Just as the tyrant was on his last breath, the little palace maid's father transmigrated here. In no time, the bullet was removed from the tyrant's body. The tyrant finally escaped danger. This transmigration of her father left Ning Xiaoxiao puzzled. She had to make her father explain clearly. Her father slowly took off his glasses. "It's time I explained this to you clearly. Your mother is actually a national-level scientist researching transmigration, responsible for studying superluminal space-time distortion technology." Ning Xiaoxiao found this hard to believe. She quickly felt her father's forehead. "Are you okay? Have you been watching too much TV?" Her father pushed away Ning Xiaoxiao's hand and said solemnly, "We've been keeping this from you because it's a top-secret project." But Ning Xiaoxiao thought of her mother, who wore slippers and loved to bargain, and still found it a bit unreal. Curious about why she was transmitted here for no reason, her father gave a reasonable explanation. That day, your mom was adjusting the parameters of the transmigration machine. A set of data was input incorrectly, and then your pet Beiji accidentally activated the button. Now everything is set up on your mom's side. Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao pondered. So I can go home now? The tyrant was also out of danger, and she had nothing left to linger for. It might as well have been a dream. So she made up her mind. Dad, I'm ready. Let's go. But her father changed the subject. My dear daughter, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. You can't go back yet. I transmigrated here as a whole person, but you're here as a soul, becoming a character in the book. So you must follow the system's instructions and complete the tasks honestly before you can return. Ning Xiaoxiao instantly lost her composure upon hearing this. Her father knew his daughter was very homesick, so he patted Ning Xiaoxiao's head, comforting her. Your mom and I miss you too. We want you to come back immediately, but there's no way now. Even with your mom's skills, it's not always successful. We'll do everything we can to protect you, but many things still depend on you. As the two were talking, they heard the tyrant coughing behind them. The great tyrant had been on the brink of death. Fortunately, the little palace maid's doctor father had treated his wound. The tyrant slowly regained consciousness. As he opened his eyes, he heard people talking in the bedchamber. So he looked towards the sound. He saw an old man intimately hugging Ning Xiaoxiao's shoulders. Seeing this scene, the tyrant became furious. What shameless scoundrel dares to flirt with my woman? The tyrant jumped heavily off the bed. Ning Xiaoxiao heard the commotion and turned to look. She saw the tyrant tightly grabbing her father's hand. Where did this thief come from, daring to be so brazen in front of me? Ning Xiaoxiao hurriedly came forward to explain. Your Majesty, you've misunderstood. This is the divine doctor who removed the bullet from your body. She thought to herself, has the tyrant suddenly gone mad? My dad just saved your life. The tyrant heard Ning Xiaoxiao's inner thoughts and froze in place. This was her father. He quickly let go of his hand. Seeing how concerned Ning Xiaoxiao was about this old man, the tyrant was certain that this must be her father without a doubt. So his attitude changed 180 degrees. Smiling, he said it was all a misunderstanding. Divine Doctor, I should have treated you with courtesy for saving my life. Please forgive me. Divine Doctor, with such skills, would you be willing to stay in the palace and serve? I can make you the head of the Imperial Hospital. Ning's father hurriedly declined, saying he had to return home tomorrow. Ning Xiaoxiao, watching from the side, was puzzled by his quick change. She thought, he's offering my dad such a high position at first meeting. This man is usually so suspicious. Why isn't he questioning my dad's background this time? The tyrant heard these thoughts and felt guilty. He didn't want Ning Xiaoxiao to know about his mind-reading ability. So he quickly turned around, coughed lightly, and said, for saving my life, I'll reward you with 500 taels of gold. You must accept this gold no matter what. Don't refuse. The tyrant thought his reward was generous enough. But Ning's father happily pointed at Ning Xiaoxiao and said, but your majesty, this young lady promised me 1,000 taels of gold. Hearing this, the tyrant was so embarrassed he almost dug a hole to hide in. Smiling on the surface, he said, Ning is indeed generous. It seems this father-daughter pair is conspiring to extort my money. But a ruler's word cannot be taken back. The tyrant opened the door and called for eunuch Sanfu to take the divine doctor to collect 2,000 taels of silver. Seeing her father about to leave, Ning Xiaoxiao also bid farewell to the tyrant. Unexpectedly, she was grabbed by the tyrant. He then pressed Ning Xiaoxiao onto the bed. Seeing the tyrant's strong chest muscles, Ning Xiaoxiao's face turned red. She quickly turned her head away, but couldn't help drooling. Seeing Ning Xiaoxiao like this, the tyrant moved closer. Ning Xiaoxiao, why are you shy? You've been by my side, taking care of me these past 2 days. Haven't you seen everything there is to see, both what you should and shouldn't? Then he whispered in her ear, it's not like you haven't pinched my chest before. After all that, now you're acting virtuous? Ning Xiaoxiao's heart raced hearing this. The next second, her leg was lifted by the tyrant. The great tyrant had just started to recover, and he began teasing the little palace maid. This move made Ning Xiaoxiao's face as red as a monkey's bottom. Suddenly, the tyrant lifted her thigh without warning. Ning Xiaoxiao couldn't understand what trick the tyrant was playing this time. She saw the tyrant carefully removing her shoe. Ning Xiaoxiao only felt pain on the top of her foot. The tyrant frowned. It's been 3 days. Haven't you noticed your foot is in such bad shape? Be careful, or you might end up with a small neck in the future. Only then did Ning Xiaoxiao realize that she had been so busy treating the tyrant these past 2 days, she only felt uncomfortable walking, but hadn't noticed her foot was injured this badly. It must have been sprained that day when the tyrant shielded her from the bullet. Ning Xiaoxiao looked at the tyrant in confusion. How did this man know her foot was injured? He was shot and on the verge of death then. How could he have noticed her sprained foot? The tyrant didn't want Ning Xiaoxiao to see that he cared about her. He casually said he had just noticed her limping, so he figured her foot must be injured. He then asked eunuch Sanfu to bring some safflower oil. The tyrant gently applied the safflower oil to Ning Xiaoxiao's foot, massaging it continuously. Injuries need to be treated. If you become lame in the future, I'll definitely banish you to the cold palace. Ning Xiaoxiao wasn't angry hearing this. She was puzzled that despite the strong smell of the safflower oil and the tyrant's cleanliness obsession, he was still willing to apply the medicine for her himself. Seeing this, eunuch Sanfu kindly reminded the tyrant, "Your Majesty, while safflower oil is good for promoting blood circulation, I'm afraid it might harm the royal air in her belly." The tyrant glared at him angrily. "Did I need you to remind me of that? Get out." The tyrant instructed Ning Xiaoxiao to apply the medicine 3 times a day. This left Ning Xiaoxiao feeling somewhat at a loss. She thought that if she kept using it this way, even if she were really pregnant, she would miscarry. It turned out the tyrant had known all along that Ning Xiaoxiao wasn't pregnant. So he used the safflower oil as a pretext to create the illusion of Ning Xiaoxiao miscarrying. This way, the Empress Dowager wouldn't blame Ning Xiaoxiao. But the tyrant still pretended not to know. "Just use it as I tell you. We can have another child if we lose this one, but you only have 1 leg. We can't delay treating it." Hearing the tyrant say this, Ning Xiaoxiao was touched. Besides her father, the tyrant was the second person to be so good to her. But thinking of her father, Ning Xiaoxiao became dejected. Her father was leaving tomorrow, and she didn't know if she would ever see him again. A broken razor is worthless, but the little palace maid eagerly wanted it, because this razor was no ordinary item. It was the key to entering an alternate dimension. Just by reciting 3.1415926 to the razor, one could immediately appear in the alternate space. If you had any needs, you could put a small note in the mailbox and whatever you wanted would appear. This was the most precious gift Ning Xiaoxiao's father had brought when he traveled through time. And soon after, her father would be leaving. He knew Ning Xiaoxiao didn't want to start a relationship that was destined to have no ending. She was afraid of seeing the tyrant's inevitable bad ending. In fact, her father and mother situation back then was exactly the same as Ning Xiaoxiao and the tyrant's now. Unexpectedly, her father's casual remark triggered a system warning. "Host Ning Daji, you cannot reveal your identity. Otherwise, the Time Management Bureau will immediately punish you." Her father sighed, slightly in resignation, and said no more. As long as his daughter was happy, that was enough. She would understand some things naturally in the future. Early in the morning, Ning Xiaoxiao learned her father was about to leave, so she went to find him. But she accidentally bumped into someone. Ning Xiaoxiao quickly apologized. Unexpectedly, this person looked very displeased, with an extremely arrogant expression. Ning Xiaoxiao realized it was Consort Li deliberately causing trouble, so she stopped being polite. The emperor's life is in danger, yet Consort Li still has time to pick plum blossoms. Hearing her say she was picking plum blossoms to pray for the emperor's blessing, Ning Xiaoxiao was even more disdainful. Plum blossoms sound like bad luck in Chinese. If people didn't know better, they might think you were cursing the emperor. Hearing this, Consort Li's face changed instantly. She raised her hand, about to slap Ning Xiaoxiao's face. Seeing this, Ning Xiaoxiao prepared herself. If Consort Li wanted to fight, she absolutely wouldn't hold back. There was a loud slap, but Ning Xiaoxiao stood there dumbfounded. She saw Consort Li slapping herself, saying, "I was wrong. I won't dare do it again." Then she kept slapping herself furiously. Ning Xiaoxiao thought Consort Li must have gone crazy. It turned out this was all her father's doing. He wouldn't stand by and watch his daughter being bullied, so he used the system to punish Consort Li. Soon after, Ning Xiaoxiao found her father. She happily recounted what had just happened, but learned that her father would be leaving soon. She immediately hugged him and cried. Her father advised, "The little deer is quite good. If you like him, don't let him go. With men, reward them when they behave and say goodbye if they don't. The next one will be even better behaved. If you need anything, just throw a note into the space mailbox. Take care of yourself here. Be careful," he said, then disappeared in an instant. Ning Xiaoxiao made up her mind to complete her mission as soon as possible and return home quickly. The emperor was bedridden with illness. Only the little palace maid was taking meticulous care of him. The Empress Dowager not only felt no comfort, but also made things difficult for her at every turn. Fortunately, the tyrant was recovering from his serious illness. After learning about the situation from the eunuch, a smile appeared on his face. Soon, everyone learned of the tyrant's recovery and came to congratulate him. The Empress Dowager clasped her hands together, pretending to pray, thanking heaven for protecting the tyrant. But the tyrant remained calm, not even looking directly at the Empress Dowager. At this moment, the eunuch brought the medicine. Unexpectedly, the tyrant didn't take it. He just glanced at Ning Xiaoxiao and said, "You come and feed me." Ning Xiaoxiao was immediately a loss upon hearing this. But seeing the Empress Dowager's unfriendly gaze, she reluctantly took the medicine. She was about to feed the tyrant, but he said it was too hot and she must blow on it to cool it down. This scared Ning Xiaoxiao, making her break out in a cold sweat. With so many consorts watching her be so intimate with the tyrant, she would surely have a hard time in the harem in the future. But seeing the tyrant getting impatient and banging on the table, Ning Xiaoxiao got so angry that blood rushed to her head. She blew hard on the spoon of medicine. Unexpectedly, she blew too hard and spilled the medicine on the tyrant's dragon robe. It turned out Ning Xiaoxiao did this on purpose, thinking the tyrant would find her clumsy and have someone else attend to him. But the tyrant didn't follow common sense. He gently held Ning Xiaoxiao's hand and said caringly, "Little fool, did you burn yourself?" Ning Xiaoxiao was completely baffled, not knowing what had gotten into the tyrant this time. Seeing this, the Empress Dowager coughed a few times to hide her embarrassment, saying she would personally feed the tyrant his medicine. Hearing this, the tyrant immediately became displeased and took the medicine bowl from Ning Xiaoxiao's hand. He drank it all in one go, not forgetting to hold Ning Xiaoxiao's small hand while drinking. As soon as he finished the medicine, he looked at Ning Xiaoxiao and said seriously, "Consort Ning, there are some matters I still need to settle with you." As soon as these words were spoken, the Empress Dowager immediately became alert. It was indeed time to settle accounts. If it weren't for her, the emperor wouldn't have been shot. The tyrant was bedridden with a serious illness. The little palace maid took care of the great tyrant day and night. Yet she endured all kinds of difficulties and humiliation from the Empress Dowager and consorts. Now that the tyrant had recovered from his serious illness, he would surely stand up for Ning Xiaoxiao. So he ordered the Empress Dowager's maid to be summoned. The Empress Dowager didn't understand what the emperor was trying to do. The tyrant asked the maid to raise both her hands. His eyes were full of disdain. "Such a beautiful pair of hands. I think they should be cut off and preserved forever in a wine jar. Come, take her away and chop off those claws for me." Upon hearing this, the maid's face turned ashen with fear and her body began to tremble involuntarily. She quickly kowtowed repeatedly, begging for mercy. Seeing the tyrant treat her confidant like this, the Empress Dowager questioned why he was punishing her so brutally. The tyrant, with an angry face, said, "She instigated the beating of Ning Xiaoxiao, who carries my imperial heir. This is indirectly slapping my face. If she can't control her hands, I can't trust her to serve you, mother." The Empress Dowager was left speechless. The tyrant then directly ordered the maid to be dragged out. He then turned to question the empress. If there are people in the harem who make groundless accusations and stir up trouble, how should the empress deal with them? The empress, frightened, lowered her head and remained silent. "I took the bullet for Ning Xiaoxiao for the sake of the child in her womb. How could there be talk of witchcraft bewitching me?" Hearing this, the consorts quickly knelt down to admit their mistakes. But the tyrant had no intention of forgiving them. "You three have made groundless accusations. Slap your own faces as punishment to serve as a warning to others." Seeing this, the Empress Dowager could no longer contain herself. "Fine, the emperor can go to such lengths for the Ning family. I also gave her a slap. Why don't you punish me as well?" The tyrant had anticipated the Empress Dowager would say this. He calmly replied, "Mother, you're exaggerating. How could I dare to punish you? I just remembered that your immortal longevity palace hasn't been renovated in a while. I plan to renovate it. During this time, please stay with the other consorts and squeeze in with them. Hearing this, the Empress Dowager nearly fell over. Fortunately, the Empress was quick to support her. She angrily questioned, "For the sake of a mere palace maid, are you sure you want to go against me?" The tyrant ignored the Empress Dowager and directly walked towards Ning Xiaoxiao. He took Ning Xiaoxiao's hand and said, "For her merit in saving me, I'm promoting her to noble lady with the title Hua." The little palace maid had endured all kinds of difficulties from the Empress Dowager. The tyrant boldly protected Ning Xiaoxiao, so he directly promoted her to noble lady. Ning Xiaoxiao was confused. How did she suddenly get promoted? Even the eunuch beside them was shocked. He had never seen such a promotion from palace maid to noble lady before, especially with the title Hua. The Empress Dowager found it absurd. How could a mere palace maid deserve a princess's position? But the tyrant had made up his mind. "It's my wish. Mother, if you think noble lady is not good enough for me, I'll promote Hua noble lady to imperial consort right away." Hearing this, the Empress Dowager trembled with anger. She pointed at the tyrant with a shaking finger. "Emperor, are you disregarding the ancestral rules?" The tyrant was unfazed. "The founding emperor could make rules, and I can abolish them." This situation made Ning Xiaoxiao feel uneasy. At this rate, she would surely have no peace. Wasn't this obviously making her a target? So she bowed and refused the tyrant's kindness. "This humble servant comes from a lowly background. I'm usually lacking in etiquette. I know my virtue doesn't match the position. Please, your majesty, withdraw your decree." The empress chimed in, agreeing with Huan noble lady, saying something about not refusing the emperor's decree. But in her heart, she mocked Ning Xiaoxiao for being such a good actor. Ning Xiaoxiao was afraid Gu Sijin might turn dark. After all, little Gu was still a palace maid, while she suddenly became a noble lady. What if he became jealous and turned against her? The tyrant understood. Using Ning Xiaoxiao's pregnancy as a reason, he also promoted Gu Sijin to noble lady to take care of her. Gu Sijin was completely confused upon hearing this. She hadn't done anything, so how did she become a noble lady? The tyrant knew that when Ning Xiaoxiao was in trouble, Gu Sijin was the only one who stood up to protect her. With Gu Sijin around, she would feel much more at ease. Seeing Gu Sijin still in a daze, Ning Xiaoxiao quickly reminded her sister not to just stand there and to thank the emperor quickly. So the two of them bowed together to thank the tyrant. Seeing the emperor's actions, the Empress Dowager fainted from anger. The Empress Dowager had been difficult towards the little palace maid. The tyrant boldly protected Ning Xiaoxiao. He directly promoted Ning Xiaoxiao to noble lady, skipping ranks. The Empress Dowager was so angry, she fainted on the spot. But the tyrant showed no mercy. He ordered people to take the Empress Dowager back for treatment. Before leaving, he instructed, "The Immortal Longevity Palace will start renovations from today. Remember to send her to Shokong Palace." The Empress couldn't believe that the tyrant would actually make the Empress Dowager move to Shokong Palace. She couldn't understand why he would go to such lengths for a mere Ning Xiaoxiao. At this moment, Ning Xiaoxiao felt there was no need to stay any longer, so she bowed to the tyrant and was about to leave. But the tyrant called her back, saying, "I still have some important matters to discuss with you. I've given you the rank of noble lady. Shouldn't you repay me properly?" Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao looked embarrassed, not knowing what this dog of a man wanted. To her surprise, the tyrant looked at her mischievously and said, "Of course, it's to do what you should do." Ning Xiaoxiao's face immediately turned red. She hugged herself and stammered, "Your Majesty, this isn't appropriate. I, Ning Xiaoxiao, am not that kind of person." Hearing this, the tyrant teasingly put his hand on her shoulder. "What's not appropriate? I think it's very appropriate." The next second, a book landed on his head. It turned out the tyrant wanted Ning Xiaoxiao to read memorials to him. Ning Xiaoxiao's face was full of resentment. She really didn't understand what she was expecting, but she didn't want to read the memorials, so she found an excuse. "This concubine is now a consort. If I read the memorials, wouldn't that be interfering in politics? It would be terrible if your other wives found out." Hearing Ning Xiaoxiao say wives, the tyrant was confused, but he managed to brush it off. The tyrant knew Ning Xiaoxiao wouldn't comply easily, so he used his charm. I took a bullet for you and have just recovered from serious illness. Can you bear to let me work so hard? This tactic was indeed effective. Ning Xiaoxiao instantly couldn't resist. In the end, she obediently started reading the memorials to the tyrant. The Western prince had shot the tyrant for no reason. Fortunately, the little palace maid took meticulous care of him. The great tyrant was able to recover because of this. The ministers submitted a memorial stating that the West was restless and demanding the release of the Western prince. Otherwise, war between the two sides would be inevitable. In this situation, the tyrant had no good solution. Ning Xiaoxiao remembered that in the original story, there was no plot about Xiang. This Xiang gun had a long range, and Qichao probably couldn't match it. What gave the tyrant an even bigger headache was that the blueprint for the Xiang gun had always been confidential. After several attempts at research, the guns produced were barely satisfactory. When Ning Xiaoxiao heard the tyrant mention the blueprint, she immediately had an idea. Her mother was a big shot in the scientific world. Making a gun would be a piece of cake for her. So she decided to ask the tyrant for a gun to take back and disassemble. Your Majesty, could you give this concubine a gun? The tyrant looked at her suspiciously. What do you want a gun for? Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao quickly coughed to hide her embarrassment. This concubine wants to see if she can disassemble it and figure out the blueprint. The tyrant looked pleased. He knew Ning Xiaoxiao would always have a solution, but on the surface, he pretended to be indifferent. It's worth a try. If you want to try, then take it. Meanwhile, the system gave Ning Xiaoxiao a very difficult task. It was to make the tyrant do the splits while singing Conquer, and she wasn't allowed to use her cheat code. Not being able to use the cheat code made Ning Xiaoxiao a bit troubled, but the tyrant wanted the gun blueprint, so she'd make him do the splits and sing Conquer, then she'd give him the blueprint. Ning Xiaoxiao quickly searched for the space key her father had given her. She recited 3.1415926 in her mouth. Then she suddenly disappeared from the room. She wrote gun blueprint on a piece of paper and put it in the mailbox. Soon after, a stack of blueprints appeared on the table. Ning Xiaoxiao took the blueprints and went to see the tyrant. Your Majesty, I have disassembled the gun and drawn up the blueprints. We should be able to make weapons more powerful than Western guns. The tyrant could hardly believe it. So quickly. If that's the case, let me see them quickly. Ning Xiaoxiao seized the opportunity to make her request. Your Majesty can't just take them for free. This is this concubine's hard work. Your Majesty must agree to one of this concubine's requests. It's not an unreasonable request. This concubine just wants to see Your Majesty do the splits. The mighty tyrant was easily manipulated by a little palace maid. Not only did he have to do the splits for her to see, but he also had to sing Conquer for her. Just now, the little palace maid used the gun blueprint as a bargaining chip to ask the tyrant to do the splits for her. Upon hearing this, the tyrant stood up abruptly. He was the ruler of a country. How could he do such a thing? He stepped forward and gave Ning Xiaoxiao a karate chop. Are you sick? Haven't you seen enough of Gu Sijin doing the splits? Now you want to see me do it. I won't do the splits, I won't. Seeing this, Ning Xiaoxiao grabbed the tyrant's arm and started to act coquettishly. Your Majesty, just do it once. If Your Majesty doesn't agree, this concubine will have to burn the blueprints. The tyrant's face turned red from Ning Xiaoxiao's casual behavior. Unable to resist, he had to agree. I can agree, but only if the blueprints you gave can actually make guns. If you dare to deceive me, I have ways to deal with you. Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao immediately agreed. The tyrant, seeing her triumphant look, suddenly regretted his decision. The next day, Ning Xiaoxiao came to pay respects to the empress, as usual, with the other concubines. Suddenly, she saw the 3 concubines who had been punished by the tyrant. Ning Xiaoxiao felt it was terrible. The tyrant's punishment was not light at all. These 3 people's faces had become like pig heads. At this moment, Chi-Chi approached Ning Xiaoxiao and reported, My lady, someone from Chuyang Palace just sent a message. The emperor wants you to go there now. Thinking that the guns might be ready, Ning Xiaoxiao hurried to meet the tyrant. But she saw the tyrant with his back turned to her, calmly saying, According to your blueprints, the craftsmen have already made the guns. Ning Xiaoxiao couldn't help but marvel at how fast the craftsmen worked. The tyrant agreed. Indeed, they made them in just one day. The tyrant's behavior made Ning Xiaoxiao feel something was off. The next second, the tyrant suddenly pointed the gun at her. With a fierce look, he said, I hate being played with the most. Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao was startled. Before she could ask what happened, a stream of water sprayed towards her. She then realized that the blueprint she gave to the tyrant was actually for making a water gun. Ning Xiao Xiao, do you take me for a fool? The tyrant demonstrated the splits for the little palace maid. Not only did he strain his testicles, but he also tore his pants. Just now, Ning Xiao Xiao had tricked the tyrant with a fake gun. The tyrant got angry on the spot. Fortunately, the tyrant didn't hold it against her. She thought it was her unreliable father who made a mistake, so she put another note into the mailbox. Soon, new blueprints appeared on the table. Ning Xiao Xiao saw her father's message. It turned out her mother was worried about her safety with guns, so she made a blueprint for a water gun. Luckily, this time there were no mistakes. Ning Xiao Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mom, really? You almost got me beaten by the tyrant. This time we should be able to make real guns smoothly. I can complete the system task now. Soon, the tyrant got the new results. After several tests, he found that the guns made according to Ning Xiao Xiao's blueprints were even more powerful than Western firearms. Looking at Ning Xiao Xiao cheering beside him, the tyrant smiled with satisfaction. It seemed he had really found a treasure. Now that the experiment was successful, it was time for the tyrant to fulfill his promise. But the tyrant turned his head away. What promise? I don't remember any. Seeing the tyrant trying to back out, Ning Xiao Xiao firmly grabbed his hand. Your Majesty, don't try to weasel out of it. You should have some dignity. If you don't keep your promise, I won't let go even if I die. The tyrant was scared by Ning Xiao Xiao's determination and finally agreed. All right, I'll do it. Soon, the tyrant started demonstrating the macho splits. Ning Xiao Xiao cheered from the side. Your Majesty, a little more effort. Just a bit more. Seeing the tyrant struggling so much, Ning Xiao Xiao put her hands on the tyrant's shoulders. Your Majesty, your muscles are too stiff. Let me help you. With that, she pushed down hard. With a scream of pain, the tyrant felt like his testicles had shattered. Unaware, Ning Xiao Xiao was still clapping and cheering on the side. Your Majesty, that's great. Your form is perfect. But what worried the tyrant more was the ripping sound he heard earlier. Could it be that his pants had split? I absolutely cannot let Ning Xiao Xiao see me in such an embarrassing state. So he didn't dare to get up, only turning his back to Ning Xiao Xiao and saying quietly, I've done the splits. You can go now. Unexpectedly, Ning Xiao Xiao, not content with just watching the show, made another request. Your Majesty, this concubine wants to hear your Majesty sing. The tyrant demonstrated the splits for the little palace maid. Not only did he strain his testicles, but he also tore his pants. He was even asked to sing Conquer while doing the splits. Hearing this, the tyrant immediately exploded at Ning Xiao Xiao. Don't push your luck. Ning Xiao Xiao flatteringly patted his shoulder. Your Majesty, just sing one song. I'll leave right after, okay. The tyrant knew that if he didn't let Ning Xiao Xiao have her way today, she would definitely stay and not leave. Then the torn pants situation would be discovered. Thinking of this, he had no choice but to compromise. However, just as the tyrant started singing, just like this, I'm conquered by you, Eunuch Sanfu and the Empress pushed open the door and entered. The two were shocked by this explosive scene. The tyrant immediately yelled at the door of Chuyang Palace. What are you two doing here? Embarrassed and angry, he chased the two out the door. Ning Xiao Xiao covered her mouth, feeling overwhelmed. If such an embarrassing moment was seen by others, she would definitely not want to live anymore if it were her. Coming back to her senses, she saw the tyrant still on the ground, not getting up. Your Majesty, the floor is cold. You've been there for a while now. Should this concubine help you up? The tyrant quickly refused. You get away from me now. Seeing the tyrant like this, Ning Xiao Xiao felt a bit angry at the ingratitude. She decided to go back and take a nap. Fortunately, Ning Xiao Xiao completed the system task on time. This time, she also unlocked a new feature, the possession function. Ning Xiao Xiao was curious. Can I possess anyone? The system explained that except for the male and female leads, anyone else could be possessed, and there was only one chance to possess per month. Become other characters in the book for one day. Ning Xiao Xiao listened to the system's explanation and unconsciously pressed the possession button. The system stated that the soul of the possessed character would be temporarily sealed. Ning Xiao Xiao was puzzled. There were even options for cats and dogs. Can I really turn into these? The system informed her that of course she could. So can I see what they look like? She said as she pressed the Persian cat button. Before the system could finish explaining the precautions, Ning Xiaoxiao vanished in an instant. Originally a little palace maid, she accidentally turned into a little cat. Just because Ning Xiaoxiao mistakenly clicked the system's possession function, she turned into a Persian cat, and she had to stay in the cat's body for 24 hours before she could turn back. At this moment, she appeared on the roof with a bewildered look. The biting cold wind made her sneeze several times in a row. Suddenly, Ning Xiaoxiao noticed a corner of the roof without snow. She tested tile with her paw. She found it very warm, as if hot air was coming from below. She decided to use her paws to widen the gap a bit, letting more hot air come out. Ning Xiaoxiao looked closely. It turned out to be the great Tyrant taking a bath. So she was above Chaoyang Palace. Looking at the Tyrant's full chest muscles and solid 8-pack abs, Ning Xiaoxiao's eyes were fixed. But she was a girl. She should be more reserved. How could she peep a man bathing? She decided to turn around and warm her, but instead, unexpectedly, she misstepped. With a meow sound, she fell into the Tyrant's bathtub with a splash. The Tyrant was startled. Who dares to ambush me? He never expected that his attacker wasn't human. What he pulled out was actually a cat. The Tyrant was puzzled. Where did this stray cat come from? How dare it disturb my bath? So he wanted to call the eunuch to take the cat away. Seeing that she was about to be thrown out, Ning Xiaoxiao panicked. She could only turn back after 12 hours. With such heavy snow outside, she'd surely freeze into an ice pop. Thinking of this, Ning Xiaoxiao stretched out her paws and struggled constantly. Your Majesty, please be kind and take me in. The Tyrant heard this inner voice and was incredulous. This cat was actually that crazy woman transformed. To peek at the Tyrant's 8-pack abs, the little palace maid had transformed into a Persian cat. While she was intently peeking at the Tyrant bathing from the roof, she accidentally misstepped. With a meow sound, Ning Xiaoxiao fell into the Tyrant's bathtub. The Tyrant was about to throw her out, but unexpectedly discovered this cat was Ning Xiaoxiao transformed. He put the kitten on the bed. He thought, could it be that this crazy woman felt it inconvenient as a human and turned into a cat to peek at me bathing? If that's the case, I'll play along with you properly. So the Tyrant reached for his towel. He suddenly lifted the towel. Ning Xiaoxiao immediately meowed excitedly. Is this something a little cat like me should see? The Tyrant glanced at her disdainfully. Then he directly lifted the towel and threw it out. The towel wrapped straight around the kitten. You want to see me? No way. The Tyrant rubbed Ning Xiaoxiao's cat face with the towel and carefully wiped the water off her body. Soon the cat's fur became fluffy and soft. The Tyrant looked at the cat. She can't change back until tomorrow night. Well, I must make good use of this day to tease her. The Tyrant kept rubbing his face against the cat's face. Little kitty, I love little kitties the most. Ning Xiaoxiao struggled angrily, thinking the Tyrant was just a disgusting, greasy man. A cat punch landed on the Tyrant's face. The Tyrant pretended nothing happened. It seems the little one has quite a temper. Are you hungry? I'll have someone catch some mice for you to eat. Hearing that she had to eat mice, Ning Xiaoxiao completely broke down. She kept struggling to escape the Tyrant's clutches. The Tyrant directly threw her on the bed. He ordered her to crawl in and warm the bed for him. Ning Xiaoxiao snorted arroganti. What do you take me for? Ima prupe katala. The Tyrant knew Ning Xiaoxiao wouldn't comply easily, so he said calmly, warm the bed or eat mice. You choose one. Ning Xiaoxiao squinted her eyes and pondered for a moment. In the end, she obediently crawled towards the blanket. But being her first time as a cat, she couldn't get in at all. The Tyrant had to lift the blanket to let her crawl in. The Tyrant also lay down accordingly. Being able to sleep on the Tyrant's abs, the little palace maid had transformed into a Persian cat. Looking at the Tyrant so close, Ning Xiaoxiao felt shy. This dog of a man's looks could kill. He could even debut solo. Too bad, he's just a 2D character. Though the Tyrant couldn't understand what Ning Xiaoxiao was saying, it seemed like she was praising him. So he moved closer to the cat's head, planning to tease her a bit. Little one, your eyes are so beautiful. I want to gouge them out and keep them. These words made Ning Xiaoxiao break out in a cold sweat. Seeing Ning Xiaoxiao's cute reaction, the Tyrant changed his tone. I'm just joking with you. It's getting late. Let's sleep, he said and fell into a deep slumber. Seeing the tyrant asleep, Ning Xiaoxiao thought about sneaking out. But it was freezing cold outside, so she gave up on that idea. Rather than freeze to death, she decided to make do with staying with the tyrant for the night. Suddenly, the tyrant turned over. He happened to press on Ning Xiaoxiao's little tail. She immediately bristled in pain. She kept meowing, inwardly cursing, "Stinky man, wake up! You're on my tail." But the tyrant was in too deep a sleep and didn't stir. Ning Xiaoxiao had to keep scratching his nose with her paw. This trick worked well. The tyrant rubbed his nose and turned to one side. Ning Xiaoxiao finally pulled out her swollen tail. Annoyed, she jumped on the tyrant and kept bouncing. "You press my tail, huh? I'll stomp you to death. I'll stomp you, stomp you, stomp you." As Ning Xiaoxiao was stomping, she suddenly heard the tyrant mumbling in his sleep. "Ning Xiaoxiao, can you stop bullying me?" Ning Xiaoxiao was so scared, she held her breath. It turned out the tyrant was sleep-talking. Then she heard him say, "I don't like doing splits. I don't like singing either. I don't like any of these things at all, but I really like Ning Xiaoxiao." Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao's heart started racing. She couldn't believe it. The great tyrant actually liked her, to be able to sleep on the tyrant's abs. The little palace maid had transformed into a Persian cat. Unexpectedly, she was confessed to by the tyrant. Ning Xiaoxiao was in disbelief. "No way. How could this dog a man like me? I don't fit the beauty standards of these ancient people at all." As the saying goes, dreams are the opposite of reality. Though he says he likes me in his dream, he must hate me in reality. Ning Xiaoxiao tried to stay calm, unwilling to accept that the tyrant liked her. That's right, he must be saying the opposite. In fact, the tyrant wasn't asleep at all. He didn't even have the courage to confess to Ning Xiaoxiao, so he could only express his true feelings while pretending to be asleep. Looking at the sleeping Ning Xiaoxiao, the tyrant gently stroked her little head and whispered, "Silly girl, do you really think what I said was sleep-talking? It's okay if you don't acknowledge it. I'll keep waiting for you, waiting for the day when you tell me that you like me too." The tyrant spent the whole night gently stroking Ning Xiaoxiao's little head, not sleeping at all. Even when the eunuch reminded him about the morning court, the tyrant unprecedentedly chose to skip it. The eunuch was astonished. This was the first time the emperor had ever missed the morning court. The tyrant stayed with Ning Xiaoxiao until nightfall. She looked so cute while sleeping. But this romantic and warm scene was interrupted by a sudden urgent voice. "Your Majesty, it's terrible. The Sunset Prince is causing a commotion in prison. He says if he's not released, he'll have the firearm army attack the court." Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao remained calm. After all, she had already helped the tyrant develop firearms with even greater destructive power. The tyrant's eyes darkened. "Bring him to see me." Just as the Sunset Prince was about to enter the hall, there was a loud bang. A bullet hit the ground at his feet, sizzling with the smell of gunpowder. The prince was shocked. How do they have firearms? The tyrant stated bluntly, "Chi Chao no longer needs you to provide weapons. I can release you. But if you still need Chi Chao to provide supplies, that will be a different price." With Zhangguo short on supplies, the prince had no choice but to submit. Ning Xiaoxiao watched this scene from the side, inwardly cheering. But she only had half an hour before turning back to her original form, so she quietly slipped out the back door. The tyrant saw and smiled knowingly. "Silly girl, I'll come find you in a bit." Late at night, the tyrant went to steal the little palace maid's fried chicken bucket. Unexpectedly, he accidentally found Ning Xiaoxiao's pink undershirt, so he hid the undershirt in his sleeve. Just now, the tyrant learned that Ning Xiaoxiao was about to change back from a Persian cat to human form. Out of curiosity, he came to peek. The tyrant had just opened the door crack, but found that Ning Xiaoxiao had already returned to human form. He heard Ning Xiaoxiao complain that she was starving and needed to get some food from the space. The tyrant wondered what that thing was. He saw Ning Xiaoxiao take out a razor. The next second, she instantly disappeared from the spot. The tyrant was completely stunned by this sight. The person disappeared. What's going on? Suddenly, Ning Xiaoxiao appeared again with a whoosh. The tyrant now seemed a bit flustered and bewildered. What's happening now? How did she appear again? And she's holding food in her hand. Ning Xiaoxiao was eating fried chicken in big bites. This made the tyrant, peeking through the door crack, drool with hunger. It seems that to enter what Ning Xiaoxiao called the space, that razor must be the key. The tyrant planned to sneak in and investigate after Ning Xiaoxiao fell asleep. After Ning Xiaoxiao fell into a deep sleep, the tyrant quietly entered the room. He looked around for the secret key. At this time, the tyrant noticed clothes placed on a chair. Clothes are usually hung on a rack. Why are they on the chair? Could the secret room be hidden inside? Thinking this, the tyrant quietly picked up the clothes. He saw something fall to the ground. He casually picked it up. Upon closer inspection, he found it was Ning Xiaoxiao's undershirt. Just then, Ning Xiaoxiao woke up hearing the noise. "Your Majesty, what are you doing here in the middle of the night?" In a panic, the tyrant hid the undershirt in his sleeve. Then, pretending as if nothing happened, he said, "I didn't see you all day yesterday. I thought you might have died, so I came to check on you. Since you're alive, go back to sleep. I'm leaving," he said and strode toward the door. He thought to himself, "I must leave before this woman discovers her undershirt is missing." Unexpectedly, Ning Xiaoxiao insisted on getting out of bed to see the tyrant off. The tyrant was somewhat annoyed. She chose this moment to be so courteous. So he hurriedly waved his hand, saying there was no need to see him off. Before he could finish speaking, the undershirt flew out of his sleeve. Ning Xiaoxiao looked at the undershirt with a bewildered expression. She squatted down to pick it up. She asked the tyrant in confusion, "Your Majesty, are you still holding a grudge because I stole your underwear before? So you came in the middle of the night to steal my undershirt as revenge." The tyrant, exasperated, snatched the undershirt from Ning Xiaoxiao's hand. "How come you're allowed to steal my underwear, but I'm not allowed to steal your undershirt? Give it here." After saying this, he stormed out angrily. Ning Xiaoxiao was completely speechless. This person must be sick in the head. The little palace maid knew there was an abortifacient in the pastry, but she still ate it without hesitation. It turned out Ning Xiaoxiao wasn't pregnant at all. She was worrying about how to explain this to the Empress Dowager. Unexpectedly, Shun Pin delivered herself to her doorstep. To frame Gu Sijin, Shun Pin had put safflower in Gu Sijin's pastries, which could cause pregnant women to miscarry. But Ning Xiaoxiao had seen through all these schemes. She decided to go along with the plan, ate the pastries Gu Sijin brought, then pretended her stomach was in pain. She also burst a pre-prepared blood pack. Seeing this, Gu Sijin quickly picked up Ning Xiaoxiao, saying they needed to call for the imperial doctor. Soon, everyone heard the news and rushed over. To avoid being exposed in front of the imperial doctor, Ning Xiaoxiao had already revised the plot in advance. When the imperial doctor said the royal heir couldn't be saved, the tyrant didn't show much emotion, because he already knew Ning Xiaoxiao wasn't pregnant at all. But the tyrant still decided to play along with her act. However, at this moment, Ning Xiaoxiao was actually thinking, if I'm as scary, I should be able to eat a lot of delicious food, right? The tyrant heard these thoughts and was speechless. "What are you thinking? It's hard for me to stay in character like this." At this time, the Empress spoke first. How could she miscarry so suddenly? Did noble Lady Hua eat something unclean? Hearing this, Duan Fei directly said it was because she ate the red date cake made by Gu Sijin that this happened. These words immediately made Gu Sijin uneasy. She hurriedly explained, "All the ingredients for the red date cake were prepared by me. I made it because Xiaoxiao likes to eat it. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that red date cake." Soon, the tyrant called for a food taster to try it. The food taster put a small piece of red date cake in his mouth and chewed. Then, frightened, he fell to his knees with a thud and reported, "Your Majesty, this red date cake indeed contains a large amount of safflower powder." Gu Sijin couldn't understand why this was happening. How is this possible? The others immediately pointed their accusations at Gu Sijin. Gu Sijin didn't know what to say for a moment. She even began to doubt herself, wondering if she had mistaken safflower powder for brown sugar, thus harming Xiaoxiao. At this moment, Ning Xiaoxiao slowly opened her eyes. The little palace maid knew there was an abortifacient in the pastry, but she still ate it without hesitation. The tyrant already knew Ning Xiaoxiao wasn't pregnant. Since things had come to this point, he decided to play along with Ning Xiaoxiao's act. Ning Xiaoxiao slowly opened her eyes. He pretended not to know, sat up, and rubbed his head. "What happened to me? Why is everyone in my room?" Suddenly, she grabbed the tyrant. "Your Majesty, this concubine is bleeding. Is the child all right?" The tyrant was shocked by Ning Xiaoxiao's acting. This woman was acting so well. He couldn't lose to her. So he tightly held Ning Xiaoxiao's hand. He said lovingly, "We will have children in the future." Tears welled up in Ning Xiaoxiao's eyes. "What do you mean in the future? What about my child?" She covered her belly. "I can still feel its presence." Seeing Ning Xiaoxiao in such pain, the empress kindly comforted her. Lady Hua is still young. You'll have children eventually. Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao burst into tears. My child, my child. She pinched her thigh hard. The tyrant watched and thought, she's really going all out. Ning Xiaoxiao felt crying wasn't enough. She needed to bang her head against the wall. But what if she ruined her face? Maybe she should hit the tyrant's chest instead. This thought made the tyrant shudder. What was she planning to do? Just as he was thinking, Ning Xiaoxiao headbutted him, crying, Your Majesty, we've lost our child. The tyrant felt like he had internal injuries. He coughed lightly. Don't cry, I'll definitely give you justice. Ning Xiaoxiao felt it wasn't enough. She needed to hit him again. Gu Xijin knelt down with a thud. Xiaoxiao, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have made that red date cake. Seeing Gu Xijin like this, Ning Xiaoxiao quickly comforted her. Don't be like this. I know you wouldn't harm me, sister. Then she turned to the tyrant and said, Your Majesty, this concubine begs you to thoroughly investigate this matter and give me justice. Before the tyrant could speak, Shun Fei interjected, saying the incident happened in Zhongsue Palace, so they should search the palace first for any clues. To find out who gave the red flower to the little palace maid, Ning Xiaoxiao and the tyrant joined forces in a dramatic performance. The tyrant lowered his gaze and commanded authoritatively, Turn Zhongsue Palace upside down for me. At this moment, a maid brought medicine to prevent miscarriage and harm to the body. Ning Xiaoxiao thought the medicine looked bitter, and since she hadn't miscarried, drinking it might have side effects. But the tyrant directly fed the medicine to Ning Xiaoxiao. Ning Xiaoxiao found the medicine sweet and sour. The tyrant had already ordered it to be replaced with plum juice. Soon, a eunuch came to report, Your Majesty, we've finished searching. Shengping looked smug, thinking, You're done for, Gu Xiji. I've hidden the remaining red flower powder in your wardrobe. Now you're caught red-handed. Let's see how you explain this. When a eunuch said they didn't find any red flower powder in Zhongsue Palace, Shengping exclaimed, How can there be none? Did you search the hidden compartment in the wardrobe? Ning Xiaoxiao saw Shengping's stupid look and smirked coldly, thinking, I knew you'd slip up. Little did you know, I've already moved the red flower you put in Gu Xijin's wardrobe to your own. Ning Xiaoxiao held Gu Xijin's hand. I believe my sister wouldn't harm me. Duan Fei recalled the situation. Today, everyone went to Changchun Garden to watch a play. There were no palace maids on duty. Perhaps someone took advantage of this opportunity. Hearing this, the tyrant's expression changed. Sanfu, go check who left early from Changchun Garden today. Shengping obviously didn't know about the road monitoring. The eunuch reported, according to the road monitoring records, 2 people left early. One was Lady Hua, and the other was Consort Sheng. Hearing this, Consort Sheng became somewhat flustered. She hurriedly explained that she left early because she wasn't feeling well. At this moment, a servant presented a package of safflower. Your Majesty, this is an unfinished package of safflower powder found in the hidden compartment of Shengping's wardrobe. Shengping was shocked. Impossible! I clearly put the safflower powder in. She realized she had slipped up and quickly covered her mouth. Ning Xiaoxiao seized the opportunity to burst into tears. I have no grudge against Consort Sheng. Even if you hate me, you should come to me directly. The child was innocent. Knowing that denial was futile at this point, Consort Sheng quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. Your Majesty, I didn't mean to. I was just confused for a moment. Please forgive me this once. The tyrant felt utterly disgusted with this woman. If Shengping wasn't severely punished today, in the future if Xiaoxiao really became pregnant, other consorts might imitate Shengping's actions. So he directly ordered people to take Shengping away and force her to commit suicide. The tyrant went to court with a 3-tuft hairstyle for the first time, but the officials mistook him for a flower thief. And all of this was thanks to the little palace maid. Just now, Ning Xiaoxiao received a task assigned by the system, which was to make the tyrant go to court with a 3-tuft hairstyle. As Ning Xiaoxiao was thinking about how to broach the subject with the tyrant, she heard the announcement that the emperor had arrived. She immediately perked up. It was truly a case of good things coming to those who wait. But the tyrant had already learned of Ning Xiaoxiao's scheme through mind reading. He didn't want to style his hair in a strange way. Thinking of leaving, he said, Well, I was just taking a casual stroll. I'll be going now. You should rest early. Ning Xiaoxiao didn't want to let this opportunity slip away. She pulled the tyrant into the room. Your Majesty, the snow is falling so heavily. You should stay. The tyrant pointed at the few snowflakes falling from the sky. Tell me again, where is it heavy? But how could Ning Xiaoxiao be stumped? She just had the system change it to a hailstorm. In no time, hailstones the size of pearls came crashing down. The tyrant had no choice but to return to the room with Ning Xiaoxiao's support. At this time, the tyrant took out Ning Xiaoxiao's favorite gift, a pile of memorials. Ning Xiaoxiao was about to refuse to read the memorials, but she could use this to negotiate with the tyrant to make him style his hair with 3 tufts. But the tyrant refused. Wouldn't this damage his dignified image? Seeing this, Ning Xiaoxiao quickly said, "Your Majesty, I'm doing this for your own good. Don't you know that having too much hair on your forehead increases the burden on your brain?" But the tyrant still couldn't tolerate this. "Ning Xiaoxiao, are you treating me like your plaything?" Ning Xiaoxiao also felt that the tyrant had a point. It would indeed be embarrassing for the ruler of a country to go to court with such a hairstyle. So she decided to give up on this task. At worst, she'd sleep for 3 days and nights. But the tyrant heard her inner thoughts. Recalling when Ning Xiaoxiao suddenly fainted on her birthday, the tyrant realized that failing to complete these so-called tasks would make her faint and even affect her lifespan. So, the tyrant decided to help Ning Xiaoxiao complete this task. Early in the morning, the tyrant went through an elaborate disguise. He hid his 3-tuft hairstyle under his hat and went to court. At this time, the censor of the flower and bird department brought out newly cultivated bees. Unexpectedly, the censor accidentally knocked over the cage in his hand. The next second, the bees flew straight towards the tyrant. Eunuch San Fu acted quickly, swinging his feather duster. It hit the tyrant's crown, instantly revealing the 3-tuft hairstyle. The officials were dumbfounded when they saw it. This looked like the notorious flower thief they'd been talking about recently. The tyrant was mortified. This face couldn't be saved. Meanwhile, the unaware Ning Xiaoxiao was still sound asleep. She was awakened by the sound of firecrackers. It was the system congratulating the host for completing the task. The little palace maid was quite the pervert. She actually wanted to kiss the tyrant 99 times. This news just happened to reach the tyrant's ears. His face immediately turned red and his heart raced. He quickly ordered San Fu, "Quickly bring the mint water. I need to rinse my mouth." Meanwhile, Ning Xiaoxiao was plotting her plan. Should she knock out the tyrant, hit him on the back of the neck, drug him, poison him, or put a plastic bag over his head? He needs to be unconscious for me to do my job. The tyrant, listening at the door, felt angry. So when he's awake, you can't bring yourself to kiss him at all? So he angrily pushed open the door. Seeing the tyrant arrive, Xiaoxiao excitedly blurted out her thoughts. "Your Majesty, you've delivered yourself to me." As soon as she said it, she realized her mistake. She quickly covered her mouth. "I mean, Your Majesty, have you eaten braised fish with pine resin?" The tyrant didn't respond, but asked Ning Xiaoxiao to make room for him. The originally spacious place suddenly became very cramped. This made Ning Xiaoxiao complain internally. Did the tyrant take the wrong medicine? Why does he have a squeeze and so close to me? Thinking that being so close would make her job easier, Ning Xiaoxiao smiled mischievously. "Let me see if there's anything handy." Suddenly, she noticed a vase next to the tyrant. She was about to grab it to give the tyrant a blow, but he caught her. "What are you looking at with those shifty eyes? This vase is so old and broken. Why is it still in the palace?" She casually threw the vase away. "Let's just throw this away. I'll get you a new one later." Seeing her plan foiled, Ning Xiaoxiao thought of using her palm to knock him out. She immediately acted. "Your Majesty, there's a bug behind you." Unexpectedly, the tyrant calmly caught her hand. Then he looked at Ning Xiaoxiao with mischief. "You want to touch me?" Ning Xiaoxiao thought the tyrant was being so sleazy. The tyrant leaned close to Ning Xiaoxiao and whispered, "I'm so close to you. What are you thinking?" Ning Xiaoxiao felt a bit embarrassed. "Your Majesty, I'm too shy to say." The tyrant was full of anticipation at this moment. "Feel free to speak." But Ning Xiaoxiao quietly said, "Your Majesty, you have a chive leaf stuck in your teeth." Upon hearing this, the tyrant was utterly mortified. He quickly covered his mouth and stepped back. This was not good at all. Suddenly, Ning Xiaoxiao thought of another plan. She would make a bowl of noodles for the tyrant and put knockout drops in it. Then she could kiss him. Soon, a bowl of noodles was placed in front of the tyrant. In order to kiss the tyrant 99 times wildly, the little palace maid actually put knockout drops in the tyrant's bowl. Soon, the tyrant sat unconscious in his chair. Ning Xiaoxiao approached and gently poked the tyrant's face to test. "Lu Lingyuan, are you asleep?" Seeing the tyrant had no reaction at all, Ning Xiaoxiao felt relieved. Hee hee, now I could do whatever I want. She mustered up the courage to move closer to the tyrant's face. She gently placed the first kiss on the tyrant's face. Actually, Ning Xiaoxiao did this all because of the system's requirements. Because only by kissing the tyrant 99 times could she get the reward of send you back home to play. However, at this moment, the system reminded her of another requirement. That is, no matter how the first 98 times were done, the last one must be a kiss on the tyrant's lips. Ning Xiaoxiao felt it was really troublesome, but she had already kissed so many times. Backing out now would mean everything was in vain. She had no choice but to continue kissing reluctantly. Finally, there was only one left. Ning Xiaoxiao cupped the tyrant's face, puckered her lips, and passionately kissed the tyrant's lips. But the next second, Ning Xiaoxiao was shocked. How come he stuck out his tongue when he was supposed to be asleep? But now was not the time to be suspicious. She had to take away the bowl and destroy the evidence before the tyrant woke up. Ning Xiaoxiao quickly walked out of the room. The tyrant quietly opened one eye. He had known all along that Ning Xiaoxiao was going to kiss him. He pretended to be unconscious just to have an intimate moment with Ning Xiaoxiao. The tyrant wiped the corner of his mouth, savoring the feeling from earlier. Ning Xiaoxiao also successfully completed the system's task and got the send you back home to play reward. The system explained, the pill must be dissolved in water before drinking, and it must be taken on her birthday to return to modern times. The world in the book would also temporarily freeze. Although it could only be used on her birthday, Ning Xiaoxiao was satisfied that she could go home. Thinking that the tyrant had fallen asleep after just one bite, Ning Xiaoxiao felt a bit guilty and decided to make him another bowl. By this time, the tyrant had already pretended to wake up. Seeing Ning Xiaoxiao return, the tyrant asked what she had been doing. Ning Xiaoxiao looked guilty. Your Majesty fell asleep earlier because you were too tired, so I made you another bowl of noodles. The tyrant didn't expose Ning Xiaoxiao's lie. He just slowly said, I find it strange. I only took a short nap. Why is there moisture on my lips? Ning Xiaoxiao panicked a bit and quickly explained, maybe your Majesty drooled while sleeping. The tyrant listened and slowly moved closer to Ning Xiaoxiao. Is that so? I also had a dream just now. I dreamed that a little wild cat was licking my face with its barbed tongue. Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao was so scared she fell back onto the bed. Your Majesty, how can dreams be taken seriously? The great tyrant's beastly nature emerged. He pressed the little palace made directly beneath him. Unexpectedly, Ning Xiaoxiao not only didn't refuse, but seemed particularly eager. Seeing Ning Xiaoxiao like this, the tyrant stopped his actions. Looking at such a cute Ning Xiaoxiao, the tyrant couldn't help but want to tease her. So he reached out his hand towards her face. Let me see if you have barbs on your tongue. Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao instantly became angry, like a bristling little wild cat. This made the tyrant burst into laughter. Suddenly, the tyrant touched his cheek and said seriously, I see you've been idle these past few days. The matter of renovating the Empress Dowager's palace, I'll leave it to you. I'm going back to review some memorials. After saying this, he leisurely left with his hands behind his back. Ning Xiaoxiao was speechless. You dog emperor, can't you take a joke? Fine, since you said to renovate the Empress Dowager's Xianshou palace. Let's start by tearing off the roof. The usually arrogant Empress Dowager, now living in a side hall, was furious. It seemed that to make life easier, being nice to Ning Xiaoxiao temporarily wasn't a bad idea. So she came to Ning Xiaoxiao's residence. The Empress Dowager held Ning Xiaoxiao's hand with a fawning face. You should rest well. There will be more chances to conceive an heir in the future. Ning Xiaoxiao was suspicious of this old witch. She usually disliked her. Why was she suddenly so polite today? The Empress Dowager skillfully tried to get close to Ning Xiaoxiao. Do you have a nickname? May I call you by it? Ning Xiaoxiao smiled faintly. When I was little, I loved eating mochi and drinking hot milk foam, so my family called me Mamo Mochi Foam. The Empress Dowager didn't understand English, so she was fooled but still smiled. What an interesting name. Mamu. Ning Xiaoxiao was overjoyed when she heard the Empress Dowager call her Mamu, because it sounded like moron in English. After chatting with Ning Xiaoxiao for a while, the Empress Dowager finally revealed the purpose of her visit. Mamu, I've been staying in Shou Kong Palace these days, and it's not comfortable anywhere. So I think the Empress Dowager's words were interrupted by an arriving eunuch. Noble Lady Hua, the roof has been completely removed. The Empress Dowager angrily slammed the table, scolding the eunuch for his lack of manners. Suddenly, she looked at the eunuch in shock. What did you just say? It's done. Ning Xiaoxiao cut in, smiling brightly. The roof of Xianshou Palace, that is. The Empress Dowager trembled, looking at Ning Xiaoxiao in disbelief. The next second, she fainted heavily. To give the little palace made a birthday surprise, the great tyrant secretly hid many firecrackers in the palace. But Ning Xiaoxiao misunderstood it as explosives planted by villains. To catch the culprit, Ning Xiaoxiao suggested a plan. Since they've planted the fire, someone will surely come to light it. Let's wait and ambush them. Then she ordered a young eunuch to bring a sturdy sack and wait in the bushes. When you see someone, throw the sack over their head. Beat them up first, then we'll talk. Soon, the tyrant came to the bushes, planning to light the firecrackers. He wanted to personally set off fireworks for Xiao Xiao to give her a surprise. At this moment, the young eunuch behind him leaped towards the tyrant with the sack. Swiftly, he covered the tyrant. Master, quick! I've caught him! Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao fiercely sprang out from the nearby bushes. She took a wooden stick and heavily struck the tyrant's head. Dare to plot against me? You must be tired of living. The tyrant cried out in pain. Ning Xiaoxiao suddenly felt something was wrong. Why did this villain's voice sound so familiar? At this moment, San Fu the eunuch rushed over with others. Noble Lady Hua, stop! The person in the sack is the emperor. Ning Xiaoxiao never imagined it would turn out like this. The tyrant, rubbing the big bump on his head, struggled to get up from the ground. Seeing it was really the tyrant, Ning Xiaoxiao was so scared she started to stutter. Why, your majesty? How could it be you? The tyrant unceremoniously gave Ning Xiaoxiao's little head a chop. Ning Xiaoxiao, you dare to hit me in public? Are you tired of living? Ning Xiaoxiao rubbed her forehead and argued. It's not my fault. Who told you to act so suspiciously? I didn't expect your majesty to be so cruel, planting explosives all around Zhongshui Palace, wanting to blow us up. The tyrant was annoyed. Ning Xiaoxiao, you pig brain, how did you come up with the idea that I want to blow you up? The eunuch hurriedly explained, Noble Lady Hua, those are fireworks. It's a surprise the emperor specially prepared for you. Ning Xiaoxiao was confused. Why would the tyrant set off fireworks for no reason? Suddenly, she remembered that she had once told the tyrant that November 28th was her birthday. So he had remembered all along. Tyrant, I'm sorry. I'll restart this scene for you right away. So Ning Xiaoxiao pressed the rewind button through the system. The tyrant had secretly hidden many firecrackers in the palace to give the little palace made a firework surprise. But Ning Xiaoxiao mistook it for the work of villains. So she teamed up with a young eunuch to catch the thief. They ended up beating the tyrant badly. Later, she realized she had made a blunder. So she used the system to rewind to 3 minutes earlier. Just as Bung Bung was about to capture the tyrant, Ning Xiaoxiao shouted loudly and kicked out with an invisible foot. It sent Bung Bung flying directly. He then fell into the bushes with his legs in the air. Fearing the tyrant might notice something amiss, Ning Xiaoxiao quickly helped the unconscious Bung Bung up. Your Majesty, we were practicing handstand splits. Not quite there yet. We'll keep trying tomorrow. The tyrant breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, he hadn't discovered anything. Seeing this, Ning Xiaoxiao deliberately asked, Your Majesty, what's that in your hand? Is it for me? The tyrant hurriedly concealed it, saying, Nothing at all. I couldn't sleep, so I'm just wandering around. He didn't want Ning Xiaoxiao to know that he was going to set off fireworks for her himself. He finished speaking and was about to leave. It's late. I'll head back first. Ning Xiaoxiao quickly grabbed the tyrant's arm. Your Majesty, since you're here, why don't I make you some late-night snacks? As she spoke, she peeked into the tyrant's arms. Oh, Your Majesty is holding a fire starter. What are you doing here in the middle of the night with a fire starter? Ning Xiaoxiao instinctively tried to grab it. Unexpectedly, she knocked the fire starter out of the tyrant's hand. The fire starter happened to fall on the fuse of the firecrackers. Then came a huge boom. Ning Xiaoxiao was so scared that she jumped onto the tyrant, tightly hugging his neck. The tyrant seemed a bit shy. Get up quickly. You're smearing your makeup on my clothes. At this moment, Ning Xiaoxiao was deeply attracted by the fireworks in the sky. She pointed at the brilliant fireworks and said to the tyrant, "Your Majesty, look how beautiful those fireworks are." The tyrant's eyes were full of Ning Xiao at this moment. "Yes, I know she's beautiful." Ning Xiao stayed in the tyrant's arms like this until the fireworks ended. The tyrant looked at Ning Xiao affectionately. "Now that this is over, happy birthday to you. Also, can I come to your palace for noodles tonight?" The tyrant just wanted to go to the little palace maid's place to eat a bowl of noodles. But Ning Xiao thought the big tyrant wanted to go to the bathroom with her. Little did she know that the tyrant was really hungry, his stomach was growling, and he just wanted to get a meal. But after the meal, the tyrant came to Ning Xiao's room and showed no intention of leaving. So Ning Xiao had to give him a hint to leave. "It's getting late. Your Majesty has to attend court early tomorrow. Why don't you go back to rest?" The tyrant understood this was a way to make him leave. "No way." The tyrant put on a pitiful look, gazing at Ning Xiao. "I'm not leaving tonight. I'll stay here." This left Ning Xiao at a loss for what to do. If the tyrant doesn't leave, how can I go home tonight? This inner thought made the tyrant suddenly uneasy. "Go back home. Am I not treating you well enough? Are you trying to escape from me?" Thinking of this, the tyrant acted on impulse and pulled Ning Xiao directly into his arms. Then, with a gloomy face, he gently stroked Ning Xiao's cheek and said in a cold tone, "I provide you with food, clothing, and everything you need. I've raised you to be so vibrant. If you ever dare to run away from me, I will turn the whole world upside down to bring you back to my side." These words made Ning Xiao panic a bit. "Your Majesty, what are you saying? I have food and drink in the palace. Why would I leave? I'll never leave, not in my entire life." At this moment, the tyrant suddenly got up and walked towards the door. "It's getting late. I'll take my leave now." It turned out he was planning to come back later for a surprise check. If he found Ning Xiao doing anything suspicious, he would take action tonight. Seeing the tyrant leave, Ning Xiao took out the send you back home potion. She had to drink the whole bowl, otherwise she might get stuck in the time-space tunnel. Just as Ning Xiao was about to drink it all in one go, the tyrant suddenly pushed the door open and entered. "Ning Xiao, what are you sneakily doing?" Ning Xiao hurriedly hid the remaining potion behind her back and said tremblingly, "Your Majesty, why have you come back?" Seeing Ning Xiao's evasive behavior, the tyrant knew something was amiss. "What are you hiding behind your back? Bring it out for me to see." Ning Xiao quickly tried to press the pause button through the system, but she found that all the buttons had turned gray. It turned out that after taking the back home potion, one must return immediately. The cheat codes couldn't be brought back to modern times, so they were temporarily disabled. Unexpectedly, the tyrant directly reached out to grab it. "Hand it over." Ning Xiao felt things are going badly. "Your Majesty, you can't drink this." Before she could finish speaking, the tyrant had already picked up the bowl and drank it all in one gulp. Ning Xiao thought, "This is bad." At this moment, a blue circle of light suddenly appeared beneath their feet. Before they could react, there was a whoosh, and they disappeared from the spot. The great tyrant unexpectedly time-traveled to modern times. But he appeared stark naked in Ning Xiao's wardrobe. Seeing this situation, Ning Xiao immediately realized it was not good. If her parents saw this eye-searing scene, she probably couldn't explain it no matter what she said. So she stuffed the tyrant back into the wardrobe. When the unexpected wasn't supposed to happen, it happened. Her dad happened to open Ning Xiao's wardrobe. Seeing the tyrant sitting inside, completely naked, her dad immediately closed the wardrobe door. This abnormal behavior successfully caught her mom's attention. "Why did you close the door? Is there something inside?" Her dad, with a fake smile, stammered that there was nothing inside. Ning Xiao also hurriedly smoothed things over. "Mom, there are only clothes in the wardrobe. What could be hidden there?" Her dad also chimed in, "Yeah, it's not like we could hide a person in there, right?" Her mom became even more suspicious. So she pushed the two aside and opened the wardrobe. Seeing the scene before her, her mom became furious. "You pervert! How dare you wear my daughter's dress? I'll teach you a lesson." Ning Xiao didn't dare to imagine what would happen next. Lu Lingyuan knew martial arts. What if he hurt her mom in a fight? Thinking of this, Ning Xiao quickly stepped forward to stop her mom. "Don't hit him. He's my boyfriend." Her dad couldn't help but secretly give a thumbs up for Ning Xiao's action. Hearing this, the tyrant was displeased. "Didn't you say you liked thick thighs before? That's why I've been working out. Now you're calling me boyfriend legs." He had heard Ning Xiao mention the word wife before. It must be an insult, right? "I can call you wife too." So the tyrant blurted out to Ning Xiao, you're my wife too." With these words, Ning Xiaoxiao was completely speechless. It was already hard to explain, and now it became even more difficult. Hearing the word wife, her mom immediately flew into a rage. "Young man, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're handsome." Ning Xiaoxiao quickly tried to calm her mom. "Don't be angry." Then she turned to the tyrant and said, "If you don't want to get hit, quickly introduce yourself properly to my parents." This stumped the tyrant. What should he call Ning Xiaoxiao's parents? She just called them mom and dad, so that must be the proper address in this world. So he immediately stood up straight and said seriously, "Mom and dad, hello. No, that's not right. My name is Lu Lingyuan." Upon hearing this, her mom and Ning Xiaoxiao were completely stunned. "Who allowed you to call us that?" Seeing the situation, her dad stepped forward and grabbed Lu Lingyuan. "Little Lu, it's not appropriate for you to be dressed like this in our home. Uncle will take you to change into some clothes." Saying this, he pulled Lu Lingyuan out and closed the door. Her mom then took Ning Xiaoxiao's arm and said, "Xiaoxiao, how did you bring someone out of the book? Have you fallen for him?" Ning Xiaoxiao denied it, saying that bringing Lu Lingyuan here was just an accident, and besides, they could only stay for one day. How could her mom not see through Ning Xiaoxiao's thoughts? If you really like him, don't worry about so much. Meanwhile, her dad quickly helped the tyrant change into modern clothes. Lu Lingyuan found these clothes much more comfortable and easier to move in than his dragon robe. Then Dad Lu called Lu Lingyuan over. "Little Lu, come sit here. Uncle has a surprise for you. Sit down and close your eyes." The tyrant was very excited about what the surprise might be. The next second, he heard the sound of scissors cutting hair. He immediately opened his eyes in horror, angrily questioning, "Are you shaving my head?" The tyrant unexpectedly time-traveled with Ning Xiaoxiao to modern times. The first thing that happened was his future father-in-law cutting off his long hair. Just now, Ning's dad said he would give the tyrant a surprise. The tyrant closed his eyes, anticipating what it might be. He only heard a snip, and his long hair fell. The tyrant was furious and directly questioned, "Are you shaving my head? Stop it right now." But Ning's dad calmly replied, "Your hair is so long, you look like a caveman. Uncle is helping you get a hairstyle from our time." He then leaned close to the tyrant's ear and whispered, "By the way, my daughter likes men with short hair." Hearing this, although the tyrant was reluctant to see his long hair fall if Xiaoxiao liked it, then cut it. At this moment, Ning Xiaoxiao was worried about what her dad might do to Lu Lingyuan. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared in front of Ning Xiaoxiao. Ning Xiaoxiao looked up, and her cheeks instantly turned red, because she saw a handsome face. Unexpectedly, the tyrant in modern clothes with this neat short hair looked so good. But Ning Xiaoxiao thought of a serious problem. With his hair cut so short, how could she pull his hair in the future? At this time, her dad came to claim credit. "How is it? Are you satisfied with the handsome guy your dad fixed up for you?" Ning Xiaoxiao quickly pulled her dad aside and whispered, "Dad, you cut his hair so short. This will cause trouble when he goes back." Her dad reassured her, "Don't worry, everything will naturally return to how it was before when he goes back." Then he pushed Ning Xiaoxiao towards the tyrant. "You said he's your boyfriend. I'm leaving him in your care. Take good care of him." Ning Xiaoxiao didn't know what to say. The tyrant took the opportunity to lean in and say, "I think your father-in-law is right." Hearing this, she knew it was her dad's doing again. Her dad always taught these messy things. But looking at the tyrant, Ning Xiaoxiao thought his face was really handsome. How was she supposed to take care of him? Ning Xiaoxiao was confused just looking at him. Fortunately, her mom called Ning Xiaoxiao to get something, so she ran away with a red face. At the dinner table, the tyrant kept putting food on Ning Xiaoxiao's plate. Ning Xiaoxiao was surprised. This dog emperor was never so considerate. Why had he become so attentive now? Could it be that he found her original appearance attractive, so he was fickle? The tyrant thought, "Is she jealous? Silly girl, no matter what you look like, I only like you." The great tyrant unexpectedly time-traveled to modern times. Her father-in-law generously gave him a card with 1,000,000 yuan, saying, "Don't come back until you've spent it all." This left Ning Xiaoxiao dumbfounded. Her dad was so domineering. Soon, the two arrived at an amusement park. Seeing this large entertainment venue for the first time, the tyrant was like a curious baby. He never imagined Ning Xiaoxiao's hometown could be so amazing. Seeing the tyrant standing there in a daze, Ning Xiaoxiao happily took his arm. "Don't just stand there. Let's go in." The tyrant curiously watched the rapidly spinning roller coaster. "What is that? Can people really go that high?" Ning Xiaoxiao explained, "That's a roller coaster. It's really fun. Do you want to try it?" The tyrant said he wanted to and walked straight towards it. Ning Xiaoxiao had a mischievous smile behind him. The fearless know no fear. Someone like you who's never even ridden an elevator will definitely cry from fear. But to Ning Xiaoxiao's surprise, the tyrant was completely unaffected, looking like he was enjoying it. Only she was screaming nonstop in fear. After one round, Ning Xiaoxiao was dizzy and her limbs were shaking. Ning Xiaoxiao wondered why the tyrant wasn't affected at all. Seeing Ning Xiaoxiao like this, the tyrant deliberately said with a smile, "I want to go again." Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao immediately refused. "If you want to go by yourself." The tyrant held Ning Xiaoxiao's trembling hand. "Then let's find a place to rest for a while before we go play other things." Soon, the two came to a small booth. Ning Xiaoxiao stared at the teddy bear on the counter for a long time. But to get it, you had to pop 10 balloons with darts. Hearing this, the tyrant walked straight to the booth owner. "I want 10 darts." Ning Xiaoxiao was a bit flattered. Was he going to help her win this teddy bear? The tyrant held all 10 darts between his fingers. With a series of whooshing sounds, all 10 darts accurately popped each balloon. This incredible accuracy made even Ning Xiaoxiao disbelieve. The tyrant's cool actions made the surrounding girls scream in excitement. The tyrant handed the one teddy bear to Ning Xiaoxiao. "This ugly thing. It's all fluffy. What's there to like about it?" Ning Xiaoxiao happily said, "When I sleep, I like to hug something. This way I can sleep soundly." Hearing Ning Xiaoxiao say this, the tyrant made a mental note. "When you return to the palace with me tomorrow, without this thing, you'll have to hug me instead." It was the tyrant's first time traveling to modern times. He became very interested in the air conditioner. What does it blow wind from inside? Ning Xiaoxiao quickly went to stop him when she saw this. "When did you climb up there? Get down quickly. This is a public place." At this moment, a couple passed by and deliberately bumped into Ning Xiaoxiao. Then they immediately scolded, "Hey, don't you watch where you're going?" Seeing this, Ning Xiaoxiao didn't back down either. "You're the one who bumped into me. Ugly people really do cause trouble." The man became angry and embarrassed. He raised his fist to hit Ning Xiaoxiao. Just as the fist was about to land, it was caught firmly by the tyrant. The tyrant protected Ning Xiaoxiao behind him. He gripped the fist just slightly, and the bully's face contorted in pain. "It hurts so much. Let go quickly." But the tyrant clearly had no intention of letting go. Touching Ning Xiaoxiao was his reverse scale. This person in front of him must die. Ning Xiaoxiao almost forgot about his tyrant persona. So she hurriedly persuaded Lu Lingyuan, "Let it go. Let them leave. If you break their necks, my parents will be in trouble when we go back." The tyrant thought he should leave a good impression on his father-in-law. So he let go of his hand. The couple was smart enough not to say anything more. Remembering that the man called him an idiot, the tyrant was confused about what they meant by idiot. Ning Xiaoxiao quietly answered, "It means you're not very smart, slow to react." After saying this, she was afraid the tyrant would get angry, so she quickly changed the subject. "Don't think too much about it. Let's go sit in the rest area for a while." So the two came to a corner and sat down. The tyrant carefully examined Ning Xiaoxiao. At this time, several young people approached, leering and teasing Ning Xiaoxiao up and down. The tyrant immediately took off his outer garment and covered Ning Xiaoxiao's legs. "Cover up. I'm afraid you'll be cold." Ning Xiaoxiao thought, "It's the middle of summer. I'm not cold." The tyrant tucked the clothes tighter. "If I say you're cold, then you're cold." This action made Ning Xiaoxiao very angry. This dog of a man is acting particularly strange today. He must have taken a fancy to my current appearance. She stood up and threw the tyrant's clothes back at him. "I'm not sitting. Let's go." Ning Xiaoxiao's sudden cold attitude made the tyrant very uneasy. He kept asking if he had done something wrong. Ning Xiaoxiao lowered her head, her eyes showing a hint of loneliness. Now, she had no connection to the tyrant, so what right did she have to be angry? The tyrant thought Ning Xiaoxiao's pouting face was so cute. At this moment, the tyrant unintentionally looked up ahead. "What's that?" It turned out he saw a Ferris wheel. Ning Xiaoxiao perked up again. "Do you want to play?" I'll take you there right now. The tyrant protected Ning Xiao attentively. But Ning Xiao thought the tyrant was just lusting after her. So she stood up and angrily left. This behavior confused the tyrant. Are you angry? But Ning Xiao said insincerely, no. Why would I be angry for no reason? But in her heart, she still felt very lonely. The current Ning Xiao had no relationship with Lu Lingyuan. What right did she have to be angry? The tyrant watched from the side, thinking Ning Xiao's jealousy of herself was quite adorable. Suddenly, the tyrant looked ahead and asked, "What's that? It looks so tall." It turned out to be a very large Ferris wheel. Ning Xiao instantly perked up again. You want to play? I'll take you there. At this moment, Ning Xiao was sitting in the Ferris wheel. She was still gloomy, wondering how Lu Lingyuan felt about the ancient Ning Xiao. Ning Xiao couldn't help but carefully ask Lu Lingyuan, "Do you have someone you like?" The tyrant calmly replied, "Yes. And coincidentally, the person I like has the same name as you." Ning Xiao found this hard to believe when she heard it, so she probed further. "Are you two together then?" Hearing the tyrant say no, Ning Xiao quickly asked, "If you like her, why aren't you together?" The tyrant thought this was a good question. He then turned his head and said, "Because he's an idiot." Hearing this, Ning Xiao was speechless. You just learned what idiot means, and you're already using it. Time passed unknowingly, and Ning Xiao accidentally fell asleep. The tyrant took the opportunity to rest her little head on his shoulder. He looked at Ning Xiao and muttered to himself, "I suddenly want to stay here to grow old with you here. Day after day, as warm as today." In the blink of an eye, the two disappeared without warning from where they were. At this moment, Ning Xiao only felt herself floating in the air. She slowly opened her eyes, but she heard someone calling Xiao in her ear. Then, what appeared before her eyes was the Ning Xiao from the book. Xiao, my mission is complete. From now on, you'll have to walk this path on your own." Before Ning Xiao could speak, the book's Ning Xiao dissolved into a faint light and disappeared. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind came. In a daze, images flashed of her becoming the empress and then giving birth to twins. There was also her good friend, Gu Xijin. She was holding a dagger, about to assassinate her. As it was about to approach, Ning Xiao woke up startled. What appeared before her eyes was actually the smiling face of the tyrant. Ning Xiao had unconsciously used the tyrant as a pillow while sleeping. The tyrant took the opportunity to tease Ning Xiao about peeing. Just now, Ning Xiao had just transmigrated into the book and woke up startled from the bed. Opening her eyes, she saw the tyrant gazing at her affectionately. Ning Xiao felt the atmosphere was a bit awkward and hurriedly tried to smooth things over. "I don't know why, but I was so tired I fell asleep. I made a fool of myself in front of your majesty." The tyrant calmly said, "It's all right, I also took a short nap." Ning Xiao thought the tyrant was acting very strange today. What was he looking at? Suddenly, Ning Xiao was shocked. Oh no, she had a habit of hugging something while sleeping. She tried to quickly withdraw her leg, but the tyrant firmly held Ning Xiao down. "You're taking advantage of me." As he said this, he tilted Ning Xiao's chin up. "Are you too trusting of my character? Or do you think this playing hard to get tricked can arouse my interest in you?" Just as Ning Xiao was about to speak, the tyrant pressed against her lips. "I admit this trick works on me." Ning Xiao was on the verge of tears. This dog of a man was really narcissistic and greasy. Suddenly, the tyrant leaned close to Ning Xiao. "I had a strange dream. I dreamed of a woman with exactly the same name as you." Ning Xiao hurriedly pushed the tyrant away. "Your Majesty, how can dreams be taken seriously? It's late. You should go back quickly." The tyrant thought to himself, "There's no fluffy thing here for you to hug." Then he pressed closer again, saying in an ambiguous tone, "If you don't hug me, can you sleep?" As he spoke, he directly grabbed the back of Ning Xiao's neck. There was no way to retreat now. Ning Xiao wondered if the tyrant was planning to force himself on her. Should she give in to him? But then, remembering how eager that dog of a man looked when he saw her in modern times, she felt uneasy. "Man, don't be too confident. I have more escape routes than you can imagine." Hearing these thoughts, The tyrant smiled faintly. Someone who gets jealous of herself. What a little fool. But if he held back today, what if this crazy woman thought he wasn't capable? Ning Xiao felt like a fish on a chopping board at this moment. Someone please come save me. Just then, eunuch Sanfu burst in from outside, shouting, "Your Majesty, good news, great news." The next second, seeing this explosive scene, the eunuch froze on the spot. The tyrant instantly flew into a rage. "What are you shouting about in the middle of the night?" Ning Xiao realized she had actually transmigrated into the book, and the mastermind behind all this was actually her mother. Just now, eunuch Sanfu had brought news of victory. The Japanese pirates and their leader No Pants had been completely annihilated by Lords Shizua and Tong Wei. Lord Tong would report the details to the emperor in the morning. Hearing this, Ning Xiao quickly chimed in. "This is great news. I am truly overjoyed." She thought she had finally escaped the tyrant's clutches. So she got up and saw the tyrant out. "It seems your majesty will be busy tonight. This concubine bids your majesty farewell." But Ning Xiao thought carefully. There wasn't any Japanese pirate plot in the original story. She quickly checked through the system, but could only view about 100 characters of the plot. Had another bug occurred? The system explained that because the host had disrupted 1/3 of the plot, she had been integrated into the story. Plot related to the host could not be viewed. Ning Xiao couldn't understand. "If I can't see the future plot, how can I survive until the grand finale?" The system replied that although she couldn't view the plot, the host could now modify the plot without character limit, but only once a day. Ning Xiao had to give up. Well, at least there's no character limit now. That day, just as the maid was about to help Ning Xiao wash up, Ning Xiao directly knocked the wash basin into the ground. Ning Xiao covered her face and screamed hysterically, "My face! My face! My face! How did it become like this?" The maid was confused. "My lady, you've always looked like this. Are you feeling unwell?" Ning Xiao was surprised. "Always like this?" Then where did the original Ning Xiao go? It seemed she needed to enter the space to leave a message and ask her parents what was going on. But to Ning Xiao's great surprise, it was her mother who had changed her from soul transmigration to body transmigration. Ning Xiao was helpless. "I can't believe it. Does mom not want me to go back?" Ning Xiao fiercely protected her confidant. "Who do you think you are, daring to touch my people?" Just now, Chi had brought Ning Xiao a seafood shrimp porridge specially prepared for her by the tyrant. Even the empress didn't have this. After hearing this, Ning Xiao instructed Chi to send a portion to Gu Sijin as well. But in no time, she heard the sound of smashing and banging outside, so she rushed over to investigate. She saw Consort Dawn's head, maid Shower, making a scene, saying, "Is it so special just because it's bestowed by the emperor?" As she spoke, she stomped toward Chi. "Let me tell you, our mistress is a consort. Your mistress is just a noble lady. If Consort Dawn doesn't have it, your mistress doesn't deserve it either." Ning Xiao went straight up and grabbed Shower's hair. "Who do you think you are, you little brat, daring to bully my people?" Then she slammed her head to the ground. Shower immediately cried out in pain. Consort Dawn and Gu Sijin rushed, overhearing the commotion. Gu Sijin quickly held back Ning Xiao. "Xiao, what's going on? Let go of Shower first." Ning Xiao threw Shower in front of Consort Dawn. This sea shrimp was bestowed by the emperor. Shower spilled it all over without a word. How do you explain this? Consort Dawn knew Ning Xiao was in the emperor's favor. She might end up like Consort Tong if not careful. So she stepped forward and apologized politely. "This is Shower's fault. That bowl of porridge wasted so many precious herbs. I won't hold it against you." Ning Xiao was still angry. This food was bestowed by the emperor. If the emperor finds out, Shower will surely lose her head, considering Shower is your family servant. As long as she licks the porridge clean from the ground, we'll let this matter go. Consort Dawn's face darkened instantly. "Noble Lady Hua, do you really want to go this far? Are you deliberately making things difficult for me?" Ning Xiao knew well that without Consort Dawn's tacit approval, Shower wouldn't have dared to cause trouble. She couldn't swallow this anger, so she directly modified the plot. Then she ordered Shower to eat the porridge off the ground. Shower hurriedly begged Consort Dawn for help. "Your Highness, save me." Unexpectedly, Consort Dawn glared fiercely at Siwar. "Can't you understand human speech? Hurry up and lick it clean." Only then did Ning Xiao feel relieved, finally venting her anger. As the supreme ruler of the empire, The tyrant was cuckolded by a mere attendant. Just now, the tyrant had hosted a grand feast for Minister Tong, who had eradicated the Japanese pirates. He was promoted one rank and rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold. Tong Guowei seized the opportunity to mention that while he was fighting abroad, his daughter in the palace couldn't find peace, expressing his anxiety. The tyrant knew he would definitely plead for Tong Ting. Now, it wasn't good to reject this request, so he promoted Tong Ting to consort and lifted her confinement. Seeing the tyrant so agreeable, Tong Guowei directly sat down, picked up his chopsticks, and started eating on his own. Even eunuch San Fu felt Tong Guowei was disrespectful. The emperor hadn't announced the start of the feast. Chu Xinran, sitting nearby, couldn't stand it. Why don't we send all the food from my table to the minister, lest he starve to death after leaving the palace, and leave a last word saying the emperor's hospitality was lacking. Hearing this, Tong Guowei slammed his fist on the table and cursed, "You're nothing but a dog raised by the emperor. Where do you get the guts to speak like this?" Old Chu Xinran didn't back down either, saying bluntly, "Dogs are more loyal than humans. Minister Hong has served 3 reigns. His loyalty must surpass mine 10 or 100 times. Minister Hong is truly the undisputed king of loyal dogs." These words left Tong Guowei speechless. He could only find an excuse to leave the hall. The tyrant wouldn't allow Tong Guowei to ride roughshod over him. He was just waiting for the right moment to completely eliminate him. He then raised his cup and walked towards Chu Xinran. "You and Duan Li are both my right-hand men. From today, I'll promote you to commander of the 9 gates. Another day, I'll find you a good marriage." Seeing Chu Xinran looking a bit dejected, the tyrant patted his shoulder. "I'm not rushing you. You're drunk too. Stay in the palace tonight." To Chu Xinran's surprise, he saw his beloved Gu Sijin in the palace. He couldn't help but call out, "Xiao Jin." Gu Sijin was startled by the voice. Only he would call her that, so she turned towards the sound. She could hardly believe that her love, once thought dead in battle, was now before her eyes. The two reunited after a long separation, tears in their eyes, deeply immersed in a long-awaited tender moment. The consort was secretly cuckolding the great tyrant, but unexpectedly, Ning Xiaoxiao caught them in the act. Just now, Gu Sijin hadn't expected her beloved, once thought dead in battle, to appear before her eyes now. Chu Xinran approached and kissed her deeply. Gu Sijin hurriedly pushed him away. "We can't, this is in the palace. It's not good if someone sees." Chu Xinran didn't understand why Gu Sijin was in the palace. Gu Sijin turned away, silently shedding tears. "That war 4 years ago, you didn't die. Why didn't you contact me for 4 whole years?" Chu Xinran explained that he just wanted to earn merit, to give Gu Sijin a life of luxury. That's why he agreed to the emperor's request to be a spy among the Japanese pirates. But for Gu Sijin, as the daughter of a censorate official, a life of luxury was easy. What she always wanted was Chu Xinran's companionship. Gu Sijin now felt dead inside. She coldly said, "As you can see, I'm now the emperor's consort." Hearing this, Chu Xinran was thunderstruck. He clenched his fists tightly, still not understanding Gu Sijin's choice. "I know entering the palace wasn't your wish. If you truly willingly entered the palace for wealth and glory, I wouldn't blame you. But I know you're not that kind of person." As he spoke, he reached for Gu Sijin's hand, but she avoided it. "Then let me tell you clearly today. I entered the palace of my own free will. I just like wealth and glory. I'm just such a vain woman." After saying this, Gu Sijin was in tears. She couldn't let Chu Xinran know the truth. Otherwise, he would surely abandon everything to take her away. That would ruin his future. In fact, Gu Sijin had no choice but to enter the palace. Her father, as an upright official, had offended many in the court. Only by entering the palace and becoming the emperor's person could she protect her family and father. She didn't even have the right to decide her own love. Chu Xinran knew Gu Sijin must have her reasons, so he hugged her tightly. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I thought gaining rank and position would give you a better life. I didn't realize I've made you suffer all these years." Just then, Ning Xiaoxiao was passing by with a lunchbox. She vaguely heard voices from the pavilion, so she hid behind a rockery to observe. She wanted to see who was meeting secretly late at night. She heard the man say he would ask the emperor for her. Lin Xiaoxiao was so shocked, she almost cried out. Was a consort eloping with another man? Just thinking about it was exciting. But looking closely, it was actually her good friend, fourth sister Gu. The consort was secretly cuckolding the great tyrant. But unexpectedly, Ning Xiaoxiao caught them in the act. Just now, Ning Xiaoxiao was planning to bring sobering soup to the tyrant, but she vaguely heard noises coming from the pavilion. She quickly hid behind a rockery to observe. "Who will be meeting here so late at night?" She heard the man saying he would resign from his high position and generous salary and would never miss her again. Ning Xiaoxiao was instantly shocked. Was a consort eloping with another man? Just thinking about it was exciting. But why did the woman look familiar? Looking closely, it was actually her good friend Gu Sijin. At this moment, Chu Xinran was pulling Gu Sijin, wanting to find the emperor. "Sister, I'll go explain to the emperor now and ask him to let you leave the palace." Gu Sijin tried to break free. "Be reasonable. You're hurting me." Ning Xiaoxiao finally understood. So he was the second male lead, Chu Xin. Seeing Gu Sijin like this, Chu Xinran slowly released her hand. Gu Sijin was clearly angry. "If you really care about me, don't mention these things again. Let's pretend we never knew each other." Seeing Gu Sijin so resolute, Chu Xinran lowered his head and said no more. Watching Chu Xinran's retreating figure, Gu Sijin's heart was breaking. How she wished she could be with her loved one. But things had changed, and continuing like this would only harm him. Despite the thousands of reluctances in her heart, this was the only way. Suddenly, Gu Sijin coughed up a mouthful of 82-year-old tomato juice. Then she fell unconscious. Seeing this, Ning Xiaoxiao quickly ran over. She ordered Chi-Chi to quickly summon the imperial physician to Zhongsue Palace. Fortunately, Gu Sijin wasn't seriously ill. It was just that her extreme emotions had caused her to cough up blood. She just needed to rest quietly. To protect Gu Sijin's reputation, Ning Xiaoxiao instructed Chi-Chi not to reveal today's events. At this time, eunuch Sanfu hurriedly arrived. The tyrant had gotten drunk and wanted to summon Ning Xiaoxiao to serve him. Ning Xiaoxiao quickly tidied herself up and rushed over. At this moment, she still felt very guilty. It was because of her transmigration that Gu Sijin had become like this. She thought about asking the tyrant to let them be together, but how could she bring up such a cuckolding matter? Suddenly, she had an idea. She could use the system to modify the plot, but the system warned the host that she couldn't directly modify main plot points that would affect the story's direction. But what worried Xiaoxiao was that Gu Sijin had coughed up blood the first time she saw Chu Xinran. If this continued, she might not make it to the grand finale. The system stated that while in principle the host couldn't modify the main plot, she could, through her own efforts, make the tyrant voluntarily release the female lead from the palace. Ning Xiaoxiao knew that Gu Sijin had always treated her well. No matter what, she had to find a chance to test the waters with the tyrant. The great tyrant confessed his love to the little palace maid. But Ning Xiaoxiao didn't give the tyrant any response. Just now, eunuch Sanfu had come to Zhongsue Palace, saying the tyrant was drunk and kept mentioning Ning Xiaoxiao, wanting her to come see him. Ning Xiaoxiao hurriedly prepared and took the imperial carriage over. Seeing the eunuch's anxious look, Ning Xiaoxiao didn't understand what had scared Sanfu so much. Pushing open the door, she saw the tyrant humming a song and shaking his butt nonstop. "If you suddenly sneeze, it must be because I'm thinking of you." Seeing Ning Xiaoxiao enter, the tyrant gave a heart gesture. "Xiaoxiao, you're here. Love you." Ning Xiaoxiao didn't understand what the tyrant was doing, but found him a bit cute like this. Then she took out the lunchbox. "Your Majesty, stop dancing. I brought you some sobering soup." The tyrant approached Ning Xiaoxiao with a playful smile. "I won't drink. Kiss me first." He planted a kiss on Ning Xiaoxiao's cheek. Ning Xiaoxiao felt like she was being sucked in. She quickly pushed the tyrant away. "You don't kiss just anyone, do you? Stay away from me." But the tyrant moved closer. "I don't. I only kiss my darling." These words caught Ning Xiaoxiao off guard. He actually called her darling. While she was stunned, the tyrant pounced and hugged her waist. He kept nuzzling Ning Xiaoxiao, as if wanting to devour her whole. "Hee, Ning Xiaoxiao, you little enchantress." Ning Xiaoxiao was utterly speechless. Who's more like an enchantress now? Someone save me. Suddenly, the tyrant leaned on Ning Xiaoxiao's shoulder, mumbling, "Ning Xiaoxiao, do I have to beg you to be with me? I'm the emperor. How can I lower myself to say those mushy words to you?" Even at this point, Ning Xiaoxiao pretended not to understand. "I never asked you to say any mushy words to me." Suddenly, the tyrant kissed her directly. Then he looked at Ning Xiaoxiao seriously. "Xiaoxiao, look into my eyes. I really like you." Ning Xiaoxiao was at a loss. Was he confessing? But she still pushed the tyrant away. She knew he was drunk, and these might just be drunken words. Say it again when you're sober. Ning Xiao didn't want to agree to the tyrant in such a muddled state. The great tyrant knocked himself out with a wooden stick, all because the little palace maid rejected his heartfelt confession. Just now, the tyrant had finally mustered the courage to kiss Ning Xiao. Xiao, you know, I really like you. Ning Xiao was a bit flustered. Was he confessing to her? But she still rejected the tyrant, because Ning Xiao knew he was drunk. Tell me this again when you're sober. I'll give you a serious answer then. She then squatted down and opened the soup. Your Majesty, drink this sobering soup now. Get some rest soon. Unexpectedly, the tyrant threw a childish tantrum. If I don't, I won't drink it. I'll even blow bubbles. Soon, the tyrant gradually sobered up. He stared at Ning Xiao, wondering why this woman was so beautiful. He really wanted to possess her. Ning Xiao felt the atmosphere was a bit strange. But the tyrant remembered that Ning Xiao hadn't responded to his confession. He told himself not to force Xiao. So he took out a wooden stick and handed it to Ning Xiao. Take this and hit me on the head. Ning Xiao was confused. Your Majesty, why should I hit you for no reason? The tyrant, suppressing his burning desire, ordered Ning Xiao, just hit me when I tell you to. I'm about to lose control. The tyrant had to hit himself on the head. This action frightened Ning Xiao. She reached out her hand. What's wrong? The mood was just right, and you pulled this stunt? Are you impotent? Fearing the tyrant might choke on vomit, Ning Xiao had to stay to take care of him. After some time, the tyrant slowly opened his eyes and sat up. Seeing Ning Xiao lying nearby, he wondered, has she been by my side all this time? Then the tyrant suddenly remembered last night's scenes. What on earth was he doing? Seeing Ning Xiao wake up, the tyrant feared she might mock him, so he decided to strike first. The tyrant glared and roared. Last night, I was drunk and merely called you to take care of me. How dare you knock me unconscious? Ning Xiao kindly explained that the emperor had misunderstood. The wound on his head wasn't caused by her, but the tyrant wouldn't let it go. If it wasn't you, then who? Don't tell me I hit myself. Ning Xiao thought the tyrant was being unreasonable. She said irritably, it was done by an idiot, okay? The sobering soup is being kept warm in the small kitchen. After the emperor drinks another bowl, his head won't hurt anymore. This concubine will take her leave now, she said, about to leave. Seeing this, the tyrant grabbed Ning Xiao. You're not staying with me? Ning Xiao explained she had to go back to take care of Gusiji. The tyrant asked confusedly what was wrong with Gusiji. Ning Xiao only said it was a common cold, but internally she was sweating. Nothing much. She just cuckolded you, that's all. The little palace maid feared nothing. She directly used the consort's undergarments as firewood. Just now, Ning Xiao saw the maid Chi boiling medicine outside in the freezing cold. Upon inquiry, she learned that Consort Duan had monopolized the small kitchen. She made 5 dishes, but didn't eat them, throwing them directly into the dry bucket. She even took back the bracelet she had given to Gusijin earlier. Ning Jiao understood. After the porridge incident, Consort Duan was now openly targeting her. Without hesitation, she went to the kitchen and kicked the door open. She went straight to grab Xiaoer's collar. After the last incident, Xiaoer was thoroughly scared of Ning Xiao and shouted, "Noble Lady Hua, spare me." Ning Xiao gritted her teeth in anger. Which circle are you two from? Eating so much. Consort Duan appeared behind her at some point, saying sarcastically, "Oh my, who angered our noble Lady Hua so early in the morning?" Ning Xiao felt there was no need to be polite anymore. She said directly, "Your people are hogging the small kitchen, making a bunch of food even dogs wouldn't eat, and throwing it in the dry bucket. This isn't your highness's intention, is it?" Hearing this, Consort Duan smiled contemptuously. "Of course not. I'll punish her later. I need to go pay respects to the empress now. The small kitchen is yours to use." Xiao was puzzled why she gave in so easily. But Chi discovered that the firewood, which was fully stocked yesterday, had been used up by Consort Duan's people today. If they had to go back and forth to the Ministry of Internal Affairs, it might delay Gu Sijin's medicine time. Ning Xiao knew Consort Duan wouldn't give up so easily. She went out. She directly ordered people to move all the tables, chairs, stools, undergarments, and socks from Consort Duan's palace to the small kitchen. When the firewood ran low, Consort Duan heard the news and rushed over angrily. Ning Xiao Xiao, all my things were bestowed by the emperor. How dare you burn them? Ning Xiao Xiao deliberately threw the cloth into the stove in front of Consort Duan. Were these really bestowed by the emperor? Since you entered the palace until now, apart from rewarding you with 2 slaps, what else has the emperor given you? You should know that he holds the script and knows everything. It turned out that these tables and chairs were all bought by Consort Duan herself. She had also been secretly slapped twice by the tyrant for passing harem news to the court. Consort Duan was so embarrassed that she lost all her momentum. She wondered how Ning Xiao Xiao knew about this. Then she played the weak card again. I'm still a princess. You burning my things is insubordination. I'll go ask the emperor to judge right now. Ning Xiao Xiao couldn't wait for her to call the tyrant. Go ahead and call him. I'll tell the emperor what good stuff you added to the bracelet you gave Gu Xijin. Consort Duan thought she had nothing to worry about since she had taken back the bracelet. So she pointed at Ning Xiao Xiao and scolded, "You're talking nonsense without any proof. You can't falsely accuse me of misconduct." Ning Xiao Xiao grabbed Consort Duan's hand. She wanted to tear her apart. "From now on, you go your way, and I'll go mine. If you dare to be vicious again, I'll chop you up for firewood." With that, she left with Chi-Chi exuding dominance. Although Consort Duan hated Ning Xiao Xiao deeply, she could only let it go for now. She knew well that Ning Xiao Xiao was in high favor. If she told the tyrant about the bracelet incident, she would be finished. To facilitate deeper communication with the little palace maid, the tyrant simply waved his hand and granted Fengyi Palace to Ning Xiao Xiao as her residence. This move surprised the eunuch Sanfu standing nearby, so he carefully reminded, "This Fengyi Palace has always been reserved for the imperial noble consort throughout dynasties. Lady Ning is only a noble lady. I'm afraid it will be difficult to explain to the Empress Dowager." But as the emperor of a country, promotion was just a matter of one word for the tyrant. She's a small noble lady now, but how do you know she won't be an imperial consort in the future? This statement stunned Sanfu again. It seemed the position of imperial noble consort would be Ning Xiao Xiao's sooner or later. Could it be that the emperor was going to skip ranks again? This made Sanfu nervous. The emperor had already skipped ranks from answering lady to noble lady. If he skipped directly to imperial noble consort again, those ministers in the court would likely object, especially Lord Tong. The tyrant knew about the power of Tong Guowei in the court, and that the empresses and empress dowagers' families were in collusion. He had to be patient for now, but he had already decided that Ning Xiao Xiao was his only wife. If that's the case, then issue an imperial edict later to inform the 6 palaces that noble Lady Hua is promoted to consort and granted residence in Fengyi Palace. On the other side, Gu Xijin had actually heard the commotion earlier. To prevent Gu Xijin from worrying, Ning Xiao Xiao lied that she had just stepped on a dog's paw and it barked a couple of times. Gu Xijin was a bit worried. After all, she's the main occupant of Zhongsui Palace. Whatever she says in the future, just treat it as nonsense. Hearing this, Ning Xiao Xiao teased Gu Xijin, "I didn't expect a well-bred lady like you to learn to use crude language like me." Then she extended her hand. "Sister, let me show you a magic trick. Blow on my fist." Gu Xijin gently blew a breath. The next second, Ning Xiao Xiao opened her palm. It turned out to be candy she had taken from her space. Gu Xijin was a bit curious about what it was. The color was bright. It looked like paper, but not quite. Ning Xiao Xiao explained it was delicious. "Sister, eat it quickly." Gu Xijin chewed it in her mouth, as if discovering a new world. "It's so delicious. It's so sweet." Ning Xiao Xiao knew Gu Xijin was worried about Chu Xinran. She sincerely hoped her good friend would be happy. When your mouth is sweet, your heart won't be as bitter. Gu Xijin believed that with Ning Xiao Xiao around, she wouldn't be afraid of anything. To facilitate doing interesting things with the little palace maid, the tyrant not only granted Fengyi Palace to Ning Xiao Xiao as her residence, but also allowed only her to sit while receiving imperial edicts. At this time, eunuch Sanfu began to read the imperial edict. "Noble Lady Hua is beautiful, extremely beautiful and martial. She is hereby promoted to consort Hua and granted residence in Fengyi Palace by imperial decree." Even Ning Xiao Xiao hadn't expected to be promoted again. This shocked the empress and others. The scene was in an uproar. Allowing Ning Xiao Xiao to reside in Fengyi Palace? Only the imperial noble consort had the right to live there. At this moment, the Empress felt her position as Empress was in danger. Lu Lingyuan was blatantly telling everyone that Ning Xiaoxiao was his chosen imperial noble consort, his chosen future empress. He absolutely would not allow Ning Xiaoxiao to give birth to a prince. She then forced a smile and instructed her servants, "This is a great joy. Quickly bring my aquamarine pearl string to gift to Consort Hua." Seeing Consort Tong's disdain for this, the Empress began to sow discord again. "Noble Consort Hong, when you were a noble consort before, did the Emperor ever think of letting you live in Fengyi Palace?" Unexpectedly, Consort Hong turned the tables. With a mocking face, she said, "Today the Emperor lets her stay in Fengyi Palace. Tomorrow, it might be your Fengluang Palace, Empress." Instead of making such sarcastic remarks, you'd better think about what to pack when it's your turn to leave the palace. These words left the Empress speechless. At this moment, Sanfu presented the list of consorts going to the hot spring resort. The Empress thought that as the head of the harem, she naturally didn't need to be mentioned. But when she opened the list, she was immediately slapped in the face. Because on the list, there was only Ning Xiaoxiao's name. The Empress calmly closed the list and said, "The Emperor didn't specify who should go. If any of you sisters can make a splash and get the Emperor's order, you might have a chance to go." She did this simply to make everyone struggle in vain, only to find out that the tyrant only wanted Ning Xiaoxiao, making her the target of everyone's arrows. Consort Hong was naturally determined to succeed. This time she must regain the Emperor's favor. But Ning Xiaoxiao and Gu Xijin were currently in the Emperor's favor, which was really annoying. She signaled her maid, "You go." The maid, with ill intentions, quietly walked behind Ning Xiaoxiao. Ning Xiaoxiao had already sensed something was off. "Can your footsteps be any louder?" Wanted to push me and Gu Xijin down? Not a chance. So she directly modified the plot through the system. The scene returned to 3 minutes ago. Tong Fei signaled the maid to go and pushed down Ning Xiaoxiao and Gu Xijin. "You go." Unexpectedly, the maid suddenly showed a fierce look. She directly slapped Tong Fei to the ground. "You bitch, who do you think you're ordering around?" Watching the maid and her mistress fighting on the side, Gu Xijin was stunned. Ning Xiaoxiao pulled Gu Xijin along, and they happily walked out. To facilitate doing interesting things with the little palace maid, the tyrant directly granted Fengyi Palace to Ning Xiaoxiao to live alone. But Ning Xiaoxiao wanted to bring along her good sister, Gu Xijin. So she brought Gu Xijin to request this from the tyrant. Unexpectedly, as soon as they entered, they ran into Chu Xinran. Gu Xijin hurriedly made an excuse that she had something to do and left first. Seeing this, Chu Xinran also found a reason to leave. Hearing the tap-tap-tap of footsteps, Ning Xiaoxiao felt these two were acting a bit strange. Suddenly, she was shocked. Could that person be Chu Xinran? It was too dark earlier to see clearly. How proactive, she actually chased after her directly. If the tyrant notices something's off and flies into a rage, wouldn't he kill them both? Hearing these thoughts, the tyrant obviously became suspicious. So these two are... Ning Xiaoxiao could only probe indirectly. "Your Majesty, I mean, if one of your consorts fell in love with someone else, what would you do?" The tyrant's face changed instantly upon hearing this. He pulled Ning Xiaoxiao close with a grim face and said word by word, "Tell me, who have you fallen in love with? I'll skin them alive and make you a coat." Ning Xiaoxiao hurriedly explained it wasn't her. Seeing Ning Xiaoxiao's nervous look, the tyrant lovingly tapped her forehead. "You are my only consort. The others are just bargaining chips to balance the court. Why should I care who they like?" Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems Lu Lingyuan doesn't mind if his consorts cheat on him. She'll find a chance to help that pair of star-crossed lovers in the future. She then took the opportunity to make another request, saying Fengyi Palace was too big and she was scared to live alone. Could Gu Xijin move in to live with her? This request displeased the tyrant. He directly refused. No, it should be known that granting Ning Xiaoxiao to live alone was so he could be intimate with her frequently. Seeing the tyrant's firm attitude, Ning Xiaoxiao directly clung to him and started acting coquettishly. "Please, Your Majesty. Your Majesty is the best. Please let my sister live with me. You have to attend court and can't always be with me. My sister is far from me. I have to go meet her every day. I'll die of exhaustion on the way." Ning Xiaoxiao's soft parts rubbed against the tyrant. This made the tyrant instantly unable to resist. He directly picked up Ning Xiao, pressed her onto the bed, and kissed her. The tyrant suddenly realized he couldn't be by her side all the time. Perhaps she would really be lonely. He then reached out and stroked Ning Xiao's cheek. "You can live with Gu Xijin, but you have to promise me one condition." Ning Xiao wondered what the condition was. Was that kiss just now free? The tyrant approached Ning Xiao with ill intent, saying calmly, "Next time when I can't control myself, you can't knock me out again." The tyrant stared intently at the concubines singing and dancing. Ning Xiao became jealous. "You big pig trotter," lusting after beauty. But the next second, the boat suddenly started sinking. Tong Fei was seen shouting for help. Seeing the empress secretly laughing behind, Ning Xiao knew she was behind this. Tong Fei, rescued from the water, was shivering with cold. She approached the tyrant, trying to act coquettishly for a hug. Unexpectedly, the tyrant dodged in disgust and gave Tong Fei a harsh scolding. Loud singing is forbidden in the palace. Except for the empress, no concubine is allowed to wear red. How many taboos have you broken? Tong Fei didn't expect that not only did she fail to regain the emperor's favor, but was also scolded harshly by the tyrant. Unwilling to accept, she pointed at Ning Xiao nearby and roared, "Hua Pin is wearing red. Why doesn't your majesty say anything to her?" Seeing this, Gu Xijin quickly stood in front of Ning Xiao and retorted. Xiao's cloak was bestowed by the emperor. It means the emperor allows her to wear it. The tyrant also protected Ning Xiao. Xiao is Xiao. How can you compare to her? This move made the empress nearby a bit uncomfortable. Seeing the situation at a standstill, Eunuch Sen Fu quickly tried to smooth things over. "Consort Hong, why don't you go back and have some ginger tea to warm up? Don't catch a cold." Hong Fei thought to herself that if she left now, the emperor wouldn't pay attention to her anymore. So she wrapped herself in a robe and sat down, trying to control her shivering. The Jade Lake banquet is not even half over. Leaving now would show that I don't understand etiquette. Ning Xiao was shocked by this move. This was risking one's life for the emperor's favor. To avoid gossip, Ning Xiao reluctantly took off the red cloak. "This is not suitable for my status as a concubine. I cannot keep it." She handed the red cloak to the empress, saying, "This concubine doesn't understand the rules. Please forgive me, empress." The tyrant, however, completely ignored the empress beside him and took the red cloak, looking at Ning Xiao gently. "What I bestow upon you, you don't need to worry about." Ning Xiao was stunned. This doggo man was afraid she wouldn't be hated enough, so she had to find another excuse. "Your Majesty, this concubine doesn't really like this color." Unexpectedly, the tyrant directly took off his own dragon robe and put it on Ning Xiao. "If you don't like the color, you should have said so earlier." At this moment, Ning Xiao was completely speechless. "Well, thank you very much." The tyrant not only made an exception, allowing Ning Xiao to wear red, but also publicly put his own dragon robe on her. This move secretly displeased the empress. It's known that except for the empress, others are not allowed to wear red. She vowed to embarrass Ning Xiao, so she stepped forward and suggested, "In previous years, everyone had to compose a poem at the Jade Lake banquet. This year, let me and Tong Fei start." She then looked at Ning Xiao nearby. "Finally, let Sister Hua Pin be the last one. I want to see what kind of good poem a lowly palace may can come up with." After consortly finished, it was Ning Xiao's turn. "Hua Pin, it's your turn." The tyrant came forward to comfort Ning Xiao. "Just do it. No one will laugh if you don't do well." Seeing Ning Xiao's hesitation, the empress spoke sarcastically, using her prepared excuse. Hua Ping is young and inexperienced. Asking him to compose poetry would be too difficult for him. Hearing this, Ning Xiao silently stood up. It seemed that today she had to deal with this woman who was sweet on the outside, but vicious inside. So she had a sudden idea and made a suggestion. "How about this? This concubine will compose the poem, and the empress can help recite it. Is that all right?" The empress nodded in agreement. Then Ning Xiao pretended to write seriously on the paper. After receiving it, the empress started being sarcastic again. "Hua Ping's handwriting is quite special. At this moment, the other concubines were eager to hear. They were curious about what good poem Ning Xiaoxiao could write. The Empress read word by word. Dark plum, fragrant flower, lying branch hurt hate low, far here lie like water, meaning penetrate reach spring green, dark like penetrate spring green. After reading, the concubines nearby covered their mouths and laughed secretly. The tyrant took the opportunity to agree. This poem is not bad, but mainly because the Empress read it well. He then asked Sanfu to take the brush, saying, I will personally write down Hua Ping's poem and bestow it to you. The Empress hurriedly accepted it, saying this was the first time she received the Emperor's calligraphy. She would hang it in the most prominent place and admire it daily. The Empress thought she had gotten a great deal and proudly showed off to concubine Tong beside her. Only I have the Emperor's calligraphy. Don't be jealous. Concubine Tong heard this, but said indifferently, What should I be jealous of? That you're a donkey or a big stupid donkey? These words made the Empress's heart tremble instantly. When she realized, she wished she could find a hole to quickly crawl into. The tyrant just wanted to be alone with Ning Xiaoxiao. But Ning Xiaoxiao insisted on bringing her good friend, Gu Sijin, along. This made the tyrant unable to bear it anymore. Feeling jealous, he said, Since Gu Sijin is so important to you, why don't you just marry him? Why bother being my concubine? Ning Xiaoxiao suddenly realized that the tyrant had been deliberately creating opportunities to be alone with her. She blamed herself for disappointing the tyrant's good intentions. For such a proud emperor to actively approach her, what reason did she have to retreat? Moreover, she had already fallen for him. Hearing these thoughts, the tyrant secretly rejoiced. All his anger instantly disappeared. Then he called Ning Xiaoxiao to turn around, saying, I have something to give you. To Ning Xiaoxiao's surprise, the tyrant gave her a golden token of immunity. She remembered that in the original story, this token was given to Gu Sijin. Now it was in her hands. The tyrant frowned slightly and asked, Count how many mistakes you've made since entering the palace. What would you do if I'm not by your side one day? Ning Xiaoxiao looked down at the token, muttering, At most, I just don't follow the rules. The worst that could happen is getting a few strokes from the Empress and others. Suddenly, the tyrant beckoned her to come over. The tyrant drew close, hugging Ning Xiaoxiao, and seriously said, Even a few strokes are not acceptable. The person I can't bear to punish. Who are they to do so? As he spoke, he took the opportunity to hold Ning Xiaoxiao's hand. Looking at her sincerely, he said, I feel at ease with you having this, but I will always be by your side. Ning Xiaoxiao's heart raced, touched by the tyrant's words. She didn't expect him to care so much for her. She was thinking about whether to thank the tyrant. Unexpectedly, the tyrant suddenly said something that completely changed her mind. This token of immunity isn't given for free. You have to read memorials to me daily at this hot spring resort. Ning Xiaoxiao was utterly speechless. She thought, I'd rather not have this life. I don't want to read those memorials written in classical Chinese anymore. So Ning Xiaoxiao turned her head away and said, Your Majesty, I don't want this token then. Hearing this, the tyrant threatened, If you dare not accept it, it's defying an imperial order. Your head will be separated from your body immediately. As he said this, he gestured with his hand. Ning Xiaoxiao's face turned ashen with fear. After all, sitting across from her was the ruthless tyrant. He had to respectfully comply. I suddenly won again. Ha! The tyrant exclusively granted Ning Xiaoxiao an immunity token. Ning Xiaoxiao immediately handed it to Gu Sijin. This worried Gu Sijin greatly. The emperor gave you such a precious thing. You casually gave it to me. The emperor will blame you. Ning Xiaoxiao patted her chest, saying she was with the tyrant. It's useless for her to carry it. If anyone in the palace bullies you, sister, take this out. No one will dare trouble you. This way I can be at ease. Gusin understood Ning Xiaoxiao's intentions. She had given her own lifeline to her. Meanwhile, the tyrant actually spoke up for Ning Xiaoxiao. Convey my verbal order. From now on, all memorials from court officials must be written in vernacular. Otherwise, they will be sent back unopened. At this moment, Chu Xinran walked in. Your Majesty, there are still many guard checkpoints in the palace that need to be reset. This subject won't go to the hot spring villa. The tyrant immediately saw through his little scheme. He was worried about Gu Sijin. No worries. I'll create an opportunity for you. So he said, it's fine. During this period, you'll stay on Hujin Island in the palace. Take good care of the palace security for me. As soon as he finished speaking, Sanfu reported, the palace staff from the manufacturing office and Nanny Qingzhu from the Empress Dowager's side have arrived. The tyrant frowned upon hearing this. It seemed they had conspired in advance. Then let the manufacturing office staff enter first to report. The eunuch came in to report. The renovation of the Longevity Palace is nearing completion. The outer walls need to be repainted, but it doesn't affect living there. The tyrant heard the implication. This was reminding him to bring the Empress Dowager back, but he deliberately wanted to make the Empress Dowager anxious. So he said coldly, no rush. You continue the renovation. When it's completely finished, we'll bring her back. There's no hurry. Suddenly, the insider shook his head at Nanny Qingzhu, but he was caught from behind by eunuch Sanfu. Come, take him to the Ministry of Justice. And he announced loudly, whoever speaks up for those who shouldn't be helped in front of the emperor will meet this fate. Qingzhu was silently terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat. It seemed today was not suitable to bring up the Empress Dowager's return to Shinsho Palace. She had to find an excuse, saying she came to retrieve the Buddha statue worshipped by the Empress Dowager. Hearing this, a murderous glint flashed in the tyrant's eyes. It's time to return the Buddha statue to Mother Empress. I'll go with you to fetch it. Zhao Jun, for the Empress Dowager, had renovated her palace to be magnificent and splendid. But by doing this, he actually wanted to see the Empress Dowager, who raised him, suffer a fate worse than death. It turned out there was years of hatred hidden behind this. 10 years ago, palace maid Qin and imperial physician Zhao fell in love. They agreed to marry after Qin left the palace at 25. But when Qin was 20, the late emperor forcibly took her during a drunken episode. After that incident, she became pregnant with the tyrant. Just when everyone thought Qin had risen to fame and fortune, she mysteriously disappeared from the palace. She only left imperial physician Zhao a hollow hairpin. Zhao found a note Qin left in the hidden compartment. On it were clearly written the words, "The empress kills the mother to take the child." So, imperial physician Zhao bribed Nanny Qingzhu, who was close to the empress, and finally found Qin. Qin was devastated. She knew she had no way out, so she asked imperial physician Zhao to get close to the empress and assist in her delivery, then kill the empress's child and replace it with her own. Even if she died, she wanted her child to enjoy a lifetime of glory. Although imperial physician Zhao knew this was a crime punishable by death for 9 generations, he still agreed. Later, the empress and Qin gave birth to baby boys on the same day, but the empress's child was stillborn. So he sent someone to kill Qin and take away the baby boy, deceiving everyone in the palace. But later, the empress's child miraculously survived. Imperial physician Zhao kept raising him by his side. On his deathbed, he told the tyrant the truth and handed the boy over to the tyrant. The tyrant finally understood why, no matter what he did, he could never please the Empress Dowager. It turned out he was just a pawn for the Empress Dowager to gain power. However, the Empress Dowager certainly didn't know that inside the Buddhist statue she devoutly worshipped daily was his mother's spirit tablet. The tyrant felt that compared to the harm the Empress Dowager did to his mother, this was far from enough. She must never have imagined that I would build a secret chamber under her bedroom to imprison her child. The tyrant angrily pulled the boy's hair. Looking down at him, he said, "I'm giving you a chance to see daylight again, but you need to become a eunuch. Do you want this opportunity?" The boy's eyes instantly lit up. With a hoarse voice, he said, "Yes, yes. I beg your majesty to have mercy on this slave. Rather than being tortured to a state between human and ghost, I'd be willing to be your majesty's dog." Seeing his quick agreement, the tyrant ordered, "From today on, you'll be called Ing Xuan. I rule with benevolence and filial piety. You'll serve closely by the Empress Dowager's side." The tyrant paused, lowering his eyes. "If you do well, I'll allow you to leave the palace at 25. Ing Xuan quickly agreed, secretly rejoicing that he could finally leave this dark, hellish place. The tyrant stared at Ing Xuan like a plaything. He had imprisoned Ing Xuan for so long, surely making him hate himself. When he hears the Empress Dowager is my birth mother, he'll definitely seek revenge. And the Empress Dowager is naturally suspicious. She'll surely monitor, oppress, beat, and even kill the person I arranged. By then, watching this pair of birth mother and son fight to the death, won't that be delightful? Xiao Xiao sneaked into the tyrant's room late at night. Unexpectedly, she discovered his little secret. A quarter of an hour ago, Ning Xiao Xiao was still playing chess with the dream god in her sleep, but she was awakened by a series of beeping noises. It turned out to be the dog system issuing a task. She had to swallow her anger. After all, her life was in the dog system's hands. This time's task seemed very simple. She just needed to throw all the books from the bookshelf in the tyrant's study onto the floor. Completing the task also came with a generous reward. Without a second thought, Ning Xiao Xiao rushed to the entrance of Chaoyang Palace. She found it strange that eunuch Sanfu wasn't guarding outside the hall today. Walking to the study, the light was on, but the tyrant wasn't there. So she didn't think much of it. This was good. It made her task easier. Ning Xiao Xiao quickly threw all the books onto the floor. And behind the wall, a mechanism suddenly appeared before her eyes. She wondered if turning this thing would reveal some secret passage. At this moment, the system notified that the task was completed and the host received a prize will reward. Ning Xiao Xiao quickly spun the wheel. The pointer finally landed on invisibility powder. The system explained that the powder could make one invisible for an hour. Then it whispered to Ning Xiao Xiao, reminding the host that she could freely enter secret passages and rooms. Ning Xiao Xiao put the books back in place. She said that when the tyrant was willing to tell her his secrets, he naturally would. She clapped her hands and said as long as she didn't touch that mechanism, not knowing what was behind it, the plot wouldn't progress. Just as she was about to leave, a muffled knocking sound came from behind. Ning Xiao Xiao looked towards the sound. It seemed to be coming from behind the wall. It turned out the door to the secret room was stuck. The tyrant had accidentally locked himself in the dark room. Looking at the pitch-black surroundings, the tyrant covered his chest, gasping for air. The familiar feeling of fear and suffocation swept over him again. He mumbled, "Mother Empress, I was wrong. Let me out quickly." Ning Xiao Xiao went out to find Sanfu. She asked him why he wasn't with the tyrant. Sanfu reassured her, saying the emperor was in his bedroom. Ning Xiao Xiao was instantly shocked. Could it be that Lu Lingyuan was behind that wall? She hurriedly rushed to the study and pressed against the wall. She heard what seemed to be faint gasping sound from inside. Ning Xiao Xiao called out loudly, "Your Majesty, are you in there?" The tyrant was seen curled up, shaking uncontrollably. Large beads of sweat dripped down. He hugged himself tightly, repeatedly muttering, "Mother Empress, your son knows he was wrong. Please don't beat me." Ning Xiao Xiao heard the tyrant's voice. She pushed the door open forcefully. Looking down, she saw the tyrant crying in the corner. She quickly went forward and hugged Lu Lingyuan. It was the first time Ning Xiao Xiao had seen the tyrant in such a miserable state. She patted the tyrant, comforting him. "Your Majesty, don't be afraid. I'm here." After a long while, seeing the tyrant had calmed down considerably, Ning Xiao Xiao helped him up and was about to leave when she heard the clanking of chains from behind. She instinctively turned to look back. The tyrant quickly covered her eyes, saying in a weak voice, "Don't look at this place. It will dirty your eyes." The tyrant had accidentally locked himself in the dark room. Fortunately, Ning Xiao Xiao found him in time. At this moment, the tyrant was still immersed in the previous gloom. He lowered his head, not daring to look directly at Ning Xiao Xiao, and said quietly, "I scared you just now." Ning Xiao Xiao smiled and comforted the tyrant, saying, "No, you didn't. Do you feel better now?" The tyrant lowered his head in silence, somewhat dejected. Suddenly, he turned his head away and stammered, "Was I very embarrassing just now?" Hearing this, Ning Xiao Xiao paused, her eyes full of sympathy and concern. She gently stroked the tyrant's head, which made the tyrant feel somewhat flattered. Ning Xiao Xiao stroked the tyrant's hair back and forth, like petting a small animal. She comforted him, saying, "Everyone has things they're afraid of. There's nothing embarrassing about it." Hearing these words, the tyrant felt much more at peace. He softly said, "Thank you." Ning Xiao Xiao, acting dramatic, pretended to be deaf. She covered her ears and asked, "What did your Majesty say?" "I didn't hear." Seeing this, the tyrant directly wrapped his arm around her slender waist. With a melancholic face, he begged Ning Xiao Xiao to stay with him tonight. Ning Xiao Xiao felt tense upon hearing this. Staying here surely meant no good. So she blushed and questioned, "Stay to do what? Play chess, cards, or dance?" The tyrant stared intently at Ning Xiao Xiao and said directly, to sleep with me. Ning Xiaoxiao didn't expect the tyrant to say it so blatantly. He struggled to escape from the tiger's mouth, so he made an excuse saying he was restless in his sleep and afraid of disturbing the emperor. But the tyrant refused to let go, holding on even tighter. He pitifully said, "You know I'm afraid of the dark. How could you leave me alone?" As he spoke, he started acting coy and nuzzling against Ning Xiaoxiao, pretending to be pitiful and mumbling, "Will you stay? Please, I'm begging you." Ning Xiaoxiao never imagined this dog of a man had such a clingy side. Unable to refuse, he had to agree. Soon after, Ning Xiaoxiao finished washing up. He saw the tyrant walking towards him. Ning Xiaoxiao remembered there was only one bathtub in the side hall, so he curiously asked, "Your Majesty, do you need another bathtub prepared?" The tyrant immediately refused, saying, "No need. Water is scarce in winter. We can share one bathtub." Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao looked disdainful. A clean freak who bathes twice a day suddenly wants to save water? Who would believe that? Suddenly, he heard a thud. Looking back, he saw the tyrant standing there naked, smirking. Ning Xiaoxiao was instantly aroused by the tyrant's bold move. He came to his senses, quickly covered his face, and ran away screaming. The tyrant casually said from behind, "Why are you running? It's not like you haven't seen it before." Seeing Ning Xiaoxiao flee in panic, he was extremely pleased with himself. "But could you at least close the door for me?" In less than half a minute, he had finished washing and came out. To avoid confronting the tyrant, Ning Xiaoxiao pretended to be asleep early. Soon after, the tyrant finished washing up and came over. He called softly to Ning Xiaoxiao at the bedside, "Why are you hugging a pillow while sleeping?" Seeing no response from Ning Xiaoxiao, the tyrant leaned in to check. Is he really asleep? Ning Xiaoxiao tried to stay calm. He wondered if he should fake a snore. "Do you even want to share bathwater with me? If I don't pretend to sleep tonight, I might be eaten alive." Hearing these thoughts, the tyrant realized he was pretending to sleep. So he lay down on his side, thinking this was good as he could take the chance to express his true feelings. The tyrant embraced Ning Xiaoxiao from behind and began to monologue. "I am the emperor. I can't be weak or indecisive. But since having you, I no longer hide my fears and tears. I now know that real people have warmth. I'm so grateful to have met you, allowing me to live as my true self." Listening to this, Ning Xiaoxiao's breathing quickened. He could barely keep up the act. The tyrant reached for the pillow as he spoke, pulling it forcefully. "I will always be by your side. I hope you'll always be with me too, instead of this stupid pillow." Then he threw the pillow away. The tyrant gently turned her over. He pressed Ning Xiaoxiao's hand tightly to his chest, saying affectionately, "You like to hug something while sleeping. For now on, just hug me. I'm warm and feel good. In spring, I can tell you stories. In summer, I can chase away mosquitoes. In autumn, I can cover you with blankets. In winter, I can warm you up." Ning Xiaoxiao couldn't help but marvel at how good this dog of a man was at sweet talk. The tyrant gently placed a loving kiss on Ning Xiaoxiao's forehead. "Good night, my little son." Hearing steady breathing, Ning Xiaoxiao guessed he must be asleep, so he quietly opened his eyes. He looked at the tyrant for a long time, softly responding, "I will always be by your side, always and forever." Unexpectedly, the tyrant suddenly opened his eyes, startling Ning Xiaoxiao. The tyrant held Ning Xiaoxiao tightly, smirking as he said, "You wouldn't give in unless I took this step, would you?" Ning Xiaoxiao was speechless, saying, "How could you ambush me like this? That's not fair." The tyrant gripped Ning Xiaoxiao's hand tightly. He rolled to the side, pinning her beneath him. He said in a seductive, ambiguous tone, "I've shown mercy and let you go so many times. This time, you won't escape." Then he met Ning Xiaoxiao's burning lips. Afterwards, cupping her face, their eyes met. The tyrant softly called out Xiaoxiao and said, "Don't be afraid, I won't let you be unhappy." The next second, he removed all his clothes, revealing his entire body to Ning Xiaoxiao. Ning Xiaoxiao's heart raced as she looked at his well-defined chest muscles. This transmigration was too direct. He was getting a bit impatient, but still with a shy face, he turned away and said, "Your Majesty, please blow out the candles." The tyrant thought with mysterious confidence, "Is he being shy?" He got up to blow out the candles. At this moment, Ning Xiaoxiao sat up and accidentally touched something cold. He looked down. Unexpectedly, his hand had accidentally touched some invisibility powder. The tyrant turned around, eager to get into bed, but he found that Ning Xiao had disappeared. He frantically searched the bed in disbelief. A whole person had vanished right under his nose. The tyrant was just about to relieve himself with Ning Xiao, but in just one turn, Ning Xiao had mysteriously disappeared. He frantically searched through the blankets, unable to believe that a whole person had vanished into thin air right before his eyes. It turned out Ning Xiao had accidentally touched the invisibility powder. He was now on the verge of tears. After all, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. The tyrant sat troubled on the bed's edge. He blamed himself, wondering if he had been too hasty and scared Xiao. After a moment's thought, the tyrant silently got up and walked to the table. He opened a red box. Curious, Xiao moved closer. Something kept in the tyrant's bedroom must be very precious to him. The tyrant gently opened a scroll. It was a portrait of a woman. Looking closely, Xiao was surprised to see it was a painting of himself. Looking at the scroll, the tyrant poured out his heart. Xiao, wait for me. Wait until I settle the affairs of the previous dynasty and dismiss the harem, keeping only you by my side. Then, I hope you can entrust yourself to me without worry. Listening to this, Xiao's face flushed. His heart was filled with mixed emotions. He never expected Lu Lingyuan to consider so much for him. He had long given his heart to the tyrant, just wasn't ready yet. Seeing it was still early and the invisibility powder would wear off in an hour, Xiao decided to build a snowman for the tyrant. After a while, the tyrant suddenly heard a thudding sound from outside the window. Already frustrated, he thought angrily that Sanfu was getting bolder, daring to knock on his window in the middle of the night instead of keeping watch properly. He decided to give him a good scolding. So he angrily pushed open the window, about to start reprimanding. But the scene before him left him stunned. Unexpectedly, he saw Ning Xiao holding a small snowman, excitedly saying, "Your Majesty, isn't it pretty?" Seeing Ning Xiao like this, the tyrant was visibly displeased. The next second, he grabbed the snowman and threw it away. Xiao had built a small snowman for the tyrant. But to the terminally emotionally stunted tyrant, nothing was more important than his Xiao. So he directly frowned and threw the snowman away. Xiao felt a bit dejected. This was something he had worked hard to make. Then the tyrant swiftly lifted her through the window. He then scolded Ning Xiao in a doting tone, saying her body couldn't handle the cold, yet she still went to play in the snow. If she got sick, how could he bear it? He carefully picked up Princess Ning Xiao in his arms. Uncle said it was getting late and they should go to bed. Ning Xiao curled up in the tyrant's embrace. She could clearly see the worry on the tyrant's face, which made her heart feel warm. Looking at the sleeping Ning Xiao, the tyrant couldn't fall asleep beside her. He thought that snowman was the first gift Xiao had given him. He must find it back. So he got up from the bed. At this moment, Ning Xiao heard the movement and opened her eyes. She saw the tyrant walk out and guessed he must be going to the toilet. Then a mischievous idea popped in her mind. When Lu Lingyuan returns, she would hide behind the door and suddenly jump out to scare him. But after waiting for a long time, the tyrant didn't return. Then she heard a rustling sound, seemingly coming from the courtyard. She tiptoed over to check and saw the tyrant rummaging through the snow. After much effort, the tyrant finally found the small snowman. Ning Xiao had a look of disdain on her face. So he came out in the middle of the night just to find the snowman she made. Yet he had thrown it away earlier. He was really suffering just to save face. The tyrant heard a noise and turned to look. Ning Xiao quickly closed the door and hid. He smiled faintly. Then he asked Sanfu to take him to the ice storage. Seeing that the tyrant insisted on delivering it personally, Sanfu dared not say more. The tyrant gently placed the snowman on a tray. He repeatedly instructed Sanfu to make sure someone watched it carefully and not let it melt. Then he inquired about Ying Shuang's recent situation. After all, tomorrow was the day the Empress Dowager would move back to Shoshin Palace. The tyrant snorted coldly and said, "Speaking of this," he was a bit impatient to see the show between this mother and son. Whether Ying Shuang could win the Empress Dowager's favor depended on his own fortune. The emperor not only welcomed the Empress Dowager back to Shoshin Palace, but also promoted his own son to be a eunuch and placed him by her side. He wanted to laugh out loud. The tyrant smiled and said, "You are my birth mother. Of course I should give you all the best things, so you can enjoy your golden years." Then he ordered Sanfu to bring the person in. Ying Shuang came in and respectfully knelt down, kowtowing. This slave, Ing Shuang, pays respects to the Empress Dowager. May the Empress Dowager live 10,000 years. The tyrant introduced, this Ing Shuang is clever and efficient. I specially assigned him to serve Mother Empress on my behalf. The Empress Dowager looked at Ing Shuang with disdain. She couldn't go against the tyrant's wishes, so she reluctantly agreed, saying, the emperor is thoughtful. The person you chose naturally won't be bad. Then she went to the Buddhist hall with a gloomy mood. The Empress Dowager bowed devoutly. She was extremely dissatisfied with the tyrant's actions. The emperor had grown bolder, even placing someone by her side, but she couldn't move or kill him. So she ordered Qing Zhu to give all the dirty and tiring work in the palace to Ing Shuang, not allowing him to serve her closely. Let's see what he could report back to the emperor. So Nanny Qing Zhu led Ing Shuang to a thatched shed. You'll have to make do living here. Bing Xian hunched over and said softly, it's cold and snowy, and the shed leaks everywhere. Sleeping here might be very freezing. Hearing this, Qing Zhu immediately slapped him and scolded loudly. You're a slave, not a master. Did you come to Shoshin Palace to enjoy yourself? And threatened, if you don't clean the chamber pots thoroughly, you'll be in for it. Ing Shuang dared not say more. Her heart was already filled with endless hatred. She was determined to seek revenge on everyone when the opportunity arose. Meanwhile, early in the morning, the tyrant had issued an edict restoring Tong Fei to the position of noble consort, granting her the authority to assist in managing the 6 palaces. With her position restored, noble consort Hong naturally paid even less regard to the empress. She declared that from now on, all matters should be reported to her first, so as not to disturb the empress's peaceful cultivation. But this made Gu Sijin unhappy. She felt indignant on behalf of her father. Her father had worked day and night on the salt merchant issue, but in the end, Tong Guowei stole the credit. The emperor even restored consort Tong's position. After hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao comforted Gu Sijin, saying that when things are abnormal, there must be a reason. The emperor is not a fool. Has sister thought about the emperor's purpose in doing this? Gu Sijin was stunned upon hearing this. Could it be that the emperor did this intentionally? Ning Xiaoxiao's eyes darkened as she said directly that to destroy someone, one must first let them become arrogant. The tyrant knew early on that Consort Tong's reinstatement would make the empress jealous. He was certain she would go to consult with the Empress Dowager. Their maternal families had already secretly colluded with the tyrant. The plan was to let them fight with the Tong family until both sides were weakened. Then he would step in to reap the benefits. The tyrant thought that reinstating Tong Fei would surely make Xiao Xiao jealous. So he ordered San Fu to bring Xiao Xiao to him. The emperor played hide-and-seek, secretly covering Ning Xiao Xiao's eyes. But Ning Xiao Xiao was startled. She angrily rebuked, "Bold thief, how dare you sneak attack me?" Then she immediately delivered a fierce backhand strike. Ning Xiao Xiao heard a muffled groan and turned around in surprise. She saw the tyrant kneeling on the ground, clutching his groin in pain. She asked in confusion, "Your Majesty, how is it you?" The tyrant, trembling, stood up and said, "I just wanted to play a game with you." Ning Xiao Xiao was also at a loss for words. She held her forehead and said, "Bear with it for a moment, I'll take you to see a doctor." The next second, the scene returned to when the tyrant was covering her eyes. Ning Xiao Xiao calmly said, "Your Majesty, if you have nothing to do, why don't you review some memorials?" Seeing Ning Xiao Xiao so calm, the tyrant curiously asked, "What's wrong?" "I restored Consort Tong's position. Aren't you unhappy?" Ning Xiao Xiao expressionlessly replied, "Not at all." This response displeased the tyrant. He complained inwardly that Xiao Xiao wasn't jealous, wondering if she didn't care about him. So he angrily questioned Ning Xiao Xiao, "Why don't you ask me the reason for reinstating her?" Ning Xiao Xiao shrugged indifferently. "If you want to tell me, you will. If you don't want to, there's no need for me to ask." At this moment, San Fu came in to say it was time for the emperor to choose a consort for the night. Seeing Ning Xiao Xiao there, he quickly retreated, saying, "Since noble consort Hua is here, your Majesty doesn't need to choose tonight." But the tyrant said with a gloomy face, "Wait a moment." Then he reached out and took a green-headed tablet. Looking at Ning Xiao Xiao with a mocking expression, he said, "Tonight, let noble consort Tong serve me." Ning Xiao Xiao's heart tightened upon hearing this. Seeing no reaction from her, the tyrant deliberately added, "It's freezing outside. To prevent the noble consort from catching cold, I'll go to her personally tonight. I'll stay in the noble consort's chambers tonight." After hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao angrily walked out, turning her head to say, "This concubine will return to Fengyi Palace first." Seeing Ning Xiaoxiao jealous, the tyrant secretly rejoiced behind her. He stepped forward to stop Ning Xiaoxiao, saying, "Why are you leaving? If you leave, who will sleep with me in the noble consort's palace?" Hearing these words, Ning Xiaoxiao doubted if she had heard correctly. Meanwhile, noble consort Tong repeatedly confirmed with her maid that the tyrant was coming over tonight. So he ordered a table full of delicious dishes to be prepared. Soon, the tyrant's imperial carriage arrived at the door. The consort was so happy she didn't know what to say. But the tyrant reached his hand into the sedan chair and said, "Be careful." The next second, Ning Xiaoxiao walked out from behind the curtain. She enthusiastically greeted Consort Tong. "Good evening, consort." Consort Tong looked at the two of them in confusion, not understanding what this meant. The tyrant stepped forward and said directly, "The bed in Fengyi Palace was just broken by me and Xiaoxiao. We'll stay in your palace tonight." Hearing this, Consort Tong cleverly made a small suggestion. "Your Majesty can take Consort Hua to Chuyang Palace." Unexpectedly, the tyrant suddenly looked shyly at Ning Xiaoxiao and said lazily, "Chuyang Palace?" Ning Xiaoxiao pretended to be coy and lightly huffed, "Your Majesty, stop it. It's so embarrassing." The tyrant suddenly picked up Ning Xiaoxiao and said loudly, "It's all because I couldn't control myself. The bed in Chuyang Palace is also broken." Consort Tong looked at these two crazy lovebirds, stunned on the spot. The tyrant, in order to seek excitement with Ning Xiaoxiao, the two of them actually went to the consort's bedchambers to urinate. This behavior completely stunned Consort Tong. Hearing the growling sound from Ning Xiaoxiao's stomach, the tyrant said mischievously, "Do you want to go back to the bedchamber for a home-cooked meal first, or go to the main hall to dine?" Ning Xiaoxiao twisted her body coyly and said, "Oh, Your Majesty, you're naughty." The tyrant smiled and said, "Perfect. The consort has prepared a lot of food. You're in for a treat today." Hearing this, Consort Tong was so angry that she had to find an excuse to leave. "This concubine is not feeling well. I'll return to my room to rest." Seeing the consort's frustrated look, the tyrant and Ning Xiaoxiao laughed so hard they almost fell over. Ning Xiaoxiao was so amused she almost fell off her chair. Luckily, the tyrant quickly grabbed her, saying, "Be careful. You're so careless. It's worrying." Then Ning Xiaoxiao started eating heartily. The tyrant, however, stared intently at Ning Xiaoxiao. He thought this woman was so cute even when eating. Soon after they had eaten and drunk their fill, they went out for a short walk. Ning Xiaoxiao's palm was very sweaty. She was about to withdraw her hand, but the tyrant held it tightly and said, "Not allowed." Ning Xiaoxiao explained that her hand was sweaty. The tyrant calmly put her hand on his chest and said, "It's sweaty, but I don't mind. In the future, you're not allowed to mind about me either." Ning Xiaoxiao was surprised. When did his severe germaphobe character setting collapse like this? She curiously asked, "Your Majesty, do your hands sweat too?" Hearing this, the tyrant leaned in close and replied seriously, "When you're underneath, my sweat always drips onto you." Seeing that Ning Xiaoxiao was angry, the tyrant chased after her, shouting, "Then I'll joke with you less in the future and do more practical things with you." Back in the bedchamber, the tyrant couldn't help but ask Ning Xiaoxiao, "Do you know why I reinstated Consort Tong and stayed in her palace?" Ning Xiaoxiao understood it was just about those matters in the previous dynasty. But to give the tyrant face and let him feel accomplished, she pretended not to know and looked at him admiringly, saying, "This concubine doesn't understand. Please enlighten me, Your Majesty." Hearing her thoughts, the tyrant smiled slightly. He knew Xiaoxiao understood him. Then he hugged her and instructed, "Don't tell anyone about tonight. Just act as if I slept alone in the consort's palace." Ning Xiaoxiao obediently noted. Suddenly, the tyrant touched her neck and asked, "Where's the imperial token I gave you?" Ning Xiaoxiao instantly became uneasy. How should she explain this? If he knew she gave it to Gu Sijin, Lu Lingyuan would be furious. The tyrant asked with a dark face, "Did you give it to Gu Sijin?" Ning Xiaoxiao quickly hugged the tyrant coquettishly and explained, "Your Majesty, let's go to the hot spring resort. I'm worried about Sister Gu. I just lent her the gold token temporarily. I'll take it back in a couple of days." The tyrant pretended to be dissatisfied, mumbling, You gave away my things so casually. Now I'm angry. What are you going to do about it? Seeing the tyrant like this, Xiao Xiao unexpectedly leaned in and kissed the tyrant. Then she looked at the tyrant shyly and asked, "Can you forgive me now?" The tyrant seized the opportunity to embrace Xiao Xiao and kissed her deeply. Then he leaned in and said softly, "One kiss is not enough." Xiao Xiao and the tyrant were expressing their love in the concubine's chamber. Not only was noble consort Tong not jealous of Ning Xiao Xiao, but she invited her to cooperate in putting on a good show. Noble consort Tong swayed her body seductively and said, "I was up late with the emperor last night, so I came to pay respects late. I hope the empress doesn't mind." As she spoke, she sat down directly. The empress could only force a smile and say, "It's all right. You've worked hard serving the emperor." Then she asked Ning Xiao Xiao, "Have you packed everything for the hot spring resort?" At this moment, Ning Xiao Xiao pretended to be dejected and said, "It's almost ready." The empress then turned to noble consort Tong and said, "Given how favored you are, why didn't the emperor take you along?" Hearing this, noble consort Tong said arrogantly, "Why doesn't the empress ask why consort Hua looks so worried?" Lin Xiao Xiao pretended to be aggrieved and said, "Originally, the emperor wanted to take noble consort, but she was considerate of me and said she wouldn't go. That's why the emperor is letting me go." After saying this, noble consort laughed triumphantly. "You heard that? It's not that the emperor didn't invite me, but that I didn't want to go." In reality, the emperor hadn't invited her at all. This made the empress break out in a cold sweat. Could it be that the emperor truly favored her? Noble consort Tong looked at the empress provocatively. "I'm in charge of the 6 palaces, so naturally I should stay to help the empress." The empress felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. If noble consort Tong had children in the future, wouldn't she have to give up her position as empress? She absolutely wouldn't allow that. Ning Xiao Xiao watched coldly from the side, thinking, "You two keep fighting. I'm off to enjoy the hot springs." She repeatedly instructed Gu Sijin to take care of herself, and didn't forget to remind her to write if anything happened. The tyrant impatiently pulled Ning Xiao Xiao into his arms, comforting her. "You've given him the imperial token. He'll be fine." Ning Xiao Xiao secretly rolled her eyes at the tyrant, thinking he was such a jealous person. On the way, Ning Xiao Xiao was excitedly looking at the beautiful scenery outside the window. At this time, Prince Jing came over and said, "There are many fireflies in the valley ahead. Let's camp there tonight." The tyrant scoffed and said, "How old are you? Why are you still so childish?" But Ning Xiao Xiao excitedly poked her head out and asked, "Really? I want to see them too." Hearing this, the tyrant coughed lightly and said, "Since it's getting late, let's set up camp there." Prince Jing immediately gave him a look of disdain. "When I suggest it, it's childish. When she agrees, you approve." Xiao Xiao left the tyrant behind and ventured into the valley to find fireflies. Seeing Prince Jing humming a tune along the way, Ning Xiao Xiao teased him, "Be careful, your beautiful singing might not attract fireflies, but might bring wolves." As soon as she finished speaking, they heard a howl in the distance. Hearing the rustling sounds, they were suddenly scared and sweating profusely. The next second, the princess jumped out from the bushes. This nearly scared Ning Xiao Xiao and Prince Jing to death. It was the princess. Prince Jing angrily said, "Is this how you act as an older sister?" At this moment, they heard the real sound of wolves howling. Prince Jing immediately ran towards the sound. As soon as he left, a wolf jumped in front of Ning Xiao Xiao and the others. Prince Jing was running desperately towards them. Suddenly, he heard screams. It turned out that Rin Duanli had killed several wolves. Prince Jing immediately rushed over, saying worriedly, "Thank goodness you're all right." The tyrant coughed lightly behind them. Only then did Prince Jing realize there was such a big third wheel nearby. At this time, Ning Xiao Xiao and the others also rushed over. Fortunately, he had brought a flint, so they lit torches to drive away the wolf pack. Before the tyrant could ask if Xiao Xiao was hurt, she pulled him over saying she had found many fireflies. Then they all went to see the fireflies. The tyrant, however, had no interest in admiring the scenery. He said apologetically, "I'm sorry. I wasn't by your side when you were in danger." Ning Xiao Xiao patted her chest, indicating she was fine. Then, the tyrant leaned in and asked, "Were you worried about me earlier?" Ning Xiao Xiao carelessly replied, "With General Ren by your side, what's there to worry about?" Hearing this, the tyrant angrily said, "Even without him, I would have been fine. Seeing the tyrant angry, Ning Xiaoxiao laughed and said, I'm just teasing you. Why are you getting upset? Watching the two of them banter, the princess couldn't help but remark, it seems you truly like Xiao Xiao. You weren't this happy when you married the empress. The tyrant looked at Ning Xiaoxiao with determination and said, in this life, I am certain that Xiao Xiao is my only wife. Hearing this, the princess inquired with interest, since you're so devoted, have you two married yet? Clearly, the tyrant had never thought about this before. Looking at Xiao Xiao and Huang, the princess thoughtfully said, life is short, so we should shine without regrets. Hearing this, the tyrant felt it was time to do something for Xiao Xiao. The tyrant carefully decorated the room, wanting to marry Ning Xiaoxiao. But Ning Xiaoxiao firmly refused. A quarter of an hour ago, she had been unexpectedly sent out of the room by the tyrant, so she had to go play with the princess. But after a while, San Fu hurriedly came, saying the emperor was urgently looking for her everywhere. Ning Xiaoxiao angrily rushed over after hearing this. She pushed open the door and shouted, Your Majesty, what do you need me for? But the next second, she froze in place, because what met her eyes were wedding characters pasted everywhere and big red flowers hanging. At this moment, the tyrant slowly walked out of the bedroom. He asked seriously, Do you like this decoration, Xiao Xiao? Ning Xiaoxiao finally realized that he had deliberately sent her away just to prepare all this. The tyrant leaned in again and said softly, I want to marry you in the common people's way. Ning Xiaoxiao listened with disbelief on her face. What? You mean you want to marry me here right now? The tyrant was puzzled. She seemed to look angry. Ning Xiaoxiao put her hands on her hips and said angrily, You haven't even proposed yet, and you want to marry me right away? The tyrant looked confused, not understanding what a proposal was. Ning Xiaoxiao explained, You should at least ask for my consent, right? The tyrant finally understood. Previously, he became her husband only out of necessity, not voluntarily. As a modern person, Ning Xiaoxiao was speechless for a moment. He actually thought of marriage as a surprise. The tyrant could only cough lightly to hide his embarrassment. I was careless. I'll propose to you now. Then he held Ning Xiaoxiao's hand and said affectionately, Xiao Xiao, will you marry me? Although Ning Xiaoxiao thought proposing in the wedding room was a bit odd, she was still very happy inside. She turned her head and said softly with shyness, I do. However, she told the tyrant beforehand that this could only be considered a proposal ceremony. She wouldn't immediately bow and marry. Lu Lingyuan agreed and said, All right. He promised Xiao Xiao, when the affairs of the previous dynasty are settled and the 6 palaces are dismissed, I'll make you the empress then, and we'll marry. Then he asked Xiao Xiao, When did you start liking me? Ning Xiaoxiao thought for a moment and said, I can't remember clearly. By the time I realized it, Your Majesty was already very important to me. Ning Xiaoxiao then raised her face and asked the tyrant, Then when did Your Majesty start liking me? The tyrant looked at her tenderly and said, Very, very early. Even earlier than when you started liking me. Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao playfully said, Come on, Your Majesty definitely didn't fall for me earlier than I did. The tyrant teased, So you're asking me for proof? He took Ning Xiaoxiao's hand and said, Do you remember when I gave you this bracelet? Ning Xiaoxiao looked at the bracelet. Of course she remembered. The tyrant had even caught a cold because of this bracelet. She was suddenly surprised. Could it be from that time? The tyrant took off the bracelet and said, Feel the inside of the bracelet. Ning Xiaoxiao took the bracelet and slowly felt it. Looking closely, she saw Wu Xinyue engraved on the inside of the bracelet. She finally understood. The tyrant had already liked her long ago. Ning Xiaoxiao buried her face in the tyrant's chest. She knew she had completely fallen for this paper man, but she was willing. The tyrant invited Ning Xiaoxiao to take a couple's bath together, but she couldn't because she was on her period. The tyrant didn't feel that Xiao Xiao was spoiling the mood. Instead, he was concerned if she was uncomfortable and asked Imperial Physician Song to prescribe some pain-relieving medicine for the evening. Ning Xiaoxiao teased, This must be your universal method to please girls. Your Majesty also had Imperial Physician Song treat my sister. The tyrant hurriedly explained, At that time, you were not close to me. I openly let someone examine you because I couldn't bear not to take care of you. Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao felt warmth in her heart. She didn't expect the tyrant to be so considerate. At this moment, Prince Jing came and broke the beautiful atmosphere. Ning Xiaoxiao hurriedly pushed the tyrant away. It turned out he came to use the tyrant's hot spring. Knowing that the tyrant had only arrange the hot spring for Xiao Xiao. He flatly refused, saying no. Seeing this, Prince Jing had to pull Ning Xiao Xiao and plead, "Sister-in-law, you're beautiful and kind-hearted. I'll just soak for a while. Please help me persuade my brother." Seeing Prince Jing being so sweet-tongued, Ning Xiao Xiao leaned over, rubbing the tyrant's face, and said, "The flower petals and fragrances are already in. It'd be a waste not to use them. Why not let Prince Jing soak once?" The tyrant reluctantly agreed for Ning Xiao Xiao's sake, but only for 1 hour. Seeing them leave, the tyrant immediately pulled Xiao Xiao and said, "Quickly go lie down on the bed. I'll go to the small kitchen to make you some brown sugar ginger tea." Just then, they heard a maid scream from outside. Sanfu ran over in panic and said, "Your Majesty, something happened to Prince Jing." Ning Xiao Xiao and the tyrant rushed to the scene. They saw a horrifying sight. Prince Jing was soaking in the scalding hot spring water. Sanfu reported that as soon as Prince Jing entered the water, the temperature of the hot spring suddenly rose. Ning Xiao Xiao felt sorry for Prince Jing. He was just lively and active a moment ago. How could he suddenly, unwilling to accept it, she was determined to save Prince Jing. She hoped using the rewind button would still work in time. When the scene returned to 3 minutes earlier, Ning Xiao Xiao quickly pressed the pause button. She hurriedly ran over, praying that Prince Jing hadn't jumped into the pool yet. Fortunately, Louis Chiu was still suspended in midair, so Ning Xiao Xiao stepped forward and pulled him aside. Then she pressed the play button again. The next second, Prince Jing fell flat on the ground. Louis Chiu was puzzled. He was clearly jumping towards the pool just now. Ning Xiao Xiao quickly smoothed things over, saying he should see the imperial physician, otherwise he couldn't enjoy the hot spring. However, Louis Chiu thought the tyrant deliberately didn't want him to enjoy the hot spring, so he insisted on jumping in. Ning Xiao Xiao hurriedly held him back, secretly thinking, "If you jump in, you'll be cooked." The tyrant heard her thoughts and immediately sensed something was wrong. He directly ordered people to drain all the water from the pool and carefully inspect the inside. Finally, they found protruding gaps in the tiles at the bottom of the pool. Lifting them up, they discovered the filling underneath was all lime. The hot spring that the tyrant had carefully prepared for his wife had been secretly tampered with. He immediately ordered all the pool water to be drained. Finally, they discovered that the filling underneath was all lime. This made the tyrant draw a sharp breath. Fortunately, Xiao Xiao was unwell today. Otherwise, it would have been him and Xiao Xiao who were scalded to death. He would dig 3 feet into the ground to find out who was behind this. After a while, Sanfu reported that even under severe torture, those servants were tight-lipped and didn't reveal anything. After hearing this, the tyrant calmly instructed, "Then find their family members and bring them in front of those servants. Tell them if they don't confess, their family members will be dismembered in front of them." Ning Xiao Xiao was somewhat surprised to hear this. How is this different from forced confession? Soon, Sanfu reported back that all those people were crying and pleading innocence to the emperor. Hearing this, the tyrant asked if anyone reacted differently from the others. Sanfu thought carefully and said there was one person who, although looking nervous, wasn't as emotionally agitated as the others. The tyrant, upon hearing this, said with a stern face to arrest that person. He explained that undercover agents typically hide their true information. He's not worried about his family, so his emotions won't be as intense as the others. Ning Xiao Xiao finally understood the tyrant's true intention. At this moment, the bootlicker Sanfu immediately chimed in. The emperor is truly wise and brilliant. But a moment later, he came back saying that person had committed suicide by poison. Ning Xiao Xiao was also speechless. It seems that at crucial moments, they still need to rely on her, the heroine, to take action. When the scene rewound to 3 minutes earlier, Ning Xiao Xiao reminded them to check if that person was hiding poison to prevent him from committing suicide. After a long interrogation, Sanfu reported that the undercover agent confessed he was sent by Tong Wei. The tyrant, upon hearing this, didn't act rashly. Instead, he calmly said, "Then issue an imperial edict stating that someone in the villa slandered Minister Tong. I have seen through it and cleared her name. Then send both the undercover agent's head and the edict together." Then he asked Xiao Xiao what she thought about what just happened. Ning Xiao Xiao listened and analyzed seriously. Your Majesty is farsighted. The edict represents trust. The head represents a warning. This puts Tong Wei in a dilemma. But the tyrant shook his head and said, "That's not what I'm asking. Are you afraid to be with me?" Ning Xiaoxiao smiled lightly upon hearing this. She looked at the tyrant firmly and said, "Not only am I not afraid, I want to go through everything with you, helping you overcome all difficulties." The tyrant gratefully held Ning Xiaoxiao's hand and said, "Thank you." To prevent court disputes from affecting his wife, he ordered people to take her out for a trip. But how could Ning Xiaoxiao be someone who fears trouble? Moreover, she had heard that Tong Wei had secretly brought noble consort Tong out of the palace. Noble consort Tong had repeatedly given her a hard time. She had long wanted to teach her a lesson on behalf of Xiaobu. Coincidentally, the system had just issued a task to slap noble consort's mouth crooked, so she had to make good use of this opportunity. Ning Xiaoxiao thought back and forth. She decided to use the possession function to teach noble consort Tong a good lesson. Meanwhile, in the Great Hall, Tong Wei not only interrupted the tyrant's words, but also said in a frivolous tone, "Your Majesty left the palace without bringing the noble consort. I took the liberty of bringing her here. Please understand my fatherly love." As soon as he finished speaking, noble consort Tong stood up to approach the tyrant, calling out coquettishly, "Your Majesty, this concubine misses you so much." At this moment, Tong Wei suddenly shook as if electrocuted. The next second, he slapped noble consort Tong to the ground with a solid hit. This action left the tyrant beside them completely bewildered. He couldn't understand what act Tong Wei was putting on. The noble consort also asked in shock while covering her swollen face, "Father, why did you hit me?" Tong Wei glared at noble consort Tong fiercely and scolded, "Why did I hit you? Don't you know?" In his heart, he cursed, "You dare to flirt with my man, Ning Xiaoxiao's man?" This voice instantly shocked the tyrant. This was clearly Xiaoxiao's inner voice. Could it be that she had possessed Tong Wei again? Ning Xiaoxiao wanted to settle old and new scores today. "You dare to hit Xiaogu. I'll teach you a good lesson today." Then he grabbed noble consort Tong's buttocks and spanked her wildly. "I'm busy with state affairs every day, yet you keep causing trouble for me. I'll beat you to death today, you unfilial daughter." Seeing this, the tyrant anxiously shouted, "Stop! Minister Tong, stop hitting." Seeing the tyrant so anxious, noble consort Tong felt secretly comforted that the emperor still cared about her. But to her surprise, the tyrant rushed over to grab Tong Wei's hand, asking concernedly, "Be careful, does your hand hurt?" Hearing this, Tong Wei directly threw noble consort Tong aside, knelt down to apologize, saying, "This humble servant has raised such a daughter. I am guilty. Please, Your Majesty, have me castrated." Then he approached the tyrant and pleaded, "Your Majesty, to be honest, this humble servant has wanted to be a woman for a long time." The tyrant was also at a loss. Although he wanted to do this too, castration would hurt Xiao. So he said, "My dear minister, make another request." Hearing this, Tong Wei righteously said, "My daughter is wicked and unworthy of her position. I beg Your Majesty to strip her of her noble consort title and revoke her authority to manage the 6 palaces." The tyrant thought this was a good opportunity to strike at the Tong family, so he readily agreed to this request. "Very well, I shall grant your wish." Immediately strip consort Tong of her title. Then the tyrant looked down at Tong Wei and said, "With the noble consort position vacant, I think consort Hua is both beautiful and wise. I shall honor consort Hua as the new noble consort and grant her authority over the 6 palaces. What do you think, Minister Tong?" This surprised Ning Xiaoxiao, as she had somehow overstepped again. Without waiting for Tong Wei's response, the tyrant said, "Your silence means you agree." He then turned and ordered, "Sanfu, quickly deliver the imperial edict back to the palace. Write that consort Tong is demoted to consort, and consort Hua is promoted to noble consort, managing the 6 palaces." Hearing this, consort Tong fainted on the spot. Just as Xiao returned to her own body, there was an urgent knocking at the door. Opening the door, she saw Xiaoyin smiling and saying, "Congratulations, noble consort. Felicitations, noble consort." Seeing this, Ning Xiao had to pretend to be unaware and looked around, saying, "What? Noble consort Tong isn't here." Xiaoyin explained, His Majesty appointed you as noble consort yesterday and demoted consort Tong to consort. Ning Xiaoxiao continued to act surprised, saying, What? Such a thing happened. She said she would go thank the emperor soon. Although she successfully completed the task of slapping the noble consort's mouth crooked this time, Ning Xiaoxiao couldn't be happy. Because when the plot deviation value reaches 100%, she can go home. But after returning, she would never see Lu Lingyuan again. Ning Xiaoxiao thought, if she could change Lu Lingyuan's fate of sudden death, would she be able to stay here forever? At present, it seemed that Tong Wuwei was the only hurdle left. She worried if there would be any other unexpected changes. But even so, she was determined to help Lu Lingyuan rewrite his ending. Seeing Ning Xiaoxiao enter, the tyrant poked her cheek and teased, I gave you a new rank. Aren't you going to kiss me as thanks? Unexpectedly, Ning Xiaoxiao directly embraced him and kissed him. This surprised the tyrant. I didn't know you had such an initiative side. Ning Xiaoxiao lightly tugged at the tyrant's collar and said, There are many sides of me you haven't seen yet. But on the other side, Ning's mother discovered a fatal problem. Even if Xiaoxiao completed all the system tasks, she couldn't return to the real world. She decided to explore the book herself. At this moment, the sleeping Ning Xiaoxiao was woken up by someone pushing her from behind. Ning Xiaoxiao rubbed her sleepy eyes. The next second, she was startled. She looked suspiciously at Prince Jing and said, What are you doing in my bedchamber? But Lu Ichio smiled and said, I'm not Prince Jing, I'm your mom. Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao instantly became angry. Brat, what are you saying? Prince Jing calmly said, You have a red birthmark on your butt. Your favorite fruit is strawberries. You're allergic to penicillin. Only then did Ning Xiaoxiao believe that it was really her mother. She didn't understand how her mom had become like this. Ning's mother helplessly explained that there was a small accident during the transmission. Then she took Xiaoxiao's hand and caringly asked about her recent situation. Ning Xiaoxiao easily leaned into the long-missed embrace, saying that occasionally doing some risky tasks was quite good. Just then, there was a sudden thud sound. The tyrant was standing in front of them, seemingly out of nowhere. His face was already contorted with anger. Ning Xiaoxiao thought, Oh no, this will be hard to explain. A palace consort and a prince were cuddling together, whispering sweet nothings. Unexpectedly, they were caught red-handed by the tyrant. Lu Lingyuan's veins instantly bulged with anger. He was determined to make Prince Jing pay dearly. To his surprise, Ning Xiaoxiao shielded Prince Jing. This infuriated the tyrant even more. He questioned, You're protecting her, aren't you? In a panic, Ning Xiaoxiao said that Prince Jing came to discuss relationship issues with her. It was just girl talk between sisters. They were just sisters. After saying this, she felt how absurd it sounded. How could she explain that this Prince Jing was actually her mother? It turned out that when Ning's mother entered the book, there was a small accident, and she accidentally soul-possessed Prince Jing's body. The tyrant was about to unleash his wrath, but hearing the inner thoughts, he paused. Could his mother-in-law also possess someone else's body? Seeing the tyrant calm down a bit, Ning Xiaoxiao quickly signaled her mother to play along. She awkwardly laughed and said they were just good sisters. Ning's mother also chimed in, Yes, brother. I just came to chat with my sister. Why are you so angry? To leave a good impression on his mother-in-law, the tyrant also coughed lightly and played along with their act. If you have matters to discuss, you can come talk to me. You shouldn't disturb your sister-in-law. I'll let you off today, but don't stay too long. It might affect your sister-in-law's reputation. Seeing the tyrant leave, Ning Xiaoxiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had managed to muddle through. At this moment, Ning's mother unexpectedly asked from behind, Are you two dating? Ning Xiaoxiao had to confess, Mom, don't be angry. I think I've fallen for Xiaolu. Ning's mother, however, was nonchalant and said, If you like him, then date him. At your age, if you're not dating, what are you doing? Fluffing cotton? Ning Xiaoxiao then expressed her concerns. She knew she would eventually return to modern times. Xiaolu was just a fictional character. Hearing this, Ning's mother patted Xiaoxiao's head and comforted her, saying, Cross that bridge when you come to it. Don't think too much. As she spoke, she secretly absorbed a blue-like substance from the top of Xiaoxiao's head into her palm. Then she used the excuse of being hungry and asked Xiaoxiao to get some food. After Ning, Xiaoxiao left. Ning's mother's expression suddenly changed. She opened her palm and saw the system trembling in her hand, saying, "Hello, Deputy Director." Ning's mother questioned with a dark face, "I told you to take good care of my daughter. Why are you still giving her those life-threatening tasks? Are you tired of living?" The system hurriedly knelt down and explained that it was all Director Zhang's instructions. It had no choice. Hearing about Director Zhang, Ning's mother scoffed. If it weren't for her scientific achievements, how could he have climbed to the position of Director Zhang? Ning's mother stated that for years, Director Zhang had been using threats and bribes to make her hand over the new nuclear technology. She had always refused. Unexpectedly, he had tampered with her experimental data. He made Xiao Xiao transmigrate into the book to force her to comply. Given the situation, Ning's mother promised that if the system served Xiao Xiao well and gave her simple tasks, she would recommend it to a higher-level system, serving real transmigrators. Seeing Ning Xiao Xiao return, Ning's mother put away the system. She told Xiao Xiao that this book transmigration couldn't last too long, and she had to leave now. Ning Xiao Xiao reluctantly hugged her mom, saying she would complete the mission and return home as soon as possible. With tears in her eyes, she asked her mom when she would come to see her again. Suddenly, Prince Jing looked confused and said, "Sister-in-law, why are you hugging me?" He wondered how he ended up in Fengyi Palace when he was just sleeping. How did he come to Fengyi Palace? Without a word, Ning Xiao Xiao pushed him out the door, saying, "You were sleepwalking. Go out, Your Highness." She went alone to attend the consort's birthday banquet. Unexpectedly, Tong Ping had added a love potion to the wine. At this moment, the unsuspecting Ning Xiao Xiao was leisurely reading a novel. Seeing Tong Ping pouring wine, the tyrant cautiously made an excuse, saying, "We promised that the noble consort wouldn't touch a drop of alcohol on ordinary days." He asked San Fu to brew the pre-rain Longjing tea he had brought, but the tyrant didn't know that Tong Ping had also drugged the tea set. Anyone who touched it would be affected. At this time, Ning Xiao Xiao suddenly received a system task to make Tong Ping shoot himself in public within an hour. Ning Xiao Xiao firmly refused the task. The system immediately agreed to apply for a different task at the Time-Space Management Bureau. Ning Xiao Xiao found it strange that the system was suddenly so accommodating. She suspected there must be something fishy, so she went to check the plot in the space. It turned out that Tong Ping was impersonating her to get the tyrant Lu Lingyuan drunk. In his drunken state, he mistook Tong Ping for her, and then indescribable things happened. This instantly drove Ning Xiao Xiao crazy. She was determined to complete this task today. So without hesitation, she burst through the door. Leading a group of palace maids in, she called out, "Oh my, I'm late." Hong Ping stood up, about to bow. Ning Xiao Xiao went straight forward, snatched the wine from the tyrant's hand, and splashed it behind her. Then she turned to Hong Ping and said, "The birthday girl doesn't need to bow. I brought people specially to celebrate your birthday." Then she clapped her hands and said, "Come on, start your performance." What followed was a scene of gong beating, singing, and noodle pulling. Hong Ping watched the scene before her, her eyes darkening. What was all this? The tyrant, enjoying the spectacle, clapped and cheered, saying Xiao Xiao's ideas were always so original. At this time, a palace maid pulled Tong Ping aside. She hung pulled noodles around her neck, saying, "My lady, your longevity noodles are ready." Ning Xiao Xiao took the opportunity to pour a cup of wine and offer it, saying, "Birthday girl, please." Tong Ping, frightened, kept backing away. She absolutely refused to drink this wine. Seeing this, the maids on either side held Tong Ping's arms. Ning Xiao Xiao then tickled Tong Ping's belly. Tong Ping couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ning Xiao Xiao seized the chance to pour the wine down her throat. Tong Ping was instantly shocked, thinking, "It's over. I accidentally swallowed the wine." Watching Tong Ping's miserable state, Ning Xiao Xiao cursed inwardly. "You dare to touch my man, just wait to be shot dead here." Seeing Tong Ping curled up and trembling, Ning Xiao Xiao deliberately asked, "Tong, what's wrong with you?" Unexpectedly, Tong Ping suddenly turned and pounced, shouting, "I can't take it anymore." San Fu quickly stood in front of the tyrant and said, "Your Majesty, be careful." But unexpectedly, the next second, he hugged a vase and kept rubbing it against his face. He mumbled, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, you feel so cool to hug." This left San Fu beside him dumbfounded. He kindly reminded, "My lady, that's not His Majesty." Ning Xiao Xiao feigned surprise and said, "Tong Ping, why are you suddenly behaving so strangely? Could there be something wrong with the wine?" Hearing this, The tyrant was stunned, as if he understood something. He immediately ordered San Fu to summon Imperial Physician Song for an examination. Moments later, Imperial Physician Song discovered that both the wine and dishes had been laced with a love potion. Even a small amount could make people lose their senses and become infatuated. Upon hearing this, the tyrant immediately ordered Tong Ping to be demoted to a commoner and sent to the Cold Palace. However, just as the tyrant and Ning Xiaoxiao returned to the bedchamber, the effects of the love potion on him started to take effect. The emperor had unexpectedly been drugged with a love potion. Just then, Ning Xiaoxiao came out after taking a bath. Unable to control himself, he pounced on her, embracing Xiaoxiao from behind, breathing heavily, greedily inhaling her scent. Ning Xiaoxiao noticed Lu Lingyuan's unusual behavior. She turned around and asked worriedly, Yuan, what's wrong? Why are you so hot? She instinctively thought, could it be that Lu Lingyuan had touched that cup of tea? Before Ning Xiaoxiao could think further, the tyrant lifted her face and pressed his lips against hers. Ning Xiaoxiao also embraced Lu Lingyuan, responding passionately. Suddenly, the tyrant turned his head away. He pushed Ning Xiaoxiao away, struggling to control himself, saying, No, Xiaoxiao, you should quickly return to Tingyu Pavilion. Ning Xiaoxiao was a bit bewildered at this moment. She didn't understand why Lu Lingyuan was rejecting her again. Lu Lingyuan, barely holding himself together, said, I haven't given you a proper status yet. I can't do this. Ning Xiaoxiao suddenly realized, Yuan, by status, do you mean the position of empress? She urgently questioned Lu Lingyuan. Do you really think I care about such things? Ning Xiaoxiao forcefully pulled the tyrant and said, Yuan, turn around and look at me. The tyrant, holding on to his last bit of reason, growled, Xiaoxiao, listen to me. At this moment, Ning Xiaoxiao stood on her tiptoes. She took the initiative to plant a deep kiss on the tyrant's lips. Then, looking straight into the tyrant's eyes, she said, Yuan, I'll just ask you one thing. Are you willing? The tyrant listened to his own pounding heartbeat. He finally took Ning Xiaoxiao's hand and said, I am willing. He quickly removed all his clothes. Leaning over, he met Ning Xiaoxiao's burning gaze. Slowly, they proceeded to the main event. The next day, the tyrant woke up early, gazing at Xiaoxiao beside him. Perhaps he hadn't slept all night, just staring at her like this. Seeing Ning Xiaoxiao wake up, the tyrant leaned in and gave her a light peck on the cheek. Just as Ning Xiaoxiao was about to speak, she found her voice hoarse. She could only say with difficulty, I want some water. Then she gulped down a large glass of water. The tyrant sighed proudly beside her, saying, It's all my fault for being too forceful. Then he leaned in with a playful expression and said, Tonight, I'll definitely be more restrained. Ning Xiaoxiao immediately teased, You're dreaming. He quickly changed the subject, saying that Tong Ping's father, Tong Wei, wouldn't let this matter rest. The tyrant confidently stated that although Tong Wei had ambushed with several thousand men at the foot of the mountain, he had already sent Chu Xinran with 10,000 troops ready for battle. Ning Xiaoxiao felt they shouldn't be careless. To be safe, she would go to the system space later to preview the plot. The tyrant didn't care about anything else at the moment. He pulled Ning Xiaoxiao into his arms, gently stroking her hair, telling her to sleep a bit more. After all, there would be an extra meal tonight. To save her best friend's love interest, Ning Xiaoxiao urgently modified the plot. She must prevent the tragedy from happening. After all, in the original story, Gu Sijin turned evil because of Chu Xinran's death, which led to Lu Lingyuan's sudden death later. However, the system only allowed 100 words of modification per day. In desperation, she asked the system if she could borrow from future days' word count. The system joked, You think it's your husband's kidney? You can't just borrow and replenish later. Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao was completely flustered. If it's not possible, just say so. Why bring up my husband's kidney? My husband's kidney is perfectly fine. Then she quickly changed to a smiling face, sweet-talking the system. Little 7 is the best. Just let me borrow a bit, please. At this moment, the system suddenly remembered Ning's mother's previous warning. It immediately agreed, saying, Host, if you just want to borrow future modification word count, that's no problem. I'll apply for you right now. Shortly after, the system informed the Time-Space Management Bureau has approved the application. Host can use the next 10 days modification word count. The word count is now 1,000 words. Ning Xiaoxiao finally felt reassured. Now Chu Xinran could be saved. Watch me perform exceptionally well today. Next, Chu Xinran was seen leading 10,000 troops to attack Tong Wuwei's camp. But unexpectedly, Tong Wuwei had only left a few soldiers in the camp as bait. He had already set up archers in ambush at the mountaintop. Seeing Chu Xinran's army enter the camp, Tong Wuwei ordered to release the arrows. But at this critical moment, the soldiers disobeyed orders and dropped their bows and arrows. Tong Wuwei cursed loudly, asking why they weren't shooting. The next second, the soldiers started waving their hands like flowers. Although Chu Xinran was shocked, having never seen the enemy behave like this before, she saw it as a good opportunity to attack. So she seized the chance and ordered a full-scale attack, naturally achieving a great victory. Seeing Chu Xinran's great military achievement this time, the tyrant wanted to take the opportunity to make up for her regret. So he deliberately put on a stern face and questioned, "When did you and Budang fall in love?" Seeing Chu Xinran's panic, the tyrant said with some frustration, "Don't be nervous. If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have sent you as a spy to the Japanese pirates." He then promised Chu Xinran, "I will arrange for Gu Sijin to leave the palace as soon as possible. Then it's up to you to seize the opportunity." Hearing that the tyrant had actively helped her best friend, Ning Xiaoxiao happily threw herself into Lu Lingyuan's arms, saying, "Thank you, Yuan." She was genuinely happy for her best friend. Just then, the system suddenly issued a hell-level difficulty task to successfully become the empress within a month. Ning Xiaoxiao was completely speechless after hearing this. Isn't this putting Lu Lingyuan in a difficult position? The harem and the court are intertwined. Is becoming empress something that can be done just like that? Forget it. I'll just give up. At worst, I'll just hibernate. But when the tyrant heard this inner thought, he already had a plan for Xiaoxiao in mind. The emperor actively helped the harem, concubine, and the guard to be together. Ning Xiaoxiao eagerly shared this good news with her best friend. "The emperor is preparing to send you out of the palace." Gu Sijin was surprised, not understanding why. Ning Xiaoxiao teased, "Sister, the emperor has known about that Chu brother you've been thinking about all along." Hearing this, Gu Sijin felt a bit embarrassed. She thought she had hidden it well, but her thoughts were still seen through by the tyrant. Ning Xiaoxiao continued, "The emperor and Chu Xinran are childhood friends. He's willing to help you too. Later, the emperor will find a chance for you to fake your death and gain merit." After hearing this, Gu Sijin was genuinely grateful to the emperor. She could finally be with her Chu brother, but she was reluctant to part with Xiaoxiao. After all, once out of the palace, it would be hard to meet again. Ning Xiaoxiao comforted her, saying it's just a palace wall between them. They could still meet. She promised Gu Sijin that she would often leave the palace to visit her. At the same time, the empress suddenly brought people to intrude into the cold palace without permission. Before Tong Ping could speak, she directly ordered her maid to take out a dagger. Without a word, she stabbed Tong Ping. Just as Tong Ping was about to call for help, the maid covered her mouth and nose. In a moment, Tong Ping fell to the ground dead. Then the empress ordered someone to write a letter in Tong Ping's name, calling Ning Xiaoxiao to the cold palace. Ning Xiaoxiao suddenly received the letter and was puzzled. She asked who delivered the letter. The maid only said it was an unfamiliar palace maid. Ning Xiaoxiao knew she had long been at odds with Tong Ping. She wanted to see what trick Tong Ping could play. Besides, she had her golden finger to rely on, so she went alone to meet her. At the door, she knocked for a long time with no response. She had to push the door open to check. The scene that met her eyes shocked her, making her pupils dilate instantly. She saw Tong Ping lying in a pool of blood. Ning Xiaoxiao couldn't believe Tong Ping was already dead. But if she was dead, who wrote the letter to her? She suddenly realized, "Oh no, I've fallen into a trap." Just then, the empress broke in with people. She scolded, "How dare you, Ning Xiaoxiao? You actually killed a consort. Guards, arrest the imperial noble consort for me and interrogate her severely." Ning Xiaoxiao was unexpectedly framed by someone's scheme. The empress took advantage to break in, crying thief to catch a thief. How dare Ning kill Tong Ping? Arrest Ning Xiaoxiao. Then she threatened, "Ning has killed Tong Ping. The evidence is conclusive. If you still don't confess, I'll have no choice but to torture you." Seeing this, Gu Sijin hurriedly protected Ning Xiaoxiao, explaining, "Please investigate clearly, Empress. The imperial noble consort would never do such a thing." But Ning Xiaoxiao was fearless. She stepped forward and retorted, "There are no witnesses, no physical evidence. Where's this conclusive evidence? To torture the imperial noble consort based on just a word? I'd like to see who dares." The Empress was momentarily speechless. Furious with embarrassment, she roared, "I am the Empress. I can torture you if I want to." Just as Sijin was about to argue, the Empress impatiently stood up and ordered, "The evidence of noble consort Wang killing Tong Ping is conclusive. Consort Gu might also be an accomplice. Arrest them both and throw them into the prison for severe torture." Then, several eunuchs came up to restrain Ning Xiao and Gu Sijin. As they were dragged away, Gu Sijin's hand was scratched. This thoroughly angered Ning Xiao. She thought, "Little Gu, you're asking for death." So she decisively pressed the rewind button. When the scene rewound to 3 minutes earlier, suddenly, a heavy object struck the eunuch's face solidly. This sudden turn of events left the Empress dumbfounded. Ning Xiao was seen holding a wolf's head mace, seemingly out of nowhere. She swiftly knocked down the surrounding eunuchs, one by one. Then with a clang, she planted the mace on the ground. Frightened by this display, the Empress kept backing away, stammering, "What are you doing?" Ning Xiao approached with disdain, saying, "What am I doing? I'm going to beat you, of course." Just then, a voice announced the Emperor's arrival from outside. Hearing this, the Empress hurriedly rushed towards the tyrant as if seeking help, crying out, "Your Majesty, save me. The imperial noble consort wants to kill me." Unexpectedly, the tyrant dodged her with disgust, causing the Empress to stumble. She then pretended to be wronged, accusing first, "Your Majesty, the imperial noble consort killed Tong Ping." The tyrant gave her a cold glance and declared, "It was I who ordered the imperial noble consort to send Tong Ping on her way. Do you have any objections?" This shocked the Empress, as she hadn't expected the tyrant to protect Ning Xiao so blatantly. Unwilling to give up, she continued to question, "Then why wasn't I informed of this matter?" The tyrant, no longer showing any courtesy, replied, "Don't you often suffer from headaches? There was no need to inform you. In fact, for the sake of your health, from now on, all matters of the harem will be handled by the imperial noble consort." With that, he took Ning Xiao's hand, and they left in silence. The Empress, publicly humiliated by the tyrant, believed it was all Ning Xiao's doing. She secretly vowed not to let Ning Xiao off the hook. Xiao learned that someone had tampered with her noble consort seal, but she didn't care about it at all. Instead, she turned her attention to Sanfu and the palace maid before her. "So what's the situation with you two?" Just moments ago, the palace maid Ayuan had confessed to Sanfu that Xianglin, who serves the Empress, had asked her to add something to the imperial noble consort's clothes. The Empress promised to allow them to be together if the task was completed. Sanfu discovered it was actually gastrodius seeds. If they touched the skin, they would cause severe, hard-to-heal skin ulcers. Without hesitation, he brought Ayuan to Ning Xiao to confess their wrongdoing. Ning Xiao calmly looked at the two and said, "So, you two have something going on?" Seeing this, Sanfu anxiously said, "My lady, this is not the time. Someone is trying to harm you." Ning Xiao then spoke softly, "You bringing her here to tell me this is to your credit. I always repay kindness. I'll take care of your relationship. As for the Empress, well, I'll give her a taste of her own medicine." As for the Empress, she would naturally be dealt with using her own tactics. Xianglin entered with a solemn face, saying, "Your Majesty, it's time to change for bed." She then carefully adjusted the Empress's clothes, saying, "Ayuan has agreed to do what you asked, Your Majesty." At this moment, the Empress noticed Xianglin's reddened fingers and asked, "What happened to your hand?" As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly felt a stinging pain all over her body. What was happening? Her skin hurt so much. Xianglin stood by, coldly watching as the Empress frantically scratched her skin raw. She then spoke directly without hesitation. "Of course, it's because when this servant was helping you change, your clothes were contaminated with the gastrodia powder on this servant's hands." Upon hearing this, the Empress incredulously questioned, "I have treated you well. Why would you do this to me?" Xianglin forcefully held down the Empress and poured a sedative in her mouth, saying, "Your Majesty, just sleep well. When you wake up, you won't be in so much pain." In an instant, the Empress collapsed and lost consciousness. It turned out that Ning Xiao had used the system to control Xianglin early on. No matter how hard the Empress tried, she couldn't understand why the usually loyal Xianglin Xianglin would do such a thing to her. Then Ning Xiaoxiao also took the sedative. When she woke up, she would return to her own body. The next day, Ning Xiaoxiao was awakened by the urgent calls of palace maids. The maids informed her that the empress woke up early with ulcerated, bleeding skin. Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao almost laughed out loud. What? Such a thing happened? I must go and see. Then she ran in, feigning concern, saying, "Empress, what has happened to you?" The empress, shivering and huddled under the blanket, snapped, "Get out." Ning Xiaoxiao then turned to Xianglin and asked, "Did your hand touch something it shouldn't have?" Xianglin could only reply that she woke up and couldn't remember anything. Ning Xiaoxiao knew the empress was afraid Xianglin would expose her, so she dared not confront Xianglin publicly. At this moment, the tyrant and the empress dowager arrived. As soon as Lu Lingyuan entered, he hurriedly covered Ning Xiaoxiao's eyes, saying, "Don't look, you're too young to see such filth." Hearing this, the empress completely broke down. "Your Majesty, I'm still your empress. Can't you even say a word of comfort to me?" The tyrant responded indifferently. "Empress, what are you saying? How could I possibly ignore you being harmed? I will thoroughly investigate and see how this filth got onto the empress's body." Hearing this, the empress immediately became nervous. If it was discovered that the gastrodia came from her own palace, even the empress dowager couldn't protect her. So she stammered, "I believe that person didn't mean any harm." Upon hearing this, the empress dowager stepped forward and firmly refused. "No, harming the empress is a serious crime. I and the emperor will certainly seek justice for you." She then turned to Xianglin and said, "I find this personal maid very suspicious. Take her to the Court of Judicial Review for severe interrogation. We must find out who is behind this." Xiao Xiao unexpectedly learned that the empress was about to frame her, so she decisively used her golden finger to make the empress taste her own medicine. Seeing the empress trembling, wrapped in her ulcerated body, the tyrant hurriedly covered Ning Xiaoxiao's eyes, saying, "Don't look, it might dirty your eyes." Hearing this, the empress completely broke down. "Your Majesty, I am still your empress. Can't you even say a word of comfort?" The tyrant had already seen through the empress's own trick. He coldly said, "Empress, rest assured, I will certainly order a thorough investigation to clear your name." The empress immediately became nervous upon hearing this. She stammered again, "Perhaps that person didn't mean to harm me." She knew that if the tyrant discovered the truth, even the empress dowager couldn't protect her. Unexpectedly, the empress dowager wanted to use this opportunity to bring down Ning Xiaoxiao. She said the empress was too kind-hearted and that she and the emperor would seek justice for her. She then turned to Xianglin and said, "I find this personal maid very suspicious. Take her to the Court of Judicial Review for severe interrogation. We must find out who is behind this." As a result, Xianglin couldn't withstand the torture and confessed everything. He only knew that the empress had previously failed to frame noble consort Ning for Tongping's murder. So she planned to use gastrodia powder to humiliate noble consort Ning at the investiture ceremony. Upon hearing this, the empress hurriedly defended herself, saying, "Your Majesty, this has nothing to do with me. It must be the noble consort colluding with Xianglin to set me up. If I wanted to harm you, how would this end up on my own body?" Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao said innocently, "You're wrongly accusing me, Empress. I would never do such a thing." The Empress Dowager naturally sided with the Empress. She stated directly that this matter concerned the Empress's reputation, and the Emperor must give an explanation. The tyrant knew the Empress Dowager was trying to pin the blame on Xiao Xiao. So he coldly said, "I don't want to know how that thing ended up on you. I only want to know if it's yours." Hearing this, the Empress fell to her knees and swore, "I swear on my life, if this was my doing, may heaven strike me down with 5 thunderbolts, and may I die a horrible death." Upon hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao immediately modified the plot, thinking, "I'll grant your wish." Then suddenly, thunder and lightning flashed in the sky. The Empress heard the thunder and became somewhat afraid. The next second, she was struck by lightning. She immediately fell to her knees, begging for mercy. "Heaven, spare me. It was me. Don't strike me again." Seeing this, the tyrant directly announced, "From this day forward, I revoke the Empress's seal and title. I will depose Zhu Shi from her position as Empress and appoint a new one." Zhu Shi is ordered to commit suicide. The Empress Dowager was about to plead for Zhu Shi, but was cut off by the tyrant. Even if the emperor breaks the law, he is treated the same as a commoner. How much more so for the Empress? Empress Dowager, do you still want to plead for her? At this moment, San Fu seized the opportunity to say, "Noble consort, all the items for the investiture ceremony are ready. Please review them, Your Majesty." The tyrant smoothly said, "No need. Have them remake the Empress's phoenix robe. The noble consort ceremony will be changed to an Empress's investiture. I will make Xiao Xiao the Empress." Then he took Ning Xiao Xiao's hand and promised her, "After the investiture ceremony, I will erase all records of the previous dynasty's harem affairs from the historical records. From now on, you are my only wife." The tyrant gently kissed Xiao Xiao's forehead, thanking heaven for bestowing such a wonderful Xiao Xiao upon him. The Empress Dowager watched helplessly from the side. After all, the tyrant's next step would be to deal with the Empress Dowager's faction. The emperor not only promoted Ning Xiao Xiao from a lowly palace made to empress, but also allowed her to wear a phoenix robe adorned with 5-clawed golden dragons. Ning Xiao Xiao was somewhat confused, thinking the imperial household department must have made a mistake. After all, the 5-clawed golden dragon was reserved only for the emperor's use. Gu Sijin noticed her confusion and leaned in to whisper that this was the emperor's order. Otherwise, how would the imperial household department dare make such a mistake? Hearing this, Ning Xiao Xiao lowered her head shyly, muttering to herself, "Yuan is really... this is too crazy." The auspicious time had arrived. San Fu was waiting early at the entrance of Fenghuan Palace. At this time, Ning Xiao Xiao, wearing the imperial crown and dressed in red, slowly walked out. Soon, she arrived at the entrance of the main hall. As Ning Xiao Xiao was about to step out of the bridal sedan chair, a familiar face unexpectedly appeared before her. She asked, puzzled, "Your Majesty, shouldn't you be waiting for me in front of Taya Hall?" Hearing this, the tyrant held Ning Xiao Xiao's hand tightly and said, "I'm afraid you might get tired. Let me accompany you for 99 steps. You only need to take one step to be by my side." This news quickly spread throughout the entire palace. The civil and military officials were naturally displeased, complaining that they had never seen an emperor lower himself to walk towards the empress in this dynasty. Wasn't this putting the cart before the horse? Seeing the tyrant personally accompanying Ning Xiao Xiao, the Empress Dowager, though furious in her heart, could only endure it. At this moment, the ritual official came forward to present the Empress's imperial seal and phoenix seal. Ning Xiao Xiao knew that according to ancient etiquette, she was supposed to kneel to receive them. Just as she was about to kneel, Lu Lingyuan beside her held her arm and said, "You don't need to kneel." Then he looked at Ning Xiao Xiao tenderly and said, "I am your husband. Before you, I am not an emperor. Husband and wife are one, equal to each other. You don't need to kneel." Hearing this, the Empress Dowager could no longer contain herself. She stepped forward to intervene, saying, "The emperor and all officials are watching. Everything must follow the rules." The tyrant directly responded with a firm attitude, "Empress Dowager, within this land, my rules are the rules. Xiao Xiao and I are one. If she kneels, it's as if I kneel. Who here is worthy of receiving my bow?" Seeing the Empress Dowager rendered speechless, the ritual official nearby was so frightened that he immediately exclaimed, "Your Majesty is wise. We wouldn't dare." Then the tyrant exerted his imperial authority, proclaiming to the world, "From this day forward, the Empress's edict shall be as my imperial decrees." Seeing the phoenix seal is like seeing the imperial jade seal. You all must obey this, without exception. The tyrant's actions gave Ning Xiao Xiao a strong sense of security. She was deeply moved and sincerely felt that Lu Lingyuan was wonderful today. Then Ning Xiao Xiao accepted the phoenix seal and the imperial edict. After the ceremony, the officials offered their congratulations, shouting, "Long live the emperor! Long live, long live! Long live the empress! Long live, long live!" Ning Xiao Xiao and Lu Lingyuan looked at each other. They had finally overcome countless difficulties and obstacles to reach this happiest moment. Ning Xiaoxiao successfully completed the task of becoming empress as scheduled. The system rewarded her with a new document, and because the plot disruption value exceeded 70%, it also awarded an extra chance to spin the big wheel. However, the password for this new document could only be obtained when progress exceeded 80%. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao felt like strangling the system, thinking this was no different from not getting a reward at all. Fortunately, there was still the big wheel for consolation. The pointer finally stopped at a position labeled Empathy Pill. Seeing that Xiao Xiao couldn't figure out its purpose, the system teased, saying that the reward and instructions would be sent to the host later. It turned out that this empathy pill was a blue granular pill. The instructions stated that the person taking this pill must truly care for the holder to bear all the pain and discomfort for the holder's remaining life. Conversely, if not sincere, the holder would bear all pain for the pill taker. Once taken, it was permanently effective and could not be reversed. Ning Xiaoxiao thought long and hard. In this world, only Lu Lingyuan and Gu Xijin truly cared for her. But how could she bear to let them suffer everything for her? However, these thoughts were overheard by Lu Lingyuan outside the door. He instinctively pondered, thinking that this meant he could finally bear all the pain for Xiao Xiao. At this moment, Gu Xijin's voice came from outside. Ning Xiaoxiao casually tossed the pill into a dish and walked out. But just as she stood up and took a few steps, she felt a sinking pain in her abdomen. She guessed it must be her monthly period. Seeing this, Gu Xijin immediately understood. He supported Ning Xiaoxiao, saying, "Lie down first. I'll go make some hot soup." The tyrant had long known that Xiao Xiao had to go through this every month. Although she had been taking medicine to regulate it, the effect was minimal. If there was a way, he really wanted to bear this pain for Xiao Xiao. After Gu Xijin left, Lu Lingyuan quietly entered the room. Noticing that Xiao Xiao hadn't noticed, he silently walked to the table and saw a small blue pill in the bowl. This must be the empathy pill. After that, he took it out and immediately ordered San Fu to have the imperial chef make an identical one. Then, when Xiao Xiao wasn't paying attention, he placed it in the bowl. Then, without saying a word, he swallowed the pill. Meanwhile, Ning Xiaoxiao had just finished drinking the hot soup and felt her stomach pain disappear. She praised her sister's soup for being so effective, saying the pain suddenly vanished after drinking it. Then she stretched comfortably and decided to go put the pill in the space first. But when she went over, she found the bowl empty. She clearly remembered putting in the bowl. Ning Xiaoxiao thought this was terrible. If someone she disliked had eaten it, wouldn't her life be ruined? She hurriedly ordered people to search everywhere in the room and instructed that no one was allowed to enter the room until it was found. At this moment, San Fu came in saying the emperor had ordered him to bring newly made pastries from the imperial kitchen for the empress. He handed the food box to the palace maid. Then, he took the opportunity to shake out the newly made pill from his sleeve. Soon after, Chi-Chi found the pill. Ning Xiaoxiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't picked up by a bad person. She immediately went to put it in the space. Every time his wife had her period, the tyrant would suffer from abdominal pain. Lu Lingyuan was seen drinking bowl after bowl of pain-relieving medicine. The eunuch San Fu beside him didn't dare say much. But after 7 or 8 bowls, the tyrant realized these medicines couldn't relieve menstrual cramps at all. Seeing this, San Fu could only carefully remind the emperor in a low voice, "Your Majesty, is it possible that this medicine is beneficial for women's menstruation, but ineffective for men?" The tyrant felt there might be some truth to this. Then he painfully got up, clutching his stomach, and ordered San Fu to go to the imperial pharmacy. He instructed Song Yuanpan to gather all the imperial physicians specializing in gynecology and obstetrics to accompany him to Fengluang Palace to treat the empress. Meanwhile, Ning Xiaoxiao had just put the empathy pill into the system space when she heard Lu Lingyuan's voice. She ran out excitedly and asked him, "What's wrong?" The tyrant, enduring the pain, quickly stopped Xiao Xiao from moving around. Ning Xiaoxiao was puzzled why Lu Lingyuan looked so unwell, and why he had brought so many imperial physicians with him. The tyrant directly pulled Ning Xiaoxiao over and explained his intention. He was here to help cure her abdominal pain problem. After hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao politely declined, saying she was no longer in pain. Moreover, she didn't want to drink any more medicine. Hearing this, the tyrant immediately put on an "I totally understand you" expression and persuaded Ning Xiaoxiao to cooperate. "I don't want you to experience that unbearable pain every month." As a result, Ning Xiaoxiao ended up drinking medicine for a whole month. At this moment, she was wondering why her period was delayed this month. Could it be because of the medicine? On the other side, Lu Lingyuan was also puzzled. His stomach didn't hurt this month. Could it be that Xiao Xiao's condition was cured? Then he went to tell Xiao Xiao that he planned to send Gu Si out of the palace during this month's Lantern Festival, using the pretext of managing the navy. Ning Xiao Xiao realized her best friend's lifelong wish was finally going to be fulfilled. She eagerly left the tyrant behind and ran to share this good news with Gu Siqing. Although Ning Xiao Xiao was happy for her best friend, she couldn't help feeling sad. After all, her good friend was leaving her. Sijin was also reluctant to part with Ning Xiao Xiao. She hurriedly comforted Xiao Xiao, saying that although she would fake her death and leave the palace, making it inconvenient to return, Xiao Xiao could still come out to visit her. She would make the osmanthus sugar cake that Xiao Xiao loved most. They promised each other not to make any vows. Then, Xiao Xiao prepared a large pile of things for Gu Sijin, but she felt this was far from enough. After all, this was a joyous occasion for her good sister. They should secretly celebrate in the palace. Suddenly, she felt discomfort in her chest. Then she bent over and vomited. She didn't understand why she suddenly felt nauseous. She thought maybe she had eaten something bad. At this moment, the system suddenly popped up with a new task. It was to prevent Gu Sijin from leaving the palace. Xiao Xiao thought the system was completely unreasonable. Sister Gu was about to be with the person she liked. She wouldn't interfere. She decisively gave up this task. At worst, she would just sleep for a day. She also stated that in the future, she would not accept any tasks that might harm Lu Lingyuan and Gu Sijin. The emperor was feeling unwell, so he called for the imperial physician to check his pulse. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Dr. Song was so scared that he fell to the ground, saying, "Your Majesty, this is a pregnancy pulse." Hearing this, Eunuch Sanfu beside him also became nervous for the doctor. After all, the last physician who diagnosed the emperor with a pregnancy pulse was still feeding horses. Surprisingly, although the tyrant was shocked to hear this, he didn't get angry. Instead, he asked the doctor expectantly, "Is this really a pregnancy pulse?" Sanfu was also surprised that the emperor didn't get angry this time. Lu Lingyuan secretly rejoiced. Could it be that Xiao Xiao was pregnant? He would bring the doctor to check on her right away. At this moment, Ning Xiao Xiao was climbing up a ladder for fun. Suddenly, her foot slipped. It looked like she was about to fall to the ground. The tyrant came in just in time to see this. He immediately took a flying leap. He caught Ning Xiao Xiao steadily, then quickly carried her into the room. Ning Xiao Xiao stared at Lu Lingyuan with an infatuated look, marveling at how amazing a Yuan was able to take off from the ground just like General Run. Lu Lingyuan, however, frowned with worry. He scolded Ning Xiao Xiao, telling her not to climb so high in the future. Seeing that Xiao Xiao was fine, Gu Sijin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was just a false alarm. Noticing Dr. Song was also there, Ning Xiao Xiao wondered who was going to be examined. Lu Lingyuan lied, saying Dr. Song was here to check Gu Sijin's pulse in preparation for a fake death and departure from the palace in a few days. Shortly after, the doctor reported that Lady Gu was in good health and everything was fine. The tyrant then suggested, "Since you're already here, why don't you check on the Empress as well? She's been drinking medicine for a month, and her period is delayed this month. Let's see what's going on." Ning Xiao Xiao was puzzled how he knew her condition so well. Then, Dr. Song carefully checked Ning Xiao Xiao's pulse. As a result, he was shocked once again. Seeing the doctor's surprised expression, Ning Xiao Xiao became a bit scared. Could it be that she had some serious illness? Dr. Song hurriedly stood up and said, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Highness. It's a pregnancy pulse." Hearing this, Ning Xiao Xiao was still stunned and hadn't reacted. Lu Lingyuan secretly showed a smug expression. It seemed his guess was correct. Gu Sijin immediately grabbed Xiao Xiao's hand, crying tears of joy. "Congratulations, Xiao Xiao." Lu Lingyuan also moved closer to Ning Xiao Xiao, looking at her tenderly. "We're going to be parents. Ning Xiao couldn't believe it. She was going to be a mother already. Gu Xijin immediately decided to stay in the palace until after Ning Xiao gave birth. After hearing this, Ning Xiao tried to persuade Gu Xijin to think of herself. After all, she could finally be with the person she loved. But Gu Xijin insisted on staying. Ning Xiao gladly accepted her best friend's intention. Of course, she also unexpectedly completed the task of preventing Gu Xijin from leaving the palace. But now what troubled her was herself. If she returned to modern times later, what would happen to the child and Lu Lingyuan? But if she didn't go back, what about her parents? Ning Xiao fell into a state of confusion for a moment. For the sake of his wife, the emperor wanted the heavenly observatory to cooperate with him in dismissing the harem. But the chief astronomer felt that faking celestial signs could be risky. If people noticed the deception, it might damage the reputation of the heavenly observatory. Hearing this, the tyrant coldly retorted, "Since my ascension to the throne, which of your predictions has come true? Your only use is to put on a show for me in court. If there's any mistake tomorrow, I'll destroy the heavenly observatory's nest." Under the tyrant's pressure, the chief astronomer had no choice but to comply with the order. The next day, he reported that while observing the stars last night, he discovered that some concubines in the harem had star signs conflicting with the empress, which could potentially harm the royal heir. This statement caused an uproar in the court. Some officials asked him to clarify which person's star sign conflicted with the empress's, as the emperor finally had an heir and nothing should go wrong. The chief astronomer, under pressure, said he could only see a general outline and couldn't pinpoint exactly who it was. Seeing this, the tyrant pretended to be troubled and said, "If what you say is true, to protect the royal heir, it seems I have no choice but to dismiss all the concubines in the harem." As soon as he finished speaking, the court below began to discuss again. Some fearless officials advised that dismissing the harem was an unprecedented and outrageous act that had never happened in history, and it might invite criticism from the public. Other officials also agreed, asking the emperor to reconsider. Seeing the officials' opposition, the tyrant immediately flew into a rage, questioning, "If something happens to the empress's pregnancy, can you bear the responsibility? Do you think I'm not heartbroken about dismissing the concubines? But what can heartache do? Now, nothing is more important than the safety of the empress and the child." Gu Yanchuan was grateful to the tyrant for fulfilling his daughter Gu Xijin's marriage wishes. So he took the lead, stating that although his daughter was also in the harem, the empress was the mother of the nation, and his daughter was willing to leave the palace for her. As Gu Yanchuan was favored by the tyrant, other officials also followed suit. Seeing this, the tyrant put on an even more heartbroken appearance, waving his hand and saying, "Losing these beloved concubines pains me greatly. I have no heart for state affairs. Court is dismissed." Then, he hurried to find Ning Xiao. In fact, Ning Xiao had already heard this news early on, but he still asked, "I heard you dismissed the harem today." Lu Lingyuan also confessed his intentions, saying he had promised Xiao that he would only keep her by his side in this life. After hearing this, Ning Xiao hugged Lu Lingyuan tightly and said, "Thank you, Ayuan." Lu Lingyuan looked at Ning Xiao and smiled knowingly, saying this was what he should do. But in her heart, Ning Xiao became more confident about this relationship. No matter what happens in the future, she wouldn't back down. She wanted to walk to the end with Lu Lingyuan. In the blink of an eye, Ning Xiao was already 5 months pregnant. She wondered why her 5-month belly was so big already. Just then, Lu Lingyuan brought Dr. Song over. Ning Xiao expressed her doubts. At this moment, the system suddenly popped up, issuing a task to defeat the Empress Dowager within 1 month. Successful completion of the task would yield the password for a new document. Ning Xiao asked the system to clarify exactly how to defeat her. The system explained that it meant to make the Empress Dowager go offline, to let her die. After hearing this, Ning Xiao complained that the dog system was being too ridiculous. The Empress Dowager was the one who gave birth to Lu Lingyuan after all. How could she harm the mother of her loved one just to complete a task? As expected, Lu Lingyuan heard all of these inner thoughts. At this moment, the imperial physician reported that the empress's belly was larger than others because she was carrying twins. Ning Xiao hadn't expected that she was carrying twins. Hearing this, Lu Lingyuan was so scared that his eyes widened. He thought that if they were twins, when Xiao Xiao gives birth in the future, he would first be worried to death about her. Just after receiving the system task to take the Empress Dowager offline, the tyrant immediately issued an edict to execute the Empress Dowager's maternal family on the spot. In fact, the tyrant had long ago ordered Guyan to secretly collect a large amount of evidence of crimes committed by the Empress Dowager's clan. Xiao Xiao found it strange. In the original story, Lu Lingyuan was an extremely filial person who never did anything to hurt the Empress Dowager. But now this plot was obviously very different from the original. Could there be something fishy with the system? On the other side, the tyrant had already sent the entire Gua clan to the execution ground. The time had come to the hottest part of summer. Just as the execution was about to begin, the Empress Dowager arrived at the execution ground in time. She sternly questioned the tyrant, saying if the emperor was truly so heartless, he might as well execute her along with them. Hearing this, the tyrant coldly said, "Empress Dowager, the harem is not to interfere in politics." Seeing this, the Empress Dowager had no choice but to take out the imperial pardon token to threaten the tyrant, saying, "I have the golden token in hand. These 76 people cannot be executed today." The tyrant remained calm, but his eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked at the Empress Dowager. He asked her in return, "The imperial pardon token can only save one person's life. I wonder which one the Empress Dowager wants to save." At these words, the Empress Dowager was momentarily speechless. Seeing her clan members below, all begging her for help, she had no choice but to finally choose her father. All the remaining people were then executed. Instantly, endless curses filled her ears, tormenting her. She was woken up by nightmares almost every night. At this time, Qingzhu hurriedly came in, looking flustered. He told the Empress Dowager that Lord Gua, having witnessed the collective execution of his clan members, was too shocked and fell seriously ill shortly after returning. He had passed away. The Empress Dowager completely broke down upon hearing this terrible news. She couldn't believe it was true. She had saved her father, and the emperor had pardoned him. Then Qingzhu reminded her that the emperor had called Yin Shuang for questioning early in the morning. The Empress Dowager had long believed that Yin Shuang was a spy sent by the tyrant, so she ordered Qingzhu to secretly follow the tyrant. Unexpectedly, Yin Shuang had only been in Xinsho Palace for half a year, but had already been tortured by the Empress Dowager to this half-human, half-ghost state. He thought to himself, if the Empress Dowager knew that Yin Shuang was actually her own son, it would be interesting to see her reaction. The tyrant ordered Yin Shuang to continue taking care of the Empress Dowager's daily needs, and promised to release him from the palace once the Empress Dowager's health improved. Upon hearing this, Yin Shuang struggled to lift his face, which had been ravaged by alcohol. These words seemed to give him hope again. He obediently kowtowed to express his gratitude, promising that he would take good care of the Empress Dowager and not let the emperor have any worries. After coming out, eunuch Sanfu specially called Yin Shuang over. He then slipped him a package of silver, saying it was a reward from the emperor. Sanfu did this deliberately to let the Empress Dowager's people see. Sure enough, Qingzhu went back and reported all of this to the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager fell for the trap, blaming everything on Yin Shuang. She firmly believed that he had secretly read the family letters and then told the emperor, which led to the execution of her clan. She vowed to make Yin Shuang's life a living hell, unable to live or die. The tyrant and his evidence completely eliminated the Empress Dowager's maternal family. But the Empress Dowager blamed everything on the spy Yin Shuang. She believed that Yin Shuang had read her family letters and then informed the tyrant, leading to the execution of her entire clan. So she vowed to have Yin Shuang cut into 1,000 pieces. But what she didn't know was that Yin Shuang was actually her own flesh and blood. She ordered Nanny Qingzhu to add a lethal poison to the chestnut cakes, then told Yin Shuang to deliver them to Ning Xiao Xiao. Then she would pretend to go there herself, expose Yin Shuang's attempt to poison and harm the imperial heir, using this as an excuse to avenge her family and eliminating Shuang. Meanwhile, when Ning Xiao Xiao heard that the cakes were personally made by the Empress Dowager, she instinctively felt it was like a weasel paying New Year's respects to a chicken with ill intentions. So she picked up the cake and sniffed it. Just then, the Empress Dowager rushed in, shouting, "Empress, you can't eat these cakes. They're poison." Ning Xiaoxiao was speechless, thinking, didn't she personally send these over, claiming to have made them herself? Nanny Qingzhu, without hesitation, grabbed Ing Shuang, cursing, "You dog slave, how dare you poison the Empress?" Ing Shuang was caught off guard, frantically explaining that she would never poison the Empress. But Qingzhu insisted, saying she had already found the poison in Ing Shuang's room, asking what more she could say in her defense. At this moment, Lu Lingyuan's voice came from outside. Only then did Xiao Xiao realize that the Empress Dowager was putting on an act, deliberately timing her arrival for Lu Lingyuan to witness this scene. Lu Lingyuan entered and questioned the Empress Dowager, saying the Empress needed rest during her pregnancy, and asked what drama the Empress Dowager was playing. The Empress Dowager solemnly replied that if not for her, the Empress would have already lost her life along with the child. Hearing this, Lu Lingyuan tensed up and immediately ordered Xiao Yingzi to check the chestnut cakes. A moment later, Xiao Yingzi reported that the cakes contained a large amount of lethal poison powder. Fortunately, the Empress hadn't eaten them. Seeing this, Qingzhu quickly shifted attention to Ing Shuang, saying it was all this dog slave's doing. She had been clumsy, breaking many things, and after being scolded by the Empress Dowager, harbored resentment and tried to frame her. Ing Shuang cast a pleading look at the tyrant. She said she was innocent and didn't do it. The Empress Dowager then put on an innocent act, saying the emperor was her own flesh and blood, and the child in the Empress's womb was her own grandchild. How could she allow anyone to harm them? The tyrant coldly glanced at the Empress Dowager, thinking how she could still put on such a hypocritical act. She surely didn't expect that the one she was framing was actually her own flesh and blood. Then Lu Lingyuan also looked at the Empress Dowager with a fake smile, saying she was overthinking it. He believed she wouldn't do anything to harm the Empress, and he would leave this slave for the Empress Dowager to handle entirely. Ing Shuang couldn't believe the tyrant had abandoned her so easily. She finally realized she had always been just a pawn to be used. The Empress Dowager finally found an excuse to get rid of this so-called spy. A cold light flashed in her eyes as she said she would handle it properly. Lu Lingyuan hadn't expected the Empress Dowager to target Ning Xiaoxiao, so he revealed his true identity. Only then did Ning Xiaoxiao understand Lu Lingyuan's previous actions. But this raised even bigger questions for her. She went to her space and summoned the system. She asked why Lu Lingyuan's identity was different from the original story. Had she transmigrated into a fake book? The system, upon hearing this, hesitated and said that once the host completed the task of defeating the Empress Dowager, unlocking the password for the new document, she would have the answer. Seeing how quickly the system fled, Ning Xiaoxiao felt there must be something fishy going on. The tyrant and his evidence completely eliminated the Empress Dowager's maternal family. But the Empress Dowager was convinced it was the servant Ing Shuang. She believed Ing Shuang had read her family letters and then informed Lu Lingyuan, which led to the extermination of her clan. So she vowed to make Ing Shuang beg for life, but not get it, and beg for death, but not receive it. In reality, this Ing Shuang was actually her child who was thought to have died at birth. The Empress Dowager locked Ing Shuang in the dungeon, torturing her in every way possible. There wasn't a single uninjured spot on her body. Lu Lingyuan hadn't expected that in just 2 short days, the Empress Dowager would torture her to the brink of death. With her last bit of strength, Ing Shuang kept begging the tyrant to kill her. Suddenly, the Empress Dowager appeared behind them. With a gloomy face, she asked the emperor why he had come to such a filthy place. Lu Lingyuan didn't respond to her question. Instead, he asked the Empress Dowager if this cruel punishment of a person was the enlightened path she had realized through years of Buddhist practice and meditation. Hearing this, the Empress Dowager coldly asked the emperor if he was feeling sorry for a criminal slave. At this point, she didn't want to pretend anymore, so she stared at the tyrant and said, "You think I don't know that this dog slave has been working for you all along?" Then she approached the tyrant, venting her dissatisfaction. "You saw that my maternal family and the late Empress Zhu's clan were in private contact, so you wanted to eliminate these 2 families. So you sent this dog slave to infiltrate my side and gather information for you. Now that both families have been exterminated by you, you've got what you wanted." The tyrant calmly looked down at the Empress Dowager and said, "So that's why you torture her like this? To give her a quick death?" Hearing this, the Empress Dowager couldn't help but sneer. Then she glanced at Qingzhu, who nodded. Qingzhu immediately rushed over and stuffed some powder into Ing Shuang's mouth. Unexpectedly, Ing Shuang swallowed it voluntarily. Then the Empress Dowager looked at the tyrant with a smug expression. Of course I can give her a quick death. She has just swallowed the intestine-breaking powder. She will die soon. Even if the emperor wants to save her now, it's too late. The tyrant let out a cold snort. He taunted, "While she still has a breath left, let me tell you a secret." Hearing this, the Empress Dowager was slightly surprised. The tyrant ordered Sanfu to prepare a bowl of clear water and bring the Empress Dowager's Buddha statue. Soon, Sanfu presented the Buddha statue. The tyrant took the statue and weighed it in his hand. With a solemn face, he said, "This Buddha statue was given to you by your son when he was 15. You used to have nightmares often, but since you started worshipping this statue, your nightmares have lessened." Suddenly, he turned and asked the Empress Dowager, "Mother, do you know what secret this Buddha statue holds?" Hearing this, the Empress Dowager frowned, not understanding what the tyrant meant. Lu Lingyuan stared at the Empress Dowager with a slight smile. Then he let the Buddha statue slip from his hand. The statue fell to the ground, shattering instantly. Seeing this, the Empress Dowager frantically crawled on the ground, sifting through the pieces. This was the Buddha statue she had devoutly worshipped for over a decade. Suddenly, she was shocked, because among the fragments, a tablet appeared with the words, "Birth Mother's Love," written on it. The Empress Dowager looked at the tablet with a horrified expression, trembling as she asked, "Why is that bitch's spirit tablet inside the Buddha statue?" The tyrant slowly approached the Empress Dowager. "When you killed my birth mother years ago, she haunted your dreams every night. For your sake, I hid my birth mother's spirit tablet inside the Buddha statue, letting you worship it day and night to dispel your nightmares. I've been so filial to you. Aren't you moved?" At this moment, the Empress Dowager unconsciously began to feel afraid. With a trembling voice, she asked the tyrant when he had found out. The tyrant angrily pulled her up from the ground. With a cold sneer, he said, "When I found out doesn't matter. You've raised me for so many years. It's time I properly repay you. Isn't what you've been longing for your own flesh and blood? Let me tell you, he's not dead. He's still alive. But now he seems to be dying." Saying this, he pushed the Empress Dowager towards Ing Shuang. The Empress Dowager broke free from the tyrant's grip. With a distorted face, she roared, "You're talking nonsense. How can my child be this eunuch? He died at birth." Seeing this, the tyrant said in a provocative tone, "Then let's do a blood test." As they watched the 2 drops of blood slowly merge, the Empress Dowager stumbled backward in fear, repeatedly muttering, "This is impossible. Impossible." Seeing that the Empress Dowager still refused to accept the truth, the tyrant mentioned Dr. Zhao. "Dr. Zhao was an old acquaintance of my mother, Qin. It was he who faked your son's death and took him out of the palace." Then he mockingly looked at the Empress Dowager. "I've sent your biological son back to you. Aren't you happy, Empress Dowager?" Hearing son, the Empress Dowager's heart trembled. She couldn't believe that what she had given birth to back then was actually his son. She hurriedly rushed over to embrace Ing Shuang, crying out, "Son, my son." But by this time, the effects of the intestine-breaking powder had already taken hold. Ing Shuang had already breathed his last. The Empress Dowager never imagined that the servant she had tortured for so long was actually her own son. She had even personally ended his life. Listening to the Empress Dowager's heart-wrenching wails, the tyrant turned and left without looking back. If only she had known earlier, things might have been different. Not long after he left, Sanfu reported that the Empress Dowager had taken her own life. The tyrant remained silent for a long time. He had finally avenged his birth mother. The tyrant had completed the task of bringing down the Empress Dowager for Ning Xiaoxiao. As promised, Ning Xiaoxiao received the password for the new document. The system, with a smug face, revealed the new password, 5438. As Ning Xiaoxiao entered the password, she was speechless. Not only was the dog system itself improper, but even its password setting was so inappropriate. As soon as she entered the password, the new document opened. But what appeared on the big screen was actually a novel titled Phoenix Never Returns. Ning Xiaoxiao was puzzled. Shouldn't it be "The Tyrant Nibbles My Ear" every night? How did even the book title change? What surprised her even more was that the original female lead's name, Gu Sijin, had now changed to Ning Xiaoxiao. The novel's synopsis read, "The female lead, because of writing a critical essay, was transported into the novel. She then fell from the sky into the male lead Lu Lingyuan's arms and received a system called Little Seven. She met the original female lead Gu Xijin and became her maid. Ning Xiaoxiao was shocked. Wasn't this exactly her own experience? She looked suspiciously at the system Little Seven. This document is... The system laughed awkwardly on the side. Then, with a serious face, it said, "Actually, the book The Tyrant Nibbles My Ear Every Night that the host read before was a fan fiction. The author read Phoenix Never Returns and liked the character Gu Xijin, so they specifically wrote a fan fiction with Gu Xijin as the main character. But the Time-Space Management Bureau stipulates that travelers can't enter pirated novels, so the host entered the original work Phoenix Never Returns." The system pointed at Ning Xiaoxiao and continued, "So from beginning to end, you were the only female lead in this book." After hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao suddenly understood. She marveled at the fact that she had read a pirated novel. No wonder many plot points differed greatly from what she had read, but she still had a doubt in her mind. Then why does the protagonist in Phoenix Never Returns have the same name as me? Am I also just a paper character, not a real person from real life? Hearing this, the system patted Ning Xiaoxiao, comforting her. "Don't dwell on whether you're a paper character or not. Host, you've interacted with Lu Lingyuan and Gu Xijin for so long. I believe you can feel that they are also people with flesh, blood, and emotions. You just need to know that everything that happened to you is real. That's enough." After finishing, the system became nervous. If it weren't for the Time-Space Management Bureau's threats, it wouldn't have wanted to deceive Ning Xiaoxiao like this. It turned out that the bureau chief had been pressuring and enticing Ning's mother to hand over the core technology of time travel. But Ning's mother remained unmoved. So he secretly manipulated things to make Ning's daughter, Xiaoxiao, travel into the book. Then he ordered the system to trap her in the book, using this to force Ning's mother to comply. At this moment, Ning Xiaoxiao suddenly thought of something important. Since it's a new document now, the ending should be new too, right? Perhaps Lu Lingyuan's original fate of sudden death might also be rewritten. But what annoyed Ning Xiaoxiao was that the system still only allowed her to view 100 characters of the plot at a time. Seeing this, Little Seven told her not to be discouraged. As long as the plot deviation value reaches 90%, the system will reward the host by letting her know the ending in advance. It encouraged Ning Xiaoxiao to keep up the good work, saying she would soon be able to end this book-traveling journey. The concubine just played a little game with the tyrant. Unexpectedly, Lu Lingyuan made an unexpected discovery about his wife. To get the tyrant to allow her to leave the palace, Ning Xiaoxiao decided to invite Lu Lingyuan to play rock, paper, scissors. She stipulated that one round would determine the winner. If the opponent lost, they would have to grant one wish. Conversely, if she lost, she would grant the opponent's wish. Lu Lingyuan was puzzled, wondering what trick Xiaoxiao was up to this time, but he wasn't afraid of losing. After all, in rock, paper, scissors, he could hear Xiaoxiao's thoughts. Then they both made their moves simultaneously. Unexpectedly, Ning Xiaoxiao won. Lu Lingyuan was surprised. Why didn't she think about what to play beforehand? But thinking carefully, it seemed that since the Empress Dowager's passing, he hadn't heard Xiaoxiao's thoughts for a long time. Could it be that his mind-reading ability had disappeared? Ning Xiaoxiao excitedly said, "The princess and Huan Nuyo, I want to go see the flowers at the foot of Mount Li. You lost, so don't try to back out." Lu Lingyuan decided to verify if he had really lost his mind-reading ability. He agreed to Xiaoxiao's request, but before that, Xiaoxiao had to play a game with him. Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao was curious. Since what did Yuan know new games? Lu Lingyuan took out a piece of paper and handed it to Ning Xiaoxiao. The requirement was to write down one thing they had experienced together that left the deepest impression to test their mutual understanding. Xiaoxiao took the paper, turned around, and started writing. Lu Lingyuan found that he couldn't hear any thoughts at all. He became more certain that he had truly lost his mind-reading ability. Then they counted down together, 3, 2, 1, and simultaneously, Ning Xiaoxiao's paper read, "When you were pregnant." Lu Lingyuan's paper read, "When I was pregnant." Seeing this, they both burst into laughter. Lu Lingyuan marveled that Xiaoxiao still remembered when he was pregnant back then. He smiled warmly. It seemed that even without mind reading, he could still think what she thought and wish what she wished. Xiaoxiao had already become an inseparable part of his life. At this time, Chief Zheng discovered that the system Little Seven hadn't given Ning Xiaoxiao tasks according to his instructions. So he decided to personally enter the book to investigate. Xiao Xiao received another prank task from the system, which was to publicly kick the tyrant's royal bottom. She immediately felt displeased. She thought, Lu Lingyuan is the emperor of a country after all. How can I publicly kick his butt? I don't want others to laugh at my man. She refused this task. Seeing this, the system reminded her that the new document had been unlocked, and the host could use the cheat code to complete the task without being judged for exploiting the system. Hearing this, Ning Xiao Xiao became interested again. Why didn't you say so earlier? After all, the sooner I complete a task, the sooner I can know the ending. I'll take this task now. Lu Lingyuan, seeing Xiao Xiao's expression, knew she was up to something again. Then, she asked Lu Lingyuan to go ahead and pick some flowers for her. Then he quietly walked behind him, finding the right angle. Seizing the moment, he firmly kicked Lu Lingyuan's butt. The next second, Lu Lingyuan fell flat on the ground. Seeing this, Princess Qingyang and others burst into laughter. Lu Lingyuan crouched on the ground with a red face. To end this embarrassing scene quickly, Ning Xiao Xiao hurriedly pressed the rewind button. Seeing the scene return to 3 minutes ago, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least she completed this crazy task. But to her surprise, Lu Lingyuan was still crouching on the ground picking flowers. Ning Xiao Xiao was dumbfounded. What was going on? 3 minutes ago, wasn't Lu Lingyuan standing beside her? Why was he still sitting on the ground? At this moment, Lu Lingyuan noticed Ning Xiao Xiao's strange behavior and asked what was wrong. Ning Xiao Xiao thought something must have gone wrong, so she tried pressing the pause button. The scene in front of her instantly froze. But Lu Lingyuan, seeing the butterfly suspended in midair, looked curious. He instinctively turned around, teasingly asking Ning Xiao Xiao with his fingertip why everything had stopped. Hearing this, Ning Xiao Xiao completely broke down. She couldn't believe that even the pause button didn't work. The system prompted that the task was completed and the plot deviation value was just 5% away from allowing the host to know the ending in advance. She frantically questioned the system why the cheat code didn't work on Lu Lingyuan. Lu Lingyuan watched Ning Xiao Xiao yelling at thin air, completely confused. The system explained that because the host had unlocked a new document, the cheat code worked on everyone in the book except for the tyrant. Ning Xiao Xiao finally realized she had been tricked by the dog system. No wonder it reminded her to use the cheat code for the task. It was setting her up all along. But now the most awkward part was how to explain to Lu Lingyuan why she kicked his, but for no reason. The system, watching the drama unfold, comforted Ning Xiao Xiao, saying to relax since they were an old married couple, and this could be considered marital fun. Well, things had come to this point, so she had no choice but to tell Lu Lingyuan everything. So she mustered up the courage to walk over. Stammering, she said she had been keeping something from him all along. Hearing this, Lu Lingyuan casually teased, "What? Are you really a fairy from heaven?" Ning Xiao Xiao didn't expect Lu Lingyuan to still be in the mood to joke at this moment, but she immediately turned her head away embarrassedly and said, "Well, not exactly." Seeing this, Lu Lingyuan smiled indulgently. He pulled Ning Xiao Xiao close and frankly said he had known for a long time that she was from the future world. The world where they went shopping together, ate ice cream, and rode the Ferris wheel. That was Xiao Xiao's real home. Ning Xiao Xiao listened in surprise. You knew all along? Lu Lingyuan proudly claimed that he had been with her day and night. And if he didn't know these things, how could he say he understood her? Ning Xiao Xiao suddenly felt guilty for keeping secrets from Ma Yuan all this time. She then told Lu Lingyuan the whole story from beginning to end. Only then did Lu Lingyuan realize that all those outrageous things before were Xiao Xiao's doing. He curiously asked if Tong Wuwei's defeat was also her doing. Ning Xiao Xiao admitted it was, and that she could actually modify the plot. Hearing this, Lu Lingyuan found it quite fascinating, saying it was as if they were all living in a novel. Ning Xiao Xiao lowered her head dejectedly and asked Lu Lingyuan if knowing all this made him think she was some kind of monster. Lu Lingyuan smiled slightly and said if Xiao Xiao was a monster, then he wasn't much better himself. He asked Xiao Xiao why he always won at rock, paper, scissors before, and why he never minded when she did those crazy things. Seeing Ning Xiao Xiao's blank expression, Lu Lingyuan took her hand and put it to his lips, admitting that he had always been able to hear Xiao Xiao's inner thoughts. Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao awkwardly stepped back repeatedly, asking if he had heard all those things she thought about. Lu Lingyuan nodded firmly. Yes, that's right. I heard it all. He also admitted that ever since he knew Xiao Xiao could predict the future, he had used her to stabilize the court. But when he truly fell in love with Xiao Xiao, all that manipulation ceased to exist. And recently, he couldn't hear her thoughts anymore. He then looked at Ning Xiaoxiao with a mischievous smile. Perhaps we love each other enough now that we don't need these abilities anymore, so they've disappeared. Ning Xiaoxiao felt a bit guilty hearing this. Only she knew it was because of the new document replacement. Lu Lingyuan cleverly leaned close to Ning Xiaoxiao's ear and asked, since she could modify events in this world, he wanted to change one thing too. He remembered Xiao Xiao always saying in her heart that his character setting was cold-blooded and merciless, brutal and unbearable. He didn't like this character setting. He then curled his lips again, looking at Ning Xiaoxiao. He wanted to change a character setting about Xiao Xiao. Change it to unwilling to part even in death. Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao's heart fluttered. She agreed with Lu Lingyuan, but she said he didn't need to change this. He didn't need to. Yuan had always loved her in this way. Then she opened the document and typed in, "This guy's life is tougher than a turtle's." She only hoped that her Yuan could always be healthy and safe. The cold tyrant clung to his wife, wanting to cuddle forever. Ning Xiaoxiao teased him, saying, "You're getting better at being a muddle-headed emperor." But she didn't want to be accused of bringing disaster to the country and bewitching the king. So she directly used a move to pause time. Then she affectionately leaned close to Lu Lingyuan. "All right, now you can sleep as long as you want." At this moment, a thud sound came from outside. Ning Xiaoxiao instinctively asked what that sound was. Lu Lingyuan lazily replied that it might be a stray cat. The next second, they both realized something was wrong. Instantly alert, they thought, time is frozen now. It's impossible for there to be any sound. Lu Lingyuan cautiously got up to check. He opened the door, but saw nothing outside. Then he came back in, saying there was nothing unusual. To reassure Lu Lingyuan, Ning Xiaoxiao said they must have misheard. But in her heart, she couldn't help but feel tense. This definitely wasn't a coincidence. Could there be someone in this world not controlled by the cheat code? It seemed she needed to ask the system. After hearing this, the system firmly stated that in this world, apart from the host, there wouldn't be anyone else. It must have been your imagination. Ning Xiaoxiao wondered if she was overthinking it. The system told her to relax. Everything was normal. There was no problem. But she suspected, could Director Zheng have sneaked in? Sure enough, the earlier disturbance was caused by Director Zheng. To get close to Ning Xiaoxiao, he first possessed a homeless boy named Xiaohai. Then, he waited for an opportunity to block the path of Ning Xiaoxiao's group's carriage. Princess Qingyang, seeing him pitiful, took him in. On this day, he happily picked a flower, then approached Ning Xiaoxiao and asked if he could put this flower in the Empress's hair. Ning Xiaoxiao, looking at this pure and adorable child, was delighted and agreed. While putting in the flower, he took the chance to absorb System Xiaoqi's spirit into his palm. Then he put his hands behind his back, saying he was tired and wanted to take a nap. He then quickly walked into the shop. He opened his palm. Seeing Xiaoqi appear in his palm, his expression immediately turned sinister. The system was so frightened that its face turned pale. It hadn't expected Director Zheng to actually enter the book. Director Zheng angrily questioned the system. Why were the recent tasks assigned to Ning Xiaoxiao so low in difficulty? Was it trying to let her complete the tasks quickly and return to the real world? Hearing this, the system immediately knelt down in fear and explained that it wasn't so. The ending of Phoenix Never Returns is that Empress Ning Xiaoxiao kills Emperor Lu Lingyuan with her own hands. Now Ning Xiaoxiao has completely fallen in love with Lu Lingyuan. To prevent Lu Lingyuan's death, she will definitely refuse to complete the task. Please rest assured, Director Zheng. After hearing this, Director Zheng smiled smugly. Good that you understand. It turns out the author of Phoenix Never Returns is Director Zheng. The plot was tailor-made for Ning Xiaoxiao. He wanted Ning Xiaoxiao to be trapped in the book forever, using this to control Ning's mother, making her continue to help him research the book entering system, so he could profit enormously from it. After hearing this, the system still mustered up courage and carefully reminded him, "But if the person who enters the book dies in it, they will also lose their vital signs in real life." Hearing this, Director Zheng directly grabbed him in his hand. He threatened that it had better cooperate obediently, making Xiao Xiao voluntarily give up the task and willingly stay in the book. If it dared to disobey his will again, he would throw it into the virus library to suffer endless torment. Xiao Xiao was unexpectedly tricked into entering the book, and the system had strangely not issued tasks for a long time. So she had to go to the space to investigate. It turns out the system was threatened by the director of the Time-Space Management Bureau. He appeared, dragging his weakened body. Seeing this, Ning Xiao Xiao approached with concern and asked why he didn't take a sick leave when coughing so badly. The system helplessly explained that taking leave would deduct plot collapse value. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao confidently patted her chest, saying they were all friends and she could share some with the system. Hearing these words, the system felt even more guilty. It hadn't expected Xiao Xiao to consider it a friend. It often opposed her before, and now it had to help Director Zheng keep Xiao Xiao from returning to her parents forever. Thinking of this, Xiaoqi couldn't bear it anymore. It had to stop Director Zheng, even if it meant being thrown into the virus library. So it immediately issued a new task. Ning Xiao Xiao was startled. Was the task this sudden? The system required her to activate the possession function and possess Xiaohai's body. Task completed, plot collapse value increased by 5%. In a moment, Ning Xiao Xiao had possessed Xiaohai's body. She asked what to do next. The system hinted that she just needed to lie down and sleep. Ning Xiao Xiao didn't understand why she only needed to sleep. Before she could finish speaking, she suddenly felt drowsy. Then she fell asleep immediately. And next came System Xiaoqi's shining moment. Because only when Ning Xiao Xiao possessed Xiaohai could it, as a system, enter Xiaohai's body. Then it could expel Director Zheng from book. Seeing this, Director Zheng gritted his teeth and threatened the system. The first thing he'd do when he got back was to throw the system into the virus library, making it pay for today's stupidity. But Xiaoqi was fearless. Making sacrifices for friends wasn't a stupid thing. Saying this, it decisively pressed the start button. At this moment, Ning Xiao Xiao instantly returned to her own body. She hadn't expected to complete the task so quickly, but now the plot collapse value had reached 90%. Could she know the ending in advance? Hearing this, the system joked, "Host, didn't you want to give me some plot collapse value for sick leave earlier? So I've already deducted 1%. The current plot collapse value is 89%. It's too late to regret now." Yin Xiao Xiao pretended to be angry and said she wouldn't have given it if she had known. Then, the system explained that its illness was quite serious this time, and it might need to rest for a while. It hoped that during its absence, Xiao Xiao could take good care of herself. It also left the golden finger to Ning Xiao Xiao. Ning Xiao Xiao teased the system, asking why it suddenly became so caring. The system didn't say much more. It reluctantly said goodbye. As soon as Xiao Xiao finished speaking, the system disappeared. Ning Xiao Xiao had a bad feeling. She felt that the system was hiding something from her. Meanwhile, Xiaoqi found that its hand had already been invaded by viruses. It seemed that Director Zheng had returned to the real world. It knew its time was limited, but before that, it had to complete one more task. It told Ning's mother everything about Director Zheng. Ning's mother, in a fit of anger, along with Ning's father, arrested Director Zheng. He hadn't expected this bastard to lock the ending. Now, they couldn't modify the plot. However, if he could bring Ning's father out of the book back then, he could still bring Xiao Xiao out now. The most important thing now was to rescue Xiaoqi first. Ning's mother hadn't expected that Xiaoqi would sacrifice itself to save her daughter. She decided to upgrade its system, letting Xiaoqi serve real transmigrators. At this moment, the system still cared about Ning Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao really liked that resentful tyrant. If they followed the ending written by Director Zheng, Xiao Xiao would definitely be heartbroken. But Ning's mother firmly believed that Xiao Xiao deserved the best in the world. With her around, she wouldn't allow anything sad to happen to Xiao Xiao. It was the concubine's first time giving birth, and she felt no pain at all. But the tyrant beside her was clutching his abdomen in agony. At this time, a palace maid led Ning's father and mother in. Ning Xiaoxiao thought her parents came at just the right time. She quickly asked her mother what it felt like when she gave birth to her, and why she couldn't feel even a bit of pain. Hearing this, Ning's father beside her seemed to understand something. Meanwhile, the tyrant was writhing in pain. He hadn't expected childbirth to be so torturous. Sanfu, the eunuch, couldn't bear to watch and hurriedly came forward to suggest calling for the imperial physician. But Lu Lingyuan insisted on enduring it. He was determined to bear this pain for Xiao Xiao. After a long struggle, Ning Xiaoxiao finally gave birth to the twins. She joyfully held them in her arms, marveling that after 10 months of pregnancy, she had finally delivered these two little ones. At this moment, Lu Lingyuan, covered in cold sweat and barely supporting himself, came over to comfort Ning Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, you've worked hard. Seeing Lu Lingyuan's pale face, Ning Xiaoxiao teased, you look more like you've just given birth than I do. Seeing this, Ning's father prepared 2 cups of wine to celebrate Lu Lingyuan's newborn sons. With the elder's sincere invitation, Lu Lingyuan couldn't refuse. He raised his cup and drank it all in one go. But as soon as he swallowed the wine, he found that the abdominal pain had disappeared. Seeing Lu Lingyuan's confusion, Ning's father explained the reason. It turned out that the antidote to the empathy pill had been added to the wine. This slightly surprised Lu Lingyuan. Even Xiao Xiao didn't know he had taken the empathy pill. He wondered how his father-in-law knew. Ning's father nodded nonchalantly, saying he had done the same thing as Lu Lingyuan. Suddenly, he looked at Lu Lingyuan seriously. Now it's time to tell you about your true identity. As soon as he said this, Lu Lingyuan was stunned, not understanding what Ning's father meant. Ning's father calmly asked Lu Lingyuan why Xiao Xiao could freely change the plot of this world. Without waiting for Lu Lingyuan to respond, he explained the whole situation. Because you, including everything and everyone you see, are part of a world constructed by someone else's writing. Xiao Xiao entered this story due to an accident. That's why she can freely change the plot of this world. Only then did Lu Lingyuan understand the truth. Actually, when Xiao Xiao told him about the golden finger, he had already sensed something was amiss. He was curious about the ending of the story. Although Ning's father was reluctant to see such an ending, he couldn't hide it anymore. He slowly said that in the end, the Empress, Ning Xiaoxiao, personally fed Lu Lingyuan poison, causing his sudden death. The tyrant found it absurd. How could Xiao Xiao kill him for no reason? Ning's father shook his head helplessly, saying this was originally the story's ending. It's only because you two fell in love that the originally reasonable ending now seems absurd. Xiao Xiao must kill you with her own hands to return to her original world. If Xiao Xiao doesn't kill you, changing the novel's ending, she will be stuck in the book forever, never able to return to her original world. We also won't be able to enter a book that has already ended. Lu Lingyuan's heart tightened as he listened. With a gloomy face, he asked if Xiao Xiao stayed for him. Would it mean she was essentially dead in the real world? Ning's father told him not to pressure himself. You can be selfish and let Xiao Xiao stay in the book with you for life. You now have children, and she is truly happy by your side. Lu Lingyuan remained silent for a long time. He decided to be brave for Xiao Xiao once. On the day of the children's full moon celebration, he specially prepared a table of dishes that Ning Xiao Xiao loved. Then he picked up a piece and fed it to her, praising Xiao Xiao for giving birth to a pair of lovely children. Then Lu Lingyuan raised his wine glass with a proud face, saying that he had just fed Xiao Xiao food, and now he wanted Xiao Xiao to feed him a drink. Ning Xiao Xiao finally understood. No wonder he was so attentive earlier. He was waiting for this moment. But she still lovingly brought the wine glass to Lu Lingyuan's lips. After drinking, Lu Lingyuan smiled contentedly, praising that the wine Xiao Xiao fed him tasted better. Then he tightly embraced Ning Xiao Xiao. Seeing Lu Lingyuan suddenly act this way, Xiao Xiao asked puzzledly, Yuan, what's wrong? Lu Lingyuan rested his head on her shoulder, saying softly that he was fine. He just wanted to hug Xiao Xiao. Mustering his last bit of strength, he murmured that if he had the chance, he would like to take Xiao Xiao to many places they hadn't been, see many beautiful sights they hadn't seen, just the two of them. Ning Xiao Xiao stroked Lu Lingyuan, promising that no matter where they went, she would always be with Yuan, and Yuan would always be with her, right? But at this moment, Lu Lingyuan didn't respond until his body went limp and slid down. Only then did Ning Xiaoxiao suddenly realize something was wrong. But in the next second, everything around her disappeared. She found herself engulfed in complete darkness. Ning Xiaoxiao didn't understand what was happening. She kept calling out for Lu Lingyuan in all directions. Lu Lingyuan? But in the next second, she suddenly woke up in bed. It turned out she had already returned to the real world. Lu Lingyuan ultimately decided to let Xiao Xiao return to her original world, following the original plot. He designed the ending where the Empress causes the Emperor's sudden death. He let Xiao Xiao personally feed him the poison. At this moment, the unsuspecting Ning Xiaoxiao thought it was just an ordinary gesture in their happy life together. Just as Lu Lingyuan rested on her shoulder, mustering his strength to say his last words, everything around him suddenly disappeared. Ning Xiaoxiao found herself plunged into an endless darkness. She frantically searched around, constantly calling out Lu Lingyuan's name. But that familiar voice never responded to her again. She shouted with all her might. Finally, she woke up from the dream with a start. Seeing her mother beside her, Ning Xiaoxiao realized she had returned to the real world. But where was Lu Lingyuan? She anxiously asked her mother why she suddenly came back. Where were the children and Lu Lingyuan? However, her mother's answer shocked her. Silly girl, you're not even married yet. Where would you get children from? Did you confuse what happened in your dreams with reality because you were in a coma for too long? Ning Xiaoxiao couldn't remember being in a coma at all. Her mother continued to explain, don't you remember? A year and a half ago, you went on a trip. The bus had an accident. You became a vegetative patient and have been in a coma until now. Ning Xiaoxiao thought this was too absurd. Didn't I travel through time? Mom, aren't you the director of the Time-Space Management Bureau? Hearing this, her mother thought her daughter's brain must have been damaged in the accident. My dear daughter, don't scare Mom. Mom is just an ordinary housewife. How could I be some kind of director? Ning Xiaoxiao still couldn't believe it. She showed the bracelet on her hand. This bracelet was given to me by a UN. He even specially engraved words on it. As she spoke, she quickly took off the bracelet, but there was nothing on the bracelet. It didn't even have a single flaw. She incredulously touched the bracelet over and over again. Where did the words go? It's impossible that there's nothing. Little Seven, Lu Lingyuan, and Gu Siji, were they all just a dream? But they felt so real. Ning Xiaoxiao blankly recalled everything. Suddenly, she jumped out of bed and rushed out the door. Surprisingly, her father and mother behind her remained calm and didn't chase after her. Ning's mother took out the bracelet Xiaoxiao had mentioned. The words, wishing you happiness, were still there. It turned out that Ning's parents had deliberately staged this act for Xiaoxiao and switched the bracelets in advance, all to help Xiaoxiao reunite with Lu Lingyuan. Because for characters in the book to return to the real world, they must follow the original plot to the grand finale. Secondly, the person returning to the real world must also be deeply attached to the character in the book. Even though they knew that characters from the book couldn't possibly return to the real world, they still firmly believed in loving the other person. They believed Xiaoxiao could bring Lu Lingyuan back to the real world through her love for him. Only love is the magic key to breaking through all constraints. Xiaoxiao finally returned from the book to modern times. However, Lu Lingyuan disappeared from her world without a trace. Moreover, she couldn't find a novel she had originally entered on the internet. Ning's parents also unanimously believed that everything their daughter spoke of was just a dream. But Ning Xiaoxiao still firmly believed that Lu Lingyuan had truly existed. They had spent so many happy moments together right here. They rode roller coasters together. They rode the Ferris wheel together. Lu Lingyuan even won a teddy bear for her. Thinking of the teddy bear, a useful clue suddenly appeared in Ning Xiaoxiao's mind. That time when she and a UN last returned to the book, wasn't it on the Ferris wheel? The teddy bear was left on the Ferris wheel. She hurriedly ran to the lost and found at the amusement park. Sure enough, the teddy bear was still there. Moreover, the stain from when he ate ice cream that time was still there. Ning Xiaoxiao hugged the teddy bear and cried tears of joy. Thank goodness it wasn't a dream. It all really happened. Ayuan truly existed. In the blink of an eye, more than a year passed. Ning Xiaoxiao turned her experiences with Lu Lingyuan into a comic. Although she still couldn't find a way back to the book, this comic unexpectedly became popular. Faced with the evidence she presented, Ning's parents still insisted it was all a dream. Perhaps they had some unspeakable difficulties. But no matter what, Xiaoxiao wouldn't give up. She believed she would definitely find a way to see Lu Lingyuan again. Now Ning Xiao had moved out of her parents' house and lived on her own. Although she had more freedom, she often felt lonely. If only he were here. But life had to go on. She started working again. Now that her ancient era story about me and my tyrant husband was finished, Ning Xiao planned to start drawing a modern era story. She had a sudden inspiration. Since in the ancient story, she fell from the sky, in the modern story, she'd have a Yuan fall from the sky. It would be a perfect callback, maximizing the dramatic effect. Just as she was about to put pen to paper, a buzzing noise came from above her head. Ning Xiao was annoyed. What was going on? Why was the renovation noise from upstairs so loud? Looking at the cracking ceiling, she suddenly became uneasy. Were the people upstairs drilling through her ceiling? That's too much. But before she could investigate further, there was a loud crash, and something heavy fell down. Ning Xiao's temper flared up. She turned and yelled, "Are you crazy? Who drills through someone's ceiling?" As soon as she finished speaking, she was shocked by the scene before her. Lu Lingyuan was waving away the dust, explaining, "I'm sorry, I was forced to do it." Ning Xiao looked incredulously at the face she had been longing for. She could no longer contain the flood of emotions surging in her heart. She threw herself into Lu Lingyuan's arms, feeling his real presence. I thought I'd never see you again." Actually, Lu Lingyuan hadn't expected to survive after drinking the poison either. It was all because of that line Xiao added in the new document. This guy's life is tougher than a turtle's. At this moment, the System Little 7 popped up to cheer. Ding, ding, ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. It turned out that Little 7 was now the book crossing system for the host, Lu Lingyuan. Lu Lingyuan needed to continuously complete tasks to stay in this world. The first task it had just arranged for Lu Lingyuan was to drill through Xiao's ceiling. Hearing this, Ning Xiao couldn't help but laugh behind her hand. She was all too familiar with Little 7, the system that loved to give people prank tasks. "You're in for it now." Lu Lingyuan gazed lovingly at every feature of Xiao's face. "I'm home. Sorry to keep you waiting." Then, a long and extremely tender kiss fell on Xiao's lips.